will return the day when they are needed. Our gaze is shifted upwards to the sky. We crave for knowledge far in the unknown. Our time has come to find what we weren't
Hello and welcome everyone to day 2 of the International Wildcard Invitational. My name is Julian Page, two-time card. Joining me today on the desk is Jake Spawn-Tyveri. Very happy to have you here. How you doing after missing day 1?
Yeah, actually pretty good. It was an interesting day 1 of broadcast, and I think that we've seen kind of the ladder flesh out a little bit more. Hard Random definitely looked to be the team to beat right now, having 2 massive wins over teams that we thought would be towards the top of the table. But, you know, great first game to kick us off today, and I'm excited to get back into some IWC action.
Yeah, it's been an awesome day, honestly, of games so far. So much fun that we've seen with 8 teams from all around the world representing and clearly showing their strength off here and there. We'll check in, though, with the results from yesterday and see what the results are. You can see Isurus Gaming beating effectively their rivals in Latin America. They're taking that first win. Hard Random then upsetting INTZ for the second of the day. Supermassive went exactly that versus the Chiefs Esports clubs, whereas Saigon Jokers were able to take the game out of Dead FM. Chiefs lost again to Hard Random, who were really picking up after day 1. And then INTZ did take a win there versus Lion Gaming, with the day finishing with Detonation Focus Meet taking out Isurus. Pretty interesting spread of results, and like you said, just feels like Hard Random were the team that looked very good yesterday.
And right now, the way that I look at it, it looks like Hard Random should be currently up there with the favorites. And then you kind of have the Brazilian and Turkish teams also trying to make a push for that, because INTZ, they were pretty much in control of that game that they did lose before they unfortunately threw around the Baron area. So as you have a look at it, it's kind of this upper echelon of teams. And I think that you have like the Southeast Asian region, as well as Japan and Oceania, somewhere in the mid lane. That's going to be the team that takes out probably the 4th spot, with the Latin American teams, unfortunately, kind of down near the bottom right now. That's how I see it, but it's going to be interesting to see another day of action to see whether that really fleshes out in that way.
Yeah, there's definitely room to maneuver. And, of course, we're going to check in with the schedule for today here. Oh, the standings, here as well, just to get you an idea of where we're up to as far as points go. Remember, top 4 teams cut to playoffs. That's it after the round robin. No other cutoff. So Hard Random, 2-0 with 2 points. Supermassive have a point with only tying with Saigon Jokers, who also have a win with still some games to play. 3 teams tied at 1-1. Isurus, INTZ, and Detonation Focus Me. Well, unfortunately, Lion and the Chiefs bringing up the rear right now.
Yeah, an absolute nightmare first day for the Chiefs, and they played pretty poorly, to be honest. Not what we expected out of the Oceanic lineup. However, as I said, Howard Random had a very good day one. INTZ showing that even though they had a heartbreaking loss, they can bounce back and show some class. Supermassive, as well as Saigon Jokers, always going to be teams to watch. And the best thing about this tournament is, as you said, top 4 teams, 4 or 5 games win will get you through there. So all these teams still in contention after day one. It's going to be interesting to see how they jockey for position.
Yep, trickiness can be, of course, that you only get to play each team once, so you do have to perform as best you can in the round robin. And with that, we will check in with the schedule for the day here. Chiefs Esports Club are going to kick us off their only game of the day, and it's another tough one versus INTZ Esports from Brazil. We'll see if they can get it done there in the second. Saigon Jokers, though, will take on Supermassive in our second. Is Hard Random going to be versing Lion Gaming there for the third. INTZ will then take to the Rift again versus Isurus Gaming. Lion there taking on Detonation Focus Me. And then to round out the day, Isurus Gaming versus Saigon Jokers and Detonation Focus Me versus Supermassive. Pretty packed schedule once again.
Yeah, I feel like games 1, 3, and 7 really show us a lot about the respective teams, because will Oceania bounce back or will INTZ continue their dominance? CB LOL seems to be a very powerful region right now, so looking forward to that one. The last game kind of shows us like Southeast Asia versus Japan, who is going to be jockeying for like that 4th place position, because they must be favorites right now going into this one. Saigon Jokers look pretty good at the moment, so we'll probably expect them to go in as favorites, but the rest of the day has to play out first.
Yeah, and it's just an awesome thing because, again, we have so much League of Legends to play. 2 round robins that we will, 1 round robin, sorry, that we will get through, but of course we still have plenty of matches to get through today. And with that, let's take a closer look at the first match of the day, Chiefs versus INTZ. These guys, these regions have played in so many different wildcard tournaments, and Oceania actually, historically, is not too bad against the Brazilians.
Yeah, they normally upset them, but we generally get them on day one when we have our buff pastry time. And we've already seen that buff expired a little bit early, actually probably 24 hours than we would have liked. We didn't get a buff at all. So, you know, this is going to be an interesting matchup. I think that it's a really key that the Chiefs are on blue side, because Chiefs are a historical team of not counting picking mid lane. They try and leave it for another position. Generally, Swiper up there in the top lane gets the counter pick because he is a tank player. So we'll see if that is something that comes into effect, because when you look at the INTZ roster, they've been together for such a long time now, and Yang played like an absolute monster yesterday. I feel like Swiper, who is in a little bit of a slump at the moment in a carry top lane meta, needs to be able to afford that counter pick and see if he can take something a little bit safer into the laning phase.
Yeah, and that's, I think, a great analysis of what we saw yesterday from them. But let's talk a little bit more about the Chiefs. Again, a disappointing day to start for them, 0-2, but what are the strengths of this team? Because honestly, looking yesterday, yes, the team overall didn't perform as well, but Swiffer did have some good moments, and there were definitely bright spots for the side.
So we generally call them a cerebral team in Oceania. They think about how they want to play the game, and then their execution is generally crisp. They set up around neutral objectives quite well, but we also saw their biggest weakness, which is the fact that if they fall behind, they struggle to claw their way back into games. We saw it against Legacy in the OPL finals, and we saw it again yesterday.
Well, you can see the boys there on your screen having a big stretch. Everyone looks still pretty happy. That's one of the maybe the more out-of-game changes that we've seen, is that the Chiefs do seem much more solid as a team mentally as far as preparation for big events go. It is very tough to play these grueling events, and the Chiefs, traditionally, again, you talked about the buff. They've done well on day one, and then maybe the wheels have fallen off. Perhaps it's, the reverse curse this time, Spawn. We'll bounce back after a poor day one.
Yeah, it certainly would hope so, but this is a team that you mentioned the off-the-wrist happiness, and it's kind of weird because it came from a holiday out of their mid laner.
Yeah.
Swiffer went away for the first part of the split, came back, was able to rescue the team from what looked like it was going to be a disastrous split. They end up winning Oceania again. But this is a team that has matured this season, and I think that if this had happened last year where they lose 2 games on day one, you'll be a little bit more worried than you are now, because they seem to be bringing it together behind some great support staff like Coach Jish that you saw in the background there. So it'll be interesting to see the maturity of the Chiefs and whether they have really evolved into that next echelon of team.
Well, it's on the Chiefs there, but we are going to have a closer look at INTZ. Before we do get to the team, though, let's have a look at the Brazilian scene, which has such a great, rich history. Brazil's League of Legends scene began in 2012. It took only 2 months from when the Brazilian server was launched for the first Brazilian Championship to commence, and from that moment, a brand new era dawned for all the League of Legends players and fans in Brazil. Everything was new for the first year, and the potential was more than obvious, particularly for the players that battled it out on the Rift, and for the crowd of passionate fans that filled the stands. The inaugural champion was VTI Ignis, a team that included Mylon, who would go on to later represent Brazil at Worlds 2015.
Vitória do time Ignis! Campeões aqui no primeiro campeonato brasileiro de League of Legends. Sensacional!
The following year saw the first gaming houses start to appear. These significantly helped the teams increase their performance, helping them become far more professional. The team with the biggest fan base in Brazil is Pain Gaming. In the 2013 final, they would face off against another great Brazilian rival, CNB. Pain Gaming's Kami and his crew had the final say in battle, taking down CNB's Nexus and securing the trophy for the second Brazilian season. 2014 saw another first for the Brazilian League, the importation of foreign players. Teams looked at bringing in Korean players to try and boost their strength.
É só focar o Nexus, é só ir pro
In a sensational season final that year, Kaboom claimed the ultimate prize and went on to be the first team to represent Brazil in a World Championship. (2015) was the year that totally revolutionized esports in Brazil. CB LoL had its own house with a studio where the team would play weekly matches in a league format. The first split of 2015 saw the crown go to INTZ, but in Split 2, Pain got the better of INTZ and toppled the Split 1 champions in front of a crowd of over 12,000 fanatical fans at Allianz Park Stadium. 2015 proved to be another major milestone year for the Brazilian scene, as Pain went to the wildcard in Chile and repeated Kaboom's past success, winning and securing their spot at Worlds. In France, the Brazilian team battled heroically. Even though they didn't manage to get out of group stage, they did secure two very impressive victories, one against the North American champion CLG. In 2016, the league in Brazil continues to grow, thrive, and prosper. With the addition of a new Challenger Series, the fight for the top keeps getting tougher. In the first split of 2016, INTZ once again emerged victorious and will now have a shot to again secure their place at this year's mid-season invitational. First though, they will need to be at their very best to overcome the strong competition they will face at the International Wildcard Invitational. And always great to hear about such a great region with such a great history. Now, let's dive a little bit deeper into INTZ. Spawn again. Brazil is just such an excellent league that's been around for quite a while, honestly, as far as wildcard regions are concerned, and they've been so strong.
Yeah, such a big wildcard region, and this team is very impressive. The fact that they can go up against Pain Gaming and topple them multiple times at the moment, especially in recent history, is just a testament to how good the team currently is. And, you know, Yang seems to have been improving out of sight right now. I mean, last time we saw this team at IWCI first split last year in 2015, he was maybe a little bit more questionable. This time coming out and playing like an absolute monster. They've always had a great jungler in Revolta. I think that Spooks has got his job cut out for him today, because Revolta is a monster and so aggressive. The patch really suits him right now. And their support staff is also very good. So CBLOL, always going to be a massive challenge. This region is just so damn good. We saw it at Worlds. I was a big advocate for them as well. It looked like we were going to nearly have our first wildcard team out of group stages. I mean, they got 2 wins in that group, and it was pretty stacked. So when I look at this team, a lot of respect, a lot of admiration for what they're able to do in one of the emerging premier regions.
And I think they would have had a pretty disappointing start to the day, honestly, yesterday. Picked up a very strong-looking win versus Isrus Gaming as one of them, but picking up a loss to Hard Random, which for them would have been an upset, is just not the way they want to start their wild card. They're going to have to battle here against the Chiefs and see if they can pick things up. But of course, the Chiefs, they also need some momentum. They've traditionally won here in the matchup. We'll see if they can get it done again, because the Chiefs, after day one, they are going to show us that they can bounce back.
Yeah, so the Chiefs, I think, won last time with an Ari pick. It was a little bit sneaky. I don't think many people expected Swiffer to reach into the very old school champion picks that he had. So as we have a look at the Chiefs there up on your screen, they are a team that, you know, they've been around for a while. They have that one change since last year's IWCI, and that is that Ejim is now in for Rosie. So for those that are not really all that familiar with the OCE scene, and that means that they've just got a little bit more shot calling prowess, a little bit bit more of a level-headed feel about them. A lot more about the macro play, less about the laning phase right now. But I think that's actually hurting them a little bit. I think that they have to actually start picking up their laning and start playing a little bit more to that, because they're just not making it to the team fight.
I think so as well, and I think looking on the other side there, INTZ probably had the opposite problem where maybe some of their late game in the game they lost was not as quite coordinated, the team wasn't together, but individually these players, they know how to play with each other, and especially in the lane. Yang, you talked about it. He had incredible lanes all day long. Even in the game that he lost, his Gragas into Echo, I believe, was a very impressive showing 1v1. So, I mean, Revolta, we know he's a beast. He's going to pressure these lanes. I think it's going to have to, as always, it's going to have to be a combination of individual play plus that teamwork. I think if the Chiefs can just tighten up a lot of that early game, they should be able to play the style of League of Legends they prefer to play back home and sort of present that on the international stage.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. I also think that the Chiefs just need to shift where they're putting a lot of their priority. It looks like, they're crowding around mid lane a little bit, trying to secure farm for their mid lane. You understand why Swiffer is very important to this team, but they need to help Radier out. The guy came up absolutely massive, pentakill in Game 5 versus Legacy. I think that Mikau and Joxer are going to be a very solid duo lane, but they're not overly aggressive at times. So I think that that is something that the Chiefs can look to get Radiant into a better position this time around. Hopefully Revolta is controlled, because that is a big wild card factor for me in this game. That I think that there is a little bit of a class issue between Revolta and Spooks. Spooks is a great jungler, don't get me wrong, but Revolta's on a whole nother level in this tournament, and I'm looking forward to seeing if he can step up.
I think so as well, and the utility, the support squad really for the Chiefs probably needed to have things a little bit tighter. Both Ejim and Spooks had mixed performances yesterday, I think, and when you're primary initiators for a lot of things, when your shot calls aren't really firing, doesn't matter how good your laners are, it does feel difficult to get people in the right position.
And that's what I want to talk about, the decisiveness when your shot calling falls behind, because that's exactly what happened. Game 1 especially, when the Chiefs fell behind, Spooks he's one of their shot callers, was making pretty much 0 plays around the map. I mean, Game 2 he did try and step it up and be a little bit more aggressive, but that just can't happen for the Chiefs. That's not something that a good team will allow to happen. So I'm very, very interested. The other thing they can't afford to do is let two side lanes lose and bleed over into mid lane, especially if they want to play control mages still, because that's just not going to allow your control mage to scale up into the 2-3 item territory. And, INTZ is a team that pushes tempos of games. If they get ahead, they're going to race you to the finish line. They're more than happy to finish around the 26-27 minute mark, which on the current patch is actually quite difficult to be able to achieve. So I think that this is a team that will show us where, whoever INTZ, you expect to win this game, right? They're coming in as favorites. Chiefs can upset, but it would be exactly that, an upset. And that would tell us a lot about the Chiefs if they're able to do so. But how INTZ go about executing on this win will actually show us whether they are once again going to be first or second in this tournament, or whether they've maybe slipped a little bit. My gut feeling is they haven't slipped at all, and the hard random game was a little bit of mis-execution towards the latter stages.
Yeah, quite possibly could have been, and for them, it's 2 big games for them to play again. I believe they have a pretty packed schedule as far as the front end of the tournament goes, so INTZ, they are going to want to have to perform and try and pick up some good wins here and get themselves up in those standings. On the other side, the Chiefs, they only have this game to play today. Again, round robin, you only get to play each team once before playoffs, then you switch to a best of 5, which is a very polarizing tournament format, honestly, but the teams, you have to be prepared for this, and I think Chiefs, they only got one game. They should have made sure they went home last night, fixed everything, and prepared for this one match.
So there's two sides to this, right? There's the good old LPL excuse I used a lot at Worlds, which is that Chiefs don't play best of ones and are probably not used to it, so your preparation is completely different, and that goes for pretty much all the wildcard scenes at the moment, because when you're preparing for a best of one, you have to know all the flex picks they have, all the pocket picks they have. There's no adaptations for the team. You're going game to game, and it really is on your coach and analyst to prepare your players for that. Whereas in best of threes, you have the in-between games adaptations that you're able to make. I think that at a certain point, class does shine through, and that's why we expect teams like INTZ, like the hard random lineup, that is showing that they're well and truly a rove into the wildcard scene. So I think that that's why best of one is such an exciting format, because it's do or die straight away. Get in there and make sure that you're winning these games.
Like I said, you only get the one chance against each team unless you make the top 4 and then can maybe fight them in a best of 5 to eventually push towards an MSI spot. That's what we're playing here for the Wildcard Invitational today. And a lot of the teams we saw yesterday definitely could show up on the big stage, because every team we saw, one way or the other, had something exciting to show. It was such a packed schedule full of awesome games. Very excited to watch them play, but looks like we are going to get ourselves into Champ Select for today's first game. Chiefs blue side, INTZ over on the red. Echo and Kindred banned away by the Chiefs, Maokai and Siva. And for INTZ, So already the team's starting to feel each other out a little bit more after day one. Remember, you mentioned preparation, a little trickier, but at least the tournament may have informed them about a little bit of metagaming perhaps. So you can see already trying to make some changes.
One thing I will say is that as soon as the Echo ban came out, the Maokai was a great ban because Maokai deals pretty well with the split pushes at the moment, especially if you prioritize QSS against things like Trundle, whereas Echo is the one thing that can keep him down. So I like the fact that Chiefs getting rid of that because they do struggle with it historically. But heads up play out of INTZ, obviously doing their research here, banning away the Maokai. Wonder if Callista will be the last ban we've seen. We've seen a lot of bans on the red side of Callista, as well as sometimes on the blue side versus Radiant. It is by far his best champions, but they have left it up.
Yep, they actually leave it up because they banned the Ryze as the last one. Swiffer had a good-looking Ryze game, tried to make some big plays there versus Supermassive. Obviously not enough to pick it up there, but Graves will actually be the first pick, so already the tournament's starting to adapt here. Kindred and Italy banned away. Graves seems to be the next best jungler.
Yeah, 100% is the case. Revolta still has a deep champion pool to go towards. His Gragas is good. His Lee Sin is great. So I do like the fact that he's hovering that right now, showing that he pretty much isn't intimidated by having 2 target bans thrown his way.
Not at all. You have to think a lot of those bans unfortunately also hurt Spooks because he is a big Kindred and Italy player as well. We saw, I think, both those champions from him yesterday. So obviously changing it up here with the Graves, who does seem to be maybe the most consistent first pick jungler you can make. But again, options here certainly for INTZ. We'll see what they want for their first 2 picks here. About 20 seconds left to lock him in.
And once again, more than aware that Graves is also a good top laner right now, but it just isn't the style that Swiper likes to play. So we are expecting that 100% to be in the jungle. Good thing about Graves jungle, after Warrior you can go things like Sterix, you know, get more Malmortius. You are tanky enough, but you also do a truckload of damage. And there it is, Gragas, probably a top laner, potentially, but also has the ability to go into jungle. And as I said, Revolta has shown that he's pretty good on it.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, we've got the Lucian picked up there for Macau, which does deny that away from Radiant. I mean, they might want to take Callista anyway, but Lucian's not a bad blocker pick to that. And Gragas, always great with the flexibility. Feels like if Maokai especially is banned away, Gragas is sort of that fighter tank. Not quite Echoes, not quite Poppy, but does bring a lot of similar things to the table. And we've seen if you need to catch people and try and pick up the tempo of a game, Gragas is probably the best champion to do that.
Not only that, if they're a control mage player like Swiffer, pretty much is exclusively gone back to at the moment, Gragas is a great denial pick because it pops him out from underneath that mid lane turret. So it stops some of that straight line wave clear out of the likes of Victor and Azir that we've seen so much, even the Varus that we have seen. So be interesting there. I want to touch on the Lucian. In my opinion, like hands down the best AD carry at the moment, just because of the denial pick away from Sivir, who's banned this game, and Callista, as you mentioned. It is such a bully in lane. You can pair it up with anything from a Bard a Braum Alistar to even a Bard to become a very heavy bully 2v2 lane. And Macau's already shown that he has pretty high proficiency on the champion.
Certainly has. It's been probably the best looking AD carry and the most popular in this tournament so far. It's Poppy and Alistar actually locked in, so looks like Swiper might be taking that into the top lane with Ejim going back to the Alistar. I'm surprised we didn't see this yesterday, but it's a champion that he initially showed up on in the wildcard tournament back when he was on the Legacy. Now, of course, on the Chiefs. Be curious to see if, how he can get done on the alley, because his performance yesterday, he's a big playmaker and engaged tool for the team. Now he's on a champion that he's very comfortable with.
Yeah, Ejim alley god. You know, people will have flashbacks to that from 2014 when he broke into the international stage. It's going to be interesting to see how they play this because it looks like potentially a lane swap will have to come out. I like INTZ's mental game right now. They're showing that, you know, there are 3 junglers left that Revolta can still play. Not intimidated whatsoever. And Braum Lucian, if that is the lock-in, especially with an Elise, is such a good bully lane. I expect Chiefs have to lane swap now.
I think maybe they do, as Elise and Braum are those picks. Braum, still one of the best, if not the best support that's lying around. No Bard, which is excellent into Alistar as well.
Bench.
Oh, disappointing.
Shattered.
Wasn't even banned this game. But Braum, still a pretty good aggressive support as well. Definitely, I think Macau and Jockster can show up there in the 2v2, so I think you're right in suspecting a potential lane swap here. Chiefs, though, do need to round up this draft. Big questions for Swiffer. What does he want to play here in this matchup?
Big questions whether they go back to the Ashe. Radiant has shown that utility is the name of the game. I mean, Callista is available, and Callista Alistar, the Callista lane, is fantastic. You know, good initiation throughout the latter stages, but very low mobility out of a couple of members here means that Ash might be a good pick, but they go away from it. They're playing a lot of double teleport at the moment, the Chiefs, and Lysandra, good pickup for that.
Yep, Lysandra's honestly been a pick of this tournament in a lot of different ways because Lysandra, Callista are those picks. It feels like back to basics, honestly, for the Chiefs. They've got one game to play here. They don't want to do anything too fancy. They've tried to take away some key threats. And you're like, you know what? Give us the straightforward champions. This is a very A to B composition, right? Find a target, pick them off, kill them.
Great flanking composition as well. Double teleport, they can get into any lane. Poppy delivers as soon as she teleports. Lysandra delivers as soon as she teleports. This isn't something like a gangplank that needs setup time. They just arrive and lay down damage. So you look at the Chiefs lineup right now and you understand exactly what their win condition is. Great initiation, a lot of damage out of the jungle and AD carry position. That's what we're seeing more and more, as well as the potential for Swiffer to just shove out his lane and disappear into Fog of War. If you watched the Chiefs versus Supermassive game, sorry, I nearly said that, a different organization, versus Supermassive, Naru did it fantastically. Radiant was happy feeding around the map in side lane so much because he never knew where Naru was, and he just caught him out of position time and time again. So potentially something that Chiefs has looked at from day one, said we can capitalize on this, we can also play a similar playstyle, let's go back to that teleport play.
We've seen a lot of double teleport versus cleanse effectively, or cleanse teleport as sort of your solo lane summoner matchup. Corki's actually the last pick here, and of course into Lysandra, you are pretty much required to take cleanse. Teleport's not great on Corki anyway. I feel like with Elise, they probably wanted an additional carry threat. They'll give Tokkers more of a damage-dealing champion. Corki's still good, even though he dropped off a bit, but you can already see kind of how these comps work against each other.
Yeah, I completely agree. The one thing about Corki that you have to always keep in mind is that double teleport great up at setting around neutrals, but because of the timing of the package, Corki's also quite good at setting up around these objectives. So INTZ not taking a teleport, but at least taking a long-range initiation / disengage tool that the package does provide on the Corki, and he does a truckload of damage on like 1 to 5 items. Corki is kind of that guy that he spikes at one item and then just gets better as the game goes on. And I think this is an interesting composition put together from INTZ. It shows that they are a very confident team because it has a lot of kite back as well as re-engage potential, especially out of Gragas and Braum, as well as having hidden initiation in there, but also great vision control. You think about Elise, she's a good catch jungler versus what is a very brute force composition out of the Chiefs. So it is going to be a conflicting style here.
Yeah, a bit more finesse perhaps from the INTZ lineup, but I'm sure they can time it well. Revolta especially, I like that he's going back to the ganking junglers. He's like, you know what, you've taken pretty much the 3 good carry junglers. I'm not really interested in trying to take something else that's weird and try and play it against you. I'm just going to outgank you.
But the one thing is that if Revolta controls vision very well, Elise is one of the best junglers. If you ever face check Elise and she's in human form, she gets a full spell rotation out, she will kill you. So it's not like there isn't kill threat there. So Samuel Spook still needs to be careful that, he's getting an early trackers knife, keeping Elise out of his jungle and setting up good vision control for his team, which is something that he is known for, because otherwise this game could go pear-shaped very quickly.
And we started seeing a lot of this matchup early on in the year where Graves sort of first came into the jungle. Granted, he was a bit stronger then as a champion, has been toned down a bit since then, but Elise was still very popular. I feel like this matchup was very contentious because some Graves players thought it went Graves' way and someone Elise's. What are your thoughts on the potential matchup? Because I've seen it go both ways.
So I think that it depends who walks into the other, and that sounds really, really basic, but Elise is good at kicking people out of her jungle. So if you're the Kindred, you're the Graves, and you're trying to invade into Elise, Elise will boot anyone out of her jungle. It's always why she was favored against Lee Sin as well, because it's that aggressive playstyle that if you are a good reactive jungler and you're in the right position on Elise, you can punish bad players very easily.
Well, we'll have to see if Spooks can keep control, because again, certainly did seem like some of that was dropping off a bit there in their first game. But I feel like the Chiefs, they've gone back after day one. They've reset well here. Again, it kind of feels like they're going back to a bit more of a basic composition, but I think this is exactly the sort of style you need to play in this tournament, especially when you're just trying to pick up one game and you need to win quite a few. This should be, composition-wise, at least an easy game to pick up. We'll see if they execute.
Yeah, this is one of those curveball comps, right? Because they didn't run anything like this yesterday. So it's like day one happens, they lose 2 games. People are like, all right, we got them figured out. Quite a linear team. They get into first game of day 2. It's their only game they have to play today, and they just like, all right, cool, have a double teleport brute force comp. It's an everybody get in here, pile on top, get the damage from Graves, get the damage from Callista out, and just try and clean up a couple of early team fights. So it's a very different feel, and I think that this, if it does work, will set up their tournament for success. If it doesn't work, if they lose another game, it's going to be pretty rough to climb back.
Well, it's funny as well, because you look at Hard Random, the team that's 2-0, the only undefeated team that has 2 wins already on top of the ladder. They've pretty much just been running this team comp for most of the games they've played already. It has been double teleport with some of the control mages. Anivia is a bit of a weird one from Kira. It's definitely not Lissandra on the aggression scale, but you can kind of see where it's going as far as high impact teleports from mid lane, helping out your movement around the map.
And hang on a second, like you say it's not as aggressive as Lissandra, but I seem to remember a certain AD carry going down into a Jhin ultimate at one point, getting flashed over a wall from Anivia on one shot. So Kira plays Anivia like an assassin. I think that he is a guy that you have to watch out for. I also think, this is a free piece of advice for wildcard teams. Ban Anivia against Kira. He is one of the best Anivias I have ever seen, and that is like big credit because there's people like Froggen out there, who of course is world class. But Kira's Anivia right now just seems to be a whole new level for wildcard teams.
Certainly does, and I think it's good to see some of the changes here. And I do like the Lissandra app from Swiffer as well, so we'll see if that adjustment can help at all. In general, it feels like the Chiefs have gone back to comfort picks as well. That's probably the biggest thing for me looking at this draft. I look at all these champions, I'm like, you've played these a lot in your regular season. These are champions you know well.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's a team comp that the Chiefs know well. It sets up very well around objectives. When you think about it, Kalista has very good neutral objectives secure. You're not going to take really all that much damage if you have a Alistar and a Poppy tanking up the objectives. You have an AoE heal as well. It's a very forgiving composition, so I do agree with you in that sense. I think that the one question mark is the jungle, because as we mentioned, Kindred, Nidalee seems to be the big spooks champions right now. It's where he's shown a lot of comfort. Goes to a Graves, certainly has played a little bit of it, but not the same amount.
Yeah, and again, should be straightforward, but still a different champion, so we'll see if that does affect spooks at all from the jungle. Looking at the rest of the lanes here, though, maybe checking with top lane. We saw a little bit of Swiper's champion already in Poppy, but Gragas, actually, top lane, is starting to become a bit more of a standard, and Yang looked really good when he played it yesterday, despite the loss he picked up. And I know you love Gragas.
Gragas top lane is awesome, honestly. The reason being, it has percentage health damage, and on the W, he has great mobility. It's surprisingly on the body slam for a fat guy, like gets around the map pretty quickly, has a slow, has a displacement, has a mini knock-up. He's just got everything. You add an Iceborne Gauntlet on there and he becomes very, very tanky as well. I think that Gragas top lane is something that was overlooked for a long time, but Flash Body Slam into Cask has just always been great initiation, and you get a lot of gold as a top laner, so he becomes unkillable quite quickly. I think it's similar to Poppy in the feel, whereas Poppy's displacement knocks you back. Gragas's displacement generally will knock someone into a team comp. Needs to be good with his target prioritization here, though, because there are some bad ones. Lissandra, Alistar, people you don't want to be knocking into the INTZ lineup.
Yep, so just to let you know as well, guys, we do have a slight delay due to some player audio issues, I believe, at the venue. So we'll stay with us for a little bit longer before we get ourselves into the match, but fingers crossed, shouldn't be too far away from this point of it. Still plenty to break down here, though, in this game. I wonder where we are looking to go next.
Yeah, I'm actually going towards the bottom lane because I think Mikhail and Jockster, they have a good 2v2 here. I think that Lucian Braum is very powerful and that they'll be comfortable in that matchup. And ever since we tapped Kalista, I'll be wondering whether he goes towards a Runaan's Hurricane first or that Blade of the Ruined King, because we've seen a lot of Vamp Scepter into Runaan's or just straight up Runaan's. So I think that this is something that we will have to measure, because if he goes towards Runaan's, very uninteractive lane, just looking to farm up. Think of it as like if you're playing against Siva, who's shoving a creep wave into you, you want to get that Runaan's nice and early. Could be a similar thing with Illusion here, but I'm looking for them, if they do get the 2v2, to hold the wave a lot here, Mikhail and Jockster, and really try and punish Ejim and Radier, try and call down some early ganks out of Revolta, because if one thing is effective against the Chiefs, it is getting their bottom lane behind, especially in what is pretty much a 2-carry comp in the jungler and the AD carry. Of course, Lissandra does do damage if she gets ahead, but not as much as other mid laners, so pressure is on Radier to finally be able to step up on the international stage.
I have to agree there as well. He's had great domestic performances, especially on Kalista. His last game, actually, in Oceania was a pretty dramatic Game 5 where he did manage to clinch his team the spot in the tournament they're now playing against. Let's actually talk a little bit about the Chiefs' bottom lane, though, because 2v2, you mentioned it, might be looking for a lane swap here simply because of the matchup, but Ejim and Radier do not shy away from very many 2v2s. In their first game of the day versus Supermassive yesterday, they were still going aggressive.
Yeah, they certainly were. I think that this is something that can be punished, however, and the best example of that was against Bangkok Titans last year in the IWCI finals, where they kept going up against Lloyd and Moss and they just kept getting punished. So they are an aggressive bottom lane, and that's why I think Mikhail and Jockster might be able to take advantage, because they're a really good bottom lane, but something that you can overlook. When you're looking at the INTZ lineup, you focus on Revolta, you focus on Yang, these big carry players, but their bottom lane is very, very solid as well.
Yeah, we saw Mikhail navigate the Ezreal very well yesterday. Just, again, super solid, consistent, and generally aggressive, which is what you want out of your AD carry. But here we are onto the riff for today's first game. Oceania is the Chiefs versus the Brazilians, INTZ. Both of these teams will have had mixed results yesterday. I think both of them obviously would love to be 2-0, like any team would be. But, of course, they only get to play each other once here in the round robin. We'll see who's going to take it here for the point. Because it could be tough here for both sides. The Chiefs looking for that first win. INTZ looking for their second after a disappointing loss yesterday to Hard Random.
Yeah, exactly right. We saw it briefly on your screen, a little bit of a 5-man fan out, so it looks like it will be potentially standard lanes. I mean, there could be a blind swap away from the Chiefs, but with how quickly they do the Krugs, they might just look to get into the lane early and see if they can shove out.
Seen a lot of that, actually. No one really wants to get in and invade for deep vision. Have seen actually a pretty good mix of lane swaps and standard lanes.
So it's just risk reward right now. It's so easy to take a camp and start with your top lane. A top laner loses nothing. Junglers jungle so safely on the current patch. As we're playing Slides Show League of Legends. So as we see the breakdown, see that they both are starting camps, and Macau and Jockster are going to be able to take away the big toad, whilst Radiant and Ejim do take away the Stone Brothers down there in the bottom lane.
And we are actually going to get a 2v2 by the looks of things. So excited to see how that works out. Level 2 all-ins are a Radiant Ejim specialty. They love going aggressive. I believe Ejim brought a lot of that to their lanes when he first joined the team and made Raider a bit more of an aggressive player. Since then, I think he has actually stepped into being a more rounded player. Despite his domestic results, he was always known as the safe guy that would play back. I think he's got a little bit more pep in his step. But I would like to see some of that flair come out here internationally, because every time he comes out internationally, it feels like Raider just doesn't quite play the way he knows he can.
Yeah, completely agree. Swappy gets chunked out top lane.
Oof,
That's how
rough.
does that happen level 1?
Big W to the face.
Yeah, W
Keg
or
'em.
maybe even an E, like a little bit of a belly bop. Get some auto attacks in there. You can, of course, auto attack E, auto attack for a pretty unanswerable trade there, but we'll be all right. Did start Corrupting Potion, and we see the junglers just starting both top side of the map. It's nothing really new here. They will clash on the bottom, probably over a Rift Scuttle or something like that. See whether we get a half clear out of the Elise, however, and some early pressure. One of the junglers a can gank at level 3 with red buff, quite effectively actually, and Revolta is known for that aggressive playstyle.
Would love to see a bit of aggression,
just
and here
goes
it
for a
is.
bait.
Oh, Cocoon's in there. Revolta jumps straight in with the Venomous Bite, and that looks like bad news for Spooks.
Oh, wow. I'm from Australia. We have spiders everywhere, and even that was terrifying
That
to
was.
me. You know, the big spider walking into your jungler, he does get his red buff. Fight on.
Could be all right, though, but the fight's still breaking out. Revolta gets him very low, and Spooks still has the sums up. Does have to flash, gets out safely, but that's a huge chunk of damage.
Yeah, it certainly is, and all of a sudden, Radius being cut off at the pass as well, so see whether this influences bottom lanes. Jockster spotted out by a good ward from Ejim.
Very cheeky from Revolta. I like that. Throwing another Cocoon just in case as Ejim's in. Here we go, onto Macau. Good amount of damage, but a nice little trade back from Jockster. I noticed Ejim had the Ignite as well, so he's looking to get nice and aggressive there in the bottom lane.
Yeah, certainly is. And Revolta, with an early invade, secures a slight advantage for his team there. The flash on Graves means that ganks will be a little bit less potent. The other thing about not having flash on a jungler like Graves, because he doesn't have CC, means that you have to be very conscious of counter ganks. Because if you ever dash in, you ever, blow the smoke screen early to try and use it as a slow, you just have to be aware that there is the potential for that to be turned around as, wow, very early recall out of Swiffer. He's cognizant of the Elise as well. Goes back, picks himself up a pink ward and an extra Doran's ring. Doesn't want to be bullied out of the mid lane.
I like that that's more of a jungle choice as well than the lane matchup, but should help there with the double Dorans. Ruby Crystal longsword for the other side. Tokas does make sure he gets a buy-in, so he able to match that effectively. Keeping up in CS as well, so it seems that those recall timings were all on point. And Spook seems like he's still jungling pretty happily, so wasn't too impaired by Revolta getting in early and getting aggressive. So didn't die, obviously that's the important one, but we'll see how it develops as potential re-invades from Revolta, or even gank pressure like you mentioned, could cause problems without the summoner there for the jungler.
Yeah, exactly right. This is going to be now probably I was going to say a lull as the supports walk up and smack each other.
No need for that. It's just a bit of aggression there. Again, Raider Ejim loves to play aggressive with this lane, but Macau sneaks in a good amount of poke, and Ejim's back in. Has exhausted in there. Sorry, Ignite.
Here comes
Spooks.
Spooks.
Is also around, trying to gank for this lane. Macau does have to flash out of the way, but Swiffer's down here as well. Macau is going to go down as first blood to the Chiefs.
So one of the criticisms of Swiffer was you cannot passively lose your lane. You have to get out and help your side laners because they are struggling right now. Level 5 roam out of the Lissandra. I don't think anyone would expect that, but able to pull it off, gets a good first blood for his team.
And you can see the change in Swiffer. He was a proactive player yesterday, but on the rise, he actually played Rise into Lissandra yesterday versus Supermassive. And all you can really do is, he went aggressive as soon as he could to try and make something happen. Almost got himself a few kills, did get some pressure down, but that's it, right? That's Rise's ult. That's everything blown in that lane. in Lissandra, much more ability to affect the map, like we saw from Nara yesterday. You mentioned this before. It seems like Swiffer has taken that page out of the book.
It's not even that. It's because he was ahead, kind of. Like, he was pretty good in CS, and when you're against a Lissandra as Rise, obviously you're going to scale better, but they lost control of vision, and you can never follow Lissandra into Fog of War, because if her jungle is there, if anyone else is there, she has the amount of CC to be able to lock you down. So he was kind of confined to that mid lane, and he took Cleanse because of the matchup. Whereas this time, he's the one with the teleport, he's the one that has the advantages. If he disappears into Fog of War, it's going to mean good things, and you saw that already at the start of this game. 5 down in CS, but First Blood is a pretty massive advantage. And everywhere right now, Chiefs look like they're starting to fire, except for that top lane maybe. Yang's still naturally 10 CS advantage, and that's going to start hurting.
Yeah, continue to be impressed by Yang as Swift. He's actually taking some damage here in mid.
Tokka's.
Tokka's really good little bit of poke, and Revolta was just off to the side as well. So Chiefs very aware that there's potential issues, although Spooks and Revolta are going to have a clash. Revolta finished taking that camp away, though, as Swiffer just has to juke out of the way here. Tokka's beautiful missile.
Tokka's is nailing Swiffer with everything right now. That's going to be a little bit of farm missed out on. They did start top side of the map, so it shouldn't cost them a red buff because Swiffer could be back in time. Now some visit from Revolta into the bottom lane. We expected him to maybe be down here a little bit more than what he has.
Takes the Chiefs Raptors, though, clears out their wards, so
look how
significantly less
confident they are
safety.
in their top lane. Yang, 0 ward control. I mean, he's got 1 pink in his try, but everything else, top side of the map, Dark. Still willing to push up, goes for an early aggressive shop in a Sheen. He's super pumped up, thinking he's playing really well. Bottom side of the map, you know, where the aggression has been seen, they deep ward the jungle. Right now, there is no gank path for Lissandra down there. That means that Macau, as well as Jockster, able to play a little bit further up. So Revolta doing a good job of securing vision for his team and ensuring that nothing can really go wrong on the map.
Yeah, you can see the exchange there for INTZ after that First Blood. 3 wards, few of which have just dropped, actually, were there to try and spot Swiffer's next gank path. TP's back up, so he can maybe get aggressive if he feels like it with the Summoner spell, but Spook's actually taking some of the jungle away now. He's level 6 to Revolta's 5. Big spike there for the Graves, but if he's getting tracked in the jungle here, this could be problematic.
Yeah, certainly could. He hasn't got a ward either. Pulls it down nicely, so that is important to note, but it's level 6 versus level 5.
No
so Spook
smite.
should have the advantage here.
No smite, though. Oh, he came up a little late. Does get in, trying to steal it away. We'll get a few little ones there. But Yang's actually down here. Spook's a little too much, perhaps. He's going to get bopped up. Does have to flash out of the way, but Yang's going to multi 2 of them in. Does ulti his way out to safety. Swiper going to kick one out, but Revolta just takes out Spooks, and now
Here
Swiper's
comes
battling.
Swiffer.
Swiffer going to try and make a play, but he's being chased by Tokka's. Oh, he ults himself, but Yang's already over the wall trying to get aggressive on him. And Swiffer now caught between 3 members of INTZ. That'll be Tokka's swooping in for a kill of his own.
So you can see the thought process out of the Chiefs, but unfortunately, idea is correct. Execution is once again horrible because he ults himself, does not get the top laner. There's no follow-up damage, and Spooks just died too quickly. It's a little bit of a nightmare right now. It's level 6 versus level 5 in the bottom lane, but still, the power of Lucian means that they're able to sustain up through this one. And the Chiefs, after an early gold lead, throw a little bit of it away.
Yeah, those little trades do not favor the Kalista in that particular lane. But looking good there, regardless as Radiant. I'm sure we'll be able to keep the farm up there in that lane. Spook's now just going to chunk out this jungle.
And it's a little bit of a confusing, aggressive invade because he should have gone for the invade, don't get me wrong. But once it went awry, he shouldn't have stuck around for the Spiderling. Should have straight away disappeared over the wall because he is leading in CS by such a large margin. This is an advantage that the Chiefs should be able to have. So, interesting to say the least that the Chiefs are willing to throw that much. Also very interesting that Swiffer goes double ring into Catalyst. Not the most aggressive build from what we've seen. His playstyle is very aggressive, but the build isn't.
Yeah, Rod of Ages, I assume, is that item, but
Here
usually
comes
it's the
the
Abyssal here in this spot.
flag.
Oh, Revolta flashes in, Tokka's in with the package. Swiffer gonna have to ult himself, but I don't think he has it. Claws out of the way. Does not have the ulti, but Tokka's is in there. Flash Valks away, and that's a second.
Yeah, fantastic play out of Revolta. We said this guy can be aggressive, reads it beautifully. Tokka's with the package, able to clean up that kill, and they've recognized straight away that Swiffer is all of the playmaking of the Chiefs. He's the only one getting around the map, so what do? We shut him down.
And once again, in those lanes, Chiefs looking to struggle early as INTZ are putting on the pressure in every spot. This tower might even die with Jockster rotating in, but Egypt's going to make a play. Revolta blown away by Spooks from the
And
collateral
here comes the
damage.
teleport out of the Poppy.
That Swiper going to look to tie up the Corki that pops pops up the W and needs a wall to slam him into, but Tokas, he'll wait it out. And now the TP counter is going to come in from INTZ. Yang's here. Big ulti there as Ejim actually going to move back in. Doesn't have the headbutt for Yang, but he's getting low. Exhaust is down, but I think it's too late. Swiper is able to pick up that one onto the Gragas. The Chiefs starting to get aggressive.
And this time it is INTZ with a little bit of over-aggression. They go in on what they thought would be a 3v3. However, teleports in underneath a turret, and that's a disaster against an Alistar Poppy. Both of them have displacements. Yang made to play, probably the first bad play we've seen out of the top lane all tournament long. This is signs of life right now for the Chiefs.
Certainly is, but I love to see the aggression from both sides here. Everyone's answering back, and I think after day one, everyone's warmed up and punches are no longer getting pulled. Raider is struggling a bit here in the bottom side, but should be okay as Ejim will return to help him clean up this wave. Good timing there on that transition back to the bottom lane, but Macau and Jockster laying into them, culling down. Ejim, no ulti after using it in the mid lane exchange. There's potential issues here in the bottom lane if Revolta comes visiting.
Yeah, exactly right, but Revolta topside right now, so not much of a worry. Actually, Radier getting a pretty good laning phase right now because of Spooks' early gank. We already said that Lucian and Braum should be a bully, being even on CS. Great news right now for the Kalista, whose laning phase did get hit a little bit because we altered the early power. Still has a 2-item spike, and it is going to be Borg first up. The Spooks scouts out a ward that Revolta replaced nice and deep in that jungle. Tokas is a real problem, however, right now. He's 100 CS, farming pretty well, 2 kills, going to have about a 14-minute Trinity Force Shufiel, and that's a great early spike.
Swiper, though, catching up nicely after a bit of a tricky start to the lane. Looks like he's relatively tanky early on, but Yang's actually rushing that Iceborne Gauntlet, maybe changing tactics a little bit. Oh, looks for the blue steel, not going to land it. But, you know, Graves likes to use his ulti whenever he can. Not bad there from Spook.
Yeah, exactly right. So Tokas, he grabs the blue buff for himself. A lot of damage on that mid lane turret. We'll see if he can continue to push up into the Lissandra. Swiffer is struggling a little bit now because he has been out and about a lot. But you know what? Respect the playstyle out of the Chiefs mid laner because he recognized that, you know, if you're going to lose a game, at least be the one to lose it for the team, being the captain. As Revolta is down here on top of a pink ward.
Oh, very good setup here for INTZ, looking to try and 2v2 this one out.
So what they're doing is they're using Lucian as bait because Braum can jump on top of him. So dangle the Lucian out there, Braum can jump in, put up the Unbreakable, use the ultimate. Revolta being patient here. However, Ejim and Radier, they know something's up. They sniff it out a mile away.
Not going to buy it. And Revolta's actually going to hit the recall. Radier and Ejim will actually recall out of vision as well. You can see that INTZ are holding that lane, so pretty safe to just chill out. Looks like they are going to get some shots in. That's Blade
shot,
finished.
actually. Bork finished, so especially if this doesn't get shoved all that hard and he's able to grab the cannon creep, because cannons don't die to turrets very quickly. It's going to be a pretty good news story for the Chiefs. In fact, the other creep wave will even beat it there, so I think a little bit of a mistake out of Macau and Jockster.
Just too cute, almost.
Greedy, honestly.
Yeah, very greedy, and perhaps punished here as they're not going to get a shop, and they might even get all in as they return back, although Ejim's going for a roam
Yeah,
instead.
he wants a mid lane. You can see that Tokas wants to buy, going towards the top side of the map. Actually, he just did buy. I missed the Trinity Force pickup, so it was 14 minutes, pretty much bang on. And that is huge.
We'll have this instead. Ejim and Spook's looking for Revolta. Spook's going to find him. Going to start shooting Revolta. Good smite there onto the Wolves. That should spot Ejim out as well. But the bottom lane's already back for INTZ. It's an Essence Reaver now done for Macau. So first initial items completed for these ADs as Swiper and Yang still going at it. Yang steps on his chocolate bar. Swiper still getting aggressed on here, but keeping up the CS nicely.
Yeah, so you can see the difference in the top lane builds right now. Yang going for the aggressive build means that he's able to stay on top of it, but needs to be careful because he is very squishy, especially against Swiper and Swiffer. Poppy does a little bit of magic damage in there that you have to be aware of. Whereas Swiper more than happy to just go for the scaling defensive build that we've seen so much. Good invade here out of Revolta and Jockster.
Get themselves a pink wall for their trouble. Spook's still going to answer back for a ward. No, he doesn't get the last auto. Ficklegrave shotgun. Not enough bullets there.
They do re-pink it though, so once again, trying to kick Revolta out of the jungle. He is 14 CS up right now, Spook, so a much better jungle performance than what he was having day one. And you have to say that the Chiefs overall, early game, looks to have shored itself up a little bit. Early couple of mistakes, but fighting back nicely in that mid lane play.
Yeah, I think for the most part, it's good to see both these teams in different ways back on more of a proactive style. Though Swiper getting aggressed on does grasp back some health there from Yang, but you can see the pressure from the Gragas. Game's pretty even right now, 15.5 minutes in. Gold lead sitting pretty much even.
But
Swiffer also
Swiper's
finished the
still
roller,
getting
but yeah.
bullied, and that's a problem. This is an ongoing issue right now with the Chiefs, and they need to find a pick that Swiper can shore up the lane a little bit because he's got a kill. He has the advantage, but hasn't been able to really utilize it. Big push coming into the mid lane right now out of Macau, Revolta, and Jockstar. They recognize that the turret is low already, and they're going to be able to pick it up, it looks like.
Yep, everyone but Yang who can TP in if he needs to. Chiefs not here to respond this time, although maybe trying to move in. Swiffer actually taking too much damage. Forced to ult himself, but the Braum ult is actually going to be a little bit mistimed, and now they're going to turn it back around. Oh, Ejim, he's missed the combo, and that's would have been a kill onto Jockstar. INTZ though a little low, but Swiper flashes in and smashes Macau into the wall. Here's Radiant now. Does flash in for it. Gonna go aggressive and try and take out Macau. Does pull the spears out, and Spooks is able to get the kill, and Tockers barely misses the one onto Spooks.
But here we go. All of a sudden, the dive coming in as well. Chiefs look reinvigorated after a good night's sleep. Now they'll be the one pushing in on the mid lane. Tockers is a little bit too healthy, so an advantageous trade for INTZ. Very close on the cusp of that team fight. Spooks nearly fell down as well. Swiffer also very close to dying. But signs of life from both teams. 300 gold the lead. First major objective going over to the Brazilian squad.
Yep, they take that tower in the mid lane, and they might get the dragon out of it as well. So the Chiefs looking for the fights, but not quite converting into objectives. That was a close one, as Tockers almost robbed of a double that he did not get to pick up here. The Chiefs will take the kill lead, but INTZ will hold on to these objectives. Dragon's going to reset just a touch.
One thing I will say is that Ejim probably a little bit gun-shy there. Had double summoner spells and ulti available. Could have gone onto Jockstar instead of Tockers in the mid lane. Probably look for the Braum kill, which would have been a lot more pressure. Tockers had cleanse as well as flash available, so you're not realistically killing the Corki at that point. As this is cute, getting there early as a jungler. Actually pinging him out.
Yeah, instant pings there. Good vision from INTZ. Know exactly what's up there.
But Swiper also with the flash wallbang. Aggressive play, honestly, out of the Chiefs, and that's what we wanted to see. Sure, losing games, that's fine. Losing games passively, bad. Not, especially for a region like Oceania where fighting is key. Chiefs are a little bit more of that cerebral team, but we have a lot of fighting teams over here.
You know what? Sometimes it's good to just come down to, level 1. Don't worry about level 5 too much. It's too high up. Just come back down and start playing some scrappy League of Legends, because the Chiefs, again, they weren't always a cerebral team, Spawn, let me tell you.
Yeah, credit to INTZ. They're more than happy to come down to the level as well. They've taken the gloves off, willing to get nice and dirty, and it's a fun game to watch so far.
We'll see how it shakes out, though, because big buy starting to come through again. Zeal up for Radio. Ejim in there onto the bottom lane. Jockstar going to get poked in, but Ejim actually has to ulti. Does burn it.
But all of a sudden, a lot of spears in, and here comes Graves.
Yeah, Blade in, but Radio now going to get aggressed on Macau.
Tockers.
There's the stun in there. Heal's good, but Spooks is down here. Tockers, though, is going to be the difference. And now Revolta's down as well. INTZ with a great rotation. Double TP's coming in everywhere. Swift is actually the first one in. He's going to take out Jockstar, able to get a kill. It's a 1-for-1 trade, actually, Radio, for the support on INTZ.
Certainly is, but what can they get from here? Spooks a little bit caught out. Yang looking for the cast, actually already used, so not much going to happen there, and it's going to be a dive, so they force him off the turret. Objective number 2 goes down for INTZ, and you can see that even though the brute force is there for the Chiefs, the macro play is a little bit better from the CBLOL team.
Yeah, great counter gank there in the bottom side, pretty much neutralizing the trade. And then we'll take the tower for it. We'll see if Swiper can equalize, but regardless, even if he does, INTZ up a key tower with the mid lane already down. Swiper is going to get close here on this one, might need another wave.
Yeah, it does, and he's not going to be able to have time for it because Yang and Jockstar heading up there, so see whether he sticks around. He is. He's sticking at it. He will get the turret, so that's a heads-up play out of the Chiefs top laner. Now probably has to run for the hills.
Yeah, he doesn't know the support's here, but he's going to spot Yang. Yang with a flash ready in there, but the slow's going to land from the Q after body slam.
Doesn't even need it.
Bushes. No, there's the cast. That's problems. Swiper going to try and dash away. Chocolate, Star far out of reach.
Oh, here's Spooks, actually, and Swiffer.
This could be the turnaround. Swiper actually living for quite a long time. The Rift Herald, though, does go back home. Never mind, he's not gone. Swiffer going to get exhausted. Now Spook's going to move in for it. But Ultimate's not quite there, and Tockers and Revolta are making their way in. Spooks has to be careful. He's going to get bopped in there as the Q will land in from Jockstar, but Spooks ultis out for a little bit of distance and makes it back to the turret.
But is this going to be another turret? Because if it is, it's once again INTZ out-rotating the Chiefs for objective play, and Tocker's going to find Radius.
Yeah, Radius absolutely dead there. The missile's in, pretty much 3 shots him through the rotation. They were trying to reinforce the top side, but that's how it goes to INTZ, and Tockers gets his 4th straight kill.
Lazy play from Radier there, rotating through the jungle, walk the long way around. It's one of the basic rules of League of Legends. If your team is lower, they have control of your jungle. No summoner spells available. The mid laner had both, so honestly, he was well and truly going to pick up that kill regardless of any fancy outplay that Radier thought he had in mind.
Unfortunately, maybe greedy for the top lane kills that he could have seen, but doesn't get it. ITZ continue getting advantages here. 3-1 up in turrets, about 2,000 gold up as the kills are equal, and that dragon that they've got for themselves as well.
So one piece of good news is that Tokka's is a lot of the gold, and they have a lot of ways to get rid of one member. I mean, you look at Poppy, Flash Wallbang, then Cleanse comes out, all of a sudden Lysandra flies in there, Alistar's in there as well, collateral damage comes over the top. So the fact that there is one fed member on INTZ is probably the best news story Chiefs can have if they fall behind. In saying that, we just saw how good this guy is on Corki. The ability to spell weave, his missiles have been on point all game long. So it's a little bit of a worry, depending on which side of the fence you're sitting. Of course, INTZ fans sitting at home smiling right now.
Well, Tokka's certainly looking very threatening, and you said this already. Corki's power increases pretty much exponentially. So as he gets more items, he is going to get stronger.
Well, let's have a look at it. It's like, all right, Trinity Force, that's a huge deal, as Swiper actually getting collapsed on by a lot of members one more time. We've seen this one before, however.
Issues perhaps, does dash away to Yang. That's very creative. Jock's going to get blocked in there, but Swiper is just going to get stunned up by the Brawn passive.
Where are you going, buddy?
Oh, Keg in there, dashes back in, doesn't quite get the stun in, but Grasp the Undying's good. Great Poppy ulti, that'll be the disengage.
But all of a sudden...
Oh, Revolta. Oh, we're right.
Yeah, we're good. All right.
This catches the last one.
Also looked like Jockster was a little bit caught out of position. That's the first missile I've seen Tokka's miss in a good 5 minutes.
Doesn't miss many, certainly.
No.
Is Ejim looking for something here, but he's going to trail Spooks as they'll rotate back towards that mid lane and try and move that lane that's been pushed down aggressively by the Corki.
And once again, vision control just seems to be on point out of INTZ. It's something that I've complimented them for in the pregame, and certainly no difference this time around. Look at how they've controlled both sides of the jungle. Chiefs have got deep wards in INTZ's jungle. You almost wonder why at this point of the game, because they're not going in there all that much pastry time, so maybe look to consolidate vision a little bit more.
Pressure here in mid, though, is not bad. Yangno with the TP ready. Swiper also going to get in there, but Ejim just wants it. Goes straight in onto Joxer. Swiver's going to dive in, and the Chiefs with a tower dive will get one. Revolta looking to go down, and Spooks will get it as well. And Tokkas just can't believe it. His team dies straight in front of him.
Yeah, right before my eyes. As the teleport actually coming out now from the Gragas. This is a big play, but Yang.
I'm not sure about this one, but he's going to go in for Spooks. Macau's here as well. Looked brilliant, actually, as Yang. He's able to get that one, but Macau's going to get chased down and absolutely wrecked as Swift is able to take that one. Raider kiting around the Dragon, dodges the first missile but can't get out from Yang, and the Dragon's now getting involved as well. Yang is going to go down as the Chiefs collapse. Swipe able to TP in.
Huge team fight, 4 for 2, but Tokkas is still there and he can clean it up.
Oh no, Swiper with a good ult, he's going to kick him out. And that actually was necessary. He could see the triple.
Yeah, 100%. Tokka's eyes lit up when he saw the Chiefs members there. Swiper a little bit late on the teleport. Yang once again a little bit overzealous. But INTZ, once again, Chiefs win a team fight, INTZ, they're completely fine with it because they're still up in gold. They're going to take the objective. Chiefs need to start being able to transition all these kills into something positive for the team. Sure, they scale pretty well, but when you look across the board and you see the likes of Gragas, Corki, as well as the Lucian, eventually they will become an unstoppable force.
I mean, the gold is pretty close, but that's probably the good news here is INTZ is still up in towers and dragons.
It's touching distance, right?
Yeah.
The good news is that Chiefs ever do get that team fight because they are winning team fights. The longer the game goes, you win a team fight at 20 minutes, doesn't mean that much. You win one at 30 minutes, all of a sudden you're opening up the map. So I'm just waiting on them to win that one decisive team fight where they can actually transition it into the objectives as,
Spook's actually getting aggressive. Cocoon's not going to hit. Radius here as well. That's going to force the flash out. Runa's Hurricane done for Callisto, as you can see. 2 items pretty much done for everyone, honestly, on the map.
You see the advantage of the double teleport comp as well. All of a sudden, Swiffer has teleport.
Macau, that's not the right spot to be standing. Swiper able to get a good stun in, but Spooks can't quite follow in for the damage. Jockster's going to block a bit. Ejim, he's straight into the front line. Jockster is going to go down as Swiffer fighting someone in the bottom side. He wants the tower, but he's not going to live to tell the tale. Does ulti himself up here, but I'm not sure he can get away from Yang. Might just try and take the tower with him. Grassy Undying's going to proc. He's actually going to get the tower, but Swiffer, I think he's still going to go down. He will to the queue.
So he trades his life for a turret. Not a bad trade, especially because Chiefs were able to cross map, but a little bit confusing out of the mid laner of the Chiefs. The idea is with Lysandra, you don't duel the top laner, you create pressure on a turret, then you teleport away. Swiffer seems to have missed that memo of League of Legends and just decided to I don't know. He thought he was Trundle. That's the easiest way I'm going to describe it. He ignored the Gragas and just took the turret around him. It was an interesting tactic, did not pay off.
I'll call it reasonably effective. How about that? Let's get an objective out of it.
We're going to give that one a solid 5 out of 10.
Yeah.
Like, he executed on his game plan, so credit. I don't know if it was the right game plan, Pastry Time.
Maybe not. And Yang, actually 3 kills now, so looking pretty strong here on the Gragas with 2 items. Infinity Edge also done for Tockers is big news, although Swiffer does pick up his needlessly large rod, so starting to really stack up that AP.
Yeah.
Not going to kill Yang, but could kill someone else.
No one's killing Yang right now. You can see that kind of the holy trinity of items for top lane bruisers is about to come in, but you have to say the same for the Poppy right now, so that's good news story. You can see more also finished up for Graves, which is big news because Tockers, Revolta, and Yang do fair amounts of magic damage at this stage of the game at least. Love Revolta's item build, by the way.
Yep.
Just showing that he's nice and aggressive. He's going to go for the Dead Man's Plate afterwards, so full bruiser Elise. Dead Man's Plate in spider form just makes you incredibly quick, and as soon as you get that venomous bite down, the slow afterwards is kind of brutal. So, of course, going to have all that momentum, as it's called. And an interesting game so far is eventuating on Summoner's Rift. It's only 900 gold at 26 minutes.
Very close here, but as we are getting into this one, 18 kills has been pretty fun if nothing else, and Swiper definitely able to apply a bit more pressure here on the Poppy.
So I like this a little bit more. He's gone for Distortion Boots quite early. The reason that's important is we just saw that Swiffer, he was like, you know what, mate? I've got a teleport, but I'm not pushing against the Gragas. Send me into the side lane. I'm happy to pick up the farm, who isn't at the moment, but get Distortions because every single time your teleport is up, you're against the Fat Man. I'm not going near it.
I don't want it. So they will trade positions there. 2 have, as you said, 1-3-1 potential.
It's more of a just flat-out denial at this point. It's like, I just refuse more than I don't want it.
I am not.
Yeah, I will not.
Figure it out.
He's your problem, mate. See that? It says top lane. That's your lane.
But he's bottom lane. I don't want to hear it. You handle him. I'll go top lane, which is where he is right now.
You can see that Swiper, he's got his tactic well and truly set out. It's hide in the brush.
Yep.
So,
Chill out.
you know, just... He's fine. He's like, you know what? This is how you do it. You just don't go near him.
You wait for the wave. He's very strong. Oh, he's gone, though. So watch out for the teleport, perhaps. Level 15 as well. Actually, both top laners very high level at this stage. They're actually surprisingly deep into the game.
And I think this is what we expected out of the Chiefs on day one. Unfortunately, didn't get it. But this time around, like, they have to, like, win or lose this game, they have to be much more content with their performance up until 28 minutes into the game. As now Yang's coming across. Does Swiper want him? No, he doesn't.
No. In fact, Yang wants him. Been a very aggressive Gragas launch so far, both today and yesterday.
40% cooldown on Gragas means your W is on very low cooldown. And it's just one of those abilities that puts out the hurt. I think the Chiefs, once again, they haven't really controlled neutrals at all. It's something that we expect out of the team. You know, they're down in Dragons, down in turrets, haven't even looked at a Baron or Rift Herald. So there are some worrying signs. But once again, the fact that it is only really the Corki that is incredibly fed, kind of good news.
Oof, that's brutal. Spooks gets popped there. Swift is actually going in onto Revolto. Ejim going to combo in as well. And they are going to blow him up there with the ultimate from Spooks. Swiper walks his way around for a flank and they'll kick Jockster off the turret. They should be able to take it as well.
Oh my god, he's on to Tockers.
They want it, but Swiper, that's a little too much. Now he has to flash as Yang's actually looking to separate them as well. But they are going to go back in. Ejim, huge pole, finds onto the 2 carries, and Raid's going to take out Jockster. McCowan, Tockers, though, still living as Yang is going to get peeled back in there. But the damage is massive out of the INTZ AD carries. But Raid flashes forward, gets the kill onto Corki, gets the double onto Lucian, going to make it onto Yang as well. A triple kill for Raid, almost nabs the Quadra.
And Swiffer still wants him. They're looking for it. All of a sudden, the Chiefs line up, explode through the mid lane. Another turret dive, and this team is now up 3,000 gold, looking to break the base.
This is the bottom lane we wanted to see from Chiefs on day one. They'll snap through mid, take out the tower, and get the inhib as well. Radio and Ejim have finally found the way to flash forward.
And there's just something about the CB LoL region that inflames Oceania for some reason. INTZ are like, what the heck? This team played on day one and went 0-2. What is the reality?
It's almost like whenever we play the favorites, we just want to beat them more than anyone else. As the Chiefs, they are going to move back in. 4K up now. They break an inhibitor. Game is certainly not over because that's. But they've done kind of the minimum amount of work to put themselves into a winning position.
Yeah, certainly have. And this is kind of what I call the farm inhibitor pastry time, because what it does is it forces free farm up the mid lane. But the other thing it does, which is crucial, is creeps are kind of like moving wards. So you extend vision up through the mid lane into the base at times, and that gives you a lot of additional information if you are the Chiefs right now. They've once again deprioritized Dragon. It doesn't seem to be on their radar whatsoever. So they'll give number 3 over, but pick up a lot of side lane farm right now into Radier, onto Swiffer as well, and potentially look to set up around that Baron area because, as I said, that creep wave can be so much important vision control.
Feels like the game is finally an item discrepancy as Swiffer and Tokka's going to do battle. Swiffer will lock him up. There's going to pop the ulti in as well, and they're actually going to TP down. Swiper going to join in the fight, and now look to chase down. He goes straight in onto Tokka's. Should be able to take him out, and does.
He can still keep going here. Swiper is massive. 4-0 and 5 on the Poppy. Quietly having a career game because we said his day one performance, pretty shocking to be brutally honest. Actually looking, finds a support player. Yang is out.
Yeah.
You are on your own.
He's actually pieced, and Swiper's able to chase. He's got the Iceborne ready. He's going to get the other swipe in. The ulti does not connect. But Swiffer's looking for something on top lane. He wants Macau. Goes in for a Volta instead with a juke. Ejim's going to move back in, and a great ult from Yang's going to move Swiffer back in. Doesn't have any stasis left, so he is going to die. The Chiefs may have overstayed their welcome. They died between 2 turrets. Fate's Call still there. It's going to pull Ejim out to safety, though.
Yeah, so good news story there. As in the bottom lane, Jockster is still running around in circles. Well, he doesn't do much damage. You see Swiffer on the player cam, by the way. He is having a giggle right now. And it looks like Jockster is actually going to get away.
Well done, Braum.
Big Swifts not coming for anyone.
To be fair, it was nice to see Swiffer actually fights him in the bottom lane and Swiper complete the teleport.
Yep.
That was a good change, so...
Of course, shout out to IWCI where the call was teleported to the bottom lane. It just never came.
And the aggression is definitely there for the Chiefs, all jokes aside. Very decisive play. Swiper playing with much more confidence now on the Poppy at 4-0 and 5.
I don't even care. Look at Ejim, 0-0-13. The alley god is back. This bottom lane, you know, there's something said to give Radier utility. We joke about it a lot, but he definitely is a better utility player than he is an outright carry player. That's why we like him on the likes of Sivir, Kalista, as well as the Ashe. And not so much on the Lucian Vayne kind of carries at the moment. So we'll see if this is a continued trend or whether CB LOL are the first team to make the mistake of giving him Kalista. And they'll pay the price for it.
Well, paying right now because the Chiefs still have a lead in this game, but INTZ doing a good job holding on. There are general reactive
Scouting out the top lane Corki. Does he have the package?
Oh, Tokka's, that could be a too far forward. Ward getting cleared out here around the Baron area. Inhibitor should be back up soonish for INTZ.
So as I said, not really much gain from that inhibitor. It's still a 5,000 gold lead, sure, but the Chiefs just funnel a little bit of farm up that mid lane. You can see Merc Scimitar finished up by Macau. That's going to be a massive item spike for him. By the way, I like double lifesteal builds on the Lucian over something like an Infinity Edge Fur, just because you take further of battle into the bottom lane a lot of the time, and you need lifesteal in there. He's a 500 range 80 carry. It's brutal if you don't have it, especially against something like a Lissandra, like a Graves and Poppy. So respect Macau's build a lot and would like to see him go towards something like either the more of Malmortius or even a Bloodthirster for the Overshield.
We'll see what he wants to do, but certainly looking for a 4th item here. As Radio's already got 3 and the QSS to boot. In general, Chiefs have a little bit of an edge on items due to the team fights that they've won, but they do still need to do more work here. And again, INTZ have done a good job controlling general pace, being reactive intelligently and playing the map well.
Chiefs are doing a good job here, however, of clearing vision. What that means is that if they ever disappear into Fog of War, they can be doing Baron or they can't be, and Swiper can tank it, as I said, for days right now. He's got himself another Chain Vest, as well as that Candy Bar to keep him nice and healthy for the unnatural sustain, kind of. They are sending him towards the bottom lane. Would prefer him to stay with the groups, maybe Swiffer to go down to the bottom lane and try and make the deep teleport plays on Lissandra. Does Ejim now caught?
Yeah, we'll do it to attend to the side waves. Instant ultimates burned, actually. A little bit of miscoordination.
Yeah, both ultimates burnt is a big deal right now. That's not what they were looking for. They needed to keep Ejim's and burn Radiers most likely. But that's vision control re-established now for the INTZ lineup, and big deal because this has been something that the Chiefs put a good 2 minutes into trying to establish, and now it's just all gone.
Mid and Hibs back as well, so Chiefs have a way in if they want an objective, maybe to force a fight over.
Now it becomes a little bit more about Dragon, you feel, because it's number 4 for the CBLOL lineup, and we already know that stacking Dragons is quite effective if you get into the latter stages of the game. They can't really start up the Baron anymore because they just don't have vision control. Wow, he's tall.
Yeah. It's a big cow. Electrovine, I assume, is doing the damage there.
So Ejim's gone for... Alright, cool. Ejim talks about it a lot in Oceania, so it's not much of a secret. But Distortion boots, Lucidity with Distortion, as well as a cooldown reduction on some of the spells in the third tree, makes your Flash about a 3-minute cooldown. So that's what he's gone with. Flash very crucial to Alistar, not defensive boots. People will look at that and be like, that's weird. And it is kind of weird, but he is a big advocate of it.
I mean, you've seen the plays he's been making on the alley. Doesn't really surprise me because he is a big playmaker for the team.
When the Chiefs were the one playing the Gragas jungle and Alistar, you would see the Gragas and the Alistar both do it, and they would just flash engage on you all day long. It was kind of oppressive to deal with. Of course, it required... gets rid of some of the tanky stats, I guess, that you would expect out of an Alistar, but is quite good.
Kind of a one-out wonder anyway, so we'll see if he can make use of the lowered flash cooldown here. His Dragon is up in 15 seconds. Swiper with a Thorn Mail now.
He's massive.
Yeah, he's a problem. I'm not sure Yang really likes what he sees here.
He does a lot of magic damage though, Yang, so he's not all that fast. It's more that Macau now looks at the Poppy and is like, I want nothing to do with it. Although Corki now...
Okay, we might have this again. Tokka's actually in, but a good dodge there with the Valk. Swiper actually may need Swiffer's help again. But Tokka's just going to move up as the rest of INTZ are also there. Chiefs not able to cut them off, but a great flash from Swiper might get him out of this.
Nah, still in a lot of trouble.
Slow's going to land in. Graspel proc. Iceborne actually does slow Tokka's for a bit. There's the W from
he
Poppy.
missed it.
And it could be still problems, but the last rocket is enough. The Chiefs, though, will retake mid.
Yeah, it looks to be the case, but all of a sudden the engage is there.
Oh.
Spooks take some damage.
Have to be careful. Ejim again. This time they just burn the Fate's Call. And do they turn it around? No, they don't. But Radiant now has to flash out of the way. Will flash the Brawl multi, but Ejim's going to eat it. Swiffer, though, looking to re-engage around the other side.
Yang's behind them.
Blade of the Ruin King activated. Spooks, oh no! That's not the flash he wanted, but Ejim's going to go back in for it. They are going to move in. Jock's getting low. Huge roll there from Swiffer in the choke, and it may have been the play as Revolta still low, getting chased down by Spooks. Now they're turning onto Yang, but Tokka's and Macau doing work there as Spooks. His shields will proc, and the Chiefs will have to bail. Very messy.
Macau looking for the mid laner still. Messy teamfight is the right way to describe it, but the Chiefs get the double objectives this time. So an overcommit from INTZ onto the top laner. They will look to also pick up Dragon for the first time here, the Chiefs, which is a huge success story. So triple objective, but Yang is here.
Oh, dangerous stay perhaps. I think they thought they all bailed, but they have not. You can see Spooks looking a little stressed out in the player cam. Rady will get it. Needs to hop over the wall. Very well done, though. Rends him out as well, takes out the Scrying Orb, and the Chiefs steal a Dragon.
Now Baron becomes the objective because they know that 3 members are backing. How quickly can they get over there? What will they lose if they don't? You see that Spooks, he looks stressed. Swiffer, however, eyes of a killer pastry time we call it. Just very, very calm.
Well, 2 TPs up.
Tokka's is massive.
Yeah, no, Tokka's is the issue.
Like, he is two-shotting people right now, and I cannot speak highly enough of the mid laner of INTZ. Probably overlooked him a little bit in the pregame in favor of Revolta, who isn't having the best game, although I still like the item build, but Tokka's right now. Hopes of a nation on the man's shoulders.
Certainly are. And his Corki's shown up all game long here. We're almost 40 minutes into it as well, and it's been a bloody game.
What a great game of League of Legends, though. This is exciting to watch, and INTZ, as well as the Chiefs, certainly stepping up to the plate.
It is nice to see, yep, both teams definitely step up.
And it's still a one-team fight game. I call it that all the time at the moment. As soon as it gets to 40 minutes, throw gold out the window. You know, everyone's kind of got their core items anyway. Just becomes that one-team fight, and whoever wins the one-team fight, if they win it decisively enough, will win the game right now. And it certainly is that kind of game because these teams have been going blow for blow with each other.
Execution is important, to say the least. Swiper, though, still looking to chill out here. Chiefs do have double TP to lean on here. As they look towards the end game, you see Swiffer starting to push out the top side as well. He's going to start something in Chiefs. I think they're still tunneling on the Baron, but Swiper, he will not be stopped. He's got an elixir in his back pocket as well.
He has the teleport. Yang does not, so they can't respond to it. As soon as they do, it's just going to be the trigger pulled on the Baron objective. They're going to see him now. It's hard for Swiper to get into Fog of War and teleport, just because of the nature of Gragas. The Fat Man has so many displacements. But you can see, Swiper not awfully phased by him.
Oh, tried to kick him out to do more damage to the turret.
Yeah, silly play.
Unfortunately doesn't make it.
Chocolate bar. No, not going to get it. Now he's in trouble.
Yep, going to keep fighting here, but no one else coming. Chiefs maybe can start a 4v4 here, but Yang and Swiper are going to fight
Yang's
to the death.
kill him.
Yeah, Yang might get the kill if it goes on long enough, and he's got plenty of space to do so. Swiper
no, he missed another barrel.
Going to try to run. There's the body slam in. Barrel still landing. Chiefs trying to be proactive, though. Calling down. Tower getting aggressed on. They burn one ulti from Macau. Yang and Swiper, by
They're
the way,
still
not
going.
over. This is the most Dragon Ball Z of fights. You know the screen transition where they like keep fighting and then they move over? Yeah, that's exactly what's happening right now.
Yang
and
is
they give it up
literally-
finally.
People of Earth, give me your strength.
Well, I'm sure the community's behind him in Brazil. That might just be enough, actually.
Here we go. Baron is started up. Yang does have teleport now, however. This is a dangerous call.
All right, time to fight. Perhaps the Chiefs need to pull off the Baron, I think. They are going to stick on it, though. They've got spears inside. This is a big commitment. Swiffer goes in, eats him. Huge pole there, lands into Swiffer. He's going to get straight into there and land the ulti. Jockster, the first to go down as Spook's able to take him out. Macau gets shredded down as they move in. Revolta goes down as a double kill comes
back
in
to
for
Baron.
Spooks.
They're over chasing here. There's still 2 carries up. Baron should be the call. They want to end the game pastry
They
time.
ping bottom lane. This is aggressive from the Chiefs. They may try and win the game without the Baron. No safe plays today, Spawn.
No, it certainly does not look to be the case. All of a sudden, there's the Zrot portal.
Oh, no.
Don't know if those little guys are going to do all that much, but second inhib looks to go down. It is the Baron inhib, as Rusty likes to call it. It's going to be the bottom side of the map, and this time they have a huge creep wave. I think this is still dangerous because Yang's a monster, Macau and Tokas still do a lot of damage, but they're going for it.
Yeah, they are going to try for it, but it is dangerous. Supers are going to run out there, but the first tower will go down. Revolta up in 20 seconds. Jox is up in 3. And
Good
Yang
ultimate.
uses the ulti. Chiefs, I think, have to disengage. That might be a blessing in disguise because I think they had to leave there.
Yeah, they certainly did. Revolta's about to come up. Yang's still chasing them, however. This is a scary moment for the Chiefs. They need to get a good disengage. Maybe even looking for a re-engage as Radius slows down a little bit.
Does have the flash. Chiefs thinking about a re-engage.
I think INTZ are looking at the Baron as their only hope now.
No tippies up for
Spooks,
Chiefs.
you
It's a
cannot
good
go
time.
into the bottom side of the jungle.
I don't know what he's doing there. Talkers.
Oh,
lays down the
looking
package.
for Swiffer.
Maybe caught here. Does snare him up. Spook's going to move back in. They're going to try and take out the Corki. Need to try and kill him, but Spook's going to get locked up there. Not enough shields. Misses the flash, but the dash will get into safety. Macau, though, comes in to clean up. And out to
Yang's
5v4.
on the other side. Radier in trouble.
Yeah, that's bad news. Bears got a great ult from Swiper's going to keep them in it. Revolta, though, still there, but I think he's just caught out of position now. Swiper putting the team on his back. He takes out Macau in effectively a 1v2, and there's the Fates Call re-engage onto Jockster. Does get Swift for another. This game is just chaotic.
Yeah, it certainly is. They can't do Baron right now, so they're going to recall one more time. They've also sent Swiffer back, so this is a 3v3 in INTZ's base. I don't know if this is what you're looking for, the Chiefs.
They just want mid. Looking for the retake here. Need to be quick, though.
Difficult. Here comes Corki. Once again, Corki, no laughing matter right now. They do get it. What can they get back? INTZ, nothing. 9,000 gold pretty much now the advantage, and now they will turn their sights to the Baron.
Map finally resets. That was a very... Whew, that was a sketchy stretch down there for a second.
They
But
still don't. They're recalling now. Mass recalls come out. Draw up battle lines one more time, boys. Objective's not the aim of the game. Let's just fight.
well, I mean, that's been the story of the game so far, but it's certainly working.
If you're a hockey fan, they've dropped the stick. Gloves are now off.
Take the helmet off.
Yeah,
Gentleman's agreement.
have at it.
Yep, and that's what's been happening. 32 kills in this game, and absolutely no objectives needed. They have 2 inhibs down still, plenty of pressure pushing in, and they finally got the map back to a point where they can look at Baron if they want it. I think they should just take it.
But the nightmare is, right, is that now everyone's back up. So if they lose Baron, which is hard, but possible.
Yes. Oh, Dragon's up too.
No, that's not. It's only number 4, 44 minutes, and I doubt it's going to go for another 12. I hope not. I don't know if my heart can take it for either lineup. It's so funny, as an Oceanic Shoutcaster, Brazil's represented us at Worlds, so I just love the team so much over there. So
All right, here's the Baron start. Yang does have TP. INTZ ready to try and take this.
here we go.
Teleports in, they'll pull off once more. This is where INTZ lost the last fight, but Revolta finds Ejim. He's going to pop the ulti. Swiper charges up the Poppycopter and gets a Spiderling kicked out towards the
Yeah,
base.
take that, Spiderling, but all of a sudden creeps it in the base, and INTZ have to start up the Baron.
They just have to buy time though. The Chiefs happy to re-engage if they find the right fight here. They know that the game is theirs. They have double TP as well. Maybe can look to try and end it from this point. Zorot Portal not going to do enough work, and INTZ can't finish this with the Chiefs in plain view.
Yeah, exactly right, but Baron is about to go down. Here we go. Claw
Swiffer
goes.
baits them in, but they get the Brawl multi out of it. Yang, though, is going to look for the re-engage,
Oh!
but Ejim, huge full-man pulverize, finds the engage he wants, and Swiffer's going to take out Jox to Ejim. Now running into the back of the carriers as Revolta has to book it out of the team fight. Macau, though, still looking to fight in as Tokas takes out Alistar. Raider getting chunked
In
out
trouble.
as well. Macau steps back in, but Spook steps forward. Swiper guiding them away. Swiper Swiffer, huge play there. Chiefs are going to clean it up. The TPs are in, and that's going to be game.
Yeah, one more time, the Oceanic region. I don't know what it is about Brazil, but they come up with a huge upset, and the Chiefs in their one match, it was a must-win, and they do just that.
They certainly do. They reset. They go back to basics. It is a scrappy and bloody game, but it is a Chiefs victory as INTZ upset yet again.
Oh my goodness gracious. Cockers, take a bow because you had a fantastic game, but E-Jim, the alley god, one more time.
Again, I'm not sure where the Chiefs were on day one, but I'm glad they've shown up today. Looking much happy with themselves, understandably, after that particular game. And E-Jim just play after play. Where's your L-Star yesterday, mate? It's looking pretty good here on day 2, but again, they go back to Comfort Champions and look a lot better.
And it was a 2v2. They honestly took the 2v2 in what I thought was going to be a losing matchup. You're going against Braum, Lucian, you're going against Macau and Jockster. Good duo lane from the Brazilian region, and they come up absolutely massive because of some good jungle gangs. What I want to talk about, however, is the teleport plays. Taking double teleport. It's such a simple theory, right? But you can make up for so many macro mistakes getting caught out of position if you just take those 2 summoner spells. And you saw that when Swiffer was getting caught in the bottom lane, no, Swiper comes in and saves him. Vice versa, able to execute on it as well. Whereas in the mid lane, Tockers, who had to take cleanse and still had a brilliant game, not blaming him at all, but just didn't have the same map presence as what Lissandra did throughout the stages of the game.
And we saw that Swiffer was actually the one that really sealed that gank there in the bottom lane to give Raider and Egypt enough of an edge to sort of keep even and then try and take over the mid game. And Swiper, what a different day for him as far as play goes. Completely unlocked in that game on Poppy.
Yeah, completely agree. He still had a rough laning phase. Hats off to Yang. He just seems to be oppressive in the lane. Like, I don't know what it is. This is one of the games where I would love to sit down with the player viewer of it, and just understand what Yang does in his laning phase. Because you saw a huge advantage at level 1. Like, how the heck does Gragas do that? One of the worst level 1s in the game. Like, against Poppy, who has a buckler, ranged auto attack into Q should like more than set up that lane, but Yang able to get the edge. So there is individual outplays coming out of INTZ, but that was just crisp team fighting out of the Chiefs that set them up for that victory.
It was, and it was just very, very aggressive. Like, they tower dived in mid lane to try and take the mid tower, constantly looking for re-engages. Didn't need Baron as it turned up by the end of the game.
Yeah, and you know what? Their shot calling, confusing, but at least decisive. Like, one thing I will say, like, I don't agree with their calls, but I always say this, I would rather a team follow one shot call and make a horrible call but still get something because 5 people are all doing the same thing. Whereas Kalista players, sometimes they're like, we can take Baron whenever we want. I'm not moving from this part of the map. Radier very much on the same page as the rest of his team, and it looks like E-Jim, like, he has taken over a lot of the shot calling. If you watch the team fights, you can see why, because he's a little bit more aggressive than the rest of the team, so he has to do it. But he was just diving in there time and time again, getting the big, I think it was a 4-man at the end of the game, headbutt Pov. What a play.
It's one of E-Jim's, I think, more hilarious complaints is that sometimes my team is playing bitches, man, and that's not what he likes.
Yeah.
He likes to get in there. Certainly got in there in that particular game, and the aggression, the All-Star. Mwah,
It
beautiful.
certainly was. It was so funny because when they were playing without Swiffer, one of the things that they were talking about, they like to play control without Swiffer. And Ejim was like, I don't know what is wrong with you guys, but like, you're just not going in at all. Like, it confuses me. I'm setting up all these beautiful plays. And you see, like, the ability to be able to fly in, the ability for everyone to contribute, and even Spooks' Graves, standout performance compared to what we had yesterday against Revolta, who is a great, great jungler in this tournament. It was just crisp play everywhere.
It certainly was. A big step up there from the Chiefs, and they will pick up their first win, upsetting the Brazilians as INTZ will take a loss. Don't go too far away, though, because the wildcard tournament for day 2 is just getting started. welcome back everyone to day 2 of the International Wildcard Invitational. We just had our first game with the Chiefs, were able to take it out and upset INTZ once again. We'll actually check in with the results of the day, just to let you know where we're up to, and of course to remind you what games we'll be having today. As I said, the Chiefs, first game of the day, only game of the day for this one, and they do pick up the win there, but plenty of great games to come up. Cyclone Jokers vs Supermassive will be our next, but a stacked schedule once again. Spawn though, it was great to see the Chiefs finally reset a bit, kind of go back to basics as I called it, and just look a lot better with the more proactive, aggressive play.
Yeah, it certainly was. Couple of things that I want to point out in this game. Tockers, you're really, really good Corky. Played phenomenally in that game. However, proactive League of Legends seems to suit the Oceanic community. I think we saw this a lot when we went over to Gamescom EU with, I think it was Legacy Esports back then. They just changed from Avant-Garde, and they were playing very proactive League of Legends in the best of ones, and it was catching teams off guard. Because best of one, you have to remember, do or die. You're not expecting people to dive your turrets at level 6, level 7, I call those comps the kitchen sink comp.
Yeah.
Because in Australia, there's a saying that they throw everything at them, even the kitchen sink. And that composition is the kitchen sink, because you can see people just everybody get in here.
Is the sink Alistar in this?
Yeah,
analogy?
potentially it was
That's what it felt like.
Yeah, because so the Chiefs executed that really well, and I think that's something that Oceanic teams are practiced at. And INTZ kind of fell into their hands, because you saw that INTZ at the start of the game, when the outer turrets were up, they were trading 1-for-1, but then they would sneak in, they would take a turret, they would take a dragon, they were stacking neutrals very, very well. But then the Chiefs kept playing that style, and as the map opened up, INTZ couldn't really take anything in the 6-minute windows when dragon wasn't up. So that's where it kind of all came undone for the team, and the Chiefs started to extend that lead. So I think that the Chiefs executed very, very well, but other teams will look at that. Even INTZ will look at that and be like, you know what, we had control of that game.
Yeah.
And then they kind of brought us down to their level and beat us with experience.
Yeah,
so INTZ shouldn't really take too much away from that.
No, and I think, again, reinforcing the fact that maybe they want to be playing more of that style, because they can, and they've shown that they can do a lot of different styles. It's just that, again, best of one is very unforgiving in those sort of situations. Honestly, I agree. I think even Hard Random, I've said this already, they have been playing that style. They'll control they have to, but they will just take, the coin flip team fight or the 55% team fight and just get the wins. And they've executed so well under towers in scrappy situations with their teleports, and that's what's gotten them, honestly, I think, the wins so
Completely
far.
agree, and it's because you have to think of these champions that have burst damage and CC, and Lysandra and Nivea fill that role. And if they ever disappear into Fog of War, you cannot follow them. You saw that Tokka's in the mid lane, he was fed, but he still couldn't face check a Lysandra, because if Graves is ever there, instant deletion, and we saw that team fight after team fight. So I think that this is something that the Chiefs were like, hang on a second, what Supermassive did? It was really frustrating and annoying to deal with, and we're going to replicate pretty much to a T. And they were able to execute on the team composition, but that's plagiarism. That's not innovation.
Yeah, not at all.
They literally are just the best copycats in the world. You know what? Hats off to them, because they just took out the CB LOL team. They're both now 1-2, I believe, in this tournament. Mm-hmm. And these are teams that, Chiefs came runners-up to Bangkok Titans in the last wildcard that we saw, which was Q. INTZ won IWC... wasn't invitational qualifier.
They won something.
Yeah, they won the other IWC. I can't remember the acronym. I apologize very much. But they were able to take that in Latin America. So these are two teams that we expect massive teams from. INTZ didn't win. Pain won, but Brazil won that
Brazil won
tournament.
to qualify for Worlds. Yeah, I got you.
So the train of thought I'm trying to follow is that these two teams were finalists the last time we saw IWC. Mm-hmm. We expect them to be great teams, and they're both 1-2.
Yeah, and it's a rough start, certainly, for both the sides here. INTZ will have another game to play today. I believe the Chiefs can rest for the day and prepare for tomorrow's matches. But again, a pretty stacked schedule here. And I have to think that it's kind of interesting. It's almost a product of the tournament format, right? Best of ones, play a bit more risky, play for your wins. Because if you feel like you're a team that can execute well with an aggressive strategy, you'll get more wins and make it to top 4. I expect the teams that make to top 4, even if it is the teams that are looking good in the group stage, to play drastically differently in best of 5.
Well, the other thing I was going to say is it's much easier to dust off a win. If you're the Chiefs and you lose that game, right? Because you fly in for one too many initiations, all of a sudden it goes pear-shaped. Tokka's cleanses or something blows everyone up. It's much easier to be like, oh, well, we lost that game. Maybe we went a little bit too ham. That's an easier game to lose than, we didn't do anything. Wow, what were we doing on Summoner's Rift? We just got comprehensively beaten. People were chasing us around. We weren't proactive at all. And that's kind of how the first couple of games they lost felt. It was just those hollow defeats where you're like, you know what, there wasn't even that much we can take out of that because our lanes got beaten and we rolled over and lost the game. So I was much happier this time because Yang won his lane. Tokka's was up in his lane. However, the Chiefs were like, we don't give a crap. We're still going to fight you. You're 2,000 gold up. here's an Alistar, here's a Lissandra, here's a Graves, like here's a Poppy, like just take them all at the same time, and then like
Can't cleanse everything.
Yeah, ITZ were just like, yep, don't get it. Like, this doesn't make sense.
No, and it was a very chaotic game. Definitely sloppy in places, but still looking good as we are going to tee up our next match here. It should be a fun one here. It's super massive. We'll be looking to play Saigon Jokers, SEA, Southeast Asia, versus the Turkish side.
And of course, Saigon were the team that was supposed to come over for the last IWCI. Unfortunately, got visa blocked and weren't able to go there. Bangkok Titans went and represented very well. Bangkok Titans then won the next split to represent at IWCQ and eventually win it. So this is another team we're expecting huge things from in the Saigon Jokers. Of course, they run a 6-man roster, so we'll see whether their substitute is going to play right now. But, you know, a slow, methodical team that is more than happy to let the early game slip. I'm an LPL caster, so I relate them a lot to WE. Like, we'll let the early game slip. If we ever get an advantage, guess what? Because we're that good at executing on team fights, you're never seeing anything again.
Yeah, let's actually have a look a little bit closer at the Saigon Jokers. We'll have a look at those boys there. Pretty interesting stuff there. Ro, Jinky, Levita, Celebrity, and Sue, their lineup. And I have to say, they only played the one game. It was against Detonation Focus Me. There were some shaky moments in the early game. They were the sort of, again, waiting to get themselves a lead. When they got some sort of advantage, they were trying to push it and maybe not executing as well. But the general overall execution and that counterpunch style that they've been described as, that's pretty much how they won that game.
Yeah, it certainly was. It was a counterpunch style, but the thing was the shaky execution. I think you can put down to first day nerves because they've expected to go overseas so much. Like, they've been like gunning for this position, and they're finally here. So you think first game, Dave, first game, only have one. It's against Detonation Focus Me, a team that we expected to step up because Japan, very new region, is just getting better and better and better every single time we see these teams in the IWC tournaments. So Saigon would have been very, I guess, shaky going up against them, and it showed in their gameplay because they played the same style without the crispness. So now if the crispness comes back, they will be a challenger to make playoffs.
Yeah, and they certainly were closing out the end of that game well. So definitely some good moments. Their Celebrity in particular kind of went bonkers on Lucian and killed everyone. We'll have a look at their opponents, though, who had an incredibly impressive game. Only one game yesterday as well, but it is Supermassive Esports from Turkey. They have two different top laners, Thaldron and Fab. Fab played in the finals, but Thaldron played yesterday, so be curious to see if they do make the sub for top lane. Stormage, their jungler, Naru, their mid laner, and then Achu and the Doge, Doge himself, with a big win against the Chiefs, and it was a big win.
Yeah, so what they did is they got the best part of Besiktas, they got the best part of Dark Passage, they grabbed them and smashed them together into this team, added some support around them, and now Supermassive are terrifying.
Which is actually quite a fitting name when you figure out how their team came together, but they are such a strong-looking side.
Honestly, to be able to choose between Thaldron and Fab as top laners, what a great problem to have as a League of Legends team. Do we want the control, like, aggressive shot caller? Do we want Fab, who is just a split-pushing god and can 1v1 anyone? Like, that is just luxury in the top lane position. And then you have, like, Naru in the mid lane, who is just so damn good at the game. You know, Doge, like, Bard has to be banned against this guy because as far as playmakers go, the Doge is up there with the best of them. He's a wizard.
He is.
So, yeah, I really like this team, and I think the fact that they won so convincingly over a Chiefs lineup that we just saw brawl INTZ, Turkey is another region that excites me. I love watching Turkish League of Legends.
And the way they did it was just so wonderful to watch. Very fast-paced games, very decisive, but still clearly had control of their champions and their map and their lanes. So it felt like everything was just coming together for the team. Just almost feel like the best of all the things we've seen so far in the tournament.
And let's talk about decisiveness, because I feel like this is something that both these teams actually have. Saigon, they make the decision to play passively and wait for mistakes. As soon as they see that mistake, they will capitalize immediately. There is no hesitation. On the side of Supermassive, Doge and Naru, if you are ever out of position, will capitalize so quickly on it. They have trust in their teammates so implicitly that they are just all in every single play they make. And we saw that on Naru's Lissandra actually against the Chiefs, that every time that Radier was out of position, he would just fly in there and clean up the AD carry. So these are two teams that I think the fact that when they do commit, they commit so hard and so quickly is something jarring, because they kind of go from playing a normal pace game of League of Legends, snap it, and all of a sudden they're all in.
Yeah, and again, it was the double TP. They can play a variety of styles. It's really, honestly, hard to say where to start with this team as far as who you want to talk about goes, because it feels like the whole lineup is just stacked, but I think we have to do it, Spawn. Here's the Faker Killer. Here's a Wizard. The Doge.
Yeah, Doge,
Drawing Bard Vans, playing Poppy support still, smashing kids.
Yeah.
He's a beast.
He's an absolute monster. He was like 2v1ing that lane at one point, I think, as the support, so that's impressive. But he's a carry support player.
Yes.
Like, I think it's something that you have to, like, he has very high damage percentage in the games that he plays, so you have to keep an eye on him. I think that, Celebrity and Sue, they're a good bottom lane. Celebrity especially had a fantastic game on Lucian, as you mentioned already, but I think that Dumbledore is someone that you don't track as a support player. He is looking to invade. He is looking, like, Snavage also had,
He went off on Gragas.
Gragas was phenomenal in that game. Like, once again, the guy went absolute monster. So I think that those two players are the two that you look at for the barometer for Supermassive, because, like, sure, they have talent around them, but they just seem to, like, kick a majority of it off.
Yeah, I have to think so as well, because, again, you expect the big utility guys to make the plays. Certainly the playmakers were there for Supermassive yesterday. We'll see how they stack up against Saigon Jokers, because we are into picks and bans for our second game of the day. Wildcard starting to heat up here on day number 2, and both these teams will play twice as many games as they did yesterday, which isn't a huge difference, but 2 games instead of 1 will start to separate the pack a bit, perhaps, in the standings. Banzo have started as here Trundle for Saigon Jokers versus Maokai and Callista out there for Supermassive. Pretty standard stuff so far.
So just as the picks and bans are coming through, brief look ahead for both these teams.
Yep.
Saigon Jokers will be going up against Isurus next, whereas Supermassive, wow, new name, goes up against Dead FM. So we will see, I guess, off the back of this game. I think if Saigon Jokers win this game, very good chance of going 3-0 in the first couple of days, pretty much sealing their spot into the playoffs. They'll just need a couple more wins. However, Supermassive also looking to replicate the same feat. And if they go through the Chiefs, Saigon Jokers, and Detonation Focus Me, they still have the last LAN team to play as well. So it should be pretty smooth sailing for the Turkish lineup from there.
Yep, certainly looked good so far for both these sides, but we'll have to clash here in this particular best of 1. Kindred, Alistar, the last bans, and Echo actually the first pick from Ro. They're likely the top laner, so I assume that's his pick. But Echo's been such a dominant champion in the last few weeks of League of Legends. Supermassive, they know what they're doing here, but they do leave it open.
Yeah, this is an interesting pick ban so far. Fab is going to be starting. Thuldarin played day number 1. And it looks like Graves as well as Gragas, and I actually expect those two to be swapped.
Which is pretty cool, right? Getting to flex these 2 junglers or jungle in top lane. But certainly they've got the option. I almost like, if they're going to do that, by the way, that they pick them in this order.
Yeah.
Because you get just a slight psychological edge. Saying, yeah, this is not top and jungle. We just picked our own
You
champion.
kind of do, but then you realize that it's Fab. I mean, the guy that was famous for IE Nidalee and crazy stuff like that. And I don't believe him for some reason. I just don't trust him.
Not buying it. Well, good to see Fab back into the lineup. He played the final for the team, of course, where they won and qualified themselves to this tournament, winning their local league. Excellent carry top lane player, so we'll see how that one works out. But 10 seconds here for the Saigon Jokers to lock it down. Once again, junglers have been somewhat targeted out. Nidalee is available, but Jinky maybe going to stick to the gang-style junglers. Played Gragas yesterday, at least kind of fits more in that ballpark versus the Graves Nidalee Kindred style. And once again, Celebrity will take the Lucian.
Yeah, but weird ranges already on this lineup. You have Lucian, who is very melee range, and then you have Echo, very melee, then you have Lucian, like 500, 525 range. I talk about it a lot. Elise, very close range as well. They're kind of all piled in right now, and Dumbledore picks up support Poppy one more time.
You have to think so, because these picks are pretty crazy all through it. Achu, though, will pick up Ezreal, with Sivir available, so looks like the team doesn't want to take that. Ezreal's been actually surprisingly prevalent at the tournament thus far. Kind of curious to see Lucian be such a priority, but Ezreal actually fall pretty high into the pick order for a lot of these AD carry players. Supermassive, though, really revealing not a whole lot. You can, maybe if you've done your homework, figure out where these picks are likely going to go, but I do like the flexibility the team has, and the Doge Bardo is available, but he didn't take it, but his Poppy looked on point yesterday.
Yeah, exactly right. His Poppy was just so good, able to start up team fights. I mean, we saw what can happen when Poppy plays nice and decisive out of Swiper last game, so I think that is something that Dumbledore will be able to replicate. In fact, has already done so in day number 1. Wouldn't have minded the Morgana, actually. Rom, different feel, but Morgana would have kept the very short range composition a lot more safe. Right now they just have 100% of piling comp. This is pretty similar to what the Chiefs ran.
And there should be double teleport as well. I know Levita currently has Ignite selected, but can't imagine that's the summoner spell he's going to go with, because it would not suit the style or the champion that he selected for himself, as Lysandra Brom are actually the last 2 there for Saigon Jokers. That does leave the final pick now for Supermassive Esports. What do they want here? 30 seconds, and I think they're locking in Naru's champion by the looks of things.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case, and with Naru as a superstar mid laner, why not give him the counter pick? I like it a lot. See whether he goes with something a little bit more poke heavy to try and force out Lysandra early, who is a very early engage, and there it is. Very poke heavy, in fact.
Karma looks to be the last pick here. Not locked in yet. Still 10 seconds if they do want to change their mind. This is a pick that's been really picking up speed around the world.
I love
Is
Karma.
locked in.
I think Karma is like S-tier mid laner right now. The reason being is that she has an AoE shield, synergizes really well with Kindred, who actually isn't in this game, but is worthwhile talking about, is on the ban list. But not only that, the empowered Q just does so much, and empowered chains make her really hard to gank. You get back health at the start and at the end of the Q, of the W. Wow.
Yep.
Empowered chain. And also has a snare there, so I just think that it is something that suits Naru's playstyle well, and I'm very excited to watch him pull it out on Summoner's Rift.
Very excited as well. For me, I have a very simple explanation for Karma when I see her. I look at her, I'm like, this is pretty much AP Sivir. That's how I feel. Look, that's what I think of Karma. It's not obviously exactly the same, but
No, I agree with the sentiment, right? Big speed up for the team. You get shields on top of it as well, so it's like kind of cool Sivir.
surprisingly the amount of damage in short range.
Yeah, I like it. This composition, Gragas, Graves, Ezreal, very good at going forward and backwards, so Karma will be able to flex between those two very well. You kind of need a support that can do that. Poppy makes a heck of a lot of sense now because Poppy also does that. Q Runaway is actually pretty good as a slow, and the ultimate, of course, can make disjointed team fights. So I would say that both of these teams, Saigon Jokers and Supermassive Esports, are pretty good at engaging, disengaging. Lysandra, unfortunately, has to be a primary form of engage in this game. Doesn't really have a Alistar like we saw the Chiefs, but Braum as well as Echo are great follow-up CC. Echo's not really good engaged by himself because it's pretty telegraphed, and Braum is a similar vein, unless you get a really good flash ultimate in there. So a lot of pressure right now on Levita in the mid lane to be able to see whether he can pull off some sick flanks on the Lysandra. Makes teleport plays even more important.
But again, that's sort of fitting in with the style that we expect from the Saigon Jokers. Lots of strong reactive CC elements in their team comp. We'll see if Supermassive maybe fall for it, or if they're able to play the same crisp
I didn't
league
get
we
to
saw
see
yesterday.
whether Supermassive swapped their top laner and jungle pick
That's
up
true,
as
actually.
well.
I don't know who's jungle.
I was like,
Surprise.
I even wrote down to like remind myself to do it, and then like I was like, I missed it.
Well,
so we'll see whether that comes through. But one thing I will say is that if Graves gets going, especially with the if it's a top lane Graves, and he goes with some lifesteal and the Phantom Dancer at the start of it with the Death Stance, he can potentially split push to the end of the earth in this game.
Which
I don't think there's many people that are stopping him.
No, I mean, Liz is probably not going to stop you. It's nice to have options, of course, but we'll have to see when we get into game just to double check which top laner it will be. I think on the other side for Supermassive, as far as their team comp goes, I actually really like the last pick just because it's kind of a pivot for Naru, right? Like, you mentioned that their comp kind of does goes forward and backwards well. I think against a team like Saigon Jokers, you need options because if you expect them to get reactive on you and try and punish your mistakes, you need to get out of that, but you also don't want to sit there with another reactive comp yourself and really wait till an hour to make someone make a mistake.
Yeah, I completely agree with the sentiment of that. Like, you have to be able to pick your moments and go aggressive when you can, but also kite back if you do get yourself in a sticky situation. I think the other thing is they just have great zoning potential. I mean, when you think about it, Ezreal Q's flying everywhere, Karma Q's flying everywhere, as well as Graves with that big damage out of the collateral damage. So I think that this is a composition that's really well balanced for Supermassive.
Yep, certainly is, but we are going to get into game, and it
Gragas
is...
top.
Here's Graves jungle.
So I've been fooled also.
It's a ruse. That's not the real Fabulous. Well, we'll see what happens here on Summoner's Rift. Second game of the day, Saigon Joker is going to line up against Supermassive. Both these teams only played one game, but it was to a win yesterday. So this is the battle to stay undefeated, perhaps, and to tie hard at random with their current score after a great day one from that side. And it seems like both teams have picked up pretty comps they're pretty happy with. Levita did swap to teleport, by the way, just as expected, so didn't want that ignite. But Naru does have to take cleanse as a result, but I think his Karma can really maybe bully this lane. Can't wait to see what he gets done on the champion.
Yeah, I don't think he's too stressed about having to take cleanse on this one, especially because Karma is such a safe pick if you do so. Looks like a lane swap going to be coming out of both squads as Naru, Dumbledore and Achu towards the top side.
And this could be maybe an invade. No.
All right,
Saigon
cool. So they're just taking the little ones. Cheeky.
Always always a worry when you see that. It's like, oh god, what are they doing? In fact, they've been spotted here as well. They're checking for them, but Celebrity going to get aggressed on. Ignites down. Dumbledore's going to chase in for it. Damage is good from Achu, but Dumbledore's about to get stunned. One more auto required, but Celebrity is going to use it.
But does he rotate over on Karma? Has empowered Q. They have to burn Flash and heal.
Yep, and Naru is there also coming in, so huge danger there and a big win Very cheeky play from Supermassive, but it works out nicely.
So much better pushing power out of Naru. As this is what should happen at level 1, by the way, as your Gragas. You should get destroyed.
Especially by Echo. It's just such a brutal...
Well, same as Poppy, right?
Yeah.
Both of them have really good level 1s. Gragas has a bad level 1. As I said, I really am interested how Yang won that level 1 trade.
Well, he's been doing it all tournament, it seems like, so we'll have to check in later. Maybe we'll find out, but looks like junglers are just starting their jungle pattern here, and they'll move through actually opposite sides of the jungle this time around. But how do we contain the Echo is always a good question. We're off to a good start there, but 2v2 is just inverted this time around. We've seen a lot of this because, again, mostly blind lane swaps attempted in this tournament so far. So we've had a nice mix of lane swaps and our standard lanes.
Certainly have as well. Good damage actually coming out of the Karma there. We'll be able to force Levita out of lane.
Almost landed the chain after the claw as well, but not quite enough range as the Doge getting aggressive. Good turnaround though, trying to stun up the Poppy, but the Doge will not stand for it, although he does take a big chunk of damage. Braum kind of messing up a lot of that aggression. But Poppy should be okay as Storm Edge is going to come into the mid lane. Lock up again onto Levita and the line down, but Jinky's here. Good start onto Naru. And actually could turn this around, but...
Also have creeps on their side. The worst enemy of jungle Graves, as soon as he walks into a gank, of course, creeps will block up the auto attacks, and you can see a little bit frustrating there for Stamage. Good aggression, honestly, out of all 3 Saigon Jokers lanes right now.
And, yep, keep moving forward. Achu actually getting aggressed on. Good stun there from Su. Ezreal always a little weak in the early stages of the lane, especially against someone like Lucian Braum.
So Ezreal actually...
Oh, good stun though. The Doge going to try and turn it around. That could be a kill. Needs to move in there. Flash first blood. He's going to move in, and Su has to book it. Stand behind to a creep. I think that's enough distance, but now bottom side Jinky looking for Fabulous. Going to get cocooned. That was beautiful as the flash-ins from Ro. Repel's going to come down, but I don't think he's got enough to get him.
Yeah, already had used the Q as well, so good job from Fabulous getting out of there. We'll probably be able to teleport back to the tower as well. So first blood goes over to Dumbledore. As I said, there is a very clear pattern in who the carry in the duo lane is right now for Supermassive, and it's not the AD carry. It is definitely the support. Time and time again against the Chiefs, Dumbledore was able to, I guess, respond to any aggression that was going to come out. He was even taking on mid laners at some points in that game. He's just such a beast.
He is, and I agreed before, by the way. Ezreal certainly not bad at level 1, but you could see how Celebrity and Su were getting work done.
Yep.
The Doge, though, able to lock that all down, and now the Tears bought in for Achu. He'll start scaling. Lucian only with a Cull actually should contain that lane a little bit better.
But there's a massive difference in the items for supports. Completed Sightstone right now just means that Dumbledore has so much more trading capacity than what is going... Ooh, need to be careful there.
Yeah, Levita only level 5.
I'm actually surprised Levita didn't take that Claw. He hadn't procced his Thunder Launch yet. Would have been able to get in underneath the turret. Creeps were already there. WQ into an auto attack and a flash over the wall would have probably cleaned up Naru. Yeah. But I guess respecting a very good mid laner in Naru.
Nice stun here on the Fab Ro, dishing out the damage. Grabs the Undying procs as well. Gragas gets no health back actually because he didn't manage to get the auto off for the grasp. You can see where Echo's so good into these tanks, but Storm Edge is down here. Going to try and make the difference. Red buff applied, but Ro just dashes out.
It certainly does. Not all that worried, I think is a fair way to say it. Jinky a little bit low in levels here. Only level 3 still at about nearly 6 minutes.
He committed pretty hard to that gank in the bottom lane. Didn't get it, so no extra experience. And Graves, of course, is going to farm up nicely. This is where problems could start. Cocoon lands in, but Naru's going to look for it. Jinky getting slowed down by the red buff, and the chain is going to land. Latches back down, but a good flash after the repel's going to get him out safely. Levita forced to book it as well. But nice pressure there from the Graves.
Yeah, but a flash for a mid laner on the jungle actually probably in Saigon's favor right now. Naru not going to have that one available as once again the Echo continues to put down hurt on Fab.
He's not having a good time. And looks like he is going to have to go back once more here, Gragas. Double Doran's even, and still can't do enough against the Echo early power.
Yeah, Echo's got pretty strong early game. He's also level 6 right now, so you need to be careful.
I think Storm Edge was trying to get in there beforehand, but good experience timing there from Ro, and Graves going to walk in.
He just wants to shove out the lane with Fab, but I don't know if Echo's going to let them. In fact, going for the kill here.
He's actually going to go in for it, but he almost gets it. Ultimate and doesn't quite reach back into the Gragas. Fabulous does get away, but Ro's happy to stay here, and Gragas now has to go back.
And Stamage still needs to be careful because the base values of Echo's ulti are pretty huge, and he's got like 2 pseudo AP starting items in the double rings there.
Levita locked up again. You can see Naru trying to keep that poke going. But Lissandra actually doing well on CS at least.
Yeah, Naru's trying to kill him, and Levita's just trying to farm. So Naru actually missing out on some opportunity to get some cheeky CS. Once again, they pull the jungler into the mid lane to help shove it out. This is a continued trend, and lane swap actually going to come out of Supermassive, wanting to avoid the echo from now on.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't really blame them. Fabulous though. We'll get at least some CS here.
Also unlocks Dumbledore, so you know you get the added bonus of that. So I like the swap here, but we'll see whether it's going to be mirrored, because it looks like it is. So instead, it's just going to be a big creep wave picked up for Fabulous, and we'll see if he's able to shove out quick enough to get another shop in before the echo once again tries to assert pressure in this top lane.
Looks like maybe Dragon is actually not a bad choice either.
Yeah, that's actually a really smart rotation, because they know that they've got about 10 seconds of tempo as they walk out of base. So free objective here should be able to be picked up. They're making Stomage tank it as well. He is level 6. Dumbledore has a candy bar if he needs to. So really solid shot calling right now out of Supermassive, but Saigon probably not all too phased.
Nope, first Dragon, not the worst one to give away. It's when they start stacking that you have issues, but always nice to get one. And Supermassive take advantage of, like you said, good map movement to grab that there. Stormage, though, just going to clear out this Scuttle Crab. He's farming up nicely on the Graves, but at least has kept up now as Jinky able to catch up almost on CS. Not quite just yet. But getting pretty close there on the Elise after maybe some aggressive gank pathing. Levita blue buff, though, should make life a lot easier here in the mid lane versus Naru. Blasting one also completed, so it looks like another potential. Oh, actually, I guess that could be Abyssal as well, so we'll have to wait. Maybe not double Doran's Rod of Ages.
Yeah,
The Swiffer special.
potentially Abyssal. I like Abyssal against, I guess, Gragas as well as the Karma. A little bit less scaling potential, but still nice damage.
Yeah, I like it as well. Pretty standard stuff here, especially for the early health. Always nice. But we'll see how the rest of it works out. And I think the issue has to definitely be Fab, you know. Played in the finals, good player. Pretty much got his team here to this point. But Thaldron had a good game yesterday. Gragas is a good champion, but they left the Echo open, gave it over to Ro, who happily first picked it. And definitely some struggles early on in that lane, at least 1v1.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. The one good thing about Gragas is that his utility doesn't really go anywhere. He's still going to have a knock-up, he's going to have a slow, and he's going to have that massive cast to be able to start up team fights. So, what? As I just try and defend you, Fab, you die on me?
Yeah,
Thank you very much,
Looks like he's going to go down. Timelander lands in. That should pull back, and that's a great kill. Ro gets himself pretty much a solo kill. Bit of help there from Jinky, but a straight-up tower dive in top lane.
Yeah, exactly right. So we come back into the game briefly to watch Fab die and then pop out. Sorry, guys, about that. But, yeah, what a play, actually, out of the top lane. Ro really starting to put the screws in on Fabulous. And this is a guy that we're not expecting to lose lane. He is pretty dominant. So interesting that it is going that way.
And again, have to think maybe drafting-wise, do you give the Echo open? It's dangerous from Supermassive. And again, Best of One is punishing and draft mistakes as well. So we'll see if it costs them more. But right now, Ro off to a good start. 1-0-0 on the Echo. But like you mentioned, Fabulous can certainly still be relevant as the Gragas. Checking out the rest of the map, though. So everyone's still farming away. It looks like Abyssal, though, for Levita. So
Yep.
no Rod of Ages today.
You understand it, because that damage comes out of Naru. Imagine if he didn't have a Negatron Cloak right now. Naru's actually going for a Chalice into that Unthin's on Holy Grail. Of course, a little bit mana intensive for the Karma, and as people die, you want to be able to go through multiple spell rotations. So I like the build, a little bit offensive, defensive flavor as well. So honestly, right now, map is wide open, but top laner is probably the issue versus support, maybe.
Yep, I think so. The Doge still looking strong. Naru, they're getting dove in the mid lane here. Stomach, they're actually going to answer it. Great repel, but I'm not sure it's enough from Jinky. Here's Su, though, could even things up. Here's Levita just missing that Q onto Naru for the kill, but the damage is still enough. The Ignite was there from the Braum, I believe, and it is enough for the kill.
Yeah, fantastic work there out of Su to be able to rotate. However, we saw the power of Karma in the anti-dive because the empowered W came out and got 2 massive heals onto Naru, but it wasn't enough in the end, so great execution out of Saigon, and this is a little bit more proactive than we expected to see out of the team. They're 1,000 gold in the lead, and Rose still doesn't look like he's finished. One thing I will say is those freeze frames. Echo, when he's in the game, looks really cool in all of them.
Oh, we had the sick one before with the Revolt of Venomous biting in.
Yeah.
Like, stopped.
The giant
as he's
spider.
about to sink
we also
the fangs
had
in.
one the other day where Graves had just ultied, and he was, like, blasted backwards.
Hey, man, cool guys don't look.
Not ideal, but obviously glass half full right now.
Yeah, still good.
Lovely morning.
Always fine as a shoot. With the pickaxe now, looking a little bit better. Although celebrities like, yeah, you're alone. You have almost no health. I have almost no mana, but I probably have
Let's
more
do
bullets
it.
than you.
Yeah.
But you're actually going to clear the wave out now. And here comes the cavalry.
Turret dive.
Here comes the Doge. He's got the flash. Puts up the W. Doesn't
Oh.
quite carry him to the tower, though. Stomach was ready without the ulti. But still enough damage if he managed to land the stun. I
And
think.
now Jinky and Ro one more time looking for a turret dive.
Fabulous. Already 50% health. The dive can come back in. Rose does it. The ulti. Ulti's on the spot. Does get splash damage there. Echo should be safe there. Did have to flash to get out of the way, but Nara going to lock up Levita here in the mid lane. That's a minion straight into it. And a very cheeky bit of poke there from Levita as the Doge is back in mid.
Yeah, so here goes Dumbledore one more time, but not successful. So finally, Supermassive look like they're getting beaten around the map a little bit, and Fabulous's lane is starting to bleed profusely. That's a 30 CS, as well as 2 kills, probably nearly a third in that bottom lane is the one I was thinking of. But yeah, wow, this is honestly surprising out of Saigon Jokers because they're not normally that early game team.
No, they're not. And it's been, kind of back to the more CC-heavy junglers here for Jinky as he's going to go back on the Storm Edge. Actually, huge damage onto the Graves, but Graves will answer back here. Naru locked up there, the Doge. He's going to try and
Double
kick one out. He
teleport.
finds Jinky, and this could be the response they want. Lock up there from Naru on the snare, but Rose here as well is going straight for the dive. Naru looks to be in a whole host of trouble, but Fabulous is TP down as well.
Yeah, so everyone get in there. It looks like the double teleports are coming up massive. Dumbledore also in good position and gets a stun up on Lysandra. Detective work here. I'm going to say that mid laners die, everyone else escapes. But will be interesting to see if that is the case.
Yep, Naru Doge down. Levita does die.
Ah,
Look at you.
Yeah, but I didn't think Doge would die. Now Fab in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, he's good flash, but I'm not sure it's enough. Does get stunned. Rogue gets his 4th kill of the game.
Ro is massive
Yeah, he's
right
huge.
now. And don't get me wrong, I am unapologetically really harsh on Echo right now because I think he is in a strong place, but it's one of those champions that people don't really know how to maximize and are just picking him for no reason, just because he is that flavor of the month. Right now, Ro looks like he understands the ins and out of Echo very, very well.
And it's been a partnership from him and Jinky that's really got this game off to a blisteringly fast start. Love the push here from Supermassive, continuing to keep calm and play the map. They're 3K behind.
They're
Before
going to be
even that
5K
up.
behind because
Yeah.
they're going to lose bottom lane as well.
Have to make these trades, so
Come on.
Storm Edge getting chased. Issues, but not too bad. And looks like Nari was able to defend bottom lane. I think Tower may have already gone down.
Yeah, look like it. So that is a huge advantage right now for Saigon Jokers. And what we have learnt of the team, and one thing that I'm actually going to... Dragon still pulled out. We'll see whether this eventuates in anything. All right, cool. So Saigon Jokers in the GPL are known to be a reactive team. They're known to capitalize on mistakes. If anyone watches the GPL, there's some silly aggressive teams in there. So just because they play passive in the GPL doesn't mean they can't play aggressive on the IWC stage. Because, once again, GPL is known for early team fighting, grouping up around Dragon. If you look at the bloodiness chart in the region, a lot of it is towards the bottom lane, as Naru one more time in a little bit of trouble.
Cleanses out though, should be okay, but Dragon over to Saigon Jokers, and I have to say, the aggression's certainly here today.
Yeah, so... yeah, my overall point is I guess sometimes you have to ignore local tendencies when you go to an international tournament. And Supermassive right now have been caught off guard by at least Jinky as well as Rose aggression. And I think even by Hughes, who's got around the map very, very well early. And their composition scales into the later stages. So it's not like it gets better for Supermassive right now.
And I think it's very impressive from Sue as well to out-rotate Dumbledore. Of course, he was trying to roam out, but he's been beaten to the punch quite a few times. And again, collectively 6-0 and 5 are the top lane and jungler for Saigon Jokers of the 7 kills they have this game. They've converted well for objectives also. They've actually even up in Dragons, but they have the turret lead. But again, about 4K up. And it just feels so easy for Jinky to gank this lane.
Yeah, exactly right. And time again, that is what has been what's going down there, even invading the jungle. One thing I will mention is if you have double outers in the top and bottom down, mid lane becomes this huge vocal point, and this is where Gragas really does shine at being able to repel sieges, as well as kind of kick them off if he's on the other team. So diving mid lane right now is a huge risk, because if you ever come from behind the turret, the 2 mid lane turrets are that close together, you get hit on the wrong side of a Gragas barrel, you fly into the tier 2, and you kind of have nowhere to go. So with Gragas on your team, really, really hard to execute against if you're Saigon Jokers on these turret dives.
It is, but Rift Herald picked up, and a wonderful looking rotation starting now for the Jokers as we've got Levita bottom lane with the TP on list, ready to go if he needs to make a play. Rift Herald likely going to be applied to that mid lane. The wave even in a decent spot as Storm Age eats the Cocoons who pop back in.
Yeah, Stormage is not having the game that he had yesterday, certainly. Is up in gold, but has been well and truly outganked by the Elise player.
Expect that in the matchup, but certainly maybe not to play out. Like, Elise can do it, but it's impressive that Jinky has done it.
Yep. The other thing important to note is even though Achu is running into his 2-item spike in the next couple of minutes, because of how well Lucian has farmed and having an extra turret, looks like he's going to reach his at the exact same time, which is scary because
These items are not the same gold amount. Celebrity going in onto Naru, though. That is needless aggression, I'll say.
yeah.
I like the panache, but maybe not the execution.
Yeah, double summoner spells used there, and I'm going to say that I didn't even like the aggression because like Lucian can dance around, but Naru had already thrown out 2 Qs, nailed both of them, so it was kind of like the gig was up at that point, like just, you know, bow out gracefully.
Well, that's the first time the Saigon Joker's aggression in this game maybe cost them, but it does not take Celebrity down. It'll just delay any sort of push they were looking for, but it looks like the Rift Tower may have worn off for the most part, and that mid tower will stand strong. Ro, though, top lane, looking very threatening. He's got a Sheen, a Spectre's Cowl, and a finished Sunfire versus just that Spirit Visage for Fab. Stormage Joe gonna eat a Cocoon. Winter's Bite follows in, but the Doge there to protect them.
And one more time, just going to repeat that it's very hard to dive this mid lane turret. So what are they doing instead? They're pressing up the side lanes, potentially looking for roams through the jungle to capitalize on here for Saigon Jokers. Iceborne Gauntlet has been finished up by Achu, so he's looking much more aggressive.
Oh, that Cocoon almost hitting there onto the Ezreal as Supermassive are looking to defend this tier 2. Doing a nice job so far, I will say. And I do like, again, the map movement they looked for. I think the Rift Tower's absent, though, so not going to get the extra benefit out of the push. And looks like they'll just have to pull away, unfortunately. No Dragon to fall back to. Maybe looking for something a bit naughty there. I'm not sure Chu's going to buy it.
Yeah, no, don't think so either. As Ro now in this mid lane.
1v1 looking good. Not too much on the 1v2, perhaps.
But he's, like, styling on people
Yes.
right now. Throwing out the Time Wider, slows down Naru, able to dash away, then comes back in for some cheeky damage onto Fab. It's not really all that phased, has picked himself up the Sheen, so he's looking aggressive as well.
And needs more aggression. Ro looking for the stun, doesn't land it. Getting chunked a bit, but should be okay with the ultimate, if nothing else. We have a bit of a stalemate, sort of here in the mid lane, as Saigon Joker's still farming up, sort of playing back to maybe some of their tendencies from the local league. But again, they'll be patient here, probably just waiting between dragons at this point.
Yeah, there's not really much point in pushing the tempo right now. Double Doge looks, as Teleport comes out of Ro.
This looks like the mistake they want to try and punish. It is Ro, and does get kicked out by the Doge, but here's Levita now in. Going to try and lock someone down. Does get Double Doge there with the snare. Lands in there with the ulti. And that's going to be a first kill there. Sue able to pick that up on the Poppy. And what a freeze there.
Yeah, so Poppy does fall down. Double Doge unfortunately dies, but he does it in style, I think it's very fair to say, as a really nice double teleport play. Yeah.
Lysandra ulti for the mid-Q as we got back in. Fabulous are able to slay Sue on the other side as he's going to go down to Celebrity. Ro ulti's on the spot for a bit of extra health, but Supermassive going to shove down mid lane.
Yeah, so 2-for-1 special there, but Supermassive with inside track into the mid lane means that they're able to get some damage.
Might just
Nicely
get
done.
this, actually.
Looks like they're going to push for it, but Echo W was coming out, parallel convergence. I heard it, didn't see it.
At least wrapping around right-hand side as well. So it could be a collapse if the Saigon Jokers are far enough up their lane to try and answer this.
And here we go.
Yep, it is there. Looks like Nara going to get jumped on here. Ro going to keep chasing in, but a good snare from Nara out from the W should be enough to protect him. And Chu goes in, straight in for it, but now he's got to flash out of the way. Still cutting around, but I think he's going to go down.
Yeah,
and
he does.
That was a little too much.
Yeah, it certainly was. He put on the dancing shoes because he just got the transform of the Muramana. What a play, but honestly, maybe one more time a little bit too aggressive out of an AD carry, trying to do it all by themselves. So it is 10-4 right now. Pretty much a 4.5.
Yep. Same gold lead we've had kind of at the start of the game where Saigon Jokers were able to get themselves a lead. So they haven't really grown it since that point. And they Supermassive didn't get the tier 2 though in mid. So
Static Shiv picked up for Celebrity. Now I've got a rant about this one,
All right.
and we have a pause at the right time.
Perfect.
So, yeah, let's go for it. So Lucian has some cool combos that he can use. His W into dash is generally how you see him kick off team fights. Rapid Fire Cannon actually means that you don't have to dash first. You can W, get the movement speed as Dumbledore caught.
well,
No, chips in the night. Yeah, so if you go Rapid Fire Cannon over Static Shiv, you're able to W, you get the ranged auto attacks, that speeds you up, then you can Q and start flying around the rift as now Naru caught up, or is he?
Yeah, Levita forced to ulti. Oh, very good play from Fab, but he doesn't quite land the ulti onto someone for a back. Saigon Joker still moving in, but not going to keep going aggressive.
So that's actually an impressive play out of Su as opposed to a bad play out of Fab, because he got the door up in time, and that meant that it kind of just hit the front target. But Supermassive able to get a dragon,
Sneaky.
even though they're 4,000 down. So that is a nice play there.
Very sneaky indeed. Kind of swoop in and take the dragon with Fabulous trying to make a play in mid lane. I do like it. And now maybe even chasing for some kills here. No real cooldowns, I don't think. Nara can maybe speed the team up and get them involved, but they're kind of out of CC unless you want to count a Chew. Don't think the Doge is in the area to try and swoop somebody up on the Poppy. We'll have to find out. Fab, though, used his cooldowns. I think expended the flash for the play mid as well.
Yeah, he did. So good flash body slam. Not good response out of Su to be able to block the cast. So a little bit, I guess, ambitious there for Fab if the Braum is going to be in that group. But you can see that this Supermassive lineup, even though they're down, more than willing to throw their weight around a little bit because they do have a mid-game spiking comp. Karma, Ezreal, Gragas, all very, very good. Rose seems to hold a lot of the power right now for the Saigon Jokers. Probably where they want it. Top lane Echo pretty good on the current patch, so have to see whether they're able to make any of that work for themselves.
Certainly do. And probably a bit more time to talk about that Lucian as
yeah.
well.
Cool. So rapid fire cannon.
Yep.
Like, so you W, you get the rapid fire cannon procs, you speed up, then you're able to E around the fight, get another double tap in. So what it does, in a sense, going rapid fire cannon over static shift, it gives you 2 free autos.
Yep.
Which, when you think about it,
That's a lot of damage.
it's pretty damn massive on an AD carry, especially the later the game goes. And you never go double Zeal item on Lucian, so it's not like you can get both of them at any point. So I just like the range. It also helps out with Siege, because if you look at the Siege, Lucian, very short range. Lissandra and Elise are the only 2 other range. They're also very short range. So unless they win a team fight here, there's not much chance to Siege into it. Whereas throwing out a W, getting the double proc from the rapid fire cannon onto the turret, also really worthwhile in a Siege sense. So I just think the rapid fire cannon, unless you're under serious threat and need the Phantom Dancer, is much more appropriate on Lucian on the current patch.
Have to agree. And again, we do have a delay here, so apologies. So we're going to get ourselves back in the game ASAP, but it's been a pretty good one so far. Saigon Jokers, surprising level of aggression there to start the game off, but I feel like they have sort of, again, fallen back into maybe a comfortable place that's too comfortable and just delayed the game a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the problem is they don't really have a way to siege up, right?
Yeah.
So what that means is, like, what do you fight over? Objectives? Well, unfortunately, Supermassive were just able to take the dragon out from underneath your nose. You didn't really get anything on that mid lane engage. Double teleport play was down for a little bit, so they had a 5-minute window-ish where they weren't able to make some of these. So I just think that, it's not really a style choice right now, but like an error of their composition. Their composition does some things very well. Bully 1-3-1. Double teleport when it's up, massive. They're able to get little skirmishes. But sieging, not really all that easy for this composition, so quite hard.
We've seen it again as we do pop back into the game, engaging also
Whoa.
more reactive than anything else.
That is now an 8,000 gold lead and 15
Wow.
to 4. So let's do some detective
Alrighty.
work. Lucian picked up a couple of kills. Another kill and assist picked up for the Echo. He is now on 9 stacks. I think 2 or 3 assists picked up for the Elise as well. And they were able to grab, it looks like, no turrets. So that's all that gold is completely off team fights and minions.
Yep. Might have had one on the dragon fight, although this...
That's
Baron.
Baron, yeah.
We figured it out. Apologies again that we did have a delay in there, but seems like Baron got picked up by Saigon Jokers, able to get themselves a team fight win and the Baron itself, and now we'll see what damage they can get done. So that's a way to swing a game.
This could be a new game, Tweet in at home what you think happened during that time.
We will take entries.
As we see Lissandra and Lucian able to break this siege in the mid lane. And of course, as always, one thing that will help out any team that has very little siege is Baron. So Saigon Jokers maximizing the turrets that they're taking. They're now 11,000 gold in the lead and looking very dominant.
So, again, did miss a bit there, but I think we filled in the blanks here, and very strong play there from Saigon Jokers. Didn't even consider, actually, maybe one of the ways to make this comp work was around the Baron, but they clearly figured it out. Now they're off to a huge lead in this game as Zondi's now picked up for Levita. Going to make maybe some of that playmaking potential a little bit bigger. He is sort of the primary engaged like you described.
He's also 4 items, because I count boots of items.
Yep.
Weird caster in that way,
That's
but yeah,
fine.
he's absolutely massive. One thing I will say is Celebrity's going for an IE. Don't love the pickup just because you kind of need lifesteal. I spoke about it a little bit last game, but double lifesteal seems to be gaining traction on Lucian because he is kind of a brawler AD carry. as Celebrity kills someone.
Yeah, blown up there actually as the Doge just gets taken out by all the damage. Again, Saigon Joker's doing a nice job sieging up some of these side lanes. They've taken 4 turrets already and they have 2 in their front of
Naru.
their mind. Naru may be locked up here. Pavita going to go in, but he ults himself. Naru, though, chunked out. A Celebrity's able to take him down. Stormage now chased on the other side as well. That right-hand side looking real weak.
Yeah, certainly is, and all of a sudden they're going to burst down mid lane. I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually nearly the game for Saigon Jokers because they have got some momentum running down that mid lane. They had a creep wave prepped already. Naru held the cleanse through the first CC, and although that didn't directly result in his death, the follow-up CC did, so double summoner spells burnt and he still falls down. Mid laner for Supermassive not having the best game. We already mentioned that the win over the Chiefs was impressive, but that was a single game and they looked very prepared. This time versus the Saigon Jokers, a team like GPL is just such a hard region to prepare for in general because honestly, I watch a little bit of it and it's impossible to gauge the relative strength of these teams because on any given day they beat each other.
Yeah.
So Saigon
Even the
Jokers,
final that they won was a 5-game slugfest. Like, I can understand that.
yeah, so I think that Supermassive has just been a little bit blindsided by how well Saigon Jokers are playing this game so far.
And it's almost like they got baited sort of with the info we got. You know, they're more of a reactive team. They love their double TP. Like, they'll play a bit of a slower game. You can afford to scale and maybe play into them. And sure, they picked a comp that felt like it fit that style, but they did not play the comp in that slow way at all.
And it was all around the top lane, right? Credit where credit's due. Ro went off. From level 1 was pressuring out FabFab, and FabFab we know likes to be a lane bully, so that's why I thought he was taking the Graves. And I think that they'll look at that and be like, you know, Stormage had a great game, had a great game on the Gragas.
Yep.
Now we put him on Graves. We could have swapped that one around a little bit maybe, made both players a little bit more comfortable, but, you know, it just didn't work out that way. And in the end, it's going to be a rough mid game.
Yeah, and I'm not sure it's necessarily the champion that's causing the biggest problems. I think
That was
Echo,
a lane assignment, I think.
Yeah, and like but they knew they were giving Echo over, right? So you have to think in this draft, if you're Supermassive, you're like, okay, we're not banning it. They'll likely pick it up. It was a very straightforward first pick, and like, okay, we've thought about this. What's our counter? And they've already thought about what they want to do, but maybe didn't think that one extra step because Rogue clearly caused them problems, especially with Jinky in tandem.
Yeah, I completely agree. But the other thing you have to look at is both teams blind lane swap. So I think that Supermassive were like, okay, cool. We're going to lane swap away from the Echo. We're going to keep it down. He double jungles well, but does need some farm to go into the 1-3-1. Otherwise, you know, there are potentials for us to be able to collapse on him and take him off the map. We have a game plan to deal with this. And then the lane swap was matched, and they were like, okay, this is still okay. We got first blood on Dumbledore. This is all going to plan. What they didn't account for was how, like, Elise and Echo both have turrets resets. They're so good at diving, and it's very hard to dive a Gragas because of all the CC in his kit, but they've just been able to execute on it time and time again. That just created this big hole when you have, like, pretty much a utility top laner now at this point. May as well be a Maokai because of, like, he's just tanking and not doing much else. Difficult to overcome that.
And do we maybe look at adjusting that sort of lane swap? Because we've seen, you know, that's kind of a soft lane swap, I'll call it, because everyone's spreading out neutrally, and then you guess it may be a blind swap there as well. Do you maybe just go for the hard swap and just smack it back in there and say, we are getting deep vision and making sure the swap happens?
Yeah, completely agree. We jump back into game, guys, so we are going to take restock of what has happened. It is now a 14,000 gold lead. Just those 2 kills picked up on the back end of the mid lane push. But Lucian is absolutely massive. Celebrity going off one more time.
And Ro did it. He upgraded into the Magi's. Probably have plenty of stacks there, so I'm not sure I can blame the man.
Yeah, I like it, actually, because he's so tanky right now that he's not going to die regardless, and it gives him some offensive feel. If he goes into something like a Dead Man's Plate, I agree with it even more. There was also talk at one point, like, bear with me for a second here, but if you get really fed,
yes,
and you get those 3 items, and you're kind of unrivaled in the split push, just go towards Gwinsu's Rage Blade.
Oof.
You know, you got the Magi's already. Grab the Gwinsu.
Just get in there.
Yeah, just get in there.
Well, Ro, certainly scary one way or the other. Rage Blade aside, as Baron is going to respawn. Saigon Jokers did pick up the last one and did hella damage with it, as you can see. 6 turrets down. They didn't break the base. That's about the good news here for Supermassive at this stage, because they are horrendously behind in gold. Saigon Jokers have just come to play today, and they've brought out some of that aggression, probably back from Southeast Asia.
All right, so let's take a look at the items right now. That was my Joe Miller. That was good. The Iceborne Gauntlet, as well as the Magi's and a Giant's Belt, is what the top laner is up. That's massive. He's pretty much 100 CS and 5 kills worth of gold on top of it. In the mid lane, pretty much an item and a half as well. A full item on the 80 carries. There's just so much right now for Saigon Jokers to work with.
Oh,
You got
no!
it.
Stormmage actually stole the Baron, but the fight is going to start. Naru is going to move in for it, but they'll take the fight instead. Just getting crushed down there as a triple almost comes out. The double actually for Lucian, but 3 kills go over to Saigon Jokers. That's
Right.
a painful Baron.
So operation successful, but the patience still died, I think, in the end there for Supermassive. They're able to get the steal, so heads up play out of their jungler, but it's still 5 members strong, rotating into the base one more time. 4 in the top, 1 in the mid lane. Ro is unrelenting in his pressure, and Celebrity is going to make short work of these structures.
Yeah, and this is going to be a break here in the top side of the map. Inhibitor turret down. That inhibitor will fall. Do not worry.
Yeah, it certainly will. So 3 members still dead, breaking into the base.
And I like the idea there. Like, Saigon Jokers, they saw Stormmage. They were like, he's coming in.
They pulled
pull
off.
off the Baron. Try and burst him down. Great steal, honestly, out of the Graves to get all the burst in there.
End of the line, collateral damage, smite. Collateral damage is an execute as well. That is so much burst damage that comes across. Sure, you can make the argument with Elise. You have also pretty similar execute damage in the smite as well as the Venomous Bite. But, you know, heads up play out of Supermassive. They make the best of a bad situation. Bad news was everyone else can go over the wall. So what do? Everyone goes over the wall and absolutely destroy the team.
Yeah, and that's one of those things where if you make that play, it probably has to be a clean steal, and then maybe your jungler dies for it, and that's about it. Instead, Saigon Jokers, they make the right play, they react effectively to what was happening, and they're able to take things down and actually get the team fight after and then break the base. Like, that was the issue with the last Baron that they got, is that they couldn't break into the base and take an inhib. Pretty much the same thing there with the last Baron, even though they didn't get it. They take the second Baron effectively and then get what they want out of it, which is to break the base.
Yeah, they certainly do. So in the end, really, really nicely played there. I think that when you have a look at this game, you're just going to say that Supermassive completely underestimated the early game of Saigon Jokers. And that's what it's continually come down to. You know, the top lane went all over the shop. Everywhere else on the map kind of didn't catch up. You know, you had a scaling Ezreal that was going to buy a tier. He's against the Lucian. That's a little bit of an oversight there. Lucian is such a huge lane bully. They don't secure the lane swap. I just think that the back and forth in this game really was dictated from like minute number 1 by the Saigon Jokers, and even though their duo lane struggled a little bit, in the end it was all okay because Lucian went back, got a tier. Like, that's not a huge deal.
Yeah, no, just excellent work, honestly, from the Saigon Jokers. Pressure from Jinky has been good. Ro and him have had a great partnership there, and again, it's just snowballed the lanes. And we're starting to see a lot of this in the tournament. It's funny, we talk about metagames in tournaments, best of one. It's a little harder to prepare for because obviously you have to prepare for your individual match, but I think there are overall things in the tournament that teams are starting to pick up on. And what I can say after watching almost a day and a half at this point, is that aggression seems to be very rewarded for this format, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's a punishing format, and it's designed to be that way for a reason. You play everyone once, and I guess the surprise punch is going to be the deadliest. So, you know what? I'm going to say the tournament meta right now, Lissandra, double TP, and Lucian bottom lane seems to be coming up massive. I mean, Kalista did win last game, but I think that's more of Radia's preference towards utility than it is outright damage, because Lucian, from what I've seen so far, has been absolutely dominant. The other thing that I want to point out is it doesn't seem like Nidalee Kindred are the sparks that junglers were looking for.
No.
Back into game and double inhib.
Like, they're getting banned a lot as well, but I agree. There's just not... They're not as strong as we've seen them in other regions. Graves has been a big pick. Even the ganking junglers, Gragas and Elise, have sort of made their way back as well, which has been...
Not over. Don't worry about that.
It's not. It's okay.
Still here.
Game's still being played as well. Again, apologies for the delays, but we'll piece together the game as we can. It's always fun.
It is.
Trying to play
It's kind of a detective game now. So away from typical color casting, now hard mode color casting, and I think I am ready.
I believe you are too, sir. I've seen your ability. It is rather strong. But again, from what we can gauge, Saigon Jokers looking good still in the game there. Supermassive. I'll have to see if they can pull out a pretty big comeback here in this game, because the gold's starting to get pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, can't really see what's going on, but double inhibitor down top and mid lane, and the amount of pressure that they have all over the map with double TP, you think that this game, don't want to call it before it's over.
No,
but it's
'cause
pretty
not,
close.
But it does seem, close to sealed, if nothing else here. Probably take a step back and talk a bit more about the tournament format as a whole. Cool, actually. Again, going from best of ones to best of fives, there's clearly a difference there. Ooh, actually, a fight's breaking out. Hello. Lucian actually got a kill into a turret, so not too bad there. We are going to keep moving in for it. Ooh. Fight still happening out.
I can hear
Echo's
it.
fighting, I can tell you that much. Power convergence down.
That was a culling.
Going to move back in. Dives in, does get the stun, I don't think he got anyone. Ezreal ulti out. Echo's really doing it. He's very loud, actually.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of work.
So all jokes aside, actually, a lot of what I see in game is actually audio cues from champion abilities and
Yeah.
stuff. So actually, just hearing the game's kind of fun because I do hear a lot. Unfortunately, Echo's sounds are very specific and quite loud. And Ro's doing a lot of things at the moment because he's very large and has had a really big game. So that mostly just sounded like Echo hitting buttons, which was quite fun.
There was a culling in there, and there was also a true shot barrage. So I can tell you those two things. I could also tell you, because of the gold lead, that Supermassive probably lost that team fight. And because they also had broken the turret, I'm going to go as far as to say that that was probably game.
Yeah, that was the last inhib left, I believe. So Saigon Jokers looking pretty strong and likely closed out that game. They did win the game. We can confirm Saigon Jokers able to take the upset there. And unfortunately, again, apologies for some of those delays. But you can see kind of how we feel in the game. Like, that was just dominant aggression.
Yeah, it certainly was. So, like, let's just recap. So, Saigon Jokers did win that game. When you're running something like Ezreal and Ezreal Karma, if you fall behind because of how linear the champions are going to be, it's going to be really, really hard to claw your way back into that. So what happened was Echo got ahead. That started trickling across the rest of the map. Then all of a sudden, Celebrity got massive on Lucian as well. He's pumping out all this damage, and there's just no response because the tanks weren't big enough for Supermassive to be able to deal with it. So I think that Saigon Jokers, great scouting, once again, come into this game very prepared, but Supermassive, they fumble a little bit there and get out-comped pretty hard.
Certainly do, and after such a great day one, it is unfortunate to see the side drop again, but still plenty left to play here as the Saigon Jokers will join Hard and Random at 2-0 as undefeated. Don't go too far away though. International Wildcard Invitationals up after this.
Everybody's got their goals, but don't look away. Gotta stare 'em down to let them go. I will be the ground beneath your feet, pull you out from underneath. Hold on to me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Wildcard Invitational. Unfortunately, we have been experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties here, and we just want to apologize for that. My name is Max Rogi for Foglia. Joining me on the desk is Jake Spawn Tiberi, and we're just going to go over the results of today as of so far. Straight up, we see Chiefs taking out a very convincing win against Ints Esport, which was a really great game to watch. And then Saigon Jokers got a massive 20k gold lead to finish out that one over Supermassive Esports.
Yeah, of course, Detective Spawn judged that the early game from Saigon Jokers was a lot to do with that victory. So even though it was a pretty convincing closeout that unfortunately weren't able to see, guys, so apologies for that. It was pretty one-sided affair. And, you know, Supermassive have to go back to the drawing board after that because it's not what they wanted coming into this. Supermassive, a team that we hyped up a lot, you know, best of both Besiktas and Dark Passage was how I described the team. They're kind of fumbling it right now. So I think that Saigon Jokers now get that big boost. I think everyone was kind of confused what team was going to come out of the GPL, and it looks like Saigon Jokers definitely, at least after the first couple of games, now 2-0, are here to play.
Yeah, we only got to see one game from each team yesterday, and both looked quite strong, so it was a bit of a surprise to see Supermassive not pulling out a win like they did yesterday. But coming into the next game, we have Hard Random taking on Lion Gaming.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one because Random, they're currently 2-0, and in my opinion, they're the team to beat out of the CIS region, Commonwealth Independent States. It's going to be really difficult to take these guys down because they have different champion pools. You know, like he plays so much different things.
Yeah.
You know, see the time catch, we see the Bard. He's such a monster right now. Kira, he's all over the Anivia. 2 games, 2 wins. INTZ Chiefs, they knock them both down. So they have a difficult run at the start of this. Lion Gaming probably the first team that you would expect them to pull out a win versus. Yep. But what a turnaround from this IWC team. I mean, when they went into IWCQ, they looked pretty like average. But going into A, of course, they picked up a huge victory there. I think that this is a team that is very exciting and looking forward to see how they progress throughout the rest of the tournament.
Look, Hard Random have been impressing the heck out of all of us here. So really excited to see what happens when some of their more comfort champions get picked away. We've got Smurf in the top lane, Steros in the jungle, Kira in the mid, the Anivia God, Miracle and Lyric rounding that one out on support.
Yeah, exactly right. So as you mentioned, a lot of comfort picks for these teams. You know, the Bard, the Tahm Kench. We're talking about the Anivia as well. I'm having mental blanks all day. But Smurf also is impressive up there in the top lane. You know, Stairhorse, there's Jungler, also really good. So I think that they are an overall pretty well-balanced team. I think that this is a team that lots of people would have overlooked just because of past results, but are certainly showing the first couple of days that they're here to play. And if they pick up 3-0 right now, I mean, this is going to be difficult for other teams to crawl back from, especially trying to play catch-up to them because they've already gone through Chiefs. They've already gone through INTZ. Like, the hard job is over. Theoretically, I mean, you still got Saigon Jokers who are playing very well. Supermassive, another team you have to look out for. But this should be like a little bit more of the downhill run now for Hard Random coming in. Unfortunately for Lion, though, very hard to come back from 0-2.
Yeah, Hard Random have yet to show any real weaknesses, but a team that have yet to find their footing in Lion Gaming here, currently 0-2, sitting at the bottom of the table right now, looking for them to pull out a win here, really regroup. They've had a bit of downtime to kind of think about what went wrong in those first two games and rectify those mistakes.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that, you know, you look at their jungler and AD carry and Thiak and Saya to try and lead this team to something good. Saya, of course, pretty impressive down there in the AD carry position, but not having the best tournament so far. So I think that looking at Hard Random, I didn't see any weakness, like so to speak. But you know, if Lion Gaming could potentially have a look and see if they can come in, it would be certainly like Arce, Saya, you maybe look at their bottom lane, but it's honestly going to be a hard fight.
Yeah, and on the side of Hard Random, again, they just have so much solid players. Every single time they fell behind in their first game, they never played like they were behind. They had a strategy and they stuck to it, and they kept doing it until it worked, eventually breaking the base of ints and showing off just what an Anivia pick combined with a Bard can really achieve.
Yeah, exactly right, and I like the diverse pickups they have there. I mean, when you have a look at Kira, Rusty was talking about it a lot. He's definitely a master. He maxes out E, he chucks the second point in Q, then, you know, maxes out the wall. There's just so much catch potential. You pair it with something like a Bard, creates artificial terrain for him to be able to stun in. There was just so many good things to, like, highlight about that composition and how they played it as a whole. And I think that when you have a look at it, like, the later that game went, the more they felt comfortable in going into the latter stages and picking up the eventual win. One thing that I do want to point out is, like, the fact that, you know, they are two champions that you can maybe pick on in the laning phase. Anivia has to push. Like, it's something that we talk about, you know, very wave clear centric there. Can be dove, can, like, naturally be aggressed on. If they go with something like a Bard, of course, lane swaps become a lot more important in trying to beat him around the map and see if you can out macro a team like Hard Random. But with how safe their compositions have been, once again, there's small things that you can look at, but there's nothing really that's standing out as in, like, this is the way to beat these teams. Whereas Chiefs games yesterday, I was like, all they have to do is play a little bit more aggressive. They'll be able to do this. INTZ's games, it was like, don't fumble around the Baron. Like, there are very obvious weaknesses. Right now, maybe the early game for Hard Random is where we're looking, but even that is a little bit of a stretch.
Yeah, they have a lot of potential in their team compositions because right now they've got a few of these unique niche picks. It'll be interesting to see once they're taken away, maybe in bans, maybe picked away, what they default to. I'm sure they can play the current meta of that tanky top laner well, but it's going to be up to them to pull it out.
So that's the thing, right? Like, do you really go away from, like, do you ban the Bard, Tahm Kench, and Anivia, right? That's what we're talking about, like the three comfort picks, right? So if you do that, like Echo, Poppy,
there's so much
Nidalee,
left.
Kindred, Sivir, like Kalista that we've seen a lot of red side bans.
Yeah.
Lucian is another power pick. There are just so many power picks right now that if you do that, like, first pick becomes huge, and then the next two subsequent picks you get, because you kind of get like the two kind of pseudo counters, because you'll see right now in a power meta you get to counter pick much earlier than you do in like a standard meta, because like when people first pick things like Poppy top or Echo top, you're like, okay, cool, I understand that where that is going. I can get a solo lane counter pick very early in a draft. So blue side also has its strengths right now in the draft if all of those picks go through, which is why specific banning, target banning, very dangerous in the current patch.
Yeah, you're exactly right. But then, of course, we got to give some credit to Lion Gaming. Despite going 0-2 right now, they looked quite strong in their first game. So definitely showing some signs of life and a lot of potential here. Of course, their second game can't really sing the same song as it was quite a one-sided affair.
Yeah, it certainly did look to be that way. You know, game one up against Isra. They're kind of rivals between
Yeah,
Lassen
yeah.
and Lan. They did put up a good fight, as you said. As I said, I look towards the bottom lane of this particular lineup. We've seen Lion Gaming so many times come through in the IWC. They are quite an experienced lineup now. We saw Seiya as well as Ase at the IWCs, and you know Thiak was there as well. And this is a team, they're a little bit sporadic, a little bit unpredictable. I mean, Seiya is a great Ezreal player, so they do like to scale a little bit, and it's just something that once again, they can cause upsets here, but I don't think they're necessarily coming into any of these games as favorites. It takes a lot of the pressure off, but it also means that, you know, as we said, they're going to be fighting that uphill battle.
It's always interesting to see how teams do when they are the dominant force in their region coming into these international events, really getting to play with the best of the best. So really looking forward to see them kind of rekindle that spark that led them to #1 in the LAN region.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, it's something that maybe a conflict in style here and whether that will be a little bit more comfortable against the scaling of the CIS region because it is something that's very similar.
Sure.
But I think that, once again, aggression seems to be the name of the game of the tournament so far. We can talk about tournament meta, you know, the Lucian pick, the Echo pick, the ability to go forward. Lissandra is turning up huge. And this is something that, you know, CIS, they're able to rebut because of their cool champion pools in the Anivia. But on the other side of Lion Gaming, it doesn't seem to be the same.
Yeah, so Lissandra seems to be the go-to pick right now. Every team that has picked her up has seen moderate success. So maybe we've got that trend where the tournament is developing its own little meta here, picking and banning away based on past results. As every team's going to play each other once, they're going to get a lot of chance to look into these games, get some extra research down, a little bit more practice just by proxy.
Yeah, it definitely is the case. And, you know, we always talk about it with best of ones that it is kind of that coin flip where if you see something you can figure out for one game and then the team doesn't get a chance to respond to it. So definitely something there. Maybe there's a cool pick against Anivia that they're looking at, something like an assassin to try and get some early dominance down. But once again, like, Yuri's got his work cut out for him. I think Juril also has work cut out for him in the top lane. Like, unfortunately
exactly right.
for this team, it's just, like, when you look at Smurf and Kira, they're just such solid laners, and they team fight very well together as a team. Hard Random as a team has been together for quite some time. I mean, they've won the last 3 CIS, and they've been dominant for quite, like, even further before that. So I think this is a team that you just look at. They're just so good at being able to work as a team, scale into those later stages, and they just fight so well.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how they're going to be drafting themselves around these comfort picks at Hard Random. So obviously have, maybe like you said, they have that Anivia counter in mind. Do they leave it up, pick something they're confident that can either beat her in lane or outscale her, or do they just go for the safe bet and ban it away?
Well, first things first, nothing really outscales Anivia, so I don't think that's a good game plan. You know, maybe a Cassinan does, but that's like stretching. I think that Anivia, as far as like, if you're a good Anivia player, it's kind of that champion that does a lot, has burst damage, has wave clear, has great zone control because she can create terrain. And against Kira, I think you just ban it. Like, we've learnt this time and time again. Like, he's had 2 games on it. Congratulations, Kira. You are still a very good Anivia player. You probably won't see it for the rest of the tournament. So, like, that's what I'm actually expecting to see here. And then it's, what does he go to after that? You know, is he going to play utility? Is he going to play control? Like, things like Azir do a pretty similar job to Anivia with the Emperor's Divide as well as the Sand Soldiers that come up. So, you know, there are still options in the champion pool there for the Hard Random mid laner. But it all depends on, like, does the adaptation come out from Lion Gaming, and then what is the response from Hard Random?
A lot of potential picks for him here, and we mentioned as well how well Licorice did on that Bard and the Kench. That just means he's doing so well on these off-meta champions. I'm keen to see him on Braum and Alistair, just being that tanky frontline, using that sense he has to find the right engages, the cracks in the wall, get through, knock up that backline, and really kind of open the door for his team to get in there.
Well, even more impressive, like, let's evaluate what Tahm Kench and what Bard do. So Bard is a great long-range initiator, he's a lane bully, and he has really good, like, cheeky CC as well as a magical journey. So he's like a funny champion to play, right? Tahm Kench, all about saving. Not really all that much of a lane bully because he is melee. I mean, as he gets the Sightstone and some health, he can start putting down a little bit of hurt, but a very different feel on the champion. And the fact that he was able to swing from such an aggressive playstyle to such a passive playstyle, saving people, you know, just go back to the turret dive where the Chiefs, you know, swept the Anivia into the turret, exit up. What does he do? Just gobbles her up, runs away. They win the team fight quite handily versus the Chiefs. I think it's shown that, you know, he is a very versatile support. So things like Braum, things like Alistar will come quite naturally to a player like that. And I look down hard random, and they've just got classy players everywhere. And that's not like so. If you fire these specific bans, like Smurf has already shown, he can be a dominant force in the top lane. I don't know if you can afford to do it with the support. Anivia is a ban I think is stock standard against hard random. I don't think that you attack the Bard or the Tahm Kench here because he's already proven that he's got a very wide array of supports he can play.
Yeah, Lion Gaming definitely have their work cut out from him, but they've got some superstars in their midst as well. Saya, quite a beast when given his correct champions on that ADC role. We've seen this tournament be very ban focus towards that bot lane marksman. A lot of Kalista bans, a lot of Sivir bans. I think Sivir was 100% pick or ban yesterday. The only game we haven't seen her played in were the first 2 of today.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, Saya is the one that, you know, when we saw him in All-Stars especially, did start to catch up. So I think that he is a very good AD carry. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if continual bans go down into that bottom lane for Lion Gaming because that does seem to be their strength.
Yeah, so straight away we've seen Ryze and Nidalee be taken off the table. Ryze in the right hands can be an absolute spell slinger, and when Nidalee starts to get away from you, the ball just continues to roll.
Well, Nidalee is, Nidalee is more that, you have to start snowballing the game, otherwise she can fall off, but she's so successful at it right now. Ryze is more like, anyone can play Ryze. Like, Ryze is a very linear champion. All you have to do is know the combos, and then he'll hit 2 items eventually and become that scaling monster. So I like the respect from hard random here, getting rid of Ryze. And opening up Kira's lane even further. And as I mentioned, Ezreal really good for Saya. So Sivir, Ezreal, and continued target bans towards the AD carry, unfortunately, of Lion Gaming.
Yeah, exactly right. Hitting him where it hurts here. They're definitely going to be feeling that one. So they answer with the Graves ban of themselves, taking that away from Steros.
And Echo. So
Echo.
one more time.
Yeah,
People just not respecting Nivea, mate. I don't know what's going on here, Max, but this is interesting.
It'll be interesting to see if Hard Random prioritize it with the first pick, knowing that I doubt Lion Gaming will be picking that one away, or they leave for the last, get some more of those top priority picks, or maybe Uri thinks he can take his own hand to Olivia.
Yeah, we'll see if he can. Of course, things like Kindred. Let's have a look. Poppy is still available.
Yep.
Kalista is also up there if Miracle wants to pick that one up. So that, imagine Liquid with a Kalista with a Fate Score.
Oh.
That's even more terrifying. So there is a wide array of champions up right now,
Okay.
and it's going to be Kindred.
Yeah, Kindred, a very safe jungle pick. Quite a dominant force when she's able to get ahead, get a few of those marks of the Kindred under her belt. Lamb's Respite, such a game-changing ability.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, when we have a look at this one, let's just quickly evaluate the strengths of Kindred. Jungles very quickly, very healthily, has great dueling potential and a game-changing ultimate. So ticks all the boxes of what you need to be a jungler. Diak was a massive Evelyn player, so would not be surprised to see if he goes back towards something like that. But that's a bully bottom lane hovered right now for Lion Gaming. We already mentioned it, Saya Arce. They need to be able to pull these champions out if they are going to dominate it.
Yeah, locking in that Bard and Lucian. Remember, that takes it away from Liquor at one of his more premier supports we've seen, hitting those cross-map ultis to keep those people in place once he found out they were caught out of position. And Lucian, kind of the star AD carry of this tournament so far, so no surprise to see that locked in. Straight away, Maokai and Kalista. That's what happens when you leave Kalista available in the hands of Miracle.
Yeah, it certainly is, but once again, Bard Lucian should be able to bully this lane. Kalista does have a really impressive 2-item spike, as well as that utility in the AD carry role, but something that, you know, I don't think Lion Gaming are going to be awfully scared, at least of the laning phase of Kalista at this point.
Curious to see how Lion Gaming go about picking their mid. Surely they're expecting the Anivia at this stage. Leaving it open. Hard Random played at both games. I'm sure that Kira has other tricks up his sleeve. If he can play Anivia, I'm sure he can play every other meta mage at the moment.
Yeah, no, Kira's really good. Yeah. He's champion. Like, I mean, we saw him in the 1v1 tournament picking up everything. So I think that that's definitely not a worry right now, and they're going to early pick their mid lane. That makes very little sense to me right now.
Varus is still open, a very good counter to that Azir mid Gragas.
There are so
top
many
or jungle.
counters to Azir right now.
Yep.
Azir is a great pick, don't get me wrong, but if Assassins ever get an isolated lane against him, they will deal with him handily. You know, as you mentioned, Poke also very good against him in the form of Varus. And we are going to see Licorice on the more standard support, it looks like right now. Alistar being hovered. Gragas, be interested to see whether he goes to the jungle position or the top lane. I've seen a little bit of both.
Flexibility of those top champions. A Zillion hover. Haven't seen any Zillion this competition so far, only seen it banned away from the Japanese mid laner.
Yeah, Seros is not going to see it. He's a really good Zillion player. Anything with circles, Seros. That's the way I describe it. And it is actually going to be LeBlanc.
LeBlanc switch at the last minute. You mentioned how good assassins are at dealing with this Azir. So Kira going to show his hand. He's not just a Nivea one-trick pony, but that might be decided
I don't think
later.
anyone was ever going to accuse him of that.
Yeah.
He's a really good player, Kira. Also got to sit down with him at IWCA.
Okay.
Really down-to-earth, chill guy as well. So I think that pretty impressive player. As we also see Lissandra being hovered, potentially Fajiro up in that top lane. It's a difficult matchup against Maokai, however, just because Maokai provides so much damage, CC, and you've got a damage-heavy jungler, and not really going to be able to escape from Maokai Kindred in any quick order is a Lissandra, so it's a risky pick. Also doesn't do as well in a lane swap. There's no real hard initiation. You're relying a lot on your jungler. And we've seen people that want to play carry top laners and tank junglers don't really seem to suit the current meta. So I think there are some questions here if they go with it. Instead, they swap out of Nautilus. Much better pick.
Yeah, it looks like it will be Nautilus up in that top lane. And the Gragi going back to the jungle after we've seen him dominating that top lane, doing quite a good job against some of the more fashionable picks as of late.
Yeah, it is, but then we saw last game, and
You're
I
right.
guess Fab kind of threw a spanner in that one. I was really happy to start hyping up top lane Gragas because it's a pick that I do enjoy. But, you know, not always coming out ahead in these matchups. Has a weak level 1. Kind of needs like 1, 2, and 3 to be even, and then he can start maybe trying to pressure a lane. But we've already seen that Echo more than happy to deal with it, and I think that Maokai would scale perfectly fine versus a Gragas, so can understand going for more of that super tank in the north.
You're exactly right, not providing a lot of CC, a lot of tanky stats here. So over on the side of Hard Random, they've gone for a very different composition. We saw them with a lot of kind of lockdown and poke, but this one it seems like they've got the Kindred going to be jungling up, scaling really well. You've got LeBlanc for that all-in assassination potential on the Azir. So the Azir picked early, you mentioned that's showing your hand a little bit. A lot of counter picks. You sure that was the right decision here, Spawn?
Yeah, no, so I'm not all that wrapped in the Azir. I think that because there is a Lucian as a first pick, it makes a little bit of sense because Azir kind of like keeps your Lucian safe. He has quite a short range 80 carry. He can duck back and forth through that wall, so it's got good synergy there with the 80 carry. But kind of the problem right now is that Kindred Ultimate with Maokai Ultimate, they're kind of the same size. The Maokai Ultimate, of course, that big damage reduction that will go across the Lamb's Respite, and it's very hard to clean up the back end of a team fight. At the same time, he can pull the trigger, pop it, get all of that added damage. Then you've got Callista, who doesn't do upfront damage, can choose when she does her damage. So there's great synergy with Kindred between the rest of this composition. So I think that right now the Hard Random comp suits Hard Random very well in the fact that they're a team fighting team, and as soon as they do choose to pull that trigger, start grouping up and going back towards it, they have a team that is very, like, I guess, safe to execute. Whereas on the side of Lion Gaming, they kind of need the big sweep to come across. That's why they picked up the Azir as a counter to Kindred. Get everyone out of that ultimate at the start of the fight. See whether you can clean up early.
That's exactly right. But looking at that bot lane, we saw just how well Callista Alistar can do in the right hands. Radiant and Ejim absolutely wrecking face. So it's going to be up to the bot lane as well to show the potential of these two champions, and I have faith.
Yeah, I certainly think that, you know, Miracle and Liquid, they have a good lane, especially when it comes to team fighting. I do look over down though at Sayar and RC and just think that these guys, like Bard Lucian, like, that is bully written all over it. I think that they have a very good 2v2. Wouldn't actually be surprised if Hard Random lane swap away from them. I already mentioned that Maokai does very well. I think that's why Nautilus was picked up on the side of Lion Gaming, because they are expecting it, and Nautilus is also really good in a lane swap situation.
Alrighty guys, jumping into the game, we got the 2-0 Hard Random taking on the 0-2 Lion Gaming. Lion Gaming hopefully looking to pick up their first win of the tournament, and Hard Random really wanting to secure that first place spot.
Yeah, so Stehos looking to be aggressive already. Good fan out coming through from both teams, and it looks like another blind lane swap going to be attempted here by Hard Random, but of course it will be matched by Lion Gaming, so nothing really new there.
You mentioned how much of a bully lane that is going to be, so getting matched here, it might be a little bit difficult for them to really utilize the Kalista Alistar power, especially when you have Lucian and Bard. Nowhere is safe. The last place you want to be is behind those minions.
Well, they have power at level 6, right?
True,
So
true.
once they start scaling up, Kalista and Alistar do have power. The problem is they don't have power from level 1, and that's when Lucian and Bard are strong. So it's going to be one of those lanes that they have to be patient with it, stick it out, and see exactly what they can get going, because otherwise, if they get dominated from level 1, Saya and Arce might be able to take over the rest of the map. So it's something that hard random just have to be aware of. Batten down the hatches a little bit, give up a little bit of that early CS
Sure.
and see if they can scale throughout the rest of the game.
I imagine a player like Licorice will be going around roaming on that Alistar trying to make plays.
So that's really dangerous, especially once
reckon?
level 6 hits, because Bard is
Yeah,
he's
of
a pretty
course.
good turret diver. He takes your jungler in behind turrets very, very nicely, especially in that top lane. He can
Yep.
come through the river. He's got Cosmic Binding as well for some CC, and also that ultimate that can stop up turrets. So that's a dangerous tactic if that's what they're going for, especially in a 2v2 lane.
Yep.
So I think that hard random are going to be stuck here, especially if it's standard lanes of just, as I said, trying to slowly lose the lane, keep as much CS coming into them as possible. And if they get an early gank in there, we already mentioned it, but headbutt Polv into Kindred is quite impressive.
Well, straight away we can see how much damage Miracle has already taken in that level 1 exchange. Bard getting that early level 2 due to the chimes, giving him that little bit of experience. Now Lucian on 2 as well, so Lion Gaming really know where the power in their team lineup lies, and they're going to be doing a good job of making sure that's exploited.
Yeah, and I think that across the board they kind of have good matchups with the exception of that mid lane. As actually, First Blood already goes down.
Oh, dang.
And Yuri dies.
So right away we see Kira just winning that 1v1, showing the LeBlanc strength here. So yeah,
that was a solo kill. So once again,
Straight through
Kira,
barrier.
master of 1v1s. Don't know why I doubt him at all. I said that there's going to be good lanes apart from that mid lane matchup, and you know what?
Yep.
Kira proves me right. He just kills him.
Yeah, that is straight up Azir just getting outplayed, being able to burn through the barrier, the flash even. So
this is why I didn't like it. And the unfortunate thing, right, is if you got 2 winning side lanes, what you want to do is continue to shove up. But what that inadvertently does is isolate your mid lane, because the jungler needs to be able to shadow those side lanes. So think about this. You've got a Lucian Bard, and then you've got the Gragas jungle. So what Gragas wants to be doing is he wants to be sitting underneath that lane, keeping them nice and safe, making sure they can push up and be aggressive, because the last thing you want is a Kindred to fly in that lane, headbutt Polv to come out, and for you to lose all that advantage that you're starting to build up.
Sure.
What does that do? Junglers can't really go as close to mid lane, so you got isolation. Generally, Azir loves isolation because you pick him into control mages. Victor Azir, very famous. You're able to just shove minion waves back and forth into each other. LeBlanc breaks that trend because she straight up kills you in a 1v1. So all of a sudden, Gragas is choosing, do I gank mid lane and try and help out this Azir that's suffering? And maybe let my top lane that should win fall behind?
Yep.
Or do I try and support my winning lanes and try and get them further ahead? And right now you can see that didn't even get the time to make that decision, because in 4 minutes, First Blood was picked up.
It's such a conundrum for these junglers to face, but it looks like LeBlanc with her early advantage going towards that Frost Queen's claim. So saw it a bit on the Karma yesterday, but I can't say I've ever seen it on LeBlanc before.
Yeah, it used to be a pretty staple pickup on
Yeah,
LeBlanc.
a while ago.
Yeah, a while ago. Definitely agree with you. Not as much AP. Did get tapped a little bit. The good thing is it has catch potential. And one thing that we talk about a lot is disappearing into Fog of War as a jungler, as a mid laner.
I love the Bard stun.
And whether you're able to follow. If LeBlanc ever goes into Fog of War, there is no way.
Steros might be just going for a little bit of damage here. The magical journey
Got
does
him.
get interrupted. A lot of damage coming down. He's going to get taken out. That is a wonderful kill. Kindred going to be feeling good after that one. That just boosts Hard Random further ahead in this game. Already looking bad for Lion
This
Gaming.
is what I said. You want to be able to mirror that top lane. You want to turn it into a 3v3 if you're the Gragas. What happens? He's not able to do that. Has to hang around mid a little bit. We actually saw him drive by mid in the middle of that little skirmish. And that means they pick up a kill onto the Bard. And it just reverses all that pressure.
Look at the damage coming out. Licorice doing a great job of just knocking up everyone in his path. Interrupting that magical journey was definitely the defining factor. That's another stack Mark of the Kindred for Steros. That's 2 from the crabs that he's gotten. So really good spawning, not spawning too deep in the enemy jungle early on in the game. That's what you want when you just...
RNGs are smiling down on the Kindred right now. I completely agree with you, but it's very nice when you get double scuttle crabs at the start of the game, especially if you've marked up potentially a support and wiped him off the face of the map as well.
It's watered
Here we
there.
go.
Oh, the flash comes through. The headbutt into the wall. We can see the spear stacking. The heal has been used. The Ren not going to be enough, but he flashes in, looking for a little bit more.
Got
There it is. Gets the kill. Another one over to the top, the bot lane, sorry. The duo lane here. So Hard Random are looking phenomenal right
And this
now.
should be a winning lane. I just want to go back to that point. Alistair, melee, gets punished by double ranged all the time.
Yep.
But because of Kira's great play in the mid lane, picking up that early kill, the pressure that he put down meant that Thiak couldn't be on the right parts of the map, still questioning his positioning right now. And just time and time again, Miracle and Liquor get ahead in their lane.
Yeah, Miracle's going to go back and get a hell of a first buy after a bunch of 1 kill, 1 assist, and a lot of CS under his belt. Already rocking about a 2,000 gold lead. Hard Random 3-0. They've started off very, very strong this game as we see the bot lane of Lion. They do not want to go up against this, but Hard Random answer with the exact same
When
swap.
you are a Lucian Bard and you
You're running away?
swap away from a duo, you know that you're in trouble. It's only
Yep.
7 minutes into this game, but it's already a 1,600 gold lead. And Hard Random, we already spoke about it. Beat INTZ, beat the Chiefs, now looking to take out Lion Gaming. And, you know, it's very early days in the tournament still. Lots of League of Legends to be played, but if this team is not viewed as one of the favorites, I would be questioning who is doing the analysis on it because they look so crisp at the moment.
Yeah, Kira just having absolutely no fear walking through those Sand Soldiers missing, but we see Thiak, he might be going for a little bit of a cheeky dive here. Don't think, is the tower still out? Yeah, the tower is still available, full health.
And you said you wanted to know, like, how Crit plays these standard supports, you know, the Alistair, the Braum. Answer is very well.
He plays them damn well indeed, seeing that already. Looks like he's Seros going in for an invade. They saw Gragas on the bot side, so what's the instant reaction for the jungler? Take as much away as you can, and that red buff will be falling over to Seros, putting him in quite a comfortable position here. Got himself the double daggers over his opponent.
Yeah, so Stehos performing pretty admirably so far. Has a red buff as well, so you can never underestimate his chase potential. Pink ward will be cleared out here by Smurf. You can see Jiril knows that something a little bit fishy is up. He's going to potentially even go back. Don't know if you can afford to do that, mate. You're the last hope.
The last
You were
bastion.
literally, yeah.
Oh, that's
is not good.
heartbreaking. The hook comes through. This is going to spell disaster. Here comes Seros. The ultimate being used, flashing the opposite
wrong way,
direction.
yeah.
He has nowhere to run. Gragas is in pursuit, but LeBlanc is making her way up. The red smite goes down. It doesn't matter. He gets snared. He's going to get locked up and taken out, and that's another kill going over to the Kindred.
Yeah, Kira got ulted there by Thiak, but
Yep.
not able to really get much. Fate's Call comes in.
It is going to get the
Wow.
knockup. That's huge. The heal goes down. Headbutt back in. That's going to be a kill going over to Miracle. So
Yeah, we had to
Oh
even
my
censor that
lord.
kill for you, ladies and gentlemen. It was a little bit too brutal to view on the stream. So
Yeah,
you see that the duo lane right now is going massive.
Oh my
As you see
lord.
Kira on your screen, he does not look perturbed at all. He's like, yeah, I had to burn a flash. It wasn't the best, but you know what? My team, they're picking up the slack now as well. 5-0 looking to get the first turrets of the game, and Hard Random look phenomenal.
yeah, they have done nothing but impress me all tournament long and continuing to do so. Lion Gaming, on the other hand, they seem to, once they fall behind, they stay behind.
Yeah.
The aggressive jungling that's coming out of Steros, they just have no answer for it.
Yeah, Stehos also, you know, all on a better scaling jungler as well. So
Yeah.
the fact that he's got the early advantage, not great news. We're also going to see a Cinder Hulk coming out of Thiak. I
Damn.
like that call, just because if you're behind, you need to be tanky as soon as possible. Probably can't afford to go to the Runic Echo, so at least he's adapting to the pace of the game, if nothing else. But they are warning sides starting to stack up.
No, after Kira getting that initial 1v1 in the mid lane, hasn't done too much, finished himself off that Frost Queen's claim, so he's got a little bit of that safety switch if he ever wants to go ward, and if he wants to slow down the Azir. So it's going to be there as we see Steros going for that Dragon. Should be fine to clean it up on his own.
Yeah, 100% fine. You
Yeah.
can see that his bottom lane's in control, his mid lane's in control, heck, his top lane's in control. So there's not really all that much the enemy team can do. He goes back, buys straight away that Devourer, picks up
Yeah, this
5
is
stacks
excellent.
for himself. He's going to be able to grab a Scuttle Crab at the same time as well. So that's 7 stacks,
Ooh,
and
close.
Yuri nearly gets taken out there.
The late ghost after the initial burst has come through. But Kira just relentless aggression here, pushing the champion to its limits.
Yeah, it certainly is, and why not? You're 11 CS up over the Azir. You know he's a control mage. Cosmic Binding comes out, teleport play here. Don't know
Could
if
be
it's
going
going
for
to...
something. That's 4 members in the bot lane. The Pulverize not going to hit anyone. The Nautilus ulti comes down, but that's going to be it. They might have to go for a tower dive here since they've wasted so many resources.
100% cannot go for a turret dive because Fate's Call ulti is still available
Oh, wow.
on
Didn't
both
even use it.
ends. Yeah, use nothing there apart from a flash. So
That
This would be a dangerous dive to say the least because Ural not that tanky, neither is Thiak. Instead, they're looking to potentially go for it.
Well, Maokai's already gotten that top side tower, so I guess this is really all
Collapse
that
is coming out.
That is true. Everyone's making their way down.
Yeah, they have to back away. Kira's flying down there. All of a sudden, big creep wave going to crash into the turret. You're already 30 CS down as the Nautilus into Maokai matchup. You don't want to lose another big creep wave, but he is going to. And you know, an overcommitment, and as you said, absolutely nothing obtained.
Yeah, a lot of resources burnt for no gain in the slightest. Steros just continuing their counter jungling. A little bit of a headbutt play here. Arce just answering back with some damage, but at this point, there's power spikes we saw. You said 1 to 5, they have the advantage, but after 6, it is all downhill for the bot lane of Lion Gaming. We're seeing exactly why.
Yeah, and the idea is, right, is that you get far enough
Deja
ahead
vu.
at 1 to 5 is, yep.
Oh,
Good ulti,
they get
actually.
bounced out. They should be in range. Miracle going for it, though. Gets the knocker. The triple pulverize, but I don't think it's going to matter as they get taken out. Lyric is should be soon to follow the ultimate pop, but
Here
here is
comes
Kira. Looking for the play. The spooky ghosts are going to be revealing who is he going to choose as his target. The snare lands onto Thiak. Can he do anything else with that? Looks like he just instantly blows up Arce.
Yep, so he can still go here as well because they're very low on mana. Rift Herald also going to be picked up. Stayhorse is just like, you know what, man, I'm playing PvE at the moment because I've got my Devourer stacking up nicely. Kira swooped in for a kill there, so it was a 1-for-1 trade. But, you know, signs of life, at least out of Lion Gaming. They're going to put a lot of pressure down on this mid lane. Arise doing some damage there.
Yeah, they really have to start actively playing on the map. This might cost him his life, though, as the snare does land very low on mana. Doing about half his health. Look at Azir. He's gone for that Abyssal Scepter.
Yeah, exactly right. Abyssal is kind of cool on Azir. You know,
Oh,
you go
definitely.
into the triple item of Nash's Tooth, Abyssal, and then the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. You have like offensive, defensive feel. You can control. You can initiate. You can do all kinds of cool things on the guy. But agree, you probably want to go with the Nash's first up. But
Look, when you're playing against a Fed LeBlanc, well, a head LeBlanc, I should be saying, is don't have much of a choice at this stage. Steros just going to be seeing that red buff gets taken away. Finds a pink for his troubles. Doing a great job. That Devourer probably about halfway done at this stage. 12 stacks, I do believe, so getting near that halfway mark. Sees Thiak. Look at the damage coming out.
just takes the camp for himself.
Really,
Thank
just
you very much.
pushing his lead to its limits right now.
I kind of like that Lamb gets 2 wolves with Devourer. You know,
Yeah.
the Devourer wolf and then the other wolf. It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
You know, what's better than
Starting
one
a
wolf?
family.
Yeah.
Smurf standing right next to a pink ward. Not going to choose to take it, though.
Yeah, it's not about that. 5 auto attacks. That's a big investment, mate.
It's
I
true.
don't, ain't nobody got time for that.
Looks like Sarah's just doing a great job of continuing to farm. After those first 2 kills, haven't really seen him leave the jungle. He really wants to get that Devourer stacked as quickly as possible and open up the potential that a Kindred brings to the table.
Yeah, you know, everything's on the line right now. Like early Baron buffs, Dragons can continue to stack out. There's still 5,000 gold in the lead, so it's not like there's much that can go right now as they pop in.
Did you get that one? Didn't see as it was
Did
quite
Arce
quick.
get it?
I'm not too sure. But with the help of the Rift Herald
No, he
buff
didn't.
in the top lane, we see Smurf taking down that tower.
And all of a sudden, he can just turn his eyes to mid, you know, look for a dive there. Siak spotted out by a good sweeper, actually out of the support.
Very cool, very cool. Yeah, Uri just, even with no one in the lane, he can't afford to extend more than a few steps outside his turret range. Just the fear of where LeBlanc could be lurking. Despite having the Abyssal Scepter, you'd think that would give you a little bit of confidence to survive a full rotation, but not going to happen as we see Thiak. He's just looking for wards, knowing how deep the enemy has been in his jungle. There are bound to be a few wards lurking.
Yeah, 100%. Also smarts out the wolf camp.
Smart.
Means that he gets a little bit more vision on the bottom side of his jungle. Ensures that no dive will come out of that side. So they are trying to play as safely as possible whilst obtaining resources. They also recognize that, you know, bottom lane is the last area they have playmaking, and Miracle one more time in trouble.
Yeah, it looks like 2 teleports are going to be coming down. Gerald comes in. That is going to be 4 people in the bot lane. Everyone just trying to make something happen, but it is just tanks hitting tanks as Miracle and Saya stay behind their front line.
Yeah, exactly right. So really nice job from Smurf there to match the teleport in time this time. Flicker burns the ultimate as well as Miracle's ultimate. They're able to keep themselves nice and safe. So 30 seconds now, a lot of pressure in this bottom lane. Flash pole.
Looks like Thiak's going to get knocked back in. Instantly flashes out of that one.
So sorry, Flash body slam is what I meant to say.
That's all right. A lot of resources wasted just for the Alistar Flash, but again, they might have this bottom tower.
And they're
sighted
sending
on
a
that.
5th member down there. What is better than 4 members? 5 members, Rogi. So here we go. They're going to brute force this one.
What are they sacrificing in return, though? The mid tower gets taken down for hard random, so they're going to get that bot one. It is going to fall, but in turn, they traded the mid to outer and a heck of a lot of damage going down on that mid inner. And Azir, he wasn't even needed in the end, so he could have potentially stayed there to defend.
I don't think so. I think he would have died if he stayed. So you know,
Sure.
probably going down either way. But now the collapse coming out on Dragon. They need to be careful because the pincer is here.
They might have to pull the trigger on these two in the mid lane, but look at the damage coming out of Seahorse. He might be able to get the kill. LeBlanc goes in, not finishing off that one. He's able to get the Lamb's Respite, keeps himself alive. That is going to be a 1-for-0 trade, but that's the jungler, meaning hard random. They got a free dragon in their hands.
Yeah, they probably had it regardless because there's still 7,000 gold in the lead. So, you know, you would appreciate Lion Gaming. They need to go aggressive on someone. Kindred probably not the target they're looking for, but the idea there is you're getting pincer, just hard commit to one side. The side that has the 2 people on it,
you got to
see what you can get. In the end, it wasn't really much, but once again, they're trying to take as much as they possibly can. It just isn't working out for them because they put themselves in such an early goal disadvantage.
Yeah, Smurf feeling good. He's got himself a completed Rod of Ages, already starting to stack that one up. Spectre's Cowl to boot on the side of Kindred, getting herself a nice little Hex Drinker here. A lot of magic damage on the side of Lion Gaming, so making sure that on top of Lamb's Respite, that survivability keeps him alive. LeBlanc finishing off that Abyssal Scepter here, so matching the magic resistance debuff.
Yeah, also has a needlessly large rod if you do not mind. So starting to hunt out Yuri.
He might be in a little bit of trouble here. The further those ghosts travels, the longer the slow is. So Bard was there to back him up.
Yeah.
Not too sure if LeBlanc's gonna pull the trigger on that engage.
I would think not, but you
Sure.
know, you never know with Kira.
He's doing well this game. He's got that needlessly large along with the boots of Lucidity, so we're going to be seeing a lot of spell rotations coming out.
Yeah, it certainly will. And, you know, right now, LeBlanc pretty comfortable scaling up into the mid game. You see that not really much happening, however, as we do hop back onto Summoner's Rift and hop back off again.
Yeah, Summoner's Rift, the slideshow, ladies and gentlemen, so hopefully we will have this game coming back as we see the Rift Herald going to be taken again. The Devourer fully stacked at this stage. This one is just for funsies here as they want that buff. We've seen a lot of teams in this tournament prioritizing this Rift Herald so highly, especially when their lanes are ahead.
Well, let's have a look at it. He stated at 19 minutes. There's a reason that Steros is able to do this, and it's just because he can pretty much jungle with impunity right now incredibly quickly. You can see that just ducks in for a couple of seconds, able to take that one away. And, yeah, so just a lot of options right now, as they look like they've caught out Lickrip, but...
Fate's Call's never caught out.
Exactly right.
That's just the thing. They've been spending so much attention on this bot lane, but an Alistair Callisto, which target do you pick? The correct answer is neither, because they both have a get-out-of-jail-free card.
But the other thing, right, is that when you have a look at it, that's a lane that should be winning. So if you don't gank it, then you just have 0 winning lanes at this point. Problem is that Smurf is just tearing through these turrets. And, you know, whilst they have put a lot of pressure in the bottom lane, it still is 9,000 gold that they are behind. So, you know, definitely not working out, not defending that, but I'm just saying that they're trying to make the play in the one lane they think that they can secure a kill.
I really like how tanks these days, they're going for that Rift Herald buff, and also that once the second dragon, they can just push down towers as if they were an ADC. It just burns through them, shreds them to nothing but rubble. Of course, the inhibitor towers do regenerate over time, so if they are able to get themselves a brief respite, we'll be able to regen that one up. I don't know if they can do this. He's just hopping around the Q from Lucian. Look at the damage coming up. The red buff might be enough to finish him off, and there it is. A massive kill coming out of Steros, showing just what a Fed Callista can achieve. Not Callista, sorry. Kindred can achieve.
Atlas does that one as well, but no, don't worry about it. So yeah, Kindred coming up with a huge thing. Definitely a max thing. Not even using Red Smite there, so that isn't even the maximum damage that he can put out right now. But as we already mentioned, sated at about 19 minutes means that he is incredibly farmed and will be able to win out these fights. And they're pushing into the bottom lane now. And hard random look like they're putting on a clinic. It is 10,000 gold up at 21 minutes in. Make it about 11. And this team just will not be slowed down on day 2 of IWCI.
Yeah, they've got the Herald buff and they're pushing 5 members on the bottom side of this map. The inhibitor turret. The only thing that stands in the way of Lion Gaming is we see Steros. He's in the base along with Kira. The tower is going to be the main focus. Jural, he's trying to keep them at bay, knock them up at Smurf. He's got his ultimate down. Looks like everyone just trying to focus this Nautilus. He's so damn tanky, but Licorice, he's in. He's got his ulti on. He's tanking. Nautilus the first one to fall. A Bard ulti, keeping the Alistair at bay. Thiaki's trying to do what he can. The Lamb's Respite, buying them some time. Don't think it's going to be enough. There goes the Gragas. He falls. The Inhibitor Tower is the next one to fall. The Inhibitor soon to follow. Just huge damage coming out from Hard Random right now.
Yeah, and they're still not done. They're going to break the bottom of the base. They force back Arce and Saya, the kind of shining light for this Lion Gaming lineup. They are just going to withdraw after that. 22 minutes into the game, they're 13,000 gold up with Kalista, with Kindred. They're going to be able to clean up Baron. They've already taken the Baron inhibitor. Honestly, this Hard Random team, if they weren't favorites before today because of their victories yesterday, with this victory, definitely have to start like pushing for that top team.
Yeah, look at that. 13k gold in the lead. 7 towers to 1. That is quite an advantage to have it 22 minutes into the game
Not even
spawn.
that. Look at the items. So, yeah, Death Cap picked up.
Oh, boy.
More picked up, as well as another recurve bow.
Yep.
So he's going to go towards a very greedy build of something like the Hurricane in there. You also check out QSS finished up. Making's a Frozen Heart right now. For Smurf, he's not ever going to die. What looks to be a Locket is going to be picked up right now. So everything just in favor of this Hard Random lineup. You can't face check this because Kira will kill you.
Yeah, this should be a very easy Baron as the bot side inhibitor
Arce,
is
you're
also
dead.
down. Looks like Arce is going to be the first one to fall in this fight as soon as the W procs. Steros is in a little bit of trouble, but he does have the Lamb's Respite available. Not going to be able to use it in time. Sorry, it was on cooldown. So they do get that kill. Going to have to back off the Baron.
Yeah, that was a confusing decision for the jungler to go over as well.
Yeah.
I think Kira could have picked that one up by himself. And here goes Thea.
Oh, they really want to get something out of this, but Thiaki's getting so low, so quick. LeBlanc going to be able to take out that one in the background. The Emperor's Divide comes down, but I don't think it's going to be enough as Maokai. He gets one. He gets another one. Kalista pretty far away, but Licorice, he's trying to do his best to keep that Nautilus at bay, but it's best just to let him go at this stage and get the tower.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case, as a nice kill came out of Yuri there on the back end of that team fight, was able to pick up Kira, so a slightly good news story, but still 12,000 gold and another huge team fight victory for this Hard Random lineup, looking to break the second turret of the base.
It should be a free inhibitor also with only Arce and Nautilus available to stop that one. The inhibitor falls any minute now. Smurf just taking the brunt of the damage, not even hurting. Oh, we see the Bard ulti going down, missing Miracle completely as he's able to hop his way out of that one. The teleport comes through. Dural gets headbutted right away. Looks like they've turned their attention onto Smurf. Just going to be hoping to kill him. He's so damn tanky. They've got his ultimate on. Look at the damage coming out. Miracle gets blown back into the center of the fight, but Smurf, he's onto Saya. He's straight up 1v1ing him. Miracle, he's still alive. The Lamb's Respite comes down in time. Thiak, he wants to be able to get this one, but I don't think it's going to be enough as the Rend comes through. That's going to be a double kill to Kalista. The Magical Journey just proving another way into the base. There goes Arce. Dural is very low. Yuri takes up a kill on the back end of that one, but Steros, he's in the fight. The Super Minions making their way into the base from the bot side. This could potentially be the game here, Spawn.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. And what another team fight out of Hard Random. Just trusting in their teammates, making sure the ultimates are on point. They still have an AD carry to be able to chip out on this. And double super creeps mean that they will end the game at only 25 minutes in. And Hard Random absolutely smash Lion Gaming.
They looked explosive this game from start to finish. Every single decision they made was the correct one. The 1v1 at about 3 minutes in the game was just impressive, and then the bot lane just fell further and further behind.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, across the board, you have to say that you had two winning lanes. You had Nautilus versus Maokai. It's actually quite a good lane for Nautilus because you can push up. That's one of the important things about top lane. You have this Bard Lucian lane. They're able to push up, create all this pressure so your Gragas can effectively countergate. What happens? Minute 4, Kira just flies in for a solo kill. All of a sudden, Gragas is like, holy crap, I have to worry about this CIS superstar mid laner. He's absolutely dominating Yuri there on the Azir. So he starts cheating towards mid lane. All of a sudden, Stairhorse just flies in the top lane, picks himself up a kill, snowballs that lane in favor of the Kalista Alistar. And because it is a CC heavy lane, as soon as they get an aggressive advantage, they're just able to go aggressive time and time again. And that is what we saw out of the bottom lane of Hard Random. So honestly, a clinical game, but just very well executed on what should have been a harder early game from what Lion Gaming locked in.
Yeah, we saw very early on they abused that level 1 advantage, doing a lot of damage, bullying the Kalista out, but once Licorice hit that level 2, level 3, he gets the heal to keep his Kalista up. He gets the CC to provide the initiate, and Steros, he was just ganking all the lanes. We saw him get the Nautilus the second the Naut hooked back into the minion wave.
Yeah.
There was
That
the
was a little
Kindred.
bit silly. So using your one escape to get
Yeah.
closer to death.
Greedy, very greedy.
Yeah, it is greedy. Well, it's certainly something. There's different words that I'll use to describe that one, but in the end, that also means that
Sure.
his lane starts falling behind, and it just happened across the board. It looked like Lion Gaming, like they lose mid lane. They're like, oh my god, we have to now win top lane super hard. All right, now our duo lane's behind. We have to win the 1v1 super hard. I can't afford to sacrifice any of this CS or experience. And in the end, what happened is they just continued to snowball the game. Gragas was like, well, now I have no good places to go. Like, this is a disaster. And honestly, that's what the map turned into, just this big mess of like, they tried to force bottom lane time and time again. You have to respect the decision because they at least went down swinging, picked up the turret there, but just wasn't enough against what is a dominant performing CIS team.
Yeah, hard random. Cementing their spot at the top of the leaderboards, really showing why a lot of people pick this as the favorite team coming into. So we're going to have a quick look at the overall standings right now, having a look at the last 3 games played this morning.
Yeah, so as you can see on your screen, it is the Chiefs Esports Club, Saigon Jokers, and Hard Random, all the blue side squads picking up the wins. And as I said, Chiefs, they were backs against the wall, potentially going down 0-3 against INTZ, now 1-2. Saigon Jokers, however, undefeated as well as Hard Random. That makes an interesting top of the leaderboard, especially now that Supermassive had dropped their first game.
That's exactly right. And a lot of really convincing wins today. Every single game, the team that got ahead stayed ahead and were able to just snowball the victory using every single advantage they had.
Potentially with the exception of the Chiefs. I mean,
Sure.
INTZ had a 2,000-3,000 gold lead. I think we have to acknowledge how well they played the
Oh,
outer
exactly
ring
right.
macro and jockeyed for position around there. But yeah, once the team fighting phase started, seems like the aggressive team, the team that's moving forward more often than not, is the one coming up. And that's what we expect in best of ones. Aggression is key.
Alrighty, guys, we're going to go to a quick break, but make sure to stay tuned for more epic League of Legends action.
So just find me, just find me. Sparks will fly if we scream no. This is not how we're gonna go. We are the ones who never let go. Just watch us roll to where no one knows. We'll never grow.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Wildcard Invitational. My name is Daniel Sifa Dracos, and joining me, of course, who else could it be but Jake Spawn Tiberi.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank
Been
you
here
very
all
much.
day.
Yeah, been having a little bit of a long stint here, but it's a lot of fun. So be interesting to see what happens in our next matchup. But we've had some pretty one-sided affairs so far today. I think the first game, Chiefs versus INTZ, was probably the closest one we've had, but you know, it's been difficult for other teams on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, of course, you can see Chiefs, of course, dominating their first game against INTZ. Saigon Jokers also, as you said, one-sided throughout the day, hard random as well. Our next coming game, INTZ Esports versus Isurus, maybe not quite so one-sided.
Yeah, so the thing is that like INTZ should be favorites heading into this, right? They're such a good team. Like the CB LoL squad, we expect massive things from them at international wildcard events. You know, Isurus a little bit more of the unknown from the LAS region. They picked up a game versus Lion Gaming, so you know they started off okay, but then dropped a game to Dead FM. But it's really hard to gauge these middle of the pack teams now because I would have said, you know, Isurus, they should not be the favorites coming into this one, but INTZ, they've kind of fumbled it.
It's true, and I think whenever we look at international tournaments, or at least in terms of IWCI or IWCA, whatever, INTZ are always one of the teams that we expect to do so well. And that this time around, they just kind of been having a mediocre performance overall. Revolta looking okay, mid lane looking okay, but no real standout performance from any one player. And really not the spot you want to be at when we're already day 2 and they're at a 1-2 record. Could look at a 1-3 if they lose out here.
Yeah, especially because, you know, they've lost to Hard Random and the Chiefs, and these are teams that you're going to eventually be battling for those top 4 spots. So, you know, you have to get a leg up on one of them eventually. And, you know, the fact that they are going to come in here, like with those 2 losses, this is now a must-win game because when we look at last, we look at the LAN regions and we think that these should be the ones that you get to move in towards the playoffs. There are no easy wins. I don't think there is an easy win in this tournament, but if there is teams to beat, it should be definitely those 2 teams. So we'll see if Isurus is that final hurdle because if INTZ drop it, they're a real chance to miss it. And after what was a really successful Worlds run for Brazil and IWC as a whole, of course, that was Pain Gaming, not INTZ, but this is horrible if it goes wrong.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of expectations on Brazil overall. They've been such a strong region. They have such a strong competitive scene, so much support staff, so much infrastructure. There's a lot of pressure on the members of INTZ to really perform here. Isurus Gaming, you know, they're playing from their home turf. This is something that they're used to. They're you know, this is the part of the world that they're from, so a lot of pressure on them as well. But at the end of the day, INTZ, I think, were one of the expected favorites, and we should expect for them to do well here. Talker's in the mid lane, of course, in an article that was put out about him. He had an interview and he said, last time I was on stage, I fumbled this. You know, like this was not the performance I wanted to see or that my team wanted to see from me. This is not the performance I wanted to show. And it just fell flat. This time around, he's doing a little bit better, but still the team as a whole not showing up. They're once again losing out in these first couple days.
Yeah, and let's have a look at it. Their solo laners, they look good. Yang, Talkers, they had pretty good performances so far. Revolta, he's all over the shop. Like, honestly, not the performance I thought out of Revolta. He was my jungler of the litter coming into this. And, you know, Macau and Jockster actually struggling now in the bottom lane. I was willing to give them the benefit of the doubt after day 1. But, you know, when you have a look at what happened with Radier and Aegium, you'd have to say that this is now a bottom lane that is getting slightly outclassed by some of the better bottom lanes. And I'd never expected to say these things about INTZ because they like it just you look at them top to bottom, they're a complete roster with very strong duo laners, a strong jungler that come together to team fight very well, and that hasn't been the case.
Yeah, and especially in terms of you talk about Revolta, and Revolta, strongest jungler in Brazil. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And coming in today, we've seen bans against him repeatedly, and without those high pressure, heavily aggressive early game champions, he just seems to not be able to perform. And even when he gets his hands on that Elise, like we saw, it just wasn't enough for him to really make an impact. You know, not as strong as that Graves or that Kindred or that Nidalee or these picks that he's been liking to play. But even the Kindred fell flat yesterday against Hard Random, and it was just honestly pretty disappointing. I think they may be able to bring out something more here, but they're really going to have to step it up because this is not the team we expected.
Yeah, so blue side becomes really important then for Revolta because we've seen that junglers will get priority in the pick, so you would expect something like a Nidalee ban against him on the red side, but Graves or Kindred should be available and you should be able to pick one of them up. I expect it will be the Graves because I want to see him go back to a aggressive, hard carry style performance. You know, the Kindred does take a little bit more time to ramp because of that Devourer build, so there are things that they can do on blue side of the rift, but when they get to best of 5s, if they get that far, then it becomes a real issue if their jungler can be target banned out this way. Because I agree with you, I expected him to go back to the Elise and be completely fine, but that definitely was not the case against the Chiefs.
he really wasn't sure what he wanted to play either.
Yeah.
We saw him hovering over Lee Sin at one point in the pick. There was a Rek'Sai coming out, and
Yeah.
it seems like he knows in this meta what he wants to play. But when those champions are taken away from him, it's his backup pool is such a mystery because the Lee Sin is good. It's obviously all about how mechanically able you are to make those plays, to make those outplays. But it's never going to be as strong as a Graves right now in the meta. Never going to be as strong as that Nidalee, unless you get a big opportunity.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And, it's an opportunistic thing, but coming up against someone like Isserus, maybe this is a game that they start building momentum. Isserus, as we mentioned, on home soil, a lot of pressure on this team. They were able to pick up the first win versus Lion Gaming, but then they dropped the game against Detonation Focus Me. And this is a team, Detonation Focus Me, that we expect good things from, but maybe have proved that they're a little bit more middle of the pack this time around at least. So we'll see whether this is something that Isserus continue to build off.
And I think that that's kind of the trend for the tournament overall. When we look at how these teams have been performing versus what we expected of them, it's that so much has changed for a lot of these teams. Isserus, not a team that we knew a whole lot about, obviously able to dominate their other partner in Lion Gaming,
Yep.
of course, but then falling flat against Detonation Focus Me, and Detonation Focus Me also losing out, these 1-1 records kind of everywhere. So the middle of the pack, it feels like outside of hard random, everyone feels pretty middle of the pack to me at this stage of the
wide
game.
open. I think Saigon are the other teams that we didn't really expect to be as good as what they were. I was talking to Fish, and he's supposed to be the SEA expert, and I'm going to call you out here, Fish, because he was like, I don't think they're going to do very well. And then they come in and they absolutely dominate people. So I'm now looking at Saigon as probably that second team to watch for. But Supermassive drop a game. INTZ, they've dropped a couple of games. Chiefs have dropped a couple of games. And all of a sudden, Hard Random sitting on the top of the castle like, wow, this is pretty easy.
Yeah, pretty good spot to be, of course. They only need to be in the top 4 to make it to the playoff bracket for this portion of the tournament, and that's exactly where you want to be. And they've got everything they need to do it. But looking at Isserus, looking back at INTZ, it's really coming to the make or break point for these guys. Isserus have this game, this immediate game versus INTZ that they need to win if they want to be pulling ahead. And they have another one later in the day that's looking very tough because, as we said, Saigon Jokers are just so dominating in their performance. In that last game, that was insane. They took everything.
From what I saw, it was a really good performance from Saigon Jokers, guys. And once again, apologies about that. But yeah, I completely agree. And you know what? Isserus, we keep talking about them as this underdog story, but if they win here, they go to 2-1. They're in a much better position. So even if they drop a game versus Saigon Jokers, 2-2 after day 2, not the worst situation. That will probably be good enough if they go towards the 50-50, like somewhere like a 4-3, somewhere around there, of being good enough to get them into playoffs at this stage at least, because there is such a big middle of the pack. But INTZ, if they drop this game, they're 1-3. That's like tournament
That's pressure.
disaster.
That's what I like to refer to as the dream crushing bracket.
Yeah.
Because it's any loss after that point is essentially that you're out of the top 4,
Yeah,
right?
and you play at match point. It's like going into game 5 time and time and time again for the rest of the tournament, which in best of ones, when teams can throw curveballs at you, and especially when you the dangerous thing about single round robins is towards the end of it, you're going to be playing teams that are potentially not in contention. And then
Yeah.
they just start doing crazy stuff and going aggressive from level 1.
Well, and the pressure's on you, right?
Yeah.
You want to play aggressive. You need to close out that win, but at the same time, there's nothing for them to lose.
Yeah.
There's absolutely nothing for them to drop. If they're already out of playoff contention, if they're already out of that bracket contention, then they're just playing to find that single win, and that could be so devastating.
And not only that, if you are in a situation where you got nothing to lose, being a blue shell is so fun. Speaking from personal experience, you get a blue shell for someone. What I mean is, if you are one of the teams that are out of contention, you get to ruin someone else's day. If you're in a bad mood, I'm a kind of sadistic guy. There's nothing worse than just bringing people down to your bad mood as well. Sharing the joy around there in the world. And you just look at an opportunity like this, and you're if you're INTZ, you're in not struggle street right yet, but danger zone's just around the corner.
Yeah, and once again, we talk about it and we'll continue to talk about it. Lots of expectations coming in for this Brazilian team, falling flat. They can turn it around. They still have ample opportunity to do so, but they need to step it up here because they never would have considered themselves a blue shell team. Maybe at Worlds they would consider themselves a blue shell team, but IWCI they consider themselves to be a top contender.
Yeah, well, they would consider themselves to be a clear favorite. So I think that as we look at this, that's how they need to play. They need to start getting aggressive and seeing if they can make the proactive plays, especially in their jungler. Big pressure now on Revolta. You need to be able to dominate this Latin American South team, and Isserus, they'll be very prepared for that. I'm expecting double jungle bans again onto Revolta, and they need to be able to control and have a game plan.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they adapt their pick ban phase coming into this game and seeing what remains a priority. INTZ as well. Really struggling without Revolta on that power pick early jungler, but I feel like there's a lot that they can do to adjust their pick ban phase to still come out successful. overall in these games because they, despite losing to Hard Random day 1, game 1, they were actually doing very well in the early game overall. And it's simply because they weren't playing confident enough to push their advantage, and they made a few too many mistakes. I think you talked about earlier today with that Baron steal. There just was no opportunity for them to come back. So potential, I feel like, is there. It's just, can they execute on it?
Yeah, completely agree. Last person I want to touch on before we get into the game is actually Pride, because there's just so much pressure going up against Yang. I feel like Yang, whilst there are areas wrong with INTZ's game so far, Yang's laning phase, not one of those areas. So Pride needs to be able to go with that beast of a top laner.
The flash over the wall in that Chiefs game, bait the Lissandra ulting herself, is the highlight moment there for Yang. You can see how this guy has this outplay potential. Already into picks and bans, though. We have the Karma, the Rise, and the Azir taken off the table by INTZ, whereas the Echo, Alistair, and Kindred, 1 jungle ban, not 2, coming out from Isurus Gaming as the Maokai so far.
And you kind of understand that, because if there are 3 strong ones, get rid of the one you don't want to play against, leave the other 2 up so you can take one for yourself.
Yeah, it's a good place to be. It can shift the pace of picks and ban. You see INTZ potentially aware that there are 2 strong junglers left available, utilizing that to their advantage to snag the Maokai first, knowing that they have the luxury of waiting on that jungle pick.
And it's kind of because Echo is seen as like, there's this triangle, right? So Poppy kind of does okay against Echo because you can get him out of the team fight. Echo does fantastically against Maokai because the split push potential becomes a little bit too much, and then Maokai is like okay against the other ones. Like, I'm going to say it doesn't win the lane, but becomes this super
This is
tank.
not looking like a triangle, I'll be honest.
All right, it's a weighted triangle. Like, Echo beats lots of things. That's why he's banned. But,
exactly.
So Maokai is able to go up against the Poppy, and I think that's why they've got the confidence to be able to pick it up.
Of course, the other jungler, or the other top laner that has become incredibly popular in recent weeks, is going to be that Gragas. Will be picked up for Pride, so a pretty strong pick for him overall. Very much a playmaking top laner, in addition to that aggressive jungle that we expected in the form of Graves this time around.
Yeah, so Kletos picks up Graves for himself. This is interesting because whenever teams do this in this order, I expect them to swap it and just mind game the heck out of me. So I never talk about like which order it's in, because it could be Graves top. I mean, it has seen a little bit of play internationally. But
We haven't seen Graves top in so long.
Cooney pulled it out like what, a week ago?
Yeah, but let's not talk about how disappointing Uni's been recently.
Okay, yeah, no, I won't go that far, but you know, it has seen a little bit of play, and I think that again, something like a Maokai does have some bully potential. Although we've seen that Maokai deals with, wow, that was quick, sort of double AD compositions quite nicely.
Yeah, and obviously set themselves up for that with the Graves, with whatever standard AD carry they want to pick, but that quick rotation that you're talking about is huge in terms of meta power level. We have the Sivir, most likely for AD carry. Guaranteed for AD carry.
Yeah,
Sorry,
no, that one I'll give you. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Yeah.
Of course, Lissandra as well for Talkers. So 2 pretty important champions, and this team composition right here, I think, is one of the strongest overall.
I'm gonna start calling this a supermassive effect, because Supermassive did this against the Chiefs, and now the Chiefs have done this against ITZ. So ITZ are just like, you know what? We're going to use a supermassive effect, double teleport, flanking play, get the Sivir in there. You know, we're just going to be able to clean up these AoE team fights. Be like, Sivir and Kalista in team fights at least feel very similar. They both have utility in their ultimate and then AoE damage in their basic auto attacks because of Ricochet, as well as the Runar's Hurricane that comes out of Kalista. And it just looks like, get everyone in. The kitchen sink comp one more time. Just throw everyone into the mix and you win the team fight as it dust settles.
Yeah, the murder train overall just running, especially with the Maokai as well. You have such a reliable tanky frontliner with one more source of that point-and-click engage, similar to Lissandra's Frozen Tomb. So very easy to get onto targets to lock them down, especially in the case of picks like Ezreal, which has been locked in for the AD carry. LeBlanc here in the mid lane, interesting choice. And so far opting to take Cleanse. This is not a matchup I'm too familiar of. What are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, so this one's kind of weird because back and forth, LeBlanc doesn't like to take Cleanse because she wants to kill Summoner in that lane, something like the Ignite. So seeing EMP go for that will be, I guess, interesting. I think that Lissandra will be able to just shove out the lane and disappear into Fog of War. I'm a big fan of talking about it, but sometimes it's the inherent pressure that you put on the map as Lissandra. You don't even necessarily have to roam. You just have to not be visible, and then the laners in the side lanes have to act as if you could be there at any moment. She goes across terrain terrifically well, and LeBlanc will struggle to follow her into Fog of War, especially if that's a Lee Sin or an Italy, because with the lockdown CC, LeBlanc just can't deal with both of them. Can probably escape one or the other, but at the same time, that's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, a little too much. Too many forms of CC coming out from that Lissandra as well. And of course, it is going to be the Nidalee locked in for Volta. This is one of those big playmaking picks that we talked about for him. If he can dictate the pace in the early game, if he can dominate the jungle, we've seen how quickly he can run away with a game. The Braum picked up as well, so overall, this is everything that INTZ want from a team composition. You've got a lot of power, got a lot of team play, got Revolta on an aggressive early game jungler, and it's looking pretty good for them so far.
Yeah, I completely agree. And one thing I love to talk about is Braum, is that he's such a solid support champion when you have initiation already. Because think about it. As soon as Yang flies in there on the Maokai, he's just able to stand behind him and get the big ultimate across everyone. It's much easier to execute some flash ultimates on Braum. So it just makes Jockster's life a little bit easier now playing this secondary engage as opposed to the primary engage on Braum. And this is going to be one of those games where INTZ just pile in, expecting a Bruiser Nidalee build something like a Rod of Ages into a Rylai's Crystal Scepter, a lot of health so we can go into Cougar form a little bit more, and just try and kill everyone inside.
Definitely going to be an option. Of course, the final lock-in for Isurus Gaming is going to be that Trundle support, most likely picked to take care of that Maokai, really limit his effectiveness as a tank. But it's still going to be a lot of pressure on this Trundle, I feel like, to try to disengage this Sivir comp. When they start running at you, you have to back away.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think Pillar's really a crucial spell now in this composition. I think that Ezreal Trundle is also quite a cool kite back lane. They deal with aggression quite well. Trundle's just like the ultimate diffusal, right? As soon as Stand Behind Me comes in at any aggression, he's just like, no, big pillar in the way. Like, everyone's able to get back a little bit. One thing I will say is that Yang needs to build second item QSS. We've seen out of these Maokais that if you do not build the QSS, as soon as you get Trundle ultimated, you get blown up. And so much of this team comp relies on Yang to get the flank and be able to hold the team fight where it is long enough for the Lissandra, the Braum to swoop in with follow-up CC. So if he gets Trundle ulted really early and destroyed by all the damage that's going to come out of LeBlanc, that's going to be able to come out of the Graves, that's really horrible news. So I'm expecting some Fire Cape into the QSS, not into a Spectre's Cow, to make sure that he can shrug off that Subjugate.
And it's going to be interesting to see exactly what he does here, because not only does it make him very weak, but it makes the support Trundle, despite essentially having no items, no stats, suddenly a huge threat. Suddenly the equivalent of a top lane tank in your support position.
Yeah, Subjugate and Grasp the Undying mean that, like, I've seen some Trundles do some crazy stuff, especially, like, we cast the LPL as well, like, Zero's Trundle, like, great example. He will go Frozen Heart on his Trundle, and then he would just run into backlands and start fighting people as if he's a top laner. So I completely agree with you if you don't deal with the Subjugate. This is why, actually, we have seen Trundle kind of fall out of flavor, because, like, somewhere in LCK or Europe, probably, like, the two smart regions, as I like to call them, someone found out that QSS on Maokai isn't a horrible item and gets rid of that really pestering ultimate, and Trundle players everywhere were a little bit disappointed in that finding Sifa.
Yeah, of course, we are now getting into game. We'll have to see if it's going to come out. Maybe he'll build it into a Mercurial Scimitar. We saw that in LCK as well. But INTZ are going to be taking it up on the blue side versus ISG, Isurus Gaming, on the red. Already looking like a pretty standard, safe start from both sides.
Well, of course, you know, Maokai, one of the highest base ADs in the game, so getting something like a Merc Sooner in there, horrible. But, you know, if you got 6 items.
To be fair, this game was, I think, 50 minutes deep, and you're at the point where when you're getting, you got to get maximum value. That movement speed can't be underestimated.
I was actually going to say that's actually quite big, because if you do get, like, CC'd up, that burst of movement speed would be surprising, to say the least.
Catch people off guard. Quick Maokai into the backline, never quite what you want to see. What is the... Oh, God. I'm trying to remember the item. Righteous Glory.
Yeah.
It's the new Righteous Glory. Mercurial Scimitar, 6-item Maokai. Everything you could possibly want. Of course, not a whole lot coming out. It looks like we will have standard lanes after the relatively passive start. Trundle, Ezreal maybe starting the Gromp here, but overall, we've been seeing a few less lane swaps today overall. Yesterday I felt like it was all about the lane swap. Today, a little bit more standard, teams a little bit less eager to swap back and forth.
Yeah, I just don't think they're getting what they want out of opening up the map, and there's a very specific reason to lane swap. It's to accelerate the pace of the game, to open up the map, look for those flank plays. And what I'm seeing right now is a lot of teams are taking double teleport, so that makes you hesitant as Isurus Gaming to lane swap, because that means double teleport becomes much more effective. Wow.
A little bit of trading here. Concussive blows at 2 stacks, looking to get to 3. Will lock him down, but that's a quick trade of flashes. Neither team going down quite yet. It's just a little bloodbath here in the bottom lane. Jockster could be in trouble, trying to proc some stacks off that item to get a little bit of health back, but at the end of the day... Oh, god dang! I'm sorry, I missed that completely. I was so caught up in him trying to get a stack, but that's going to be first blood over to the Ezreal. That was an insane little fight there on the back of that Ezreal level 2.
So what they did really sneakily is gave all of the experience over to Ezreal from the Gromp, and he hit level 2 straight away off one creep and was able to fly into that lane and completely dominate INTZ. And that's really interesting because we were already saying that INTZ must feel like their back is against a wall in this game. Well, you know what? You don't feel much better after that one.
No, not at all. And this is the interesting thing. Ezreal normally considered such a weak laner, considered to lose out lane, just farm up, kind of take his time. But this is the second time today we've seen an incredibly aggressive early game Ezreal taking full advantage of that low Mystic Shot cooldown at level 1.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And, even more aggressive in the top lane, Pride once again, showing that maybe it's just Gragas. Maybe I got it wrong. Maybe Gragas is just a far superior laner to all these tanks because, once again, a Gragas is just winning out a lane.
Oh, Revolta's starting to get aggressive here, going in on the Klados. Taking a decent amount of damage as Smokescreen comes out, but a complete miss on the end of the line means Klados is just going to have to back off that one.
Yeah, so if Klados actually hit that end of the line, that would have been huge trouble for Revolta. Once again, this CBLOL team just seems confused, honestly. They're expecting the rotation out of the mid laner, but Tokkers isn't going anywhere.
No, Talker's trading back and forth very aggressively with EMP as we saw in that mid lane, but not getting too much out of it and having to back off as both the support and the jungler are ready to contest that ward placement with their own pink. INTZ seem already on the back foot. We're only 4 minutes into the game.
Yeah, defensive summoner spell burnt there in the mid lane for Tokkers to go back and get himself a second ring. He feels like he needs to be able to dominate this. Another teleport utilized in the top lane as Yang was losing out on his lane a little bit as well. So he burns the summoner spell. And you know what? I'm not going to say that's dangerous because we see it a lot actually worldwide, using your teleport to get an advantage. But this opens up bottom lane for Pride. If he hits level 6, goes back and he's able to get a deep teleport into bottom lane, this tier Ezreal, if he gets any further ahead, just will skip the power trough of Ezreal completely.
Yeah, sitting around in the fountain there for a couple seconds, maybe looking for the TP on the bottom lane. Does have the option to TP back to lane, although I don't think he needs to quite yet.
He actually will, so big creep wave stacked up.
Yeah, going to have to catch that one. Doesn't want to lose out on any gold or experience. So no TP advantage gained there, and in fact, Yang will actually have his TP up sooner, so a small potential window for INTZ here, although Revolta looking to make it a little bit sooner as he sets his sight on this bottom lane.
Yeah, so trying to get down into the bottom lane, you see clearing out the waves nicely is Mikhail, but it is a big stack that they don't want to allow to be frozen. But that's what I was talking about. Any potential aggression nullified by Trundle.
Yeah, instantly, and you can see them starting to back off. They spotted that pink ward that they placed and fought for earlier, is spotting out Talkers as he tries to roam to the bottom lane. Oh, small trade on here, back and forth, starting to get aggressive. Not at all scared of this LeBlanc, no mana, winning out on the trade.
Yeah, had that additional shop in, so had some more potions built up as well as an extra ring, means it bullies out LeBlanc. This is one of those times where as a jungler, I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry, man. Like, don't worry, you go back and shop. I got you.
Don't worry, I'll take this, 300 gold here that you just left for me. And as a Graves, I mean, the thing is that if this was not a LeBlanc mid lane, I would say that this was fine. Graves, very, farm-heavy jungler, usually does pretty well. So we get some aggression here on the bottom side. Not going to follow through. But Graves getting the farm isn't the end of the world.
No, definitely not. In fact, we see a lot of side lane picked up by Graves, especially when he's close to items. And, he's going for red smite, so he's looking to be aggressive at the start of this game. Actually mirrored by Revolta. Zycro's done a great job on this Ezreal, by the way. You saw the aggression coming in from Jockster, and he was able to immediately Arcane Shift out of that and just completely nullify. So what should be a pushing big advantage lane for INTZ right now just isn't the case. And this Trundle Ezreal is going to only get better as the game goes on. Like a fine wine, better with age.
Continuing to scale up, of course, stacking up that tier and not suffering in the early game as much as Ezreal normally does for building an item that does not offer any combat stats. So that first blood plus, the excellent execution of this lane phase has nullified what would normally be a disadvantage for him.
One more time, though. We take the camera off top lane for a little bit. Yang had to burn the teleport early, was getting pushed in. Take the camera off him somehow. Some voodoo magic up there. 20 CS in the lead. I have
dominant. And look, double Dorans on the Maokai, such a huge thing, or can be such a huge thing for him, but does it really justify a 20 CS lead? Because this is insane. Suddenly Yang is completely on the back foot here. And full health for Yang. Pride taking damage, burning through mana just to keep up, and top lane going very much in the favor of INTZ.
I have no idea how he does it. And it just creates a huge zone in the top lane where they're cheating now into the jungle.
Oh, Spear's gonna land. Klados.
He's in trouble.
Could be in trouble. There's the challenging smite going in, looking for blood on this one. Smokescreen going to come out, and they save
he
his
hit
life,
it
and hit it again. Revolta hungry for the kill. I don't know if we're going to get a camera. Revolta is going to pick up the kill onto Graves, and now they're hunting for Gragas Talkers with the Frozen Tomb to bring it in. Yang to continue the lockdown, and 2 quick kills given over to INTZ. Excellent play coming in from the team.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, the LeBlanc might be in some trouble as well. EMP sticking around, but not going to go for any aggression. And I completely agree with you there. Like, what the heck was that? Like, a really aggressive play, but then Greg is kind of collapsing to the wrong part of the map. Like, should have gone back to his turret. Even maybe tried to just back away at that stage.
Not respecting the Lissandra roam potentially. Newbie and Zekro here in the bottom lane, very eager to make a difference as they have been doing very well in their lane, but they cannot push out the Sivir right now. At the end of the day, Ricochet is just too much for them.
Yeah, and
Oh, EMP may have overstayed his welcome. Nope, no Frozen Tomb available for Talkers right yet. Cleanse still available for EMP as well, so not a whole lot of kill pressure, although they will force EMP under his own
But
turret.
one of those ambulance ganks that I like to talk about, you know, the Nidalee comes
Run in,
in.
heal.
Oh, that's a lot of damage onto the Ezreal. Yeah, it just runs in, heals, and is like, don't worry, you won the trade because of me. I'm going back to my jungle now.
Of course, the big advantage is Nidalee. Only an Amplifying Tome so far, but levels alone will give her a pretty decent heal. As Revolta will take yet another buff. Kratos not getting a single one in this round of the jungle.
And I think it's fair to say this is what we expected out of Revolta. There's Kratos and EMP now looking for the play here.
Oh, Talker's trying to get out, going to use the Claw, make it to safety. Smokescreen not effective there, and you know, it's just the trouble of ganking that Lissandra. She has the freedom to escape, and LeBlanc, no immediate hard CC to lock her down.
Yeah, completely agree, and they also force him off the dragon. So, you know, that's a good news story right now for Isurus Gaming. Probably the first of the game, as now they're trying to hunt Revolta a little bit. Cat might be on the menu, but maybe misjudging how quickly he farms.
Just clearing out this jungle in an instant, hoping to get some buffs back for themselves, but they're not going to find it. Super aggressive on a Revolta here, but not landing the chain means the gank is going to fail, or the pressure is going to fail, as Revolta walks away cleanly.
Honestly, if that chain landed because he didn't have flash, collateral damage probably would have come over the wall and cleaned up the back end of that team fight. So, missed opportunity there for Isurus, definitely, through some execution from EMP, I think it's fair to say.
Overall, not where they want to be whatsoever. Talker is going to pick up this blue buff. You can see Trundle and Graves roaming in the jungle, but they've been spotted out by the Warden. I don't know if they've cleared it yet, so a lot of this time spent waiting in a bush, hoping to find a pick-off, is going to be wasted as the wave...
Not to mention, kind of a weird place to look for a pick, as more aggression in this bottom lane. Just because you saw him clear out red buff and then his Raptors, then kind of hung around at the red buff.
Why would he go check the red buff?
Confusing is a word I would use, but you know, it happens to the best of us. Yang once again just smacking him.
Yeah, does have the Haunted Guys of now almost 30 CS lead, more than 30 CS lead, starting to look to push to 40. In addition to picking up that kill, it's just now completely dominating the lane, but Zekro going to get knocked down and then knocked up, going to get dropped out by Macau as a great team fight goes in his favor. Failed flash over the wall means he's going to get stunned by the concussive blows as well, and Revolta's here on the backside just to make sure it's going to go over smoothly, but one more kill. Assassinito Double. I'm going to say that wrong every time. But the double kill going over to Macau in an excellent fight.
Yeah, double teleport utilized out of INTZ right now just to get themselves even more pressure around the map. You know, they leave Yang to deal with this teleport and all the pesky creeps and send the Sivir into the top lane. Now, after that first blood went down, just because of the double teleport pressure and the fact that Pride did not answer, they're able to blow open this map, honestly. 2,000 gold lead. They pick up first dragon, and things starting to really go the CBLOL squad side.
Yeah, definitely very much in their favor. Gragas desperately trying to recoup the CS differential here and put a little pressure on the top side. But Yang grabbing the bottom lane turret, the duo lane already headed to the top, and it feels like INTZ are just one step ahead.
You know, that high base AD, man, just chipping away at turrets.
We're there.
I don't know what to tell you.
We're 5 items away from Mercurial Scimitar, but there's the Frozen Tomb on Talkers. Can ult himself to keep himself safe in that situation. EMP trying to get aggressive here, but is going to get locked up. Revolta does so much damage, they have to be careful. Newbie gonna get picked up, and another fast kill for this jungler. INTZ dominating the map.
And a huge miscommunication is now Pride going to get dove as well.
Oh, first stack of concussive blows, looking for 2, 3. The spell shield coming out, not even gonna need it. Pride getting burned down and knocked out there. 6-1 the scoreline. INTZ. Everything is at their disposal.
They are dominating the map right now, and honestly, this is a one-sided affair. Isurus started so well, you know, we thought they had some aggressive lanes in the Nidalee, in the what was turning into like Zycro and Newbie doing a fantastic job.
Excellent, all in at that level 2 power spike, utilizing it so well, but now just falling behind. 4K gold advantage for INTZ at 12 minutes. This is absolutely massive, and EMP overstaying is welcome. There's no mana left on that LeBlanc. Graves going to try to back it up, and they will get the flash from Talkers. End of the day, though, not a whole lot, as the Rift Herald will go down in favor of INTZ.
Yeah, and it's about like what you're getting at at what cost, because meanwhile top lane turret was shoved into the tier 2, denying even more CS. You can see 40 CS in the top lane is the advantage. 10 is 3 kills in the AD carry position, and jungler just dominating up in CS, up in kills and assists as well. So across the board, this is probably more of what we expected out of INTZ. Now it's how they translate it throughout the rest of the map and continue to win.
And that was the big question yesterday. They had the lead in the early game, but they threw it with a greedy Baron attempt. They threw it with, getting caught out by the Bard ult left and right. And there's no Bard this time around, but there is the Trundle, there is that Pillar, LeBlanc, Graves, these high damage pick potential champions. So INTZ still have to play careful, but right now, things are very much in their favor. They were not 6K gold ahead yesterday either, so a little bit more leeway to make mistakes and a lot more opportunity just to continue to snowball this game.
Yeah, definitely not 13 minutes into the game anyway. As well, Isurus backs against the wall. You can see that they are trying to reclaim some control of their jungle with good defensive wards, but Pride now being collapsed upon.
Yeah, Pride really struggling. Started off really well in the top lane, then we look away for 2 seconds, as you said. The magic of Yang happens, and suddenly he's 30 CS behind, slowly starting to catch up, but Yang still so much farther ahead. Hasn't even backed yet to buy any new items, but surely will have a few new ones under his belt when he finally gets the opportunity.
Yeah, only really Talkers and Macau have gone back, you feel. Everyone else, like especially Nidalee, must be sitting on a boatload of gold right now because Revolta has just set up camp in the Isurus Gaming jungle.
Yep. Continuing to poke out, looking to pressure this blue buff as Macau and Jockster are going to pressure the inner tower. He'll be getting cheeky with the pillars, but not going to be too effective. Just hoping that it'll scare him off. They don't want to get caught in there. Little miscommunication, Unbreakable and Spell Shield, so no mana back for the Sivir, but not going to be too much of an issue as the Essence Reaver will give her back anything that she would have lost.
Yeah, exactly right. And Revolta takes away the blue buff, able to out-pressure little Blanc, who's hanging out in the bottom lane. Now joins with that Herald buff. And I think that this is something that's been interesting. Certain teams' prioritization of Rift Herald and trying to use it to push out waves. No, it's something that we saw a lot at IEM and then kind of fell away as teams figured out how to deal with it. Of course, they only get extra damage. They don't really get extra health, so Sivir deals with those creep waves nicely. But really, INTZ, they've just controlled what?
Oh, Revolta may have overstayed his welcome here. The Pillar's going to come out, but Jockster more than happy to block out any follow-up damage. Still now looking for the engage. Kratos may have overstayed his welcome, but Macau could be going down as well. Is going to make it out safely. LeBlanc, hungry for blood, still not going to get it as Macau finally burns his flash. Pride 2 stacks, 4 stacks now as concussive blows will lock him up, knock him down, desperate for a kill. He's going to walk away empty-handed. 8-1 in favor of INTZ.
And this is just gold, right? You see they catch out the jungler on INTZ's lineup. He doesn't fall down because he's got all of that extra gold and the levels, and Kratos gets caught out on the other side, instantly blown up just because of the level and item disparity in this game. The continuation of the team fight means that Yang is impossible to kill. He's already got a Spirit Visage and just looking dominant.
What's terrifying is that not only is there the 9K gold lead, but Revolta had yet to spend that money. So that in that fight, it was just the levels that gave him such a huge advantage. We don't even know what this guy's going to get yet. Instant Abyssal Scepter buy on the back. There is no one is going to kill this Nidalee.
Yeah, and as I said, more of a bruiser build. He recognizes that it's the all-in team comp. He needs to be able to go into Cougar form, launch himself in there and be able to assassinate people out. And that's how he's been playing it so far. And now with that item, a little bit more durable to do so, especially against the LeBlanc, who would be looking to pick him up. And if he goes something like Zhonya's afterwards, like it's a very peculiar build, not something you would usually see, but immediate power at all stages throughout the game.
Yeah, and honestly, Revolta has been completely dominating the map. We talked about it before. Let's talk about it again. This is what we expect from him when we see him on an aggressive jungle pick. 3-0-3 his scoreline, participating in 75% of his team's kills, and just absolutely everywhere that he's needed to be. Pride, though, could be in trouble here. Talkers not wanting to get too aggressive, just doesn't have the damage to kill the Gragas, now looking to make it out to safety. Still, nothing really wasted on either side there. EMP,
Ricochet.
really aggressive there. I don't know if that's what you want to do, is Revolta's coming from the side. They put themselves in a bit of a pinch. Revolta may look for the spear. They're going to block out as much as they can with the LeBlanc copy, but Newbie could be in trouble. Just slowly chasing this team down. There's On the Hunt burn. Now they're hungry for blood. The Pillar comes out to try to save the day, but Jockster still at the front line as Revolta is hungry for that pounce in. Spear coming out, blocked by the Trundle, but that's 1 going to go down for sure. That's 2 going to go down. Revolta guaranteed to get the double here as he will not take out Newbie. Yang more than happy to pick it up, though, and yeah, EMP doesn't have the damage to solo out the jungler. Graves will finally take the kill, but 4 stacks of concussive blows, and Yang's absolutely insane Maokai now picking up a third kill in that exchange.
And what an absolute disaster right now for Isterus Gaming. They're 11,000 gold behind, and they just tank so many spears on the back end of that team fight. And Newbie was like, dude, I want to take the spears for you, but I think he's going to kill me. In the end, he does. He was able to leap over that wall in a delayed double. I thought it was going to come out much earlier as well, but... You know, they break the base 17 minutes in first. Inhibitor turret and Inhibitor going to go down respectively. And backs against the wall now for Isurus.
Yep, of course, that Ezreal ultimate going to get blocked out as well, so not going to be able to get a whole lot back. They're clearly still hungry for blood. They want to find a way back in this game as they keep chasing forward, but I just don't think it's going to work out for them. Another pillar comes out. No follow-up from the team. My question is, what do Isurus Gaming need to change here? Because INTZ dominated every stage of the game, and this is could be Isurus's second loss overall, and it's on track to be if they don't figure something out quickly.
Yeah, exactly right. I think most importantly is that they just need to recognize that the flank plays and the group up team fight is way too much out of INTZ right now. So there's no way that you ever group up against this team. Instead, what you do is you try and control vision in your jungle and try and prey on the tendency for Revolta to counter jungle. See if you can pick up the Nidalee. You have a LeBlanc, you have that Gragas, great catch potential, and I think they should have gone to it a little bit earlier. Just pink ward the entrances into the jungle. As soon as he tries to contest for that, see if you can get the quick pick off, because right now they're running into these team fights, or even worse, INTZ are just dominating the team fights, and there's absolutely nothing they can do about it if they stand and deliver.
And at this point, it's not even running into a team fight. It's running into a meat grinder.
Yeah.
INTZ are so strong, and Klados, you know, Zekro, EMP all do decent damage, but just not enough, as EMP could get stunned up here, trying to make it to safety, will lock down Macau, but Revolta is once again hungry for blood. Graves going to get dropped in an instant. Pride could be next. Don't know why he went through on that TP as Talkers picks up EMP on the backside. Pride could be next to fall, desperately trying to disengage with that cask, but another double kill goes over to Revolta. 15-2 the scoreline, and INTZ unstoppable.
Well, unfortunately, you live, you learn, or in League of Legends, you die, you learn, because right now they've got up the super creeps. 19 minutes into the game, it looks like INTZ are going to look to close this one out nice and early. Yang pops that ultimate. They're going to make short work of these turrets, and honestly, INTZ, we need more of this out of the Brazilian squad, because this is what we expected.
Yep, ultimate going to be blocked out as well, as they will close out this game. Their score now 2-2 overall with a dominating performance. We wanted to see them turn it around, and now they have. A few more blows going to be traded back and forth, but the Nexus will fall, and INTZ will emerge victorious.
7-1-5 for Revolta. That is a much better performance out of Superstars jungler. You see them on your screen there. They're still not quite content with their performance. They will now move to 2-2 after a loss against the Chiefs, but a good victory against Isurus Gaming. And, you know, when I look at this Brazilian squad, I just see so much potential in the ability to use that coordinated play around the map. You saw that the transition into the top lane jungle was like how they should be playing, right? Push out both lanes, collapse very, very quickly, and pick up 2 quick kills. Like, that is something they should be able to execute on, because they do have the strong solo laners, but it's something they haven't done throughout the rest of this tournament. And I hope that they look at this game, they realize double teleport, double flanking just works so well in an IWC environment.
And of course, this is their last game of the day for INTZ. They'll be coming back tomorrow, but Isurus Gaming have to play another match today against another incredibly strong team in the Saigon Jokers, and I mean, Saigon Jokers absolutely crushed their game as well. INTZ crushed this game, and Isurus have to be scared because they came in 1-1, doing better than INTZ so far. Now INTZ 2-2. They are at 1-2. They need to get a win if they want to remain in the middle of the pack, and I don't know if they're going to get the opportunity. It's looking like an uphill battle for Isurus.
Yeah, it certainly is. And look, this is something that we were aware of for Isurus coming into this. We always thought that it was going to be a tough tournament for the Latin American South squad. But what I will say is there's a lot that they can take from that game that will eventually make them a better team. Like the fact that they didn't necessarily ward up their jungle appropriately against the Nidalee. Because if Nidalee face checks you, especially if you have things like Gragas and LeBlanc, you should be able to blow her up, and they rotate much more quickly. They traverse terrain better than any mid and top lane duo. So especially with Graves, there was follow-up damage there. In their bottom lane, you know, they got an early advantage, but then weren't able to capitalize on it. You know, if you get first blood on Ezreal, that should become a null lane. You should just be trading experience. Instead, they pushed up the lane too far, didn't sweep out their own brushes, get double teleported on. So there are little things in this game that it's not like the long haul for Isurus that they can immediately identify, be like, crap, we screwed that up. Let's not do it in the next game and make ourselves better.
And worst comes to worst, they always have the option to just ban that layout, to ban these aggressive junglers, and limit the ability for a jungle to punish, like Revolta did in that game, because they got the Graves. They weren't necessarily able to make a very large impact with that pick overall, and Revolta controlled the map completely, but they can either try to adapt, as you've said, they can try to learn from this, or they have the flexibility to just ban it in coming games.
Well, I think the other good news is that Jinky doesn't seem to prioritize these ones. I mean, he has a Kindred pick, but he also went to Elise as his first choice afterwards, so I think that becomes less of a pressure. You only run into Revolta once during the group stages, so thank goodness they got through that hurdle. Maybe not in the fashion they wanted, but hey, they look at the bright side of life. They came out the other end, Daniel. Like, they are done. All right.
They may not have gotten over the hurdle, but they made it past the hurdle. They climbed under the hurdle.
Tried to run through. They've got skid knees and stuff, but
Yeah.
not too hurt.
I mean,
so what I'm trying to say is, like, they don't have to deal with such an aggressive jungler again. So maybe this is something where, like, as I said, you live, you learn. All of a sudden, they have to deal with another team now in Saigon Jokers. They've got different strengths than what INTZ have, but you know what? Maybe not as slow as we thought they were earlier on in this tournament.
Of course, and we're going to have to see how Isrus is able to adapt, as they will play against Saigon Jokers later in the day. But we'll have another match right after this break. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Wildcard Invitational. I'm joined once again by Jake Spawn, Tiberi. You have to be happy to be here.
I'm super stoked to be here. I was tweeting about it the other day. I think the IWC events are like some of the best events of the year. I just think that the unpredictable nature of the tournament and seeing how quickly certain regions shoot up, like Japan last year, such a success story. Now this year, hard random, out of absolutely nowhere, off to a tear. Like, it's honestly it's the most fun I get to have in my job.
And I feel like so often in international tournaments, what we have, the results that we have can be kind of predicted ahead of time. We know which regions are stronger, but in IWCI, it's all up in the air. It changes so frequently. Regions develop infrastructure, regions develop talents at such different paces that we can never be 100% sure what we're going to get this time around. INTZ dominating a game. We saw that. Maybe they'll continue the streak. Maybe Brazil will continue to remain on top. Maybe it'll get turned around on them.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be the case right now because, honestly, hard random, like, they look to be the team to beat. INTZ, they finally turned the corner on what was so far becoming a disappointing tournament. They get back towards 2-2, that important place that they wanted to be at. But they lost to the Chiefs this morning, team that had a miserable day one. And, the Chiefs now, their spirit's up and about. They've been all over social media. So it's going to be a fun tournament. Like, honestly, you look at Supermassive, they had a disappointing loss. How are they going to bounce back? There's just so much up in the air right now.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who occupies that spot at the top overall as we, start to move forward into the day. And things have been changing very quickly. INTZ 1-2 now 2-2. It just moves so quickly when you play 7 matches a day. The standings change at such a rapid rate, especially with teams who seem to adjust between every game and show us a different performance every time around. You can see with the day 2 results so far, Chiefs triumphing over INTZ Esports, Saigon Jokers, surprisingly for some people, over Supermassive, although SEA is doing pretty well so far. Hard Random continuing to dominate the standings, and INTZ turning it around, getting that 2-2, and a very clean victory over Istrus Gaming.
Yeah, all blue side victories today. And once again, supports the theory of like strong junglers being very, very important, but Maokai also is becoming a linchpin in compositions. I'm glad that we're seeing that IWC is slowly trying to align with the rest of the world. I mean, we've seen that. I think that right now, however, as we move into our next game, Detonation Focus Me versus Lion, this is like one of the games where Detonation Focus Me, their eyes must light up because Lion Gaming, they got absolutely dominated by hard random. Everything collapsed around them. So they must be excited for this one.
Yeah, and, for Detonation Focus Me, once again, one of the teams that we expected a lot out of, struggling so far in the tournament. And for Lion Gaming, it doesn't get much harder than this. Already 0-3 at the start. They dominated the qualifiers to get here, 3-0ing over the team that they managed to beat to get in for Latin America North. But Detonation Focus Me, 1-1 so far, opportunity to go up to 2-1 here today, and Lion Gaming, this is one of their last chances to remain relevant in the bracket because once you're at that 0-4 stage, that's the Dream Crush bracket, that part we're talking about where you have to live to be the blue shell. There are still some small opportunities for them to come back, but it doesn't really get easier from here, especially with Detonation Focus Me looking as one of the more inconsistent teams.
I completely agree, and I think that also Det FM have had a pretty easy run into this. They went up against Latin America South, and they got C, and now they've got Latin America North. Not saying that they aren't good sides, which they definitely are to make it to IWC, but they're kind of the regions you would expect to not really put up as much because they haven't historically done as well in these events, and maybe C is the exception to that. Every time I go, all right, cool. So GPL confuses me because I talk to a lot of GPL people, and every single time someone wins, they're like, oh, we should have sent this other team, or, it was an upset on the day, or our team can't get visas, and it's heartbreaking. They send these squads in, and even sometimes the GPL analysts don't have much faith in them. Fish. However, this time around, Jokers look to be on fire, and I guess that was really proved when they were able to take it up against Det FM, and we'll see now the relative strength of Detonation Focus Me as they go up against Lion Gaming.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do the same thing, turn it around, take it to Lion, as Lion have looked so far and away so far the weakest team in the tournament. They have the opportunity to change that. It could have just been a rough day one and a rough game earlier in the day. They have a lot of talent on this lineup, but it feels like not only have they been struggling to execute, they've just been falling behind time and time again.
Yeah, and you look towards their jungler, who was a big Evelyn player. Thiek is known as being this guy that's always in the right place at the right time, and their bottom lane, Saya and Arce, and these are the areas that you expect to be strong. And you know what? They picked for those areas. They picked Lucian Bard, and then they picked a Gragas jungle, so they were hoping to get gank-heavy jungler into a Lucian Bard lane and dominate the pace of the game. Problem was that they didn't account for Yuri getting solo killed at minute number 3 of the game in their matchup against Hard Random. Kira, of course, a 1v1 god, as you see the players there on your screen. So I think that this is just a little bit of a disconnect between Lion Gaming. Where do they want their strengths to be? How do they want to play this map?
And you have to think, unlike when we see Worlds International Tournament, there's not a whole lot of footage on each of these teams. Different language broadcasts, not as much opportunity to look into them, and teams evolve so quickly and the meta changes so rapidly that you can never be 100% confident in what you're going to be going up against. This time around, we talked about every team lining up in terms of meta picks, but last year it was crazy pocket picks back and forth, and so as a team coming in here, what do you really prepare for? Do you prepare for the standard meta, or you just try to play whatever comp is going to be strongest for you?
And hey, don't get me wrong, Japan, you still got some crazy pocket picks. I mean, I don't see Zillion as a worldwide ban, but Seros seems to demand it every single time. Man in the mid lane, absolute wizard on that pick. Anything with a circle, he seems to be able to play. And it's just... Detonation Focus Me is such a hard team to get a read on. I mean, you used to cast them. This team has been around for a couple of years now.
And they've... Last year in a season, they really struggled against Ozone Rampage when they had an amazing jungle support duo. This year, time and time again, every time they hit playoffs, they absolutely crush the competition. They've got so much confidence in best of series compared to other teams in the LJL. And I mean, they always level up for these tournaments, but I never know what to expect because regular season, they'll drop the ball. They'll be trying to figure things out. I mean, for the longest time, they had their analyst playing support, and Kazu was great. Don't get me wrong, but that's not something you want to be double dipping. You can't have a part-time analyst, part-time support. You got to go one or the other. And now that he's finally a full-time analyst, they are looking better. It is looking cleaner, but still so much of that inconsistency coming out.
Yeah, I completely agree. The other thing I look at as well is the inconsistency maybe out of Utapon. He is such a superstar, but he was an AD carry now. He's a top laner. He's been up there for a while. We'll see if he goes back towards carry tops because, there's also a lot of priority on tank tops right now. He can play them. He always has been able to, but he was really, really popular on the likes of Olaf the last time we saw him internationally. These top laners that will run over the top of you. So I think that right now they are in a strange position, but the one consistent thing about this squad, and I'm going to go back to it, their mid lane is a superstar. Like Seros is as good as anyone you will watch play the game from the mid lane position. He controls the map very, very well, and I'm looking to see whether he once again can get an upper hand on Yuri because this will give us a good power indicator between Kira and Seros, like two of the people that I really keep my eye on in this top competition.
And I think you have to. He's always been a playmaker, as a mid laner. He's always been, Gangplank pentakills. We've seen in the time when I used to cast LJL. When you used to do the Tokyo Drift Shurima Shuffle, that's what I'll call that, Azir play, where you'd swing behind, he would single-handedly win team fights for his team just by creating an excellent flank, by making these huge power play moves, and it wasn't just calculated team fighting. He was literally defining the game for his team, making these plays on champions that sometimes he shouldn't have been able to. Zillion, normally considered a defensive kind of utility champion, but banned because he can straight up hard carry a game with something like that.
And the cool thing that he does with Zillion, he's kind of that guy that will probe into the jungle on Zillion. He double bombs his lane and then kind of just sneaks around in the jungle, sees if he can catch you at Raptors, see if he can catch you going for a Rift Scuttler. He's very, very proactive on Zillion, and I completely agree with you. Generally, when we see Zillion, it's like Zillion, Tahm Kench in the LCK, like the never kill my AD carry. We have a Sivir, she's going to go berserk kind of composition. But he plays it in a much more offensive flavor, and that's interesting to see out of someone like Saros. So I completely agree with you. I'm super pumped to see this guy on Summoner's Rift. I'm really happy to see Utapon once again in international competition. I think that Japan is like the feel-good story. They finally have their server there. Now got some gaming houses springing up. Like, this is a scene ready to burst out there.
Absolutely. And now looking over at Lion once again, their scene has been developing as well, developing very quickly this year. And Seiya, of course, one of the all-star players you can see on the description for you there. They're going to have a tough time going up on this bottom lane because while Utapon was known and feared as an AD carry for so long, Zeros, formerly of his sister team, Rabbit 5, has also been a very lethal force for them. Maybe not the strongest AD carry in this tournament, but very much if you fall behind against this guy, he will punish you. He will find those opportunities.
I think that's a good way to actually describe the Japanese region as a whole. They are a punishing region. They're happy to play with leads actually a little bit more so than you would expect out of IWC regions, and it's quite similar to Saigon Joki, as they can suffocate you off objectives.
Yeah, very much so. We are now into Champion Select. Lion Gaming, of course, going to be on the blue side. Detonation Focus Me on the red. The ban's already coming out. Trundle, Nidalee, and the guaranteed ban every time you see Saros in the game. That's Zillion. Opposite side, Echo and Azir. Keeping those power picks off the table. Nothing super targeted at this stage from Detonation Focus Me. And, of course, Lion taking a few things away from Catch. Don't want to give him any aggressive junglers. And Zillion, the Saros special.
Yeah, 100%. Interesting that they banned Azir against Yuri, even though he had quite a disappointing performance on it. So really just banning out what they think is strong on the current patch, as opposed to something specific to Lion Gaming. See whether that's due to a lack of research or just extreme confidence from Detonation Focus.
Yeah, See, they're going to need a little bit of it. Only 1-1 so far. Lion, though, really need to turn this one around. 0-3. We cannot stress this. So much pressure on this team. Playing on home turf. Need to find a win here. They are going to first pick that Alistair. An interesting choice and a takeaway from what we've seen overall today, as junglers have usually been first priority.
Yeah, completely agree, but very low priority. I mean, Kindred and Graves are still both available. I think that people like the Graves into Kindred matchup, but Catch apparently doesn't care.
Of course, Kindred can scale pretty well, has the utility of the Lamb's Respite. Amazing team fighting skill. Is a little bit weaker on this patch. No longer has the cast range he once did on 6-6. So not quite the same amount of utility. Still remaining very popular though. 5 out of 6 games it was picked in day 1 with only a 1-3 win rate. Now that win rate has improved today as a couple more people have picked up wins on the champion, but you know, been a priority consistently throughout this tournament.
Yeah, and with good reach. Kindred, very rarely the sole responsibility for a loss. It's very hard to shut her out of the jungle. Generally farms very well, so I think that it's something to keep an eye on. Yak one more time, hovering his Evelyn, probably begging his team to allow him to play it.
Doesn't look like he's gonna get it as he eventually has to hover away, but that's gonna be the Ryze locked in, as well as the Gragas. Ryze, one of the picks that's been steadily rising to popularity, no pun intended, as, you know, he's just been able to dominate the mid lane, mostly with Sivir as backup. We'll have to see if that's what they go towards here this time around.
Yeah, I like the Ryze Sivir catch potential, especially with an Alistar in there as well, because all you need is one person to get snared up, and then the team kind of panics, turns around, tries to save. Alistar flies through, cleans everyone else up in a nice headbutt pole. Ryze's AoE damage is something that is often overlooked, I think, in part of his kit. Of course, that ultimate comes out, and he's able to blow some people up. So very smart. Next couple of picks out of Detonation focus me actually to do neither.
Of course, the Braum and the Sivir. Braum, Alistair, kind of the 2 power picks for the bottom lane if you're not looking to pick up something like a Bard, which is a little bit more of a niche pick, I feel like, for a lot of supports. Sivir, all around a powerhouse. We've seen it every time she's in the meta. On the Hunt can be such a defining ability, and now with the Critiche, she's a team fight monster at that late stage of the game.
She's like, it's kind of the Gangplank effect, right? As soon as you allow something to AoE crit, you have extreme difficulty of balancing the team fight capability of that champion. Because one AoE crit goes back and like tags an AD carry that maybe isn't expecting it, and it's just so much ridiculous damage late game.
Yeah, and it hits everyone on the team. I mean, you think about it, 5 members getting hit by 3 separate mini crits, essentially, as they are going to be that reduced damage. It's just so much to deal with. Other side, though, looking to lock in their final picks. We'll have to see what they decide on. It looks like the Kalista will come through, so we'll get that Kalista-Sivir matchup that we talk about so much. And Poppy, the final pick, most likely for the top lane here on Lion Game.
Cool. That would be a different pick here if he goes with Twisted Fate. Of course, I do like the fact that you can kind of shove Ryze in a little bit and then disappear around the map. Circle.
Oh.
I'm just saying, conspiracy theory confirmed.
Yeah, circles, Saros' strong suit, as we've talked about. You like to refer to things as effects. We'll call it the Saros effect. Anytime a champion is made with circles.
He's just going to pick it up and dominate. I mean, like, I kept talking about it. No one believed me that IWCA happens. And, like, in the 1v1, he goes towards, like, Gangplank, a Zillion, and then a Varus. And I was like, you know what, guys?
Circles.
Circles.
We've got it figured out. Of course, Anivia, surprisingly, a pick that's been incredibly popular here. Kira playing his first 2 games on it over the course of the tournament. Absolutely crushing in lane, excellent zoning use of the ultimate. Now Saros picking it up as well, so maybe one of these picks that's going to evolve within the IWCI meta as teams really start to figure out what's working.
Well,
for
we
them.
actually have a theory behind it at Oceania because you wouldn't understand this pain, Mr. Seafer, but when you're from a region that didn't get a server at the start of the game, when you were playing on that 200+ ping, Anivia was one of the few mid laners that you could play because you just dropped out the ultimate, wave clear for days, scale into the late game, and that's why predictive cues are so important on Anivia, because the wall actually forces champions to move a specific direction. So really good Anivia players will be able to hit you with that cue pretty much instantly after a wall because they know how your champion is going to turn depending on how it changes your walking path. So it's something that Kira has shown from the CIS region. Swiffer, surprisingly, hasn't shown it this, but is also a very good Anivia player in his own right. And I just feel like it's something that, us poor guys that got left out of the start, we just had to learn how to do it, man.
Hey, man. I suffered similarly, but not because NA didn't have a server, but because I was too cheap to buy good internet.
Oh yeah, no, that's a completely different set of problems right there. No, I've felt that pain as well from Velvet.
The hyperbolic time chamber of learning abilities within the game. So you start to learn completely different skill sets. I remember going from 140 ping playing Thresh to 30 ping playing Thresh
Yeah.
and realizing I could never land a hook ever again.
No, and like you can't even CS when you make the first jump, so it's a little bit weird. But then you look down the lineups of these two teams. Once again, I'm going to say that it may be a little bit more of a finesse comp coming out of the Japanese lineup. You know, with the Kindred, with the Nivea, you're going to have to be able to jockey for position around map. They have very good neutrals. I think something people overlook in Nivea's kit is the fact that we upped her damage to neutrals off the ultimate, so she takes Baron and Dragon actually relatively quickly throughout stages of the game. And on the side of Lion Gaming, kitchen sink one more time. You're just all in.
Everything you could possibly need. You
Yeah.
got the Rise, you got the Kindred. We've seen how strong Callista Alistar can be. The Chiefs absolutely dominated INTZ with that in their game. We saw consistently great engages from that Alistar-Lissandra combo. Alistar Rise may be a little bit different for the engage opportunity, but can surely provide an immense amount of CC if given the opportunity to go in.
Yeah,
So
they also have the Poppy and the Gragas, right? So they have the ways to start these fights. The other good thing about Callista, we talk about it a lot, but Callista versus Kindred. Callista chooses when her damage goes off. So even though Kindred Ultimate saves your life for quite some time, against a Callista, it can be kind of that double-edged sword, because as long as you're standing in there, she's in there throwing spears into you and ready to pop everyone. So I think that there is going to be like that back and forth between these two team compositions.
really interesting as well how they're going to use the dual zones of both having the Anivia ultimate in the wall, in addition to using the Kindred ult, potentially able to use it entirely for their team with a good wall, or just use it to zone a team to where they want them to be. So I think a lot of AoE or a lot of area control coming in from this lineup on the side of Detonation Focus Me should be able to force fights on their terms, but you also don't really want to pile in on a composition that consists of Callista, Poppy, Rise, Alistar. You never want to be grouped up on them, so they can dictate fights, but they have to be careful which ones they choose.
Yeah, completely agree, which is why it's a little bit more finesse. Unfortunately, guys, we do have a little bit of an audio issue on Detonation Focus Me comp, so we'll see whether they were able to get that sorted out for you as quick as possible and hop onto Summoner's Rift as we check the players out on the screen fiddling with their headphones, supporting my bold claims.
You can see Saros looking pretty confident, sitting there, expressionless,
Yeah.
ready to get into game.
I call it the eyes of the killer, right?
Eyes
you
of
know,
the
when you
killer.
just look down the player
Yeah.
cam and they're just like deadpanning you. So, like, you know, they're focused, ready to get into game. And once again, I compare Syros to Kira a lot because they're kind of the two quirky mage players from CIS and from Japan, like two more unknown regions. And now he's thrown the gauntlet. He's like,
Yeah.
Anivia, boom.
Thrown the gauntlet against someone who is not Kira, however.
Yeah.
So very interesting to see how this works out, but not only are they quirky mage players, they're very successful quirky mage players in terms of IWCI. And that's not something we usually see. I mean, there's historically, a lot of names in the League of Legends community that have played odd things and been successful, but not nearly as consistently as we've seen it from Saros and as we've seen it from Kira, and the trend just continues. And Anivia appearing to be a popular pick among the oddball mid players.
Yeah, and you know what? IWC regions historically have struggled to close out games, so Anivia just elongates that problem. It's something that at All-Stars we saw like time and time again that like you just can't push into this champion, and like it's very, very risky to dive because she walls off the rest of your team. So it's just this double-edged sword with Anivia, kind of a feeling of Azir, but without the hard playmaking ability, a little bit more hard CC out of the queue, but not like the Shurima shuffle that we've been talking about of
Yeah,
scooping people
and
back into your team.
Additionally, not quite as much setup time required.
Yeah.
Azir wants that area of zone, wants that control, and we'll have to see if Anivia can do the same thing. A little bit more flexibility. You can note that she has taken the exhaust against Ryze here, and it's looking like standard lane setup so far as Udapon throwing out that sapling, spotting out Giral in the bush. Saros getting cheeky. So small abilities traded back and forth here, but neither side may be looking to swap lanes quite yet. Although Callista is now starting to back, so potentially going to have a lane swap, as most of the games so far today have been standard lanes.
We mentioned it a lot, but Callista did get tapped in her laning phase, so possibly doesn't want the standard lanes. Sivir makes you lane against minions a lot anyway, so probably going to see Seiya, at least lately, go from what we've seen, will go into a Hurricane Rush to try and kind of match that wave clear that does come out of the Sivir. But it's going to be interesting either way to see which way this game goes.
Yeah, really tough in the early game. As you said, not only did the nerfs come out, but never really was Callista able to keep up with that wave clear pressure coming in from Sivir. So a lot of onus to be proactive on the side from Lion Gaming to make sure that they get the optimal lane set up so that they do not get punished. Because Kalista, we've seen her be an absolute powerhouse, but in terms of pushing pressure early game, no one's ever going to beat Sivir.
Yeah, I agree, and that also unlocks Eternal there in the bottom lane, because if Braum is able to disappear, Sivir pushes out the wave, like goes into mid lane, goes and helps the jungler for a little bit, can unlock this roaming support style that we see a little bit in Japan as well. So we'll see if that becomes a factor.
And we've discussed this as well as an invisible pressure. The second Braum goes missing, you have to respect. The second Braum goes missing, you think maybe you've got the opportunity to look for the 2v1 on the Sivir, but maybe not. Maybe Braum, it's just that unpredictability, that element of the unknown forces, kind of poor play from teams if they're not careful.
Yeah, and that's something that is a recurrent theme right now. I think INTZ have been one of the best teams, at least with vision control, but a couple of other teams, even the winning teams, haven't really capitalized on vision control enough. I mean, I was talking about it last game as Issaros. You should be able to force fights over vision, not just objectives, by setting up pink wards in your jungle as defensive areas. And I think that that's something that Lion Gaming will look to try and utilize here, because with the Gragas, once again with the Rise, they have great catch potential. If you go into that fog of war and you're not 100% sure it's empty, there is a potential for this team to catch one person and blow them up.
Yeah, I think that a lot of this game is going to come down to, can anyone find a game in the early game? Because if you find a lead, we've seen so many teams snowball games out of control. It's never really come down to which composition can execute better, because you never make it to the point where it's about the team fight or it's about the split push, when teams are just finding kills left and right by outclassing each other in the jungle or in the mid lane, on an individual level. And while a lot of that is playing around vision and finding these advantages, at least in case of Revolta, he just absolutely dominated the competition. And so I think that this game, if Detonation Focus Me do not dominate the laning phase, Lion have all the tools that they need to come out on top. They've got this great scaling Rise. They've got the mid-game power of Kalista Alistar, which is an absolute powerhouse, always has been. So a lot of opportunities for them to do really well with this competition.
Yeah, and I like the thought of it, right? Because it's, if you don't execute on that early game pressure, then where do you go from there? And I completely agree with you, because Revolta got to the stage last game where he would walk into the jungle, he would kind of phase check a brush, someone would turn around, try and hit him a couple of times, and he's like, "No, man, I'm still coming for you. Like, I've got a completed abyssal now. Like, I'm going to try and kill you."
I've got 2-3 levels on you, 20-30 farm, and 2 kills. Like,
Yeah.
you can't fight me, even if you hit me with everything.
Yeah, exactly right. So it did get to that point in that game where 2-3 members were trying to answer that, and it still wasn't enough. But it's like, if you set it up early enough, and if you're willing to be able to patiently bait these traps and catch people, because lots of people are greedy. I mean, I'll use the example of the Chiefs as actually we jump into game, so I might save that one. But Radier walking through his own jungle because he was like, "I'm safe," and then Corki was like, "No, you're not. You're dead." And Radier
Instantly
"Oh,
blown up.
yeah,
Yep.
damn it! Like, how did I not see that coming?" Well, because you didn't have good enough vision to make sure you could make that play.
Yeah, and playing around that, absolutely what defines the good teams from the great. Well, I would say the okay teams from the good, even. Vision control,
Yep.
just such a huge part of this game, especially as every team has started to level up in terms of their macro game. Long ago it was, can a team use vision control properly? As Seiya, not really respecting the vision here. Concussive blows coming out, Ignite going down. Seiya not burning Flash quite yet, and may just accept his fate, his first blood.
He can't burn Flash. Where is he going to go? Into their turret? Like, he's on the wrong side of the map. They trying to get Krugs, and Detonation Focus Me with just a heads-up play, catch them out.
Yep, Catch going to pick up level 2 as well, and that first blood for Detonation Focus Me already starting them off on a good pace. Sniffing out the lane swap, knowing that the lane swap was coming, making sure that they get the 2v2 lanes, and now getting first blood as well. Could not have a better start for this Sivir lane, as Braum already freed up to roam a little bit and throw down some vision.
Yeah, Saros already showing that he's quite good at hitting a Nivea Qs. We'll be able to chunk Yuri just a little bit. What I want to talk about is that's a greedy play out of Lion Gaming, because what they did is they warded and they went through the Raptor entrance of the jungle because they thought they had the blind lane swap, and what they wanted to do was slow down the jungle of Catch and see if they can get Thiak a little bit ahead. Of course, he needs to have a little bit of a snowball advantage because Greg is just not going to farm as quickly as a Kindred. But what they didn't account for is maybe a blind lane swap comes the other way, and they didn't save a ward for that brush. So that means you have to face check. And when you have to face check something like that, it's just going to be bad news.
Very high risk, low reward play overall, because even interrupting the jungle may not have offered them too much as Seiya just continues to take a ton of damage. The difference between level 2 and level 1 absolutely massive as Zeros continues to crush out these trades. And Catch, on pace with jungle so far, now looking to get aggressive onto Thiak, although he's coming in just a little bit too late.
Yeah, he certainly is, but he is a little bit higher health as well. Catch did something that I like to do on Gragas. I think that at Gragas, the first 2 clears that you have smite, you actually have to smite the Wolf Camp, just because he is a little bit more prone to invades, and you saw that the Wolf Spirit was offering a little bit more additional vision there. Catch reads that and backs away nicely, but it's just something to keep in mind. It's the little victories on Gragas, like not getting invaded first clear. Thumbs up. Because if you get to level 6 uninterrupted, you are a powerhouse in the team fights, but he is prone to invades early on in the game.
And especially against the Kindred. We've talked about how crucial Lamb's Respite can be for those savior moments. We've seen it in a couple games today. Saigon Jokers especially, we've seen Lamb's Respite come in clutch to win out in team fights to create greater advantages, and just not as much of an option when you have to worry about that explosive cask potentially knocking you out of your own zone, out of your own safety. Bottom lane, top laners trading in the bottom lane. Looking relatively even. No Echo, no dominating performance this time around from either side. No Gragas top lane, so even so far in farm, although maybe a small advantage here over to Utapon is... Oh, that's going to get contested. Diak going to grab the Scuttle Crab at the end of the day, though, and Catch is not done yet. Moving in, though, Seiya could be next. The stun's going to come out. Eternal's continuing to put pressure on. His heal will follow. Zeros, so not a whole lot of mana at disposal, and Eternal's starting to take a little bit of damage. End of the day, though, still trade in the favor of Detonation Focus Me, and it looks like Gragas was also able to make it out with his life on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and more importantly, the reason the trade's pretty big on the side of Detonation Focus Me is because it's the support that's getting chunked out, and he has 3 potions versus just a Doran's Blade on the Callista, so she has absolutely no way of healing up apart from, like, Alistar stamping his feet a little bit and yelling at people, so it's a tough matchup when that starts happening because you burn through Alistar's mana, especially if he's using defensive spells.
Yeah, maybe force him to put a few more levels into heal than he actually wants to. And of course, was nerfed, I think, 2 patches back. Yep. Not a huge change, honestly, because it's such a low healing number anyway that the small percentage nerf isn't that big of a deal. But does start to add up, especially in a lane that you're already losing after that first blood. Luckily, though, First Blood does go over to Braum and not over to Sivir, so not a crazy advantage yet at this point in the game.
So it depends when they get the advantage, because if they get it back in on the Sightstone and he's able to use it to pick on Theak, then it's actually quite a big advantage, but I agree that you would probably still rather have it on the Braum than the AD carry. But this is up to now Detonation Focus Me to recognize that, you know, vision is where we got the advantage, not necessarily in power, so let's use it to create plays elsewhere, not to brute force the lane. As Theak actually trying to come in for his first gank.
Yep, and while Theak was looking for that first gank, we did see Poppy not wanting to use the teleport on the bottom side of the map. Miss out on a decent amount of CS, now a little bit behind, but there comes the Alistar Pulverize. Zeros with an excellent spell shield to block that one out, but Eternal could be safe. Nope. Stand beside me as he makes his way back to safety among the team, and the gank not working out in the favor of Lion Gaming.
Yeah, but Utapon actually completes the teleport, so we'll see whether he just has to run back to the lane as quickly as possible. Now Gerald gets a little bit of a respite in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
So, nice heads-up play from Lion Gaming.
Works out in favor for them overall, I think. Or maybe not overall for Lion Gaming, but it does even out the CS on the bottom side of the map as Maokai desperately tries to run that one back. Interestingly, we've seen Darksteel be very popular on Echo and on Gragas. Don't see it as much on the Maokai, but it is coming out for Utapon this game.
Yeah, and I think that describes Utapon as a player, pretty much. I'm not necessarily going to say, like, this is what all Maokais will do from now on, but I have a sneaking suspicion that the Max E Olaf main will start doing this. You know, very famous for the game versus the Chiefs, where his cheese of... he took Ignite Teleport, I think, and maxed E into a Malphite, so it was an interesting
once
pickup.
Again, getting aggressive with the mounting dread, but that's never something you want to see. That's the kind of pick where it suddenly changes the way you play the game completely.
Yeah.
You either have to gank that Olaf and kill that Olaf, or just accept that that lane is going to be some kind of disaster that you've never experienced before.
Yeah, and I think the Chiefs famously went with, like, the number 2 option of, like, you know, you're on your own, buddy. Eventually we'll be able to deal with him because we have a control mage, and Olaf, of course, without a Ghost or a Flash, struggles to get on top of carries. But the laning phase was definitely brutal. As Catch is actually doing a pretty good job of farming out this jungle, but more importantly, Theak goes back, gets the early track, is able to keep people out of his jungle, and is farming up nicely as well. So I think that this is a much better setup right now out of Lion Gaming, and this is something that they can build on.
In some ways much better, in some ways much worse, though, as we see Anivia with almost a 30 CS lead over Ryze in the mid lane. Saros playing a circle champ, doing incredibly well, out-farming his lane opponent, though. Not something he's always known for, but a massive lead at his disposal only 8 minutes into the game.
I would agree with that. He's a team fighter, out and out. I don't think he's famous for bullying out lanes. As I said, probably more famous for, like, clearing as best as he can and disappearing and trying to connect with another member on his team, but doing a good job this time around. I think that like the good thing about Rise is you're always Rise, right? And I try and explain this in the nicest way possible, but 2 combos, you can either get 3 snares out or 3 Qs. Qs do the more damage, snares don't. At the end of the day, Yuri will hit Seraphs and Roa and still do damage on Rise. It's not like you can change the champion.
Yeah, at the end of the day, he's going to build scaling items. Those scaling items give him so much more than others. Headbutt Pulverize coming in. TP, though, coming out on the backside on the hunt use. Is it going to make it in time? There's the Rise. Going to get knocked up. Great disengage from Eternal to save his AD carry in that exchange.
Yeah, Eternal and Serost on the exact same page there. But Thiak now here, level 7, is spotted out by a ward, but they have to keep running.
Sivir probably has the spell shield by now. Fate's Call going to be used as well, and LG just going to have to be happy with the tower here.
Potentially not even that.
Yeah, just going to have to back off at the end of the day. Too much wave clear, not wanting to force a dive. 4v3 as Ketch shows his face on the top side of the
Yeah,
map.
Catch was moving up. Zeros also walked up there. So Zerost in the head and good heads-up play. That was a really nice Braum ulti. There's a little bit of a fight here, Kirill versus Udapon.
Udapon doing a decent amount of damage with Corrupting Potion, Dark Seal, and actually really doing a lot in this matchup. Normally it's just kind of the back and forth trading of cooldowns, no one really doing damage to the other, but you know, Udapon consistently coming out on top. Not a major CS advantage yet. He did have to give that up after a TP earlier, but
I think the other thing he's doing is waiting out the candy bar really nicely. Like, people trade within the shield of the Bracer a little bit too much.
oh, Catch potentially in trouble. Thiak not going to land the body slam, not going to commit there, but will look to take the Scuttle Crab.
So, you know, Udapon's patient in the windows that he's trading is actually netting him a pretty significant advantage in the end.
It's, I mean, working out for him pretty well now. 8 CS lead as the wave crashes into tower. Poppy maybe picking up a few, but looking decent for him at this stage. Thiak getting hungry for the gank, but here comes Kindred on the backside. Will they get there in time? It's not going to be enough. Zeros will drop in an instant. So much damage coming in from that combo, and Catch, while he did so much to Arcs, not going to be enough to take down the Alistair. Triumphant Roar. More than happy to heal him up.
Yeah, also still had the ulti, so no point hard engaging onto that Alistair. And this is finally what we expected. We said Arce and Saya, they are the superstars of this team. Thiak generally helps out that lane as misses out, but still a lot of damage. So yeah, just want to repeat that this is how you win games if you are Lion Gaming. Get your Kalista ahead. After what was a disastrous level 1 where Saya actually fell down, he's 10 CS up pretty much and a kill. So this is pretty good news right now for Lion Gaming.
Exactly where they want to be. They want to get to the stage where they can make or take advantage of that Kalista. And as you predicted, trying to balance out for the poor wave clear of Kalista overall, we do see the buildings of a Runan's Hurricane. So on track, as expected, but I think doing better than we would have hoped, especially after dropping first blood in that fumble on the top side of the map.
Yeah, completely agree. But good heads-up play out of Detonation Focus Me. They actually swapped their duo onto the bottom lane. The reason it's so huge is Catch has now picked up his Devourer. There is a mark down there as well as the Dragon, right, for taking. So they'll aim to equal out on neutral turrets, but also pick up a Dragon and 7 Devourer stacks for themselves, which is a pretty good news story. If you're a Kindred player out there, you like that.
Yeah, it's absolutely everything you want in that exchange, but the downside is that they've lost so much pressure on the top side of the map as Kalista and Alistair are now starting to push in, maybe hoping to lock down that tower. Thiak and Jural hoping to pick this up here. Oh, not going to get the stun, unfortunately. Here comes Ketch as well. Looks like a few cooldowns traded, but no fight starting yet. Mounting Dread. Thiak just going to make it to safety as Kalista and Alistair will drop that tower on the top side of the map.
Well, now they have to get the turret, so you see that Catch is actually in here trying to pressure up.
2 stacks, 4. That's going to be the concussive blows getting locked up. A little bit of damage traded, but the wave is just getting cleared too well on the side of Lions Gaming.
That's exactly what it is, and all of a sudden, Kalista running into that bottom lane. They didn't burn a teleport or anything like that from Udapon to try and force the play, even though they had a ward behind the turret. Don't know if that's an oversight, but we'll see whether Thiak one more wave has ultimate available. Wouldn't be surprised. There's a teleport.
They're looking for it. There's On the Hunt burn. The concussive blows going down. That's going to be the lockup onto the Gragas. It's eventually going to get stunned. Mounting Dread. Braum ultimate comes out. The kill goes down in their favor, but Kalista and Alistair are here to turn it around. Poppy as well. Zero suddenly in the wall. Lamb's Respite trying to give him a bit of a breather, but is it going to be enough as they get knocked up and taken down in an instant? I think the heal was denied by that Poppy ultimate. At the end of the day, the double kill goes in their favor. Kalista picking up one for herself.
Wow.
They're not done yet. Headbutt pulverized. Triple for Poppy. Saros next on the menu. They're having eggs for breakfast, and that's going to be the ace going over to Rise.
What? That was a crazy setup. So in the end, they pull the trigger, but I think they were too late because they didn't account for the duo rotating down into that bottom lane. And a great heads-up play. You know, we always talk about this Kalista combination where they're able to throw him in, get multiple knockups. And Arce that time just would not be denied time and time again, unrelenting, going for the pressure. And Lion Gaming, they're now got a gold lead, and for the first time, really turning up the pressure. It's just so fun to watch.
6-2 overall, the 2K gold lead you're talking about. Now looking to get their second turret, although Kalista probably going to have to back off this one. At the end of the day, a massive advantage for them and pulling off exactly what they wanted out of their composition. Running in, not giving Sivir the space she wants to set up to zone in those team fights. But man, when Lions Gaming pile onto you like that, there's just no hope because Kalista dishing out so much damage. Poppy, ugh.
We kind of said it, like the kitchen sink comp versus a comp that requires a little bit more finesse. And Detonation Focus Me, unfortunately, at least in that trade, just did not have the finesse required. In fact, it was the little interactions of like Jiril denying the heal, as you mentioned during that were just really, really beautiful for Lion Gaming. And you know, Detonation Focus Me, they had the good lane swap as Thiak one more time visiting this lane.
He's in trouble here.
No, he's all right, I think.
Oh, starting to get aggressive. Knocking Eternal back to the team. Braum, stand beside me to try to make it to safety. Unbreakable used as well. Catch, just there for the disengage. Not going to lose too much on either side. And Lions Gaming suddenly with a lot more confidence. Saros looking for the duel here. Jibril, though, making sure it's the 2v1. Not going to give him the fight that he wants. Flashing over the wall to make it to safety. But Poppy's still hungry for blood. Udapon backing him up if he needs it, but they are just going to back off.
But once again, that's 2 flashes for 2 ultimates, so definitely in favor, although Yuri just burned his flash as well, so that's an equal trade there. My bad. So, yeah, the other thing I wanted to talk about is Detonation Focus Me. Actually, let's forget it.
It's a bloodbath. You're not going to get the chance to talk, my friend. I'm sorry, but Catch dishing out so much damage. There's on the hunt. Jiral's overstay is welcome. A little too confident after that. Ace in his favor and will get dropped. Detonation Focus Me collapse on him. Now setting their sights on the turret, however, on the side of Lions Gaming. Potentially overstaying their welcome. Udapon not going to go in.
Yeah, it certainly looked like he wanted it, but there was no Sivir ultimate to help out the engage. Want to talk about the fact that Detonation Focus Me. Come on, Catch. Just give it. Yeah, all right, cool. He's out.
Go.
So
You're good.
Detonation Focus Me made the heads-up play of rotating into the bottom lane and to secure the Dragon Scuttle Crab in the bottom lane turret.
Oh.
Turret dive.
Fate's Call coming in. They're going to look to set their sights on Eternal once again. They know he has no flash. That means he's going to get knocked out. Thiak picking up that kill, and the tower now going to fall as well.
Ship sailed. So Lion Gaming absolutely dominating this map on the second half of it. You know, they got the top lane turret, made a good rotation back in the bottom lane, came up with 2 heads-up team fight. Now they're continuing to pick on this Sivir. We already mentioned that, you know, Saya will have a period of weakness, but once he picks up their first item and can match the wave clear, it's all good news stories for them. They also start denying some of the big stacks away from the Kindred, so Catch going to be slightly further behind than he would like. And honestly, where was this Lion Gaming up against Hard Random?
I love everything that they're doing in this game.
Yep.
They're finding summoners, aside from the first blood, let's be honest, but they're finding advantages. They knew Braum didn't have that summoner spell. They knew they were good to dive again. They're punishing Detonation Focus Me left and right for their over-aggression, and we called Japan a more reactive region. We called Japan a region that wants to punish, that's content just playing even, but this time around it's Lion Gaming who are punishing Detonation Focus Me for overextending, for getting over-aggressive, and trying to balance out what they wanted to be even objective trades.
Yeah, and you know, once again, they're a reactive region, but Udapon had a moment in that bottom lane to pull the trigger on a teleport play earlier than he did. In the end, he went way too late, and it's just snowballed this game out of control because it's so crazy. Udapon had such a big CS advantage. Seros had such a big CS advantage. This is not what we expect out of the Japanese region. We expect team fighting, not necessarily the huge laning players, but they got an advantage in an area we wouldn't necessarily expect them to, and then threw away that advantage on an area we expect them to dominate it.
Maybe just over-eager, not used to having an advantage in a lane, not used to playing it around it, but doesn't really make sense as to why they fumbled so hard in the team fights there, especially that all-pivotable ace in the bottom lane. Really devastating for Japan, and now Udapon, you know, going down here to pick up some farm, going to continue to extend the CS advantage, but the gold's still in favor of Poppy as she's picked up those 3 kills.
Yeah, completely agree. And, you know, now it's all about consolidation. One good thing that you have to point out for the Japanese squad is the fact that they still have Sivir as well as an Anivia. So as far as wave clear goes, they're not really hurting. For that, they will be able to clean up the map and defend these turrets that do remain quite well. It's now up to Thiak to try and pressure around the outer turrets. Already mentioned this once today, but if you have Gragas, if you ward very, very deep in the jungle, you can catch people out as they rotate through. If no one rotates because of explosive cast, you just pop the Anivia out from underneath the turret. Scrambled eggs for breakfast, easy as you like.
Pretty solid option for them, and they are setting up a little bit more deep vision.
Interesting interaction.
maybe looking to get a little bit cheeky here as they look to take the Rift Herald.
So
Don't-
Catch jumped over the wall. Eternal stood behind him and dragged him back over the other side of the wall. I've never seen that before in my life.
I don't really know what to explain there. I think their whole plan was to sneak this Rift Herald.
Yeah.
And then it's just that embarrassing moment where you have to walk around. Not quite going to get it, but they will get this Rift Herald. We'll have to see if they use the pushing power or if it's just going to be an improved recall coming over for the Kindred here.
You know, there are some pretty cool things, as this is what I was talking about. Oh, he's been spotted now, but he
Nope, you
can't
can see it.
Yep, get him.
Oh, looking for the
Boom.
opportunity. Here comes Rise. There's one snare. Looking for another, potentially the second one. Going to lock him down. And you talked about the 3 Qs or the double snare. It's the 3 Q option. And just to finish it off, scrambled eggs for breakfast in favor of Lions Gaming. 8-3 now the score.
And this is why I love Gragas into control mages, because no other jungler, well, Lee Sin can, but he's committal on it. Lee Sin's knockout is a melee ability. Gragas is his range. You saw, just lobs it over the wall, follows it up with a body slam. Very nicely done, and now they're looking for potentially Catch.
Catch.
No.
Not wanting to live up to his name in that one. Hoping not to get caught out here. As Yuri does manage to pick up the blue buff, and Lions Gaming starting to choke out Detonation Focus Me.
Flash Headbutt Pole was available. Now Catch onto
Catch getting
Saya.
aggressive. There's 3 stacks. Catch doing so much damage with that buff. They're not going to chase, however, heal coming out from Saya. That's all they're going to get.
Yeah, so in the end, Lions Gaming not pulling the second aggressive move. Maybe a little bit of an error because it is a Summoner Spell burn on Saya. Catch with a heads-up play. I like it from him a lot, but still got to call it as it is, and it's 3,500 gold for the Latin American North squad. And they're starting to really ramp up in how they play around this map, denying blue buff, denying camps away from Catch. Only going to mean good things.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how they can transition this, however, as it has been a weakness for them in the past, transferring these early game leads. We saw in their first game against Hard Random, or sorry, not in their first game against Hard Random, in their match earlier today versus Hard Random, not yesterday. As I get completely lost, that they got completely crushed, but in their first game yesterday versus Isurus, versus potentially a team that plays just south of them, they had an excellent Jhin Varus comp. They found leads, and they just were not able to transition to it, and eventually got scaled out of the game. The same thing I think could happen here with this Anivia pick.
Yeah, it certainly is a possibility, and I mentioned how important it is to be able to pick on the Anivia as another engage here in the top side of the map. They
Starting to
still
get
want
aggressive.
it.
Fade's call going in. Is still going to catch him despite the on the hunt.
Teleport behind.
Disengage, looking for the opportunity. Ours
Double
may have
teleport.
overstayed. Utapon in as well. Double TP's coming out, but Yuri's in the backside, and he's looking for the fight. Lamb's respite. Will it be enough as Catch is the only one left inside on his team? Team moves back in for the heal overall, but the Kindred's going to drop, and so many members are dying, or not dying, rather, as no one has gone down quite yet. Such a bloody team fight. So many low health bars, but only one has dropped. As once again, Lions Gaming find an advantage. Both sides simply backing off.
Yeah, exactly right. So it is a 1-0, but you kind of saw how these team fights go. Lions Gaming piling it on top of each other. Great double teleport play. One more time, Seros a little bit late to that because he doesn't have that. Has to flap his way into the top lane. And it's starting to really punish. I think that he goes Swiftness boots after this and just sees if he can make up the distance with a little bit of movement speed. Because honestly, this Rise, it was down 30 CS. Now within 10, Yuri's starting to perform very admirably.
Has everything he needs, has that Rod of Ages, picking up the Merc Treads to make sure he does not get locked down or take too much magic damage from this Anivia, and feeling a lot more comfortable. It's very clear. 2-0-1 his scoreline. Every scoreline on this team looking fantastic. 0-0-7 in the bot lane, 3-1-4 for that Callista as well, and Lions Gaming dominating this, and it does not look like their other performance where they were struggling to push an advantage. They are finding every opportunity. They are winning every fight that comes towards them.
Yeah, completely agree. And the other important thing to note is the fact that that Seris is an immediate upgrade. So that's a huge power spike right now for the Rise. If he wasn't strong enough already, Dragon will be the next objective that the teams look towards. And this means even further Devourer stacks denied away from Catch. And we've said it's hard to keep a Kindred down, but it seems like Say is Callista, as well as the rest of the Lion Gaming lineup, trying to do that.
Catch now feeling safe to take this buff, or to take this stack for himself. Poppy coming in to spot it out, however. Only when the Dragon was taken down, only when he knew that there were multiple members committed that, did he feel comfortable moving in to take a single camp. That is how scared Detonation Focus Me have to play at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and it's just strange to watch. It's pretty straightforward composition from Lion Gaming now that they are ahead. We've talked about the fact that if the team gets ahead, they're generally staying ahead in this competition right now.
Headbutt Wolf coming in.
because like they're just not. This isn't a hard composition to execute, right? There's no setup time. It's not like you're running a teleport on something like a Gangplank or even an Azir where you have to come in and get barrels or soldiers down. Something like this. It's Rise, Poppy, teleport in straight away, blow up the closest target. They do enough damage in this case. Like Poppy Lissandra, what the Chiefs were running. Very similar, you teleport in, all of a sudden you got the big flanking play, Alistar flies in, you clean everyone up. Catch, you're strong? Don't know if you're that strong.
Yeah, don't know if anyone's that strong at this stage of the game. As Yuri, both of those major items completed for himself, and a little bit of magic resist over to Saros, but Rod of Ages, Unholy Grail, definitely not a powerhouse in terms of item spikes in favor of
But
that
the longer
Anivia.
the team fight goes, if he starts picking up some kills in there, the refreshing mana will keep him nice and sustained off in that fight. So it's still a nice build. It's just more of like a long-term build. He wants the team fights to go like 10, 15 seconds and have tremendous control around them. So Saros is starting to ramp up. Still, you're right, needs a couple of items. Probably goes towards a Void Staff next and sees if he can chunks people out. Double Spirit Visage is just incredibly annoying to deal with. It's going to be GA actually.
Coming in
as well.
for Rise, yeah. Very difficult to take down this Rise already. So many tanky stats between that passive and the Seraph's Embrace, in addition to the Rod of Ages. I think that's the thing that's so brutal about Rise, is that he builds mana, he builds defensive, he does damage, and he becomes tanky.
Yeah, and even further than that, right, is that if he goes something like Abyssal, sure, he does more damage, but you can kind of turn around and deal with him, especially if you're an AD carry. If he has GA, it's like, I have to kill this guy 3 times pretty much. Like, through his
Multiple
Seraph shield,
passives, through the Seraph shield.
shield passives, like, there's just stuff going everywhere, and then you're like, and he's got a damn GA. Like, this is just annoying. Like, double dips because he gets the shields, and of course, raw resistances help out further with that. Like, it's just a very smooth item build for Rise, where you're strong throughout the entire points of the game.
Yeah, very good champion overall. We saw a lot of bans coming out onto it yesterday. Some interesting picks, and working out very well for Lions Gaming as a team. Kind of waiting for them to maybe push their advantage here. Gragas once again. Interesting wall. Going to deny that pink ward at least for a few seconds, but Gragas may be hoping to make another cask play. In the meantime, it seems to me that Lions Gaming can just keep pushing for neutral objectives and keep looking to force Detonation Focus Me into fights.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that way. Don't get me wrong, Detonation Focus Me will eventually scale up to a nice team fighting composition, so Lions Gaming need to be aware of that. But good neutral secure here. As you can see, they march into this and chunk out the turret fairly successfully. But I'm looking towards Dragons, Barons. If they can start getting those stacking up, it will be fantastic for this squad. Force Detonation Focus Me out into the open, where Lions Gaming should be able to use that double teleport to catch them out.
Yep, splitting the pressure across the map. 1-3-1 as Rise sets his sights on the mid lane, Poppy in the top, and the remaining members now setting their sights on this bot lane tower with a little bit of damage earlier, and now the tower itself is going to drop. The Dragon Burn helping make that one a little bit easier as they extend their goal lead to 5k 25 minutes in.
Even though,
Nope.
I say caught a little bit.
Potentially in trouble here. 3 stacks. So many stacking buffs going down onto him. Looks like both are going to fall off before they can make anything happen, however.
Yep, so even though Zerost has so much wave clear at the moment with that static shiv as well as the Essence Reaver, the fact that he can't approach the creep line means that Say is able to chunk out that turret. There's just way too much dive potential out of Alistar with ultimate as well as Gragas with flash. So respect shown from Det FM. And they're about 5,000 gold down. It's not the end of the world, but a very significant gold lead for this stage of the game.
Definitely need to stop the bleeding, and they've been doing a good job of doing that, or of that so far. They've lost the one tower, not the place where they want to be, but they haven't given up any inhibitors. They haven't given up any barons, and that's the silver lining at this stage. Is nothing that it's not a lead that they cannot overcome. They have the scaling. They just need to keep stalling.
Yeah, and as long as the base is not broken, you feel like it is a game that can go on for a very long time if you are Detonation Focus Me, because eventually it becomes harder to make these rotations throughout the lanes because you're going from outer turret to outer turret, rather inhibitor turret to inhibitor turret, much shorter path. Udapon trying to get cute there, but it's a 3-1-2.
Not quite as strong as he was in the early game. Darkseal actually leaving the build path. Does sell for a decent amount of gold. Oh, potentially looking for the pick here, although both sides just going to back off. Spear getting picked out, and now it looks like they're just going to rinse and repeat as LG now moving their pressure onto the top side, maybe hoping to get another inner tower.
Certainly looks to be the case, and you got to respect Lion Gaming now that they've got their first real significant lead of the competition. Closing this one out quite methodically in their deliberate movement around the map. Udapon, who is one of those big flanking forces for his team, can't join really because of the pressure that Poppy is putting up. And there is still that threat of being dove both in the mid lane and the top lane. for Detonation Focus Me, so they have to respect this composition.
Fans in Mexico City have to be happy with this one. It's looking like not an assured win, but it's looking like a confident lead coming in here from Lions Gaming and maybe able to make it a 1-3. They're not over the brink. They're on the edge. They need to win this game, but they're not out of the tournament yet.
But as we said, must-win games, they kind of boost up your team. They can do one of two things. Like, obviously, they can destroy your morale completely if you lose in a close fashion, or they can really start building you up. And this has to be confidence-inspiring because it is their duo lane that we expect to do well. 3-1 and 4-0-0-7, you know, 7 out of 9 kill participation for both of them. Their mid laner is up in CS now and has had a much better performance on Ryze than he had on something like the Azir earlier. So,
Now getting the third dragon as well, making it that much easier to engage. Zeros burning the ultimate out of fear, out of respect for Yuri, and now they're looking for the dive, but they have to kill that Ryze 3 times, as we've said. TP coming in as well. They really want to take this guy down. Stun coming in from concussive blows. GA coming out. A brief reprieve, but we can be sure that this Ryze is going to drop.
it certainly is going to fall down, but at what cost? Because we've already mentioned the dragon burning, and he has himself that Iceborne Gauntlet, so they need to take Baron right now. We already mentioned it. Zeros does pretty significant damage to it with that ultimate.
Poppy has TP though. They could look for the fight.
I don't know if they're going to. Maybe they just take an inhibitor in response. No, looks like it's coming out.
Here comes the fight, looking for it. Fade's call coming out, just trying to delay this one. Going in onto Zeros, getting popped up, but there's the Lamb's Respite coming down, making sure that the 80 carry will not drop. Catch doing what he can, but he's taking so much damage from the Baron, has to flash over the pit, and Utapon going to be the sacrificial lamb for Detonation Focus Me. A little bit too aggressive to take the Baron, not losing the inhib. And now it looks like can catch, steal this one out. He does have Smite, but he does not have Flash. Art's trying to deny any potential turnaround here. They're hoping to get this one. Thiak burning it down. Utapon looking for the opportunity. LG secure the Baron, and a few members of Detonation Focus Me as well. QSS coming out. Saros, no hope. 2 kills going over in their favor. 3 kills. And now the TP coming in as well.
This could potentially be game. Lions Gaming just absolutely turn it on. They have Baroned up creeps. They're going to march them into the base. A huge creep wave that was prepared by Jirul, the top laner, and disaster strikes for Japan.
30 minutes in, and LG are looking so strong. They're going to pick up the kill onto Sivir, soloed out by Seiya on the backside. Utapon desperately trying to keep the game going, but the turret won't even take down Thiak. And as they move forward, as Utapon drops, Lion Gaming are going to find their first win in the International Wildcard Invitational.
And as we said, backs against the wall. What a heroic effort to be able to pull this one out. Detonation Focus Me going with a late game scaling composition. Sivir, you know, the Anivia, so much wave clear, but they fight in the open because Lion Gaming finally draw them out, and it just does not go their way.
And I'm just absolutely blown away by this performance coming in from Lion Gaming. 0-3 at the start. They were looking down and out. It was looking so hard from them, but that game was just about as clean as the INTZ game, or INTZ game rather. It wasn't the jungler who made it happen, but it was the bot lane. It was that Kalista, that Alistar, the excellent movement coming in from Gragas, and they found a massive advantage, capitalized on it, and forced Detonation Focus Me into some horrible positions, eventually winning the game.
And I'm just actually going to take a look here at Detonation Focus Me because I feel like they're maybe underestimated this team. I mean, we saw a Ryze ban coming out from Hard Random on the blue side. They understood that they scouted this guy in the mid lane. He's quite a good Ryze player. They also knew on Hard Random's lineup that they were going to focus the mid lane and they needed to bottom lane, and they needed to snowball mid lane to create another pressure point. What happened in this game? Detonation Focus Me do not respect the duo lane at all. Thiak goes there multiple times. There's no counter jungle pressure coming out of Catch on the other lineup. They're able to use that double teleport out of Ryze, out of the top lane Poppy, and just generate play after play after play. And Seiya makes the other lane pay. As soon as he gets ahead on this Kalista, he tears the game open and grabs it by the scruff of the neck. And Detonation Focus Me just had no response for this.
No, not at all. And we think about back to that first crucial moment when Lions Gaming take top lane tower, immediately try to shift their bottom lane, or their bottom lane down to the bottom lane to try to protect that outer tower, and then Detonation Focus Me know that they have to trade objectives, want to trade objectives, and underestimate their opponents completely. Just like you said, we saw that pentakill going down. Suddenly this Poppy that was so far behind, this Ryze that was so far behind, instantly made useful as they managed. Poppy found 3 kills in that fight, completely dominating overall, and a massive change of pace in the game.
And I'm going to go back to it. Double teleport. IWC regions, get on board. It is just so important right now in this tournament because you can capitalize on every single error. Time and time again, Saros was not there to help his team out. Anivia provides so much control. That's why Kira takes the teleport on his Anivia so we can actually help out in these situations. But it was just never going to be the case. So one more time, hats off to Lion Gaming. They had a shocker against Hard Random, but able to pick up the slack here against Detonation Focus Me. It was a game they have to win, and they execute on it beautifully.
Yeah, and now Detonation Focus Me steadily approaching that position where they could be, just like Lion Gaming, close to down and out. We're going to have to see if they can turn it up in their coming games, because that was not at all clean. They picked for the late game. They had good late game options. They even found that first blood going over to Braum and Sivir, but it just wasn't enough for them to find a legitimate advantage, and instantly turned on them because they just disrespected their opponents, quite frankly, overextended, overcommitted multiple times, even after the ace, I would say. Just not a performance that they could be happy with. At the end of the day, Lions Gaming, not missing a beat. You want to overextend, we'll take this fight, we'll take this kill, we'll take these objectives, and in the end, we'll take the game.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, now Detonation Focus Me joins the likes of the Chiefs and what was INTZ before their last performance, where they are now 1-2, and they'll expect it to make playoffs, one of these teams, and it's just going to be an uphill battle. All of a sudden, the CIS regions, they're just sitting back smiling. They must be so happy with how this tournament has worked out, because right now they're sitting on top of the castle. Looks pretty good.
Everyone else engaged in a complete and total bloodbath, and we'll have to see if that trend continues after the break. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the International Wildcard Invitational. I'm Matthew Fish Stewart. Joining me on the cast today is going to be Jake Spawnsire Beery for, I believe, the 6th time today.
Yeah, and I've gone through 4 play-by-play casters. You're the 4th, man. You're in danger there. Dropping like flies, but I'm still here, ladies and gentlemen, kicking. And you know, Fish, before we jump into anything, I just want to have a conversation quickly about the sea region. Of course, for those that don't know, Matthew Fish Stewart joining the Oceanic team from Karina in Singapore, should be our resident expert on sea. So why did you not have faith in the Saigon Jokers?
This is going to be a tough day, it feels, discussing with you. You know what? To be honest, they didn't look good in their games playing in the GPL. They had a very impressive run in the VCS, which is their local region in the Vietnamese tournaments, and in the GPL, they just faltered every single game. Their early game was not very good. All they were able to do was capitalize on mistakes, but they've cleaned that up a little bit in IWCI, looking better this time around.
Yeah, certainly have much better early games. I'm just taking him a little bit on the ride, ladies and gentlemen. It's always nice to hear an explanation, but I do agree with you. They have definitely grown as a team in the last couple of weeks, because I was kind of on a similar vein when I was doing research into this team. I thought that they play very reactionary team compositions. They don't necessarily use teleport all that well, and that they wait for the game to really come to them. But what we saw in their victory, at least over Supermassive, was that they completely rectified a lot of those mistakes and were able to push forward, take advantages throughout the game. And I think our next one's going to be an absolute cracker.
They certainly have, and that next game is going to be Isurus Gaming taking on Saigon Jokers. But before we go into that matchup, let's take a look at the results and the standings for today. As you can see so far, you know, it's been a trend across esports today where we have a lot of blue side victories in North American LCS. All 5 games in that best of 5 series were blue side victory. Here in IWCI, same story taking place as the Chief Esports Club, where we pick up their first game. Saigon Jokers, where we pick up a win over Supermassive as well. Hard Random took down Lion Gaming. INTZ Esports were able to take on Isurus Gaming and pick up a win there as well. And finally, Lion Gaming able to pull one back against Detonation Focus Me.
And you know, I was like, all right, the favorites have always been on blue side. This is okay. I mean, Saigon Jokers versus Supermassive was a hard one to call, but I wasn't really, like, they could have gone either way, right? The fact that Saigon won it, wasn't willing to put it up to blue side. However, now that Lion Gaming has just taken down Detonation Focus Me, once again, it's an upset, but not a massive upset, but the stars are aligning, Fish. Blue side is definitely a terrifying place to be on. So now Saigon Jokers looking across the abyss, not staring at Isurus Gaming, but staring at the blue side of Summoner's Rift that just seems to be insurmountable at the moment. Scary situation.
Certainly has been. Isurus Gaming will have that blue side buff coming into this game, but you know there's a story between these two teams because they both play very similar styles of League of Legends. We've seen how Isurus Gaming and Saigon Jokers both like to capitalize on their opposition's mistakes.
Yeah, it certainly does seem to be the case. The scary thing, however, for Isurus is they still seem to want to be playing that way. I mean, what was it, a 53-minute victory?
56 minutes.
56. It was even longer than I remember. Gosh, against their, I guess, rivals in Lion Gaming is the only one that they've been able to pick up. Whereas Saigon, they flipped the switch versus at least Supermassive today and were able to really dictate the flow of that game. So this is going to be interesting. Is Saigon going to revert to a slower paced game now that they're against a like-minded foe? Or will Isurus even try and throw a spanner in the work? That's why I'm really interested in this, because when you see similar styles of regions coming together, for example, Oceania versus Japan kind of plays a similar style of League of Legends, you generally have fireworks, and that's what we have here in Isurus versus the Saigon Jokers.
We certainly do. So we'll have to see how that matchup pans out. Are there any particular matchups coming into this, particular lanes or the jungle matchup that you would like to be looking into between these two teams?
All right, so two things. Ro, absolute monster. Like, this guy seems to go off, and Pride's going to have his hands full. Pride didn't necessarily have the best performance up there in the top lane earlier against INTZ. And then when you look across the other side of the rift, Celebrity also a very good AD carry. And I'm looking at Zycro and Newbie, who got exposed one more time against INTZ. Double teleports play coming out meant that Zycro and Newbie, when they were pushing up that bottom lane aggressively, were able to get caught out of position a couple of times. So they're the two lanes that I really think are going to be huge. The other thing I want to watch for is if Saigon Jokers go back to a double teleport play, because that seems to be like just the story of the tournament right now.
And you know, that's a very scary thing, and that feels like the exact narrative coming in for this game, because Saigon Jokers in the Vietnamese Championship and in the GPL were very famous for running a double teleport team composition in most of their games, and that seems to what they'd be using for their counter-attacking play. It could possibly be the downfall of Isurus here.
Yeah, I certainly think that that might be the case. I love, like, the GPL is such a weird league to put under the microscope, because, like, even though it's its own league, it's kind of like all these different regions coming together and defining their own meta throughout the GPL tournament, as it were. And the Saigon Jokers seem to have gone away from that tournament, taken their learnings, and then snowballed it into what has been a pretty good IWC performance so far. 2-0. Once again, huge win over Supermassive today. Isurus at the same time, you know, they were able to win out in their local tournament, of course, in the LAS, but it's something right now that just doesn't seem to be clicking there for them. I don't know if it's a grasp in the meta or just, you know, getting a little bit overexposed in the pushing mentality that players seem to have, but they are reaching for advantages right now and getting punished for it.
And Isurus had a very similar run in their tournament as well in Latin America South. They were able to, you know, they had a very disappointing group stage. They went into the playoffs. They had to fight back in most of their games as well. And you know what? Coming to IWCI, we talked about this before, but it seems like they haven't learned from this. What mistakes did they have to correct? What did they have to adapt to coming into this game?
Yeah, and the thing that really was, I guess, exposed against INTZ is that if they have an aggressive jungler, and Jinky is a big Elise player there in the jungle, they don't really know how to kick someone out. They don't know how to help out Kratos, their jungler. And what they should have been able to do, especially with the likes of the LeBlanc, the likes of the Graves and the Gragas, is wait for someone to enter the jungle, collapse very, very quickly over terrain, and boot him out. But Revolta was invading, and there was no response. It was actually the INTZ members beating them to the punch and actually taking Kratos out of his jungle completely. Like, Revolta had a 3-level advantage at one point in that game. So I think that that's something that EMP and Pride really need to have a look at. They need to be able to help out their jungler, especially if he's going to pick up an aggressive jungle like Graves, and be able to give that assistance he needs throughout the latter stages of the game. Jinky is also a ganking heavy jungler, so it will be interesting to see whether Kratos can go with the pace of the game.
So the jungle match are going to be very important coming into this game. And you know, finally, we talked about the tendencies, how these teams have played historically, how they've been playing in this tournament, how they adapted so far. This game, right off the bat, what can we expect to see from both these two teams?
I think that we can expect to see ganking jungles prioritized for Saigon Jokers. I also think that, once again, that they're just going to run pretty similar to their composition that they ran against Supermassive. Sorry, keep going back to that game. Just because, you know, it worked out so well and they didn't really have to give that much away. They went with Elise, they went with Lucian, Lysandra, Echo, as well as the Braum. So get a lane bully into Rose lane, try and pick on Pride a little bit more, as I mentioned, and get a dominant 2v2 and just play standard lanes. This is something that GPL is known for. They have some of the best raw mechanical players coming out of there. Lloyd, Moss, SOFM, another very, very famous GPL player that just dominate people on a raw mechanical level. And that's something that Saigon Jokers can always go back to. to.
And speaking about raw mechanical play, the likes of the mid laners coming from Saigon Jokers, Lovita, and they even have a substitute Warzone who like to throw in and out between different games. Lovita was known to be a 1v1 champion. That's how he got into the Saigon Jokers as well. Played in a 1v1 tournament, was scouted through that, sat on the bench for a year later, and he's known as one of the best mid laners in the team. Is that going to be difficult for EMP here going into this matchup?
Yeah, it certainly seems to be. Not because of the actual the laning phase, but it's when you disappear into Fog of War. I've talked about this concept a lot today, but EMP doesn't seem to want to be able to follow the mid lane, and this is something that Lovita can take a huge advantage of, especially if he teams up with Jinky relatively well, which he did in the first game. So it's something that, yeah, you definitely have to be at the back of your mind. When I look at the Saigon Jokers, I don't necessarily look at Lovita and think he is the weapon, whereas like I'm looking at Celebrity, I'm looking at Roe right now because they've had such a dominant tournament, but he certainly is a mid laner that has continued to grow, as you said, and continuing to step up.
So one thing I really looked at for Isus coming into this game as well is the fact that a lot of their players seem to adapt to the current meta quite nicely, because looking back at their games when they played in Latin America South, back when carry tops were a very famous thing, Pride was playing those quite nicely. As soon as the tank meta came into play, they were able to play a lot of tanky top lanes. We saw him play Poppy earlier as well. Do you think that the adaptation from the meta is going to be enough for Isurus here?
Yeah, so I kind of follow a similar vein. I think that they played a really cute catch comp. I thought the Ezreal Trundle was also really great for Zyker and Newbie, and they got a really cute level 1 against INTZ. The problem is in the mid game they just fell apart. And sometimes it's not about how well you adapt to patches. It's just how well your players are able to absorb the pressure of being on stage. So I think right now, yeah, sure, they look completely comfortable in the patch. Their drafts has been relatively okay. They played a cute kite back comp there against INTZ, but it's about what they can do with the actual composition during the mid game, and it's the execution portion that I worry about.
And the mid game is also quite intriguing for me, because that's a point of the game where Saigon Jokers tend to fall apart if they don't have a significant goal lead. The mid and the late game is where I feel Isurus Gaming can come back. Like we mentioned before, 56-minute game against Lion Gaming where they were able to pick that one up. Do you think it's possible for Isurus Gaming to take Saigon Jokers late in this match?
Yeah, look, I'm looking at it and I'm thinking it depends whether they want to play control mage. I just think that you're not going to get Saigon Jokers to the super late game if you're not willing to pick up a control mage in the mid lane. So I guess the draft will dictate whether that happens. I think that, yeah, you know what, there are certain ways for them to exploit Saigon Jokers, especially if they want to play a reactionary, pick a reactionary comp into them. But I think what Saigon Jokers did that was really important was show that that wasn't the only way that they can play League of Legends. So now ball's in Isurus's court. Do they match the early game? Do they try and play for the late game? I think that they are the ones that have a lot of questions that they need to answer, and Saigon Jokers come into this one pretty clear favorites.
So we've covered almost every one of these lanes here, the mid, early, the late game coming to these teams, how they're going to start off as well. One thing I really want to touch on is shot calling coming to these two teams, because for Saigon Jokers, for me, watching them play in the Vietnamese Championship, watching them play in the GPL, there's a massive difference. Su, he's really become the right-hand man of their coach Lee. He's been able to execute their strategies. He's been the main shot caller for the team as well. Isurus Gaming, on the other hand, it seems like their shot calling is skeptical all the time. Some players commit to it, some players don't really do just that.
Yeah, I agree with the train of thought. I think that that's why Braum and Alistair are huge picks for Su at the moment, and the fact that you give him engage, kind of the same vein as Ejim, and even someone like Dumbledore on the side of Supermassive, that, you know, if you give them the engage tools, they're going to make plays for you, and Su seems to be that. Newbie, however, was getting caught out of position on the Trundle, and something like we saw him die in mid lane for absolutely no reason. I think that's something that we're going to have to look at and see if the support players are able to come up massive on each side.
So we'll have to see if those two support players can duke it out here on Summoner's Rift. And in fact, you know what, we talked about that a lot about IWC so far in the green room. It really feels like the teams that are stepping up the later half in the split are the ones that have decided to really take it to the other team and prioritize those engagements and actually start those fights themselves. So we have to see if Isurus Gaming can take it to Saigon Jokers here in their matchup as we take a look at the picks and bans for champion select so far. Gragas and Lissandra are going to be banned out by Isurus Gaming. Trundle being taken away by Saigon Jokers so far. So they don't want Newbie or maybe Pride to pick up that champion.
And all of a sudden, like as we mentioned, Fish, the fact that double teleport is huge. Lissandra is becoming quite a meta pick right now in the IWCI tournament. Gragas is a great top laner and jungler if you want to hard engage. So Isurus Gaming get rid of both of them, and it looks like they might be trying to slow down the pace of the game.
They certainly might, as Saigon Jokers take away Kindred as well. So that's two junglers that have been taken away so far. We see Kindred picked up a lot, Nidalee, Graves. These are kind of the S-tier junglers in the current meta, with at least, you know, a little bit behind, with Gragas thrown in there a little bit. So we'll have to see if these junglers are contested even more, as Sivir is going to be banned out by Isurus Gaming here.
Yeah, banned out one more time on the blue side. So that is all hard engaged so far targeted. One thing we have to mention, Fish, Warzone, your man, is starting in the mid lane. Gone is Levita. So a little bit of a substitution here.
That's right. Warzone, he's known as the mage or the control mage player coming in for the Saigon Jokers. Plays a wide variety of the current meta champions, but not too much on Assassins. Will play it if he has to. And he's known for having a pocket Lux pick, so we have to see if he decides to bring that one out here. As Echo is the final ban coming out from Saigon Jokers, taking away that pretty nasty top laner that we've seen recently.
Yeah, completely roleplayed it to great effect. We saw already that they're willing to first pick it in their game against Supermassive. I think that what this has shown so far is that Saigon Jokers, if Warzone is going to be that control mage as you spoke of, is more than happy to play the slow pace tempo. You know, you've just banned out all the hard engage. That's fantastic because we didn't want it anyway. We're just going to take this game late, go get some popcorn and maybe a drink, ladies and gentlemen, because we might be here for a while.
But speaking of hard engage, Alistar was picked up as the first pick from ISG. You know, a 1-2 punch gives newbie a little bit more engaged, allows him to not get caught out a bit more, and also takes that champion away from Su.
Yeah, which is massive. I already talked about the fact that Su, if he is the primary engage tool, just only sets up good things for his squad. But power picks for Saigon Jokers right now.
Yep,
Maokai Graves being hovered.
looking to pick up these two champions, two of the stronger current meta picks here. Maokai able to provide a lot of crowd control, stay very healthy in lane, bully out some matchups, even in Graves. Just one of the more dominant junglers right now.
Well, the reason it helps out so much with Graves is that Maokai provides all the CC that Graves needs to make the gank successful. So, very good, I guess, follow-up damage that can come out of Graves, but also the proactive play can be started off by Maokai.
And that's interesting as well because Nidalee not being opted to being picked up by either of these teams during the first rotation. We see that as a very common jungler that's first picked or banned against most of the teams coming in here. We have to see if Kratos is going to be picking it up here for Isurus Gaming as they're waiting to pick up their next two picks. You know, Graves already taken away, Maokai already taken away. They've shown their bot lane support here. It's possible they could try and show what they're going to pick up as their AD carry, try and deny Saigon Jokers from getting that Lucian, which we see so much picked up by these teams. Or possibly a Draven coming in here, we never know.
Draven would be interesting from Zycra. I would be very surprised if they picked that this early, especially because Lucian is kind of that power pick right now. Kali is something else that would surprise me. Nautilus, however, seems a little bit more realistic. See if they pick up their jungler to go with the top lane here.
So they're going to lock in Kalista and Rek'Sai. So seeing the control jungler coming back for Isurus Gaming, and Kalista, one of those S-tier junglers being picked up from here. Celebrity, you know, gives a little bit of the Draven back as well as they wait for Saigon Jokers to pick up their next two picks.
Yeah, so Kalista Alistar, one more time we're going to see this lane run, and it's been very successful throughout the day. I'm just going back and checking. It's been run in 2-3 wins, I think.
We saw that from the Chiefs earlier today, especially the last game
Saw
too.
it from the Chiefs, saw it from Hard Random, I believe, and we saw it from Lion Gaming, also against Detonation Focus Me. So that is pretty much 3 lock-ins and 3 victories for the Kalista bottom lane.
And that's an AD carry and support that has been very popular across multiple regions as a first pick or ban in those respective roles as well. You don't usually want to give it on over to the red side. This time it's actually ISG on the blue side. They get up both picks, first picking the Alistar, then get the Kalista. So a lot of powerful picks coming in. Rek'Sai, though, coming back in for them is interesting as Tahm Kench and Lucian are going to be locked in for the Saigon Jokers.
Yeah, and this is a weird lane because Tahm is more of the peel back, not as aggressive support here for Su, whereas Celebrity is on Lucian, who is an out-and-out lane bully. So maybe would have expected him to go towards something like the Braum with Lucian, but seems like they're more than content to try and deny some of the pick potential.
And it also seems like Saigon Jokers are trying to hide their mid lane pick for Warzone, get him that little bit of a counter matchup. We see a lot from control mage players doing that when they're on the red side. But like we mentioned before, it is possible he could throw an assassin here or there. He's comfortable in those champions, just doesn't perform as well as we look at ISG and see what they're going to be picking up during their final pick rotation. It seems like they're looking for a top laner and a mid laner, leaving their solo lanes last here. They know they're up against a Maokai, but they're not too sure what is going to be thrown at them from the mid lane coming in from Saigon Jokers. As Poppy, one of those picks that has been contended so far, and Azir is also going to be locked in here coming in from Isurus Gaming. Two very strong meta picks and very strong picks to round out their team comp as well.
Yeah, you saw the hovering of Nah. Nah Azir also has some popularity in some regions still. Nah, of course, seen as a counter pick to Maokai, but Poppy does completely fine in the matchup as well. Azir, however, has had a mixed bag so far, Fish. And if Warzone is a control mage player, I understand the pick, but if he has any assassins in his back pocket, like that one, this could be a tough matchup because Rek'Sai Azir does not put out the same damage, people are going to say obviously, as what a Graves LeBlanc would bring to a mid lane fight.
Saigon Jokers, known to have a 10-man roster before IWCI, only decided to bring their mid laner with him for this tournament to swap between that
You
aggressive.
can only have a 6-man roster, so that makes sense.
That's right. As they bring in their assassin and control mage players. But it seems to be Warzone wants to play this aggressive mid lane to try and lock down this Azir. They've got a couple of seconds left, but that should be the lock-in coming from Saigon Jokers. They're going to be playing LeBlanc into Azir against Isurus Gaming.
So the late game team composition out of Isurus Gaming is quite scary, to say the least. Like, multiple bounce up, good control around team fights, double displacements also available there out of both Azir as well as Poppy. However, this has all the chances of going pear-shaped one more time through a strong jungling performance of Jinky. We already mentioned the fact that Revolta was able to dominate Isurus Gaming earlier on in the day, and I just think that if Jinky can replicate some of what he was doing, you know, deep invades, bullying out Kratos in the jungle, like, there is just so much more rotation that is going to come out of Maokai and LeBlanc to shut that down.
For me, it really feels like this team composition coming in from Isurus Gaming is the best chance for them to pick up this game, because we saw earlier against Lion Gaming, they had to take the 56-minute game. Their team composition looks fantastic when it's that late into the game up against Saigon Jokers. It really feels like if they can clean up their early game a bit, they stand a decent chance here.
Yeah, they certainly do. Like, I agree with you. If it ever goes late and they have setup time, there is just so much damage that's going to come out of this. Like AoE damage as well. You know, you have the Callista, you have Azir late game, you have Poppy that's going to be flying in. You have so much CC. However, when you have a look at it, LeBlanc, bully lane, Lucian, bully lane, bully jungler in the grave. So there's just also the opportunity of it to go pear-shaped. So whilst you say, you know, if they get through the early game, there is a chance late game. Yeah, 100%. That's what happens when you pick any scaling composition. Question is always, can you get it there? And right now, there's lots of tools to deny that from Saigon Jokers.
And I think one of those tools is going to be a double teleport coming from Saigon Jokers. But I have to see if they decided to run it. Normally, you know, we see LeBlancs take the Ignite as the aggressive summoner spell.
So LPL actually plays a lot of teleport Zed and LeBlanc for exactly that. Because actually, they split push relatively well for assassins, both Zed and LeBlanc. So if you're able to use that double teleport, you can set up 1-3-1s. It's going to drag another member, maybe Rek'Sai, potentially, because it has the global ultimate to be able to get back into the lanes, to be able to split open this map and try and deny some of the control that Azir brings it through his wave clear.
And I think it's you and Rusty that talk about this a lot. Azir don't normally pick up that teleport as we head into Summoner's Rift. We are going to see the two teams fan out here in the game between Isurus Gaming and Saigon Jokers. Just, you know, scouting for vision a little bit as we take a look at those summoner spells. No teleports from the mid laner. It is going to be Warzone picking up his Ignite. So looking to try and take the match to EMP right in the mid lane from the very start.
Yep, so we will see whether that Ignite does result in a kill. We've already seen this matchup once today. It didn't go well for the Azir player. But EMP, more than happy to throw down, you have to think. There's standard lanes potentially coming out, although Poppy's starting to recall.
So far, just a fan out, putting a couple of wards down, trying to spot out vision between the two teams. Saigon Jokers actually grouped up and clustered around this mid lane, trying to wait as long as possible before sending their AD carrying support to a lane. It seems like they want to go up into the top lane here. They dodged most of the wards so far, so Sue and Celebrity have been hidden here. We do have Alistar and Callista down the bottom lane, so this should be a lane swap being initiated by Saigon Jokers.
Yeah, certainly is. Now they're spotted out, and automatically Isurus Gaming is going to back away from that side of the jungle. Instead, everyone just deep invades Newbie and Zycro, as well as Celebrity and Sue. Just going to take away the small sentinels for themselves, and a fairly normal early game start.
Certainly is, and Celebrity and Sue do the exact same thing on the reverse side of the map. We saw Jinky and Ro move away from the blue side of the jungle as soon as they saw that lane swap not being matched from the side of Isurus Gaming, so we'll be able to take away the red side of the map. It seemed like Celtas and Pride here were able to take away the Wolf camps to start off, so a small start for them to lead off in this jungle, but we have to see how this lane swap progresses here in the game. As Warzone, he's already hit level 2 and trying to zone EMP out right from the very start.
Yeah, nearly even zoning from experience, but EMP does grab that experience there, so will hit level 2 himself and should be able to put down some return hurt onto LeBlanc if he so chooses. And fast push is already kicked off here as Pride will join Zycro and Newbie into the bottom lane push, and have to wait and see how quickly the top laner joins here for Saigon Jokers.
We also have to see if the junglers are going to match this push coming in from both the Saigon Jokers and Isurus Gaming. It's now topside Celebrity and Sue. They haven't reached the turret just yet, but building up a nice wave for themselves. Maokai's already up there waiting to try and get some damage down onto this turret. Isurus Gaming, on the other hand, though, they've got some decent damage down onto this turret already.
Yeah, they're burning through, and they have the cannon being prioritized now, so you can see lots of damage going out. They're going to take it nice and early, but Warzone doesn't wait for the pop.
Doesn't get the second chance on the chains as EMP, being aggressed on quite early, but he's showing they can go toe-to-toe against this LeBlanc so far, only losing a little bit of CS. Still has a biscuit to help him out in that lane as well. But Graves, he's going to be wrapping around Jinky. Will put down the smoke screen to deny some vision. Flash being popped here, but Warzone, he gets the chain down. The Ignite's going to go down as well as the barrier might keep him alive, but that final auto attack will be enough, and LeBlanc picks up first blood.
And I said it in the pregame, sometimes just raw mechanical skill outplays, and that is exactly what Warzone did there. Heads up, make sure that he gets a flash. First blood one more time on a LeBlanc into an Azir matchup. We've seen it once already today, Fish. It does not get pretty from here.
It certainly doesn't, and this is something we talked about a lot during the pregame here. Isurus Gaming needed to clean up the early game a little bit. Saigon Jokers were able to do that coming into IWCI, and certainly that's a great start for them. Get the lane swap going, even and out with the turret trades, get a kill in the mid lane as well. We'll just have to see if they're going to continue pushing this advantage they've already created for themselves.
Especially because Isurus Gaming kind of had the tempo on the lane swap, right? They had the extra wave that they were going to be able to achieve because Saigon Jokers had pushed another one out. They start the push from a lot further back. They'd achieved like another 8 CS on their top laner. Everything looked like it was going pretty well, but just that gank into the mid lane from Jinky, who I called out as being important. Revolta's already done it once today, but picking on the mid laner of Isurus Gaming as well as the jungler seems to be a way of being able to hold him down.
And so far that's given...
And now Ro comes in. Oh, this is so bad.
If Ro can get a gank off here, it's not going to be a good game. A good day, coming in for EMP. He's waiting, actually, behind Fog of Wars. Jinky's here as well. Ro's there, going to flash with a Twisted Advance. Gets him as he's trying to go forward. Chain's going to land. Jinky trying to put some damage down, but the turret will be able to keep him alive, and Ro takes quite a few hits for that.
Yeah, it certainly does. Also burns the flash. No summoner spells burnt, as we see now. A big death squad roaming into the top side of the jungle. Potentially looking for Jinky, but he's on the right side of the map, recognizing the bottom lane is where he's stronger right now.
And this time it's actually going to be Saigon Jokers to get the jump onto the turret swap here. Sue and Celebrity already got a decent amount of damage, have a good way for them pushing to be able to take down this turret. And Kalista was up alone up in that top lane.
Yep.
Still going to be able to match it efficiently though.
Yeah, so that's all it was. The support was down there hitting the turret. Now they bring an extra member here. So number 3, as Fish needs to get some water apparently as he coughs to death. But yeah, this is good news for Saigon Jokers because now they've matched the tempo. They have a summoner spell down and a little bit of CS missing on Ro, but here's a Maokai and will remain a Maokai and do Maokai things. As actually, Isurus Gaming don't grab it, so a little bit of tempo lost here. Instead, they go for the Rift Herald.
Newbie and Claytos should be able to pick this one
Ro
up. Saigon
doesn't have Flash, and he's gone into the top lane. There's 4 members on that side of the map.
could be interesting as Sue now coming in for a gank on the mid lane. They're putting a lot of pressure onto EMP in this match so far. Everyone just wants a piece of him in this mid lane.
Yeah, can you blame him? He's taken a control mage blind into what can be a LeBlanc. We've seen it already punished once today. So I just like the fact that this is something that Saigon Jokers are willing to commit to. Even though Warzone is generally the control mage player, just continue to pick on this rise.
And Jiki, he's still moving into this mid lane. Azir going to have to try and dash out this one. Warzone will blink in, doesn't get the damage. All the chains coming down onto EMP. That might have almost certainly been a kill.
Yeah, exactly right. Jinky had enough follow-up damage there with the red smite as well as the longsword. So I agree with you. Probably would have been a kill. However, Ro finally able to get some form of CS. Warzone's a little bit low on mana, so it looks like Jinky going to stick around and help him shove that wave out.
It's Newbie and Claytos there, making their way in deep into the jungle of Saigon Jokers on the blue side, trying to get a wraparound on Celebrity here, is immediately
like
backing it off. They will get it. Teleport being used onto the tunnels here. Celebrity will get flashed on by Claytos. Pride is here, gonna slam him into the wall. Isurus Gaming pull a kill back for themselves.
And all of a sudden, Claytos coming up absolutely huge because he got the flash on Barrow before Celebrity could use his flash. Little bit of an oversight, I think, there. Probably should have flashed immediately after the dash, and now with this Rift Herald buff, they're going to look to pressure in the turret, actually get the teleport out of Ro.
Force that summoner spell out of Saigon Jokers. They use the teleports really effectively when they have two. This time with only one, and that one being down, might be difficult for them to control these objectives. As Isurus Gaming, they took the Rift Herald earlier, looking to try and take down the Dragon as well. They get it down to about half health. Saigon Jokers immediately collapse on that objective. I'm going to see if they can take it for themselves. A fight could potentially break out between these two teams. Jinky, he's here getting some decent damage down, puts the smoke screen down to zone out Isurus Gaming, and that will go on over to Saigon Jokers.
Yeah, so maybe a little bit of an overreach there for Isurus Gaming, trying to pick up a dragon, but you know, at least they're playing proactive League of Legends, which we like to see. Rose still hasn't hit level 6, Pride's level 4 as well, so these top laners being denied a lot of farm. The Celebrity back in this lane now, just trying to farm up to the best of his ability.
Still has the summoner spells available. Didn't decide to use those when he got ganked previously. He's picked up the cull as well, so going to be stacking a little bit of extra gold as he picks up those last hits, and he's freezing that wave down in the bottom lane. As we see EMP once again being jumped on by Warzone, this time training it back and almost going in his favor for the Azir.
Yeah, nice, efficient use of the Sand Soldiers there to be able to trade well. Unfortunately, Warzone didn't walk away far enough from the Sand Soldier, so he took the full brunt of the combo.
As we take a look at Pride now, the top laner for Isurus Game is going to be working on the Grom camp, as Ro has a massive minion wave here, going to be pushing on out towards the base of Isurus Gaming. Going to be able to pick up whatever farm he can before heading back to base. He's got his Swifty boots now and the double Doran's ring to start him off early in this game as well. So now he's taking a bit of damage, goes for the double dash onto EMP, gets some good damage down to the Azir.
Yeah, EMP also took some damage on the back end of that one as well. Of course, 20% cooldown reduction already achieved means that there is a lot of potential for burst damage. As Sue and Newbie going to fight here.
Zero going to take a lot of damage from Celebrity, but Rek'Sai, he's on his way around the jungle of Saigon Jokers as they continue here. Might not be good for them, as already Celebrity incredibly low. Has to back off here as they spot out Kratos roaming inside the brush.
But Kratos can't go any further because all of a sudden, you know, Jinky's down here as well. He's level 7 to only the level 6.
And we can see Warzone wrapping around from the river. They decide to back off there, but Saigon Jokers almost turn around that gank.
Yeah, so looked like an aggressive play. Rose picked himself up some Swifty boots as Warzone, showing that he's still pretty proficient on this LeBlanc pickup. 15 CS in the lead. Will go away and pick up his blue buff as well. Move towards Morellonomicon.
With that single kill and that small CS advantage they have in the mid lane, Saigon Jokers still maintain a slight gold lead for themselves. About 800 gold ahead of Isurus Gaming 10 minutes into this game. 2 turrets apiece, a dragon over to SAJ, a rift held on over to Isurus Gaming. But it's still a relatively even game for now.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that case. Zyker is trying to bait here.
He's waiting.
Quite hard.
Kratos is waiting in the brush. Celebrity going to be able to put that ward down. Newbie just pulverizes the ground in anger as Sue does get the slowdown to Kratos. They're going to continue this chase here with Jinky. Instead, just opting to try and push this as fast as possible. Azir actually rotating down.
Yeah, so all of a sudden they have to get the heck out of dodge because here comes a Fate's Call.
They're going to look for it. They are able to lock up Jinky. He's going to get pulverized twice. Eaten as well. Knocked back into the team. EMP going to come in. It's going to be the Calm Catch that keeps him alive. Collateral damage now coming out. Suddenly, Saigon Joker's looking to turn it around. But it will be the Frog that gets taken down by ISG.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Words are tough.
They certainly are. Don't worry, Fish. I think we all knew what you meant. Catfish killed in the end of the day.
He dies.
I think that Warzone went the long way there. Probably needed to go a little bit more of an aggressive route because everyone was grouped up and it looked like LeBlanc would have been able to clean house there over the top of the 2 powerful 80 carry ultimates, but wasn't to be. So Isurus Gaming, once again, pegged that goal back to about 200. And I like the proactive play one more time. We mentioned the fact that you can't let the early games get away from you. So what do? Just step it up a little bit.
And they're doing a very good job at that indeed. As we talked about this from the start of Champion Select as well. Newbie picking up the Alistar gives him a little bit more proactiveness. He's able to provide that initiation for his team like he was there with the Fates Call coming in from Zericho. We could potentially see more of this coming from the team. In fact, the only thing they were able to get, Saigon Drakes were able to get out of this was a little bit of damage onto that mid lane turret, but it's not much indeed. As IG now looking for a wraparound onto Ro here. Newbie and Zericho going to try and jump onto this Malkai. Good flash coming from Ro will get him back into safety, but once again, more proactiveness coming out from this ISG lineup.
Yeah, and we said that Newbie kind of had it dictated to him, but at the end of the day, it is going to be him stepping up this game on Alistar, and Alistar players everywhere just like smiling today because he seems to be one of the promising forces.
Today is the day of the cow, apparently. A lot of teams picking it up and getting a lot of victories with it as well. You have to give props to the 80 carry, Sue, giving them the support as EMP going to get jumped on. Tries to dash in back towards Warzone. Has to pop that barrier. Ignite's going to go down. Prayseeker will come out from the Rex side to try and find Warzone. But Jinky is there close by. Saigon Joker's able to force the summoner spells from EMP, but not quite pick up the kill.
Yeah, so EMP actually that dash forward saves his life because he did get the shield if he had tried to dash away because he had to use the Q already. It wouldn't have been far enough and the LeBlanc would have been able to follow. So confusing play out of the Azir, but in the end, it is the right call, as now
Rose going
Rose
to
in
jump onto
trouble.
Zeriko, but Jinky,
No,
he's
he's
there
not.
for the wraparound. Does get the ultimate up to try and soak up some of this damage. Lots of spears being put into row here, but Zeriko really low, still gets the Ren. Collateral damage will be enough to pick up the kill, but Warzone, he should be able to double dash here onto the cow. Pops the ultimate, not going to be enough. The chains will lock him down. A double kill goes on over to Jinky.
Yeah, really nicely done there from Saigon Jokers to collapse, but Jinky probably should have ulted earlier. Like, to be completely honest, I don't even think that Rose should have died there. They held ultimates for so long. They had it both just initially popped at the start of that, would have been much better. Jinky also missed the end of the line to kick that one off, as now we have the culling coming out.
You're gonna see
Playtoss burns flash.
Going on to Celebrity to knock him up there. He's going to take a little bit of damage in return. The rest of the Saigon Jokers, though, were looking for EMP, so split focus coming out from the Vietnamese team.
Yeah, it certainly was. I don't know if Playtoss needed to flash there, but you know, it is what it is, and all of a sudden damage out of EMP onto Celebrity. Going to start bullying him around a little bit. First major item completed for the Callista, but we have to mention there is a 30 CS advantage right now for Celebrity, even though 2 kills over to Zycro. I mean, there's a pretty good news story there for him.
As we see Rek'Sai trying to get a wraparound here
They got
with
it.
Pride. They've got him. They're going to slam him into the wall. He's got no mana to jump away anymore. This should be an easy pickup. As we see, whoa, Su able to eat away to LeBlanc. The hammer's going to be trying to put down here onto LeBlanc. EMP comes in, locks 2 members of SAJ down. The save suddenly is not the save Saigon Jokers were looking for, as they lose 2 members for saving Warzone.
Yeah, exactly right. And unfortunately, Jinky didn't have the ulti available or anything to be able to dash over a short wall. So in the end of the day, it is a fantastic collapse out of Isurus Gaming. And we mentioned that, you know, they have to be proactive. They have to help their jungler out. They need to look for these teleport plays. All those things seem to be a check, as well as EMP coming up massive with a couple of Azir ultis. So, good news so far in Saigon Jokers after a dominant performing against Supermassive. Starting to look a little bit shaky. And time again, Fish, I'm going to say it today. The power rankings in the IWC all over the shop, because I just had no idea who was going to win these games anymore.
We were having a discussion in the green room about this, and Julian just goes, or Pastry Time just goes, guys, stop having this discussion, wait a couple of days because we really don't know just yet.
Yeah.
It's just all over the place.
We have no idea. And, you know, we can try and, from previous responses and how teams won their finals, try and figure it out. But until these teams actually match head-to-head, you never really know.
But so far in this game, relatively even between these two teams in terms of the gold. It's 5-3 on the scoreboard, like you've mentioned. ISG, they've been very proactive here, showing that they've improved a lot of the mistakes they made both in their grand finals and also in the IWC so far. But it's still an even game, even though they have a turret advantage, a kill advantage here. It's still even against the Saigon Jokers, which, you know, if you're ISG and you're not that unhappy about that, you do have that scaling team composition, but it's certainly a scary factor that you can be this proactive but still be even against this team.
Yeah, completely agree. And, you know, once again, I'm just going to go towards this Kalista-Alistair combo because it seems to make you a lot more aggressive as Zycro. You're dead.
He's gonna spit out a tree here. Zycro just gonna get jumped on by 3 members of Saigon Jokers. They find a pick for themselves.
Yeah, you know you're in trouble when Cane Toad starts spitting out trees. As the
Australia's
old
a weird
saying-
place.
As the old saying goes, Fish, you dig? What are you talking about, mate? You were
Oh.
born here.
Yeah, apparently. Didn't
Oh,
know that
apparently.
cane toads eat trees here and spit them out.
This skin is clearly not a Cane Toad.
It's a chef.
He's
a chef frog.
Yeah.
And Saigon Jokers with their chef are gonna try
Sometimes
to
I just don't know about you.
eat this Rift Herald.
I feel like the feeling's mutual, though,
Yes,
so you
the
know.
feeling is very mutual.
It's been a long day.
Can tell.
You're my 4th play-by-play, mate.
Yep, this is your 6th game. You've
I'm
got
right-
another one after this spawn. Keep it
literally
together.
running out of play-by-play casters as this game goes on, but
We've got more, don't worry.
thank goodness.
Where's Rusty when you need him, really? As Jinky's going to be taking down this Scuttle Crab on the bottom side of the map, try and get some vision control for the Dragon, which should be up in about 3 minutes' time. Saigon Jokers have been able to take 2 so far, looking for the 3rd possibly in this match. As we see Warzone jumping onto Pride there with the W already up, going to get knocked back and take a little bit of damage. But not going to matter too much between these two teams, as SAJ still do have that slight gold lead, and with the Herald buff, we're looking to push mid with Celebrity. But so far, going to be a very quiet point in the match where these two teams just want to farm it up wherever farm is possible, wait for the objectives to respawn, wait for the power spikes on their players.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that. I like Warzone kind of roaming around this map at the moment. He is putting out a lot of inherent pressure As you can see, now actually just putting out physical pressure as he
That's-
disappears into Fog of War. And once again, Isurus's vision control wasn't good enough on the bottom side of the map. And they're going to use this Rift Herald buff to push into EMP. And he's not really too safe. Now they disappear into Fog of War one more time. They need to be careful top lane, because Ro can potentially engage here, as well as the Tahm Kench ulti.
Zerico and Newbie were trying to run away. SAJ, like you mentioned, disappearing to Fog of War, creating that pressure point, forces ISG to back off from that lane, losing farm on that side of the map. Pride, though, as we look down the bottom lane, has his teleport available. Ro does not have his at the moment, so he's going to be able to split push effectively down this bottom lane. As Warzone actually making his way down here, trying to get a jump onto the Poppy if he decides to push any further. Nope, just going to decide to farm up this wave. Zerica also moving his way towards this mid lane to farm up whatever he possibly can. We take a look at the items really quickly. Abyssal Scepter being picked up already by EMP, which is a little bit scary for me because Warzone was able to chunk him down half his health with just 2 spells there. That's through the Abyssal Scepter magic resistance.
Yeah, I don't think like the matchup's ever really going to be all that good for Azir versus LeBlanc until the super late game. I mean, probably go towards Nash's Tooth and then the Rylai's Crystal Scepter afterwards, so we'll get a little bit more health and tankiness, but Warzone's always going to be that threat there. Person you have to really watch out for, though, is the Kalista, because, I mean, if he's chunking out his ear that hard, imagine what he's going to do when he hits a poor 80 carry with it. Throw a collateral damage over the top with some of that armor penetration. Bad news bears. However, hasn't come to really the team fighting stage right now, because both of these teams very content to just farm it up, and this is something we mentioned. You know, historically, their styles have been similar in the way that they're just not overly proactive around the map. We've seen, like, small signs of proactiveness, but no big fights around objectives and no real hard pushes down these lanes.
You know, Saigon Jokers really feel like they're out of their comfort zones here. No double teleport. They never got to capitalize on mistakes being made by ISG so far, and they're just not adapting to that, it feels. They're not able to suffocate ISG like they do to other teams when they're able to capitalize on mistakes. ISG really looking a lot different in this game.
Yeah, I agree, as EMP tries to go a little bit aggressive into Warzone this time.
Didn't work out so well for him. Takes a lot of damage.
Look, if he had his time again, I think that he would have chosen to play it a little bit differently. One thing I will point out, however, is Celebrity has once again gone for the Static Shiv. This time around I don't mind it, however, because he is a pretty primary form of wave clear for the team.
Static Shiv will definitely help him out with just that. As EMP puts down a Sun Turret on Saigon Joker's side of the map, Jinky will eat a couple of Sand Soldiers damage here, but Ro, he's got a wraparound on this team as EMP going to jump in with Newbie. Face Call being used, ultimate going to pop back to only throw Ro back. This is a poor engage coming from Isurus Gaming, and the Saigon Joker's going to capitalize on that. Warzone already picks up the first kill in the fight. Klaytos trying to wrap around as Jinky, desperately trying to run away from the rest of the members of ISG. Saigon Joker's trying to get that wraparound. Jinky going to take a lot of damage. Exhaust being put down to him. Sue will save him with the frog. Gonna have to spin him back out eventually as he runs away from the fight. But Saigon Joker's trying to turn it around. Newbie, he will pop his ultimate to try and stay alive, but it's not going to be enough. He's the sacrificial lamb for his team, but they're not done yet. They're trying to wrap around for now. 3 members of ISG trying to run away from the rest of Saigon Joker's. Tahm Kench going to eat up a friend. Move around the back. Pride locks down Warzone. They might be able to take him down. They do get the mid laner, but in return, Kalista will eventually fall down. ISG now trying to run away. They pick up Jinky, but it's not going to be enough. SAJ looking for that final kill as Pride tried to run away, but the last auto attack for Lucian picks up the ace coming in for Saigon Jokers.
Yeah, fantastic play out of Saigon Jokers there. Celebrity a little bit late to the team fight, but able to clean up the back end so nicely. Really well played there, and you just see the persistent takiness of Maokai Tahm Kench come up absolutely huge. Rek'Sai not yet at that stage. Deadman Plate Sightstone, he's working towards it. Pride also more of a bruiser right now, but for raw tankiness, can't really get past Maokai, and you just saw that in the team fight.
And this has been a couple of skirmishes and fights in a row where Sue's been able to come out on top and save someone on his team that desperately needs it, was able to jump on the Jinky, eat him up, and keep him alive for that second wraparound from the Saigon Jokers. He's been playing pretty well in this time, Kench, known to play more of those aggressive, engaged-like supports to be the right-hand man of his coach. This time out, able to show he can be the defensive man for the team.
Yeah, it certainly seemed to be that way. You know, the flash eat onto Jinky there, it certainly was pretty critical in the fight. As now Dragon started up for the Saigon Jokers. It's going to be spotted out, so potentially another big team fight coming our way, Fish.
And it's Dragon number 3, so it could be one that I actually want to fight for before this gold lead gets pulled even further apart. Currently, Saigon Jokers about 3,000 gold ahead after that team fight. EMP Gonna try and put that down. Look at that. Gray's gonna pick it up. I thought he was on G for a second. Don't know what I'm saying. Jiggy secures the Dragon for his team. Third Dragon picked up for Saigon Jokers.
Yeah, so very nicely done. That would have been weird, you know, if he was on Isurus Gaming because, you know, Graves was standing next to LeBlanc the whole time.
Not
And
good.
they just weren't hitting each other. So, you know, easy mistake to make. What could I say?
Oh boy, Spawn firing shots at me when I'm not on the desk, when I'm on the desk as well. Just
Hey, at least I'm
making sure I'm
consistent.
punished.
At least I'm consistent, mate.
Very consistent today. The only inconsistent thing about today is your multiple player play shoutcasters.
No, they've all been top notch. Shout out to the team. Jinky's still looking for some deep invades right now. Has been spotted out by Kledos. We'll see if he wants to fight him.
Gonna be able to dash away, but the rest of ISG,
Oh.
EMP takes so much damage from that. Jinky though, gonna get taken down, gets slammed into the wall by Poppy, who pops the ultimate, knocks Tom Kench away. Warzone still trying to chase here, double dashes in, sees a Poppy, decides he doesn't want to be there anymore. But
So,
Psycho Dragon's losing
in
their
the
member.
end, Jinky gets cleaned up, but wow, that damage that came out nearly killed EMP. It was just an end of the line as well as collateral damage, and boy oh boy is that a lot. But in the end, it is a 1-for-0 trade, and Isurus Gaming relieves some of the map. This Latin American side really starting to ramp up as this game goes on. You can see Nash's Tooth has been completed.
They sure have, and they still have a gold lead to fight against Psycho Jokers, but definitely looking so much stronger in this game so far, despite the deficits. Pride was almost jumped on by Warzone, will hit that second proc of the chains to lock down the Poppy for a little bit longer. Gonna try and take it to him. A Celebrity gonna dash in as well, looking to get some damage down on this Poppy. The second chains will miss. So, you know, 33% accuracy in Warzone, not enough to lock down the top laner of ISG.
Yeah, certainly seems to be the case. You know, you miss 100% of chains that you don't throw, though, so you can understand the idea. But this is, I'm not going to, like, they don't get outscaled or anything, but I'm just saying that, like, Saigon Jokers seem to want to push the tempo of the game, and right now Isurus Gaming are holding very, very firmly. This must feel good. Their jungler is starting to get super tanky. I mean, 4-1 and 3 now for Kletos.
He's got his Cinderhole picked up with the Dead Man's Plate as well. One of the few junglers that we still see pick up the tanky item for the jungler's choice. 4-1 and 3. Massive scoreline coming from Kletos so far on this Rex side. Going to be a force to be reckoned with for the Saigon backline. They still have Su to keep them alive, and he does have the Aegis Lilies and reduce some magic damage coming out from the squad of ISG. But you have to think, this is a spot that ISG are very comfortable to be in, despite the fact they're about 3,000 gold behind Saigon Jokers because they're not being suffocated.
Ooh.
But what is this? Saigon Jokers being a little bit sneaky here, going around the back of Baron, trying to take that one down. Scuttle Crab just lost its vision there, so they don't know that Jinky wrapped around. No vision on this Baron as well. This is very, very sneaky. Lucian actually dashing over the wall. A little bit of mistake coming up from Celebrity, but they should be able to take this down. We'll have to see if ISG can collapse on them in time.
Here
Baron
we go, they're
incredibly
here.
low. Kratos is there, but it's going to be Jinky that picks up the Baron. Teleports coming in from Poppy. Kratos already taking so much damage. Pride, he's into the back line. Warzone, though, gets solo killed by EMP out at the back line. Now it's a 4-on-5 for ISG, looking to fight the Baron up. SAJ. Celebrity gonna get locked against the wall. A double kill coming in for EMP, looking for Jinky as well. Not gonna quite get it, but Su falls down as well. Only 2 members from Saigon Jokers stay alive.
Yeah, but it's still probably worthwhile. A 3-kill trade for Baron. It depends what they get afterwards, especially because the Maokai is one of the members that has it. So we'll see whether anything happens here. Looking for a push in the mid lane. Crucial in that team fight was the fact that EMP was able to solo out Warzone. Finally gets the trade. We said it would. Oh, that's big.
Jinky gonna get slammed into the turret and knocked up by Newbie as well. ISG pick up the 4th prolonged kill in that fight. They should be able to take down the mid lane in a turret as well.
Now it's worthwhile.
Definitely
by the way.
worth.
Yep, able to get a lot of pressure throughout the map, and that was greedy from Jinky. Didn't have a flash, didn't have an ultimate. No way he can escape from that, so he gets punished. So, heads up play out of Isurus Gaming. They are back within nearly 800 gold. Kletos has been spotted out, however. Oh, Tsu misses. Spit a wolf at him, mate. No, doesn't want to.
Doesn't want to quite eat that one as the only member of Saigon Jokers left alive.
Actually going to be a death cap picked up here for EMP.
Wow. Lots of damage from the Azir if he's going to get that one picked up. We'll have to see if he decides to complete that one. We see a lot of people throw me off when I decide to call out the build they're making next, but it should be that death cap for EMP. He's caught up in CS quite nicely. He's now 30 CS ahead of Warzone. So, completely flipped the table, gone a 180 in this mid lane. And you know, Azir, he scales quite nicely into the late game. EMP's going to be very happy with where he is at now. And I think Isurus Gaming, they have to be very happy with where they are at right now.
Yeah, of course they are, you know. back up, and they've got a good team fighting composition. We said that, Warzone might fall off a little bit late game. It seems that we're getting there quicker than he would have liked because there is a lot of magic resistance. Oh, Chinky, one more time. You can't just walk through EMP anymore, mate. It's not going to work that way.
Saigon Jokers are still looking to siege. Well, this mid lane in Taurus, EMP takes half his health and damage coming in from Warzone.
Warzone really needs that Void Staff. As soon as he gets a Void Staff, you feel like they have the roll of the dice. It will be around Dragon number 5. Number 4 will be important here. They have chugged out the Azir, so we'll see if they're able to pick that one up for free. As 2 members are going back 24 seconds. A little bit with home guards. They'll be able to get there in time, but it'll be cutting it close.
Ro does have his teleport as well. He's got his Sunfire Cape, Frozen Heart, and the Spectre's Cull as well, looking for the Spirit Visage as soon as possible. Dragon is up in 10 seconds. Saigon Jokers do have vision control over the pit for now, but I believe the Scuttle Crab went in favor of ISG, so they have vision and movement speed over that area. And in fact, they're going to try and take it back.
They're going to go early.
Going to come out. Su's going to lock up Jinky with his time catch to try and keep him alive a little bit longer. But
Where's
Jinky
the teleport?
immediately gets knocked back into the team teleport. Only now being channeled by the Maokai. Suddenly, Saigon Jokers, they've lost their jungler. Su also getting taken down incredibly low. One more auto attack is enough. Pride should be able to put the hammer down. Takes him down. Looking for Jinky next.
Got the knock-up.
Locks him up with the ultimate as EMP comes back in. But Celebrity will be able to dash away. Saigon Jokers still lose 2 members.
Yeah, 2 members dead all of a sudden. Baron wide open for Isurus Gaming's first one. They're back within touching distance. Gold no longer relevant. It's all about the composition. And right now it seems that Isurus Gaming more than willing to pull the pin on that. Ro not good enough on the teleport, unfortunately. Did not go early enough. He is the big tanky member. Jinky cannot afford to keep dying like this. 5 times in this game he has been caught out of position and deleted from the map. And blue side, or something, like I don't know what's in the water at the moment, but Latin America South starting to make their push.
Seems like everyone on blue side had their wheat picks this morning to help them out with their games. Latin America South here.
They'll go to 2-2. They're a real contender to start pushing into those playoff spots. So many people there.
And with this game, it really feels like Isurus Gaming fixed a lot of the mistakes coming into IWCI. They still made a couple against Saigon Jokers very early on.
They still fell behind. They've been willing to been able to claw back a little bit better, but I think the fact that they fell behind is still a concern. It's just that, we call it the bathroom window, but Saigon Jokers just didn't close the door firmly enough.
They certainly have it, and that's an uncomfortable spot for them to be in. They always like to have the advantage early, capitalizing on opposition's mistakes. They don't want to go into the late game brawl between other teams. They're even on gold against Isurus Gaming. It is approaching that late game. This is not a comfortable spot for them.
Not a Void Staff picked up for Warzone. He's actually going towards Abyssal, and don't like the pickup at all. There is just so much MR now being accumulated. Deathcap picked up for EMP. He is huge on Azir right now. 43 CS in the lead. 2-8 as well. And you feel that with all that AP, not going to be getting many more assists.
Looking across the items from all the players here, we see Kalista already picked up 3 of her major items. The more of Mortius being picked up as her defensive item, giving a lot of damage and also protection from Warzone slightly. The flip side, Celebrity does have his Infinity Edge and the Last Whisper picked up, so he's going to pack a punch in these fights. Zeriko, look at him. He's in the top lane, pushing out this wave as much as possible. No teleports from Saigon Jokers to help them out. They actually split as well. 2 in the mid lane, 3 in the bottom lane, trying to push out wherever they can. The rest of Isurus Gaming grouped up towards the red side of their jungle at the bottom side of the map. But they're still losing a small amount of their gold lead here. They were able to catch up. They were dead even. Saigon Jokers able to pull back about 1,000 gold for themselves so far. So it's still a dead even game between these 2 teams.
Yeah, it certainly is. Gold really doesn't mean all that much now. It's about how these teams are working on their objectives. Looks like they want to catch out Pride. Don't know if you can, guys.
They're going to look for a Pride, actually trying to run away here. He's going to pop the ultimate, only going to be able to knock back somebody, but Jinky now, he's not going to be able to stop this teleport coming from Pride. Will be able to use it to get away, but still a big summoner spell being burnt.
Yeah, it certainly is. So in the end, able to get the heck out of dodge there. They're now making a rotation into the top lane to see if they're able to pick up a turret for themselves. Lucian heading up there. We'll see if the collapse is coming out from everyone else. Good vision control out of Isurus Gaming to be able to secure this objective.
Jinky's actually still down in the bottom lane as well. He's the jungler for the team, so no teleport to get him up here. This should be the tower falling in favor of ISG as they tank that one up. Use the Locket of Iron Solari to mitigate some of the damage. Warzone comes in, puts down a Q, but it's only going to be able to poke imp out a little bit. As Zerko Actually has to flash away. Celebrity gets a crit. This actually might start a team fight for the Saigon Jokers. Sue and Ro looking to try and collapse onto
Where's
the members
Sue's
running
ultimate?
away. He's not going to be able to use it quite yet. Can instead just sweep out the vision here and try to push them back. Baron has respawned. It could be a point of contention between these two teams. Ping's actually going down onto it.
Yeah, of course, because they chunked out the AD carry. They feel nice and safe to potentially go for this one.
They're doing the same thing again. Saigon Jokers. This is why they picked the Tom Kench apparently. They're looking for those sneaky Barons. The rest of ISG now trying to collapse onto the side. Ro flashing it immediately on towards the Azir. He's actually going to flash himself and use the ultimate. Warzone going deep, but Celebrity, he picks up the kill onto Azir first up. Suddenly, ISG are falling down as Kratos takes so much damage from this Lucian. Pride just can't quite stick to it. Warzone is still alive. Finally slamming Celebrity into the wall. He's still alive. Dashes backwards. Pride finally takes him down. The rest of Saigon Jokers are able to clean up ISG's lineup. Only Newbie and Pride left alive. The other star is trying to run away, but Twisted a bunch should be enough to lock him down in just a second. Poppy is there to try and help him out. Not going to be enough. He actually gets slowed down by Jinky, the only damage deal left alive. They pick up 4 kills in that team fight.
Yeah, absolutely massive team fight coming out from both lineups. It's 4-2 in the kills. So really nicely done there for Saigon Jokers, but they don't really gain all that much off it, honestly. Lanes will be reset deep into Isurus Gaming's lineup now because they're all on Saigon Joker's side of the map. So honestly, whilst the team fight looks impressive there and it is good signs that they're able to delete out EMP, they don't really get all that much because they weren't able to prepare the lanes beforehand. Not enough damage to do the Baron. So everything just resets.
And you know, huge prop to Isurus Gaming as well. It seems like Saigon Jokers, they picked up this Tom Kench, which felt a little bit weird from Sue. He likes to be playing those aggressive supports to execute the strategies that the coaches have implemented. But it seems like he's doing the same thing on this frog here. Looks like one of those strategies to pick up these sneaky Barons. Worked out once for Saigon Jokers, but then they lost all their members. Second time round, Isurus Gaming lost a lot of people, but they still stopped that Baron, which is a crucial part from the team. So they're adapting to the tricks that Saigon Jokers are throwing them quite nicely in
Yeah,
this
and
match.
Saigon Jokers just got too cute there. They should have used the Time Kench ulti to engage, not to go into a Baron fight, because of course with Azir there, it's just going to be able to win out, you know, with the Kalista as well. So much AoE damage. So not really digging the Saigon Jokers tricksy plays here, but you know, they got one Baron for it. Maybe they'll get another one. Still like Isurus Gaming's team comp the later this game goes. And really hurting Warzone that he does not have a Void Staff right now. Going to question the pickup one more time as they're looking to make the play into bottom lane.
Sue gonna try and jump here onto Zeratos. Takes a lot of
Got
damage from Jinky. Jinky is able to take him down eventually as now Kratos. He's gonna take a lot of damage in return. Ro is here as well. Does have the home guard to help him out. But where's the AD carry? Celebrity? He's nowhere in this team fight. Still trying to group up. Newbie has to pop his ultimate to try and stay alive. As Sprite gets a nice slam into the wall onto Jinky. Does get eaten up by Sue. Another clutch saving support coming out from Sue here. As Celebrity pops the ultimate. Will be able to take down Newbie. That's 3 members gone from ISG. And this should be Dragon going on over to Saigon Jokers.
It should be a heck of a lot more than just Dragon. It should be the Baron buff as well. No way that ISG can fight this anymore. And what a team fight. Just a heads-up play out of Sue. Getting a catch onto Zycro. You know, we always talk about it, but Graves' burst damage. Jinky has turned this game around. He was at 1.25. Now back to 4-5. Starting to get a little bit more proactive around the map. And wow, even though they were able to pull it back once, looks like it's going to be dangerous here for Isurus Game. Whoa.
Wow, that's a lot of damage onto Celebrity. And EMP, just like that, was able to deter them from taking down this Baron.
Okay, that was a horrible mistake out of Saigon Jokers. Rose should have been the one tanking it. Celebrity should be solely the person behind Baron Pit being able to do it. Instead, now they're going to start it up. They burn the teleport as well. EMP does this very quickly, but it's been chunked out. Another mistake. Zycro also going to be chunked out here a little bit.
EMP lost so much help here. Still, ISG looking to try and take down this Baron. The rest of SJ did recall, trying to come back out
The
with the
team
home
fight's going
gun.
to happen, though.
Sue is going to get in here. Jinky is here to try and contest the smite as well. Baron's so low. It will go on over to ISG, though. It's now Jinky being locked down against the wall. Pops his maw. Pops his gauntlet as well, trying to stay alive. They've been able to take down the Eddie carry on the side of ISG, though. Warzone trying to dash out of this fight. But Celebrity, he's been left untouched. He's 8-3-2. This Lucian is absolutely massive as he picks up 2 kills in this fight already. And they're just looking for more. Chasing down Imp as well. EMP will eventually eventually fall down. That's 4 members of ISG gone as soon as they take that Baron.
And one more time, a team gets Baron buff, but 4 members go down. But this time around, it is 37 minutes into the game, so you feel like Saigon Jokers can get all of that much more for it. Really nice heads-up play. They are pushing into a Baron buff, but with double AD carry should not mean too much. Ro can tank up this turret for days, and it's only the jungler left out of Isurus Gaming, and you feel like that might be one too many team fight loss. Although they're backing away. So safe right now, Saigon Jokers. Somewhere Bangkok Titans are groaning. But all the members have respawned, so, you know, better safe than sorry.
They are 5,000 gold ahead of ISG right now, playing that slow and steady pace.
Oh, Void Staff's being picked up. Balance is restored.
Finally got it. Finally got the item to help him out and keep his team's hopes alive here. As this has been a back and forth game between Isurus Gaming and Saigon Jokers. And it all comes back down to this Baron. It seems like whoever picks up the purple worm loses for the next 5 minutes of the match.
Yeah, a little bit of that.
You know, blue side buff, Baron curse, apparently. But for now, ISG looking to try and make a push of their own. They do have that Baron buff on Kratos, like you mentioned, so going to be able to keep the waves pushing slightly or stop some of the aggression coming from Saigon Jokers. But still, this is 4 dragons for Saigon Jokers. They just have to wait about 4 more minutes until number 5 spawns, and they could potentially force a fight against ISG.
Yeah, potentially, and you know, Lifesteal finally picked up for Celebrity, so 9-3-3 is much more safe in the back line of these fights. He goes a very aggressive Lucian build and tries to Wrath pot up. Don't know if I really like it all that much, but has been effective in his game, so will not question further.
He's been great in the team fight so far. There was one where he was missing for the fight, one where he outplayed tremendously to stay alive so long. That last fight was a concern for me because he was left untouched. He was just
EMP
hitting whoever
had
he
no
wanted.
health, so like that was a 4v5 from the start of it, and when you're a Zir, your big late game carry is not available. LeBlanc actually Warzone on the other side of the map, and it looks like they want to go.
They're looking for it. Ro has already initiated on this fight. The rest of Saigon Jokers trying to group up. Warzone, like you mentioned, not there though. So ISG
Zyko
looking
caught.
to try and fight back. But Azir, he's not in this fight either. Zerko taking so much damage, but he's jumping aggressively forward. They take down Celebrity. The AD carry is gone. Still see Kalista trying to jump around and stay alive here. The lifesteal helping her out. She's still in this fight as Sue. Going to be able to eat up the AD carry, but still it's not going to be a fight that Saigon Jokers would want to take here as they lose 2 members.
Yeah, and all of a sudden that Baron buff on Kratos that they left over is all that more important because 2 kills mean that they're going to be able to shred through these structures. Finally it runs out. Where's the wave clear going to come from? It has to be Warzone throwing his body in there, and that's dangerous.
Teleport actually being used by Ruhi onto the inhibitor turret gets cancelled. That was questionable coming out from Saigon Jokers as they are going to lose a little bit of their base here.
There's still 20 seconds. They might lose the game.
Yep, Isurus Gaming looking to try and push on for the win here. EMP takes a lot of damage coming from Warzone. Kratos trying to chase him down. The rest of ISG clearing out as many minions as possible to have a small wave. Pushing on towards this turret. About 10 seconds left until Celebrity comes back up. SAJ would possibly look for another engage here.
Yeah,
Not gonna be
wouldn't
able to
they
get it.
love a teleport on their Maokai right now? Because as you can see, pushing into a lot of wards. All their members have respawned, but not going to be available. So in the end, it is going to be Isurus Gaming backing away quite successfully.
You know one thing though, Spawn, top lane, a big wave coming in against ISG's turret, and Dragon does just spawn at about a minute here.
Yeah, nah, not going to matter. Player's going to be able to clear that one out and get it pushing back in the other direction. Right now, they're looking for a gank onto the Poppy. Burns ultimate, so Pride, nice heads-up play there. Gets rid of the Maokai. And honestly, right now, this is going to be a one-fight team fight. Merc Scimitar has been picked up by Celebrity, but Zycro was caught out in that game, that last engage. Ro and Sue were on him the entirety of the time, but they just weren't able to kill him, and Zycro was just dashing forward, you know, with this pseudo-tanky build.
And it really feels like right now, Saigon Jokers, they have that item advantage still. They're still about 3,000 gold ahead, which means almost nothing about 45 minutes into this game. But Ro, he has 6 items on this Maokai. He is a tanky monster, 3-1-14. Jinky already picked up most of his items, just waiting to complete the last Whisper, even got the Iron Elixir to keep himself alive. Warzone missing 1, and so is Celebrity, but I know Celebrity's got all 6 items as well.
Yeah.
So they're looking strong. They're looking to try and fight for this dragon that comes up in about 4 seconds here. Jinky gonna get locked down by Kratos. Has to flash away immediately. Zerko getting so many spears into Ro here. He's been locked up. Warzone going into the back lines, but EMP just auto attacks him to death. Psycho Jokers lose their mid laner. Pride takes so much damage, and
Celebrity.
so is Kratos. They're able to take down the front line coming from ISG as Sue pops his shield, gets the grey health back. EMP still
he got
looking
him.
for it.
No.
Does get the soldiers down, but just one more auto attack would have been enough. Good flash coming from Sue. He loses about 50 health there. but ISG still repel Saigon Jokers away from this dragon.
Yeah, they certainly do. And one more time, Ro does not have teleport there. Great flank out of Pride, who lived by the skin of his teeth. Really nicely executed one more time, and it is a jungler for a mid laner going down. Warzone's positioning has been questionable in the last couple of engages. He was top lane for the first one that they lost, and this time around was absolutely nowhere near. They're still going for the play, however.
They're looking for it. Su going to jump in here with Jinky. Zeriko going to take so much damage, but Jinky gets so many spears into it. Su actually has to save his jungler by eating him up. The spears wouldn't be able to take him now. Zeriko able to turn around that fight.
Yeah, they're just 1v2 outplay, and Jinky's like, well, that wasn't what I wanted, so I'll back away. Your point has been proven. Probably needs a mortal reminder on one of their members, because right now just healing through everything is the Callista.
You can see the rest of the lineup as well. They got Alistar to give that little bit of AoE heal as well. 2 Spirit Reverse Charges on the side of ISG. They're going to be able to heal so much in these fights. Natural regeneration and also from the Callista as well. Picking up a 2 lifesteal items so far. Could possibly go for the 3rd in the Bloodthirster with her final item. We'll have to see what Zeriko picks up here. But a big factor for ISG here was they denied Dragon number 5 from Saigon Jokers. It gives them about 6 minutes to reset the map and see what they can try and pick up next. Baron spawns at about 15 seconds. Well, could possibly be a point of contention between these two teams as well.
The biggest thing here is that they have a 6-item Azir. Like, he is absolutely monstrous EMP. Warzone still has a complete item slot to be able to fill out.
And every single fight so far, Warzone just jumps in.
Yeah, he's irrelevant at the moment. He's just diving into the back line and getting absolutely nothing done because Callista's surprisingly tanky. As we mentioned, double lifesteal out of more of Malmortius. They synergize so well together because of the shield, low health, you get more AD, you get more lifesteal. What a build. Like, you have a look at EMP right now. He's just got everything you need. Utility, damage. He's already got the penetration as well. Very tanky jungler who has a sightstone, so they always have vision. Right now, Isurus Gaming's composition is just better than what the Saigon Jokers have.
And it's certainly coming online. They're looking to try and pull it to that late game like they did against Lion Gaming. The 56-minute win. It looks like where they're comfortable. Jinky here going to be able to pick up a turret for himself. And Claytos takes a lot of damage.
Here
but
we
here
go.
comes the Fates call. Zeriko going to throw Newbie in. Has to flash forward. Knocks back Su, but Jinky gets knocked out immediately. Here comes Ro. Poppy going to learn on the ultimate, but only hits the frog. Ro immediately dashes out of that. But ISG still looking really healthy as Jinky has to use his ultimate to get out of there. Minions pushing on the bottom side of Saigon Joker's base. This could be barren for ISG.
Yeah, it certainly could be, but Rose still has teleport as well as the ability to go back and clear that one out, so probably not going to be the case. They can start it up and try and bait the 4v5. Looking for some face checks here. Inhibitor also respawns. That's clutch timing. Good job, Inhibitor.
Inhibitor MVP for Saigon Jokers so far. Su was relatively healthy, able to heal out a lot here as Warzone jumps in, gets a lot of chip damage down to Claytos and gets the heck out of there. As Innis Pride pops down the W. But for now, it's still in Saigon Jokers' favor. They have about a 6,000 gold lead, but team composition-wise, it seems like they just can't fight ISG in a head-on 5-5 anymore.
Yeah, 100%. And you know that was a huge mistake coming out of the Isurus Gaming lineup because they just overextended onto a poor target. They went onto Tahm Kench, which you never really want to do. So I think that as long as they clean up their target prioritization, I mean, as long as they catch Jinky or Celebrity, honestly, this game's going to be very difficult to come back for if you're the Saigon Jokers.
Big thing for me is major objectives are going to respawn in about 5 minutes. Dragon number 5 will be back up. Newbie blew his flash in that fight for a poor engagement. Not going to be able to have that to use with the Fates call anymore. It might affect this next team fight.
Yeah, you know, potentially. It's going to be up for Dragon number 5, but won't be up if they do kick off Baron or something soon. The other thing is Maokai can just sit in base right now and just wait for the home guys. He doesn't really need any items. They're going to actually look to start this one up.
They already have. Spears being put into the Baron already, so that's going to be able to take it down incredibly quick. But SAJ, they don't want this to happen. Newbie getting get engaged on by Ro. A little bit of a questionable target coming in from the Maokai, who's going to get locked down. So many spears into this tree. As soon as they pull it out, might hurt him so much. But Su able to keep him alive for now. Pride jumping into backlines on the Lucian. Jinky's here to help him as well. Pride actually going to take it down, but so is Warzone. This is a 4-on-4. Claytos now is going to be able to take down Lucian. He's gone down, and now suddenly Saigon Jokers have no carries. They have to retreat. EMP going to get flashed on by Jinky. Has to flash away himself as Ro. He's trying to save a life, but it's not going to be enough. Isurus Gaming, they take down 3. this could be game for the Latin American South lineup.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. Only Pride falls down. So much damage still left available. They can push into the base or they can wait for mid lane. Also, the jungler will be able to rejoin through one of the tunnels. And Isurus Gaming, we said it, they love to go late game. 56 minutes, now 47 minutes. And it looks like they're going to win the second game of IWCI.
Only Jinky left alive, and he's going to get collapsed on by all 4 members of Isurus Gaming. And delayed ace will come out for Azir. And Isurus Gaming put on a phenomenal performance here against the Saigon Jokers and are able to take them down in this matchup, bringing them 2-2.
Yeah, exactly right. Saigon Jokers finally dropped their first game. They will go down to 2-1. And that is worrying signs for the teams. You know, using their substitute mid laner, said he's more known for his control mages, was not all that impressive on LeBlanc, at least late game, when decision-making makes all the more sense. And Isurus Gaming just took them late and beat them with experience. That's what we expect out of this team.
And you know what, Saigon Jokers, it felt like they had a strategy to try and pull here with that Tom Kench, which is to cheekily go over to Baron. That never worked for them.
All right, I'm going to let you know. If that is your strategy, that's a really crap strategy. If your strategy is literally, we are going to sneak Baron, it's just not going to work out for you in the long run. So, you know, you have to appreciate the gusto, but I think Tom Kench did a little bit more in that game. He was able to save priority targets, but didn't make all that much sense. They weren't able to get the re-engages with the ulti. It didn't look like something they were overly practiced with there. And the LeBlanc also didn't look like something that Warzone was comfortable playing, at least towards the latter stages of the game.
And you know what, the thing that really confirmed that for me kind of was the fact that they threw so many resources into this mid lane. They threw the jungler there. They got the top lane there very early as well. Ro blew a flash very early on. Jiggy made so many return trips, but they only picked up that first kill in the mid lane, and then Isurus Gaming were just able to hold out.
Yeah, well, the one thing was, I actually think that their return trips into the mid lane were the right call. I also think they executed quite well on them. When you look at this game, you'll think that how many times they fought before Dragon number 5 and were able to be shoved off that objective. Just fight over the objective, because what happens then the jungler has to dive into your team. You're able to clean them up, start off uneven team fight. So I think it was literally decision-making. Like, I'm going to say that Saigon Joker's decision-making and execution was poor to the late stages of that game. And Isurus Gaming, like, they were like, wow, all of a sudden this isn't so hard. This is like playing in Latin American South. Like, we are used to 50-minute games. We're going to beat them because we have Azir, we have Kalista, we have, like, Alistar, Poppy, just so many power picks in that lineup.
They certainly did have that, and you know what, it felt almost like, you know, Isurus Gaming, they cleaned up a little bit of their early game, but they still made a lot of these mistakes. Do you think teams are going to be able to punish them in the future games for that?
In a word, yes. Like, you can't fall that far behind. You can't give up, like, 3 opportunities at 5th Dragon. You can't give up a Baron. Better teams will beat you. Saigon Jokers, however, first fumble of the tournament, really, in that regard, because we would expect Saigon Jokers, at least, to be one of these teams to capitalize on those mistakes, to be able to pick themselves up a 5th Dragon, to be able to punish with a Baron buff, but that wasn't the case with this team comp. Once again, going back to Celebrity's build, he's a freak show of a good Lucian, but not getting lifesteal early in the game means that they can't really brawl with their Lucian. That's what Lucian wants to be all about. Get an early Merc Scimitar and get in amongst it, but, you know, it was just, in the end, they got outscaled. Like, when you pick a team comp that has LeBlanc, has Lucian, you're looking for your team fights around the 25-30 minute mark. You're not looking for a 50-minute team fight where Azir can, like, 3-shot everyone at the same time.
And that's exactly what happened in that game for Isurus Gaming. They were able to just pull it out, delay the game as much as possible, and it really feels like, you know, like I said, like you've been harping on this entire tournament, I didn't think Saigon Jokers were going to be doing well in this tournament. This was kind of one of the games which they played in GPL, in the VCS as well, which kind of made me feel that way. They made a lot of executional mistakes, even though they had a goal lead for themselves and just not able to play to their win conditions. It feels like that was one of their first poor showings here in IWCI.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think that maybe it has a little bit to do with Warzone over Levita. I don't actually know what's going on there, but it just looks like the decision making wasn't the same, and maybe Sue also not being on an engaged support had an effect on them. But Isurus, you have to give credit where credit's due. We're just able to play finally that aggressive style of League of Legends that we've been seeing so successfully at the IWC tournament. Kalista, Alistar just coming up massive. Blue side coming up massive. I don't know what it is today, but that's, what, 6 blue side victories, 4 Kalista, Alistar games? That's huge.
Well, we'll have to see if the blue side buff remains strong here in the International Wildcard, or Kalista Alistar is going to be enough. But congratulations to Isurus Gaming. We're going to go for a short break, but we'll be back shortly with the last game of today. Don't go anywhere.
was over. Till the quiet and the echoes became colder. And I never really knew that it was over. Till the quiet and the echoes became colder. You took my love, then gave it back. It's yours to leave, but it won't keep me from this heart attack. And I'll try to carry on again, but I never really knew that it was over. So I said, no, 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 it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you do that to me? I killed down no 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling. No, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you do that to me? I killed down no 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling.
Wait a minute!
So I said, no, 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 it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed alone, 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling. No, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed alone, 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the International Wildcard Invitational Tournament. I'm Matthew Fish-Stewart, and Jake Spawn Tiberia is still stuck with me for the final game of today. This is going to be your 7th game today as well.
Stuck with you. Like, I can leave if you want. I know I've been here for a while, but I'm not glued to the chair. I'm here because I want to be Fish, because what a tournament we have so far. You know, International Wildcard Invitational definitely delivering, and so many upsets, so much blue side power, and the Kali Star lane is starting to take the wildcard tournament by storm.
It certainly has been. So let's take a look at the results so far, so we can see that blue side dominance coming in for all these teams so far. You know, Chiefs, Psycho Jokers, Hard Random, INTZ, Lion Gaming, and Isurus Gaming all picking up their wins today, all on the blue side.
Yeah, and some of the latter stages of the day have been upsets. I mean, Lion Gaming over Dead FM, sure, you can make an argument that that is like a slight upset. Lion Gaming, of course, looking a lot stronger, but Isurus right now, really upsetting Saigon Jokers, in my opinion. We said that the playstyle was similar. However, this was going to have to be a big ask. They do it. The other one you have to look at is the Chiefs Esports Club from the OPL upsetting INTZ, because CBL has to be a favorite going into this tournament. We talk about it all the time. The Brazilian scene has definitely arrived on the world stage. They've been getting back there time and time again. And this lineup, you know, INTZ just not performing all that well. So the middle of the pack now, Fish, becomes so close. There are so many teams on like 1-2 or 2-2, wide open, hard random. King in the castle, king in the castle. Like, they're doing really well.
And, you know, it really comes back to the discussion that we were having in the green room earlier as well. It really feels like this tournament, you know, we're going to have to wait a couple of days before we can decide who are the leaders of the pack. Yeah, Hard Random look really good so far, but after that, we don't know where to place teams just yet.
I don't buy it. You guys are so non-committal. You know, it's this, you just have to go for it. Right now, I'm going to say Hard Random look like they're a clear-cut favorite. Saigon Jokers, they get bumped down a little bit for me, but they were never all that high. I think that, you know, you have to look towards Supermassive as well as the Brazilian lineups for the second and third, and then that fourth place team still wide open between now the Latin American teams, as well as like everyone else, like could slip into that fourth place. But to me, there's still a clear-cut 3 favorites, and hopefully Supermassive come up massive for me and prove that that is the case, because I've just, I've done what everyone else is afraid to do, and I've committed there.
Well, speaking of Supermasses, they're going to be playing in the final game of today, which will be against Detonation.
Oh, we're
Focus
already
Me.
done?
Almost, close to it. This is the last game. You've casted 6 games, Spawn. You feeling good?
Yeah, I'm actually feeling really fresh. It's about the time I nearly get out of bed, actually, as we have a look at the lineups on the screen. Detonation Focus Me versus Supermassive.
That is it. That's going to be the final matchup today. The Japanese region team taking on the team coming in from Turkey here. And I want to start this off with, Spawn, what can we expect from these 2 teams?
I think that both these teams want to hit back relatively hard. I mean, both coming off losses. Lion Gaming setting Detonation Focus Me. Seros picked up that of Nivea in the mid lane, and they didn't really play to its win conditions on the side of Supermassive. Of course, we spoke about Saigon Jokers. That was a huge upset. Now, all of a sudden, Saigon Jokers, just losing out to Isurus Gaming, they go down to 2-1. So, Supermassive have a chance to tie back up with that team, and they're going to be hungry, I feel like, Supermassive. I think that Dumbledore and Chu especially will be looking to put on the plays to see if they can take it to Seros and Eternal down there in the bottom lane. And I think that it's just, this is one of those tournaments that's going to be hard to call, but Detonation Focus Me in their loss looked a little bit worse than what Supermassive did.
And let's start with Detonation Focus Me. What can we expect coming from this team? Because for me, I was sold a lot of high hopes about the Japanese team coming into this. It felt like they were going to be one of the superstars coming to this tournament. Haven't really impressed in IWCI so far.
So what you have to understand if you were watching the Japanese region is there's a thing called diminishing returns. And what that means is like when you put in X amount of effort, you get X better, but it's not a proportional graph. It doesn't continue to scale up. It's at a certain point you peter out until you're fighting for the 1% and 2%. So what people saw was, Japan comes to IWCI, they're not really all that impressive. Then they go to Q, all of a sudden they make this huge leap. Then they go to All-Stars, they look even better. So people are adding this huge chunk every single time onto the Japanese region because they are starting to skill up. But now they're getting to the point where it's just the 1% and 2% things. And unfortunately in the last game was the decision making to fight in open terrain when you have an Anivia. She wants to fight in chokes, jungles, and lanes that really did come back and bite them in the backside. So it's something that, lots of people looked at the Japanese region. The proximity to Korea and China means that they have great scrim partners they can play on either server. But right now, it just wasn't to be, at least so far in this tournament.
So what can we expect coming in from Detonation Focus Me so far? Because that is what they haven't been living up to yet. But what can we expect from them to do in this match against Supermassive?
Udapon's a huge factor in this team. He's one of their superstars, plays up in the top lane there. You expect big tanky initiation from him right now, as well as the ability to go carry if he wants to. Seros is more of the control style mage. Zillion, Gangplank, we've seen the Anivia already. Good Varus as well on this guy. So there's like a pretty linear gameplay. They've always been a team that likes to use Callista, so that's something that you have to watch out for as well as like, a little bit of an aggressive jungler when he wants to be, but nothing too that's going to blow your socks off from the Japanese. Japan's kind of like the Oceanic region where they like to jockey for position around the map. They are willing to make the call when they have to, but we saw in the last game that they jockeyed for position, then pulled the trigger at the wrong time. Udapon should have gone much earlier into that team fight in the bottom lane. Did not, and they were made pay for it. So that's what I'm kind of looking at to set them up for success. If Seros gets Gangplank or Zillion, it could be a pretty impressive game for them.
So we'll have to see how that pick ban phase goes, or if they get this Alistar Callista, they might be able to break that blue side curse here against Supermassive, but we'll have to see what happens. And let's send off Tokusu Supermassive, the Turkish region, coming in here for this match. What do they have to pull out in this game? What are they known for doing, and how can they do that?
Yeah, well, look, they played Fab last game, and it didn't really work out in their favor, so I expect them to go back to Toldrin in the top lane. I think that he's a really good top laner, always has impressed me. Is a really good shot caller as well, used to be the captain of Beşiktaş, so see whether that works. I'm also looking towards their bottom lane to have a much better performance. Dumbledore and Chu, they want to be aggressive, they want to be in your face and trading very well. I think they were caught a little bit by surprise last time around, so we'll see whether Dumbledore on that Poppy has a little bit more of a better performance, whether he goes back to something like Bard. But, across the board, this is a team that you look at, like, Fab Tholdrin in the top lane, such class. Naru, Dumbledore, Samaj had a fantastic game on the Gragas, especially against the Chiefs Esports Club. That's absolutely massive. So this is a lineup, as I said, Brazil and Turkey are two of the major regions within IWC that we look towards historically as being dominant. I mean, now the CIS region is moving into that position as well with a very good lineup in hard random, but Supermassive should be thereabouts right now for me. So this is a disappointing, if they go down 1-2 in IWC, it's going to be a disappointing first couple of games for them.
And, You know, they all have all these superstar names, Staldra and Fabulous as well. Dumbledore, no stranger to the international scene. They've played on the international level for Turkey quite a few times here. But let's look into the matchups coming here. And let's start at that bottom lane because, you know, with AHQ losing last night, we're not going to see the Albus, Dumbledore, lane and IWCI if they pick up their win in this tournament. But we can still see them in this matchup here against Detonation Focus Me. How do you feel about the bottom lane here?
Sorry, I can't get past AHQ losing. Sorry, I was just reliving the moment of Flash Wolves destroying Nexus number 3. It was a beautiful time. And unlucky fish, unlucky. However, yeah, so back to Dumbledore. He wants to be aggressive. I actually expect him to go towards a little bit more of a bully and for them to get in there. Didn't really understand the Ezreal pick for that reason because I think that they are more of an aggressive bottom lane when I look at these guys. And Seros and Internal, you know, they had an okay performance. I believe that they played... what did they play last time? Sivir Braum, you know, but they went up against the Kalista Alistar lane in Lion Gaming, and no one can beat that right now, apparently. So it's going to be interesting to see if they pull that one back. But right now, I think that any lane that Dumbledore is in, you have to think that they look to bully.
So let's look at the flip side of the map as well, because it's possible that Dumbledore could, you know, go for a lane swap. He might end up in that top lane. But we talked about Utapon a lot. Is he the person we'd be looking for in the top side for Det FM?
Yeah, well, he should be. Like, he's one of their superstars, so I certainly expect him to be able to go toe-to-toe. However, in past, Tholdren's been able to deal with him, and that Vav's also a very good top laner. So right now, like, honestly, when you have a look at Detonation Focus Me, honestly, they have some very good players. Like, they have Utapon, they have Seros, they have Catch. Like, honestly, their whole lineup is good. But when you look at Turkey's lineup, when you look at the likes of Tholdren, the likes of Naru, the likes of Dumbledore, these aren't good players. These are like great international players that have shown time and time again in IWC tournaments for 2 years that they are able to step up and play the map very well. So, as I said, the experience and I guess the odds should be in TCL's favor, but it's all about execution. I've been saying it all day. If you come onto the Summoner's Rift and you're not able to execute, even if you have some of these big names, it's not going to go.
And it's not just wildcard tournaments, it's also been on an international level. We've seen the likes of Projectus.
Wildcard is international, mate. I had to break it to you, like... It has international at the start of it.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does, Spawn. But what I mean, further on from Wildcard, going into the World Tournaments and MSI as well, we have seen Projectus, like the Projectus, like of the Turkish team, step up even more against these very well-known teams. Dead FM, on the other hand, they've only really experienced the wildcard region and also their own league so far.
And the other thing, right, is if you're Detonation focused, you come into the first one, really no expectations on you. So it's quite a relaxing tournament environment to play in. Like, you're getting to experience it the first time. Everything's new and shiny. Second time around, everyone, like, you've kind of had a bad first one. Everyone's like, they're the underdog. You get to play the underdog. Then you have a good performance. Everyone is like, holy crap, like, Japan might actually come out and, like, make playoffs this time. They're going to be pushing for top 2, I even saw in a couple of threads. People are like, arguably, they might even be the favorites. We've heard some great things about their Korean players. And then to come in with all that expectation, it's really hard to play with that. I mean, the Chiefs talk about it a lot, that they've been built up, you know, to go undefeated in a split, then to come into a tournament, and, you know, there's just all this international pressure on you. Then you get into best of fives, and it starts weighing down on you and makes you exhausted. I think that for the first time, Detonation Focus Me, because they've been to 3 in a row, are starting to experience that, you know, there is hope of this team. And when the nation is behind you, like, it can be great. And we saw that when the Besiktas played in front of the Turkey crowd, but it can also be an absolute nightmare when, like, you know, things start to slip.
And you know what? We mentioned this in the previous matchup as well. It's still very early into the tournament. Everyone else, except for Spawn, really can't really put a foot onto who is going to be placing where in this matchup. And, you know, teams are dropping games left, right, and center as well. There's still chance for Det Focus Me to pull it back. There's still chance for them to come back into this. And a game against Supermassive, coming off of a loss against Saigon Jokers, it's possible for them to pull up an upset here.
Yeah, of course it is. Anything's possible, and that's why we play the games. Otherwise, we would just, you know, look at the draw and then, like, call it a night after that, and it would be much easier, at least on my throat. But, you know, right now, yeah, I completely agree with you. They've got blue side. They've got everything in their favor as we take a look at the lineups one more time on your screen, guys. But, like, as I said, uphill battle one more time. But, how, like, what, 3 uphill battles in a row I've been saying? Like, I keep throwing this out there. It's just... something in the water in Mexico City right now.
And every team plays each other once. If you can pick up 4 wins here, it almost guarantees you a chance to go into playoffs here. And they still have more than 4 games to play, so it's possible from both these two teams. Other than the top lane, other than the bottom lane, are there any of the matches that we're going to be looking out for? Is Catch going to be able to catch people out? Are we going to see a big battle in the mid lane either?
Yeah, I think that battle in mid lane will definitely be on the case. I mean, Seros versus Naru, they are very famous within their regions for being these awesome mage players. So it's going to be interesting. I actually think that, like, across the board, they match up quite well against each other, two teams. As I said, like, Detonation Focus Me, I hate to say it, like, they kind of feel like, you know, kind of similar to what the Turkish lineup is, but with a little bit less experience.
So almost feels like a lot like our last game. Well, not in terms of experience here, but in terms of play style.
No, not play. I don't mean play style wise. I mean player wise. They both play a lot differently around the map. I mean, Supermassive showed against the Chiefs how proactive they're willing to play, whereas Seros isn't really that proactive mage player. I mean, he's a very much wave clear team fighter. Naru is willing to pick up the likes of Lissandra that is banned away and smash people with it.
Well, we'll have to see if he can smash someone with another champion here. It's like you mentioned, Lissandra already being banned out here as we head into Champion Select between Detonation Focus Me and Supermassive Esports. Bard, or Bardo, is already banned out, as well as Alistar and Brom, and we banned out on the side of Supermassive.
They certainly are.
It's Rise. It's going to be the next ban out coming from Det Focus Me, so they don't want Naru or possibly Fabulous, who's going to be playing this game for Supermassive to pick up that champion.
So Fab back in the top lane again. Interesting that Tholdrin, who played against the Chiefs, is not playing on these game 2 days.
He wasn't very fabulous last time around. Let's see if he can come fabulous one more time here for Supermassive, as Echo is going to be the final ban that rounds out the 3 coming out from Supermassive. They don't want you to pick up that champion. We'll have to see what they lock in first. Immediately, Det Focus Me. They're going to be focusing on Gragas as their first pick coming in here. At least a lot of very strong picks to be picked up during the second rotation on red side.
Yeah, so Naru straight away goes towards something like the Azir. He's shown time and time again how classy he is on that mid lane. I would not be surprised to see them pick it up. The Chu a little bit more aggressive in the likes of Lucian would be nice to see, a welcome change. Quite a lot of conversation coming out right now.
We'll have to see what the Supermassive decide to pick up during the first rotation. Like I mentioned, a lot of picks still left open. All the major supports being banned out here.
Yeah.
No Alistar, no Brom, no Bard coming in here.
I'm expecting Maokai as it. Like, there it is.
And that's what's going to be locked in. So Maokai most likely going into the top lane. Azir going to be picked up here. That should be played by Naru, which means they're not going to be behind their mid lane for their final pick. Neither their solo lane is going to be behind.
The reason I like it is because this team comp is great with and against Kindred. And it's one of the most powerful junglers we've seen at the moment. Catch played it last game. So all of a sudden, Kindred's priority kind of lessens. And you see that potentially going towards the Nidalee pickup.
And we mentioned that all the supports have been banned out here. All the major supports, Alistar, Brom, Bard, all being taken away. That means none of the junglers have been touched so far. Gragas was picked up by Det Focus Me, but we've seen across multiple regions it can be flexed up into the top lane. So we'll have to see if it's Catch or Yutapon that might be picking up that champion.
I think right now, as we see the tournament lie, it's actually Gragas going to be evolving much more into a top laner than he is a jungler. Oh. Kalista is available, but no Alistar, so, you know, can't have that 100%. But 100% win rate guaranteed, can't be tarnished is what I'm trying to say.
They've got blue side, they don't quite have the Alistar to complete that combo, so, you know, breaking it a little bit, but, you know, might give them a little bit of a buff as Catch locks in the Nidalee as well. So one of the S-tier junglers that we see very popular, has a lot of clear being picked up from the side of Det. Everyone's picked up, and look at that, very fast lock-ins coming in from Supermassive Esports.
One more time, Dumbledore's going to play Poppy.
Dumbledore's very liking his Poppy down in that bottom lane. Very happy with that pick.
It's like he's trying to convince us, like, guys, I'm not a Bard player anymore. I am a Poppy main.
Ban the Poppy so I can get Bard.
Yeah, exactly right. We didn't mention it, but Seros's Zillion is available.
That's right, it's actually being hovered over by that FM as well. So we wait to see what their final pickups in this matchup will be. They were targeting out Eternal a little bit with those support bans, or maybe, you know, Dumbledore a little bit angry. He's like, you ban my Bard, I'll ban 2 of your supports.
Yeah, it certainly looks
Show
to be the
them.
case, but right now, would like a Trundle pickup because it will force a QSS out of Fabulous at some point in the game, because he's going to continually be altered. And because it is a support Trundle, doesn't really sacrifice any part of the laning phase or split pushing. And Trundle Zillion looks to be the case here.
That is going to be locked in. So the infamous, or famous I should say now, Zillion pickup for the Japanese lineup is going to be locked in. They surprised the world when they first locked it in their international tournaments, and now It's been a standard ban against them, but this time we should be
I
seeing
think
that.
if you never watched the LJL, it'll surprise you. Anyone that had actually watched the game understood exactly why he does not get it. He is a great Zillion player, and I wonder now whether Naru goes towards something like a cleanse. It's very hard to take teleport on Azir in a matchup where there is legitimate kill threat, and with Nidalee and Zillion, that is the case. The slow, the double bombs. Zillion has a lot of power in his kit that people don't account for.
And since his bombs were changed to be a skill shot, so to speak, instead of a targeted spell, and now stuns as well when you hit those double bombs. So locking him down in that mid lane, allowing that speed to get. Going to be very devastating for the Azir. We have to see what he
That was
eventually
like a
changes
year
to.
and a half ago.
Very long ago, but I
Yeah.
still, remember Azir very fondly when I used to just double bomb people and cheese my way for Elo in mid
I
lane.
was like in diapers when Zillion had targeted bombs with double.
Really? I don't think so.
Maybe. But as we said, Kindred awesome with and against this composition, so they lock in Kindred as their last pick. Storm Mage.
Two very strong junglers being picked up here by both teams, actually. As we mentioned before, support's being banned out, left all those picks open and available for these two teams. What do you think so far, Spawn? The lineups have been locked in. We're not too sure if it's going to be double teleport or if Azir's going to change that summon spell. We have to see when we get into the game. But what do you think so far?
So I think so far that they've given the two mid laners their two best champions. So Azir versus Zillion, Naru versus Seros. So I'm very excited to see how this game is going to eventuate. I also think that Lucian Poppy, especially Dumbledore's Lucian, is going to be an incredible aggressive lane. So on the side of Detonation Focus Me, Eternal and Zerost need to be careful with how they treat this lane. Potentially look for a swap because Gragas is quite good in the lane swap situation. Jungles very, very quickly, has all AoE skills. And yeah, it's just something that you have to watch out for. But really, just comes down to the mid laner. I just want to sit there all game and watch Zillion smack.
watch it?
Yeah, try and take on this Azir. Because as I said, there's really cool things that you can do with Zillion, but Naru is a master Azir player.
And you know what? They have the blue side now. FM, they have the blue side buff.
I don't buy into it.
6
Don't
games.
care. Like 11 games if you take in TSM versus CLG
Yep.
as well. So lots of games I didn't get to see the blue versus red side for Europe, unfortunately. Where Gamers 2 were able to pick that up. So congratulations for going to MSI, Gamers 2 as well as CLG. Huge games there over in the NAN European LCS. I'm going to have to watch the VODs. But right now, like as I said, don't buy the blue side buff. Just,
Don't buy it. They don't have Kalista Alistar, so it's not confirmed.
No, it's not that at all. I don't buy any of this crap. It's just correlation of causation. You guys pointed a pattern. Like if it had gone red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, you guys would be going, oh my god. Every second game blue side buff. This is awesome.
You know what? We actually found a pattern with yesterday's games. That's exactly what we did.
Yeah, I know. I know how the team works. So yeah, correlations, I don't really think that they equal causation right now.
Well, we'll have to see if Supermassive can confirm that for Spawn here as we will load it onto the riff very shortly, but it seems like we're having a short pause between these two teams. We'll have to see if those technical difficulties are going to be resolved anytime soon. But we were talking about the matchups earlier. We saw, Zillion in the mid lane against Naru's Azir. That's going to be a feature matchup.
Yep.
Anything else that we're looking for coming into this game?
Yeah, as I said, it's kind of aggressive versus passive for the bottom lane. So Trundle with Kalista versus the Lucian Poppy. So I think that that's the other exciting area to watch. Like mid lane's going to be control mages, two of the best going at it, but aggressive versus supportive style 80 carry duos. So we'll see how that affects the rest of the map, whether we get our lane swap, whether we get standard lanes and get to see Dumbledore try and put in work.
And we see two very farm-dominant junglers coming into this matchup as well. Nidalee going to be picked up on the side of Det FM. We're going to see Kindred being picked up as well. What can we expect from these two players?
Well, you just said it, farming. I guess they're both really good gankers as well. Like, there's a reason they're S tier. They do both things very well. They also control neutrals really well. It really depends how the junglers want to play them. If you get double buffs, you can gank as Kindred really easily. Same thing can be said for Nidalee. But honestly, if we see lane swap, it's probably just going to be a lot of turret pushing. Both of them do that incredibly well as well. So yeah, right now the game is wide open. Like you can play any playstyle with the two comps they've picked up.
We'll have to see what playstyle that is going to be between these two teams. Unfortunately, the referees are still checking and waiting on a confirmation on the technical difficulty. We should be getting back into the game very shortly. But so far, this is the final game of IWCI today. There's been 6 games played so far today. It's been blown at wide open. Teams have caused upsets here and there. It's almost even between a lot of these teams.
I mean, you have a look at it in Lion Gaming, able to pick up a victory. Isra is picking up another victory that puts them at, I think, 2-2. They're doing really well at the moment. So, like, even the Latin American team's starting to pick it up. INTZ, unfortunately, upset a little bit today. Chiefs able to pick up a win, so they go back to 1-2. Everyone's kind of clawing it back, and some of the top teams are faltering. As I said, no one really feels secure in their standings right now, apart from Hard Random, who are 3-0 and looking very safe. But this tournament, as you said, blown wide open. No idea who's going to get anywhere. You would still expect the big regions like Turkey and Brazil to step it up as this goes along. TCL and CBLOL have been around and dominant for a very long time in IWC regions, but it's anyone's game.
So unfortunately, we just got confirmation of the technical difficulty. It seems like Japan's support is not able to hear his teammates over comms at the moment. So we're waiting to fix that as soon as possible. And I've just been told we're actually going to get back into the game right now, as that has been resolved between these two teams. So we're going to go into the game very shortly. It is level 1 here. We're going to see any changes from these two teams. We see a little bit of lane swaps here and there today, but not too much. But we see a lane swap being initiated.
Well,
by
all the
these
lane
teams.
swaps have been blind, so I expect that Detonation Focus Me will try and lane swap away from it, and I expect Supermassive to just match that lane swap. No one's really pushing into deep for deep vision, so is a little bit different. We are into Summoner's Rift, so we'll get to find out for ourselves.
So we fix Eternal's comms. He's able to talk to his teammates once again, ask for the Fates calls from Zeros when he absolutely needs it. But, like you mentioned, Small, we are on to Summoner's Rift. We have to see if a lane swap is initiated by either of these teams. So far, though, it looks like Catch setting up a lot of traps up on the top side of the jungle, waiting to try and start on his Grump and move on towards the blue buff. As interesting enough, Fabulous is going to be throwing down those saplings to help out Kindred with her clear up in the top side.
Makes sense. You don't want Kindred to get too far behind in the jungle. And it looks like we are going to get standard lanes, so Gauntlet thrown out of Eternal and Zerost.
So Seros and Naru will not have the isolated mid lane that we commonly see during lane swaps here. As bomb's already been thrown down onto this, asserting dominance as the Time Winder. He's going to be trying to farm it out against this. Is there two heavy punching mid laners going up against each other in this matchup. We have to see who comes out on top. In the bottom lane, both of the AD carries and supports were able to take down a camp at level 1, so do get a slight experience advantage for themselves. Going to be able to farm it up nicely. Let's see who's able to get that level 2 faster so far. Both the melee minions just being traded between the two teams. It will be Det FN that picks up the level 2 first, and now it's just going to be taking a lot of damage from the side of Supermassive. In fact, gets chunked down incredibly low by Eternal and Zerost. And right away, Dumbledore didn't have to back off here, already blowing potions.
And I think that's the second time that Supermassive haven't really respected the level 2 of a team composition coming in. They don't get it first by pushing up. I mean, Lucian doesn't really have any excuse to do that. He has AoE.
On the top side of the map, Fabulous already be able to push out Utapon slightly, hit level 2 up on the top lane first, as well as Dumbledore. Gonna find Eternal here in the river, gets a little bit of damage down, picks up the buckler. The slam into the wall as well. It's a lot of damage down onto this Trundle, but immediately turned around by Eternal, trying to bite him and club him away. Just the support roll going out between these two teams. They want blood against one another.
Yeah, they certainly do. Storm Aged a little bit closer down there, already onto one of his marks, whereas Catch was on his red buff, so good job there from Eternal to just trade back.
Stormrage still has to clear away 2 of his camps here, whereas Catch, he's completed an entire jungle clear already. That Nidalee is incredibly quick in the jungle. We'll have to see if he can continue to keep it up. He has about a 4 CS lead for himself, which is nothing this early, but we'll have to see if that progresses later on in the game. As the mid lane going as we expected, both of them just clashing heads, trading back and forth wherever they can.
Yeah, exactly right. Trading kind of health for mana right now, Naru and Seros. Nidalee is very quickly, but important to note that Stormage actually goes past and gets himself a mark in the meantime on one of the Rift Scuttlers. So that's going to give him some more gold as well as a little bit of extra damage. As Seros,
he's going to be teleporting back into the mid lanes. Naru does a little bit of a Shurima shuffle into another bomb here. He's going to head back to base. Does have his teleport available and could potentially head back into lane ASAP, as well as Utapon and Fabulous still up in the top lane, duking out against one another. Catch here, he's level 4, does have the double buff on Nidalee. Going to be able to jump over this wall here. Fabulous not going to spot him out with that ward, but it seems like the only thing on Nidalee's mind right now is farming it up, and that's exactly what she heads into the jungle to do.
yeah, and Nidalee just farms so incredibly effectively. But you can see also has a red smite, so we'll be able to get good damage. They've equalized top lane, which means they can look for it. Here we go, first gank of the game.
He's close by, we'll be able to throw the spear down to Fabulous. He's going to try and dodge this one now. Throws it, nice twisted advance coming in from Fabulous to get away from that spear, but still
going.
taking a lot of damage, has to flash away. Utapon takes one too many tower shots, but Fabulous still gets out of there.
Yeah, a little bit of misexecution there out of the Gragas and Nidalee. Nidalee gives a little bit of a escape route there for Fabulous.
You know, timing that one a little bit poorly as well. The spear came out at the same time
And
to
here
advance.
comes Stormage.
He's looking for the wraparound onto Gragas. You get the point, immediately flashing a body slam away, but Stormage follows it up. He might be able to pick up a solo here. Wolf's Mark is down. First blood goes over to Kindred.
Yeah, fantastic work out of Supermassive's jungler there to recognize that wants to stay up in the top lane. Does Utapon doesn't want to get frozen out on a lot of that CS. That's big news. But still, Zeros and Eternal continue to bully here in the bottom lane.
Dumbledoge and Achu have been able to keep up in CS quite nicely against Zeros and Eternal. It's dead even in that lane so far, but like you mentioned, bullying going on. Lucian still taking a lot of damage. Dumbledoge tries to get in there to help out his Lucian, but just not working out. Det FM being pretty dominant in this bottom lane so far.
Somehow with Lucian and Poppy, I don't think the aim is to go equal. I think it's to win the lane, and right now it definitely is not the case. So fantastic work out of Detonation Focus Me's bottom lane, honestly.
And we've seen the first back come out for the mid laners already. Naru, he was able to force Saros to back first, so he's able to pick up one extra item for himself. Gets the boots a little bit early, going to help him out. A bit of movement speed in the lane, dodging out the bombs wherever he possibly can. Zillion only picked up those 2 rings, but no health potions in the mid lane for either of them, so they can potentially poke each other out wherever possible. The junglers so far have picked up their red smites, which is a common trend we've seen in recent competitive play. Nidalee still able to farm it out a little bit more, but importantly, Stormage able to pick up a lot of marks and also a lot of ganks, has been able to gank, up in the top lane. Get Utapon down, burn that flash, get Fabulous going up in the top lane on his Maokai. And Zeros misses both his double bombs. They're going to take a lot of damage. He's low on mana as well. Naru doing a pretty decent job in this mid lane.
Yeah, certainly is. So Naru showing his dominance on Azir. As I said, he's a very good Azir player. Zeros has got his signature pick as well and going to have to stick around for this. It's very hard to kill Zillion, especially under turret. But it looks like Naru wants to try and make a job of it.
He's been doing a pretty decent job at that. It's 10 CS up, already forcing Zeros on the turret, forcing him to recall here, which is huge for Naru. He's going to get a free recall for himself. In fact, it's Eternal that gets sent up to this mid lane to hold the fort here, giving a little bit of breathing room for Supermassive bot lane, who has been struggling a little bit in this game.
Yeah, it certainly does. So, nice job there. Achu goes back, picks himself up a BF sword, and you feel like this is kind of his second chance to assert dominance. So he does exactly that, dashes into Zeros and gets some nice damage down.
I hope the spectator pants up a little bit though, because Dumbledoge and Eternal, they're at it again. He's just slammed him into a wall. The supports just want to keep fighting here in the bottom lane. As they both make their way back down, Culling going to be put out by Lucian to try and get a lot of damage on the Trundle. Does just that. Dumbledoge looking to try and wrap around here. He's going to go for it. Slams Zeros into the wall. Ignite goes down. Dumbledoge picks up a swift kill in the bottom lane.
Yeah, what a play out of Dumbledoge. And you know, there's not that much difference between support Poppy and top lane Poppy at the start of the game because they both just build health at the start. And you saw that Dumbledoge able to get in there with a flash wallbang, able to pick up a good kill there for himself. Last time we saw him pick up first blood as well, I believe, however.
And that relieves so much pressure from this bottom lane, which was going heavily in favor of Det Focus Me. And they are now 1,000 gold behind Supermassive. A Stormage trying to, put on his best Kindred impersonation because he's playing the champion and take away as many camps as possible from this Nidalee.
Yeah, it actually looks like they're going to be able to get the turret organically as well. No gank or anything coming down there. It's just Dumbledoge doing Dumbledoge things.
Denying a lot of minions as well away from Zeros, who's an entire level behind Lucian at the moment. This turret will eventually fall down. Low mana on both Dumbledoge and Lucian, so should not be able to progress any further and be any more aggressive. But still, big lead coming in for Supermassive. They're about 2,000 gold up 9 minutes into this game.
2,500 gold up. That is a massive lead right now. And you can see the dominance, 16 CS as well as a turret and a kill in that bottom lane. They'll start up the dragon for themselves as well, and with superior control over this, they'll be able to grab it.
Definitely fitting for their team's name so far, as Dragon will also fall on over for Supermassive, so picking up objectives wherever they can. Zeros finally picks up the blue buff for himself. He's about 10 CS behind Naru right now. He's been doing a pretty good job on this Azir, poking the Zillion out of lane wherever possible. As we take a look up in the top lane, another 10 CS discrepancy for the side of Detonation Focus Me, as Fabulous is 71 to the 61 previously of the Gragas. Picked up his Balmy Cinder, does have the ring as well to help him with his Corrupting Potion regenerations. And the lane's just naturally winning so far from Supermassive all across the map. This catch going to be landing a spear to the top lane. Has to actually flash over the wall here, as Fabulous was threatening a twisted advance. But a swap is actually going to be coming out from Supermassive. They send their AD carry support up into the top lane.
Yeah, so they want to be able to trade another turret here, open up the map further, continue to pressure. So very nice job there. And, you know, you mentioned the flash out of catch, just caught out in the wrong place at the wrong time. Seros is a one member that can probably be excused of having a CS discrepancy. I mean, Udapon got ganked early, and that's where his came from. But Gragas should be completely fine in the matchup, whereas it is a hard matchup for Zilean against Azir. A lot of control, especially after the first couple of shops come out.
Very good rotations coming out from Supermassive, able to trade their turrets once again. I believe they should be able to take down this top lane eventually, but Domadoge looking for a dive onto the Zilean. The ultimate is going to wear out shortly. Nara did a good job of burning that one from Seras, but here comes Stormage. They poke around and see that he's not quite at the first turret anymore.
But how much damage can they get done here? Because he's going to be able to pick up a camp for himself. Fabulous picks up top lane turret, and there's no response, as well as a lot of pressure now mounting in this mid lane. And he's over.
The wall, going to try and jump onto Usapon. Does get the slowdown. Lots of auto attacks coming out as well. Does get the third proc. Going to be able to chunk down Usapon quite a bit there. No kill pressure just yet, but still, Supermassive exerting dominance over Summoner's Rift so far.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they've got a huge lead. Still about 2,000. They're going to pick themselves up another neutral for themselves.
Looking towards the Rift Herald, Dumbledore and Stormage going to start this one up with Fabulous. As the choose being moved down into the bottom lane for now to match the pressure coming from Zerost. As Rift Herald will eventually fall, we'll have to see who they give this one over to.
Catch looking for a catch in the bottom lane, does nail him.
Gets the spear onto Achu, but no pressure coming out from the rest of his members there. Lucian just able to get away.
Yeah, but nice damage there. Reminds him that Nidalee is still pretty good right now.
We take a look at the mid lane one more time. Stinger already picked up by Naro, looking to complete his Nash's Tooth as soon as possible. So a big spike for Azir will come out shortly. On the side of Seros, only has the components for his Rod of Ages, so looking to try and pick that one up to scale as soon as possible. Usapon now, he hasn't been having a good time up at this top lane. Keeps seeing the likes of Kindred move in towards his lane, giving him a headache every now and then. Zachu looking for the completed items for his Essence Reaver shortly. The Lucian going to slowly push out this lane. Picked up the Cull as well, slowly ticking. Zeros has one for himself, looking for the Blade of Ruin King shortly. But for now, after the aggressive early game coming out from Supermassive, they've taken a back step here, you know, playing a little bit more passive, just farming it out wherever they possibly can.
Yeah, well, you have to look at where their, I guess, pressure points are around the map. As Naru,
Catch going to be thrown back here. Nara goes in deep. The ultimate's been popped on him by Seros. Going to keep the Nidalee alive once he goes down. Supermassive. They do have the tree here as well. Teleport's coming in, but Dumbledore, he slammed, catches the wall. The Ignite's going to be enough to take him down. Gragas is going to be ejected from the team fight as well. Supermassive, a very clean kill from the team.
yeah, and you said slowing down. Instead, they dive into the mid lane turret. Now with this buff, Achu putting some bolts into Udapon.
Takes a lot of damage. The culling does come out.
Oh.
That turret is really low. Catch, one more attack would have been enough. Pillar does come up to slow down the Azir, but still, Supermassive putting a lot of pressure onto this mid lane outer turret.
And Dumbledore is just without hesitation on the Poppy right now. Flashes in, cleans up Seros on the back end of that. So the Zilean pick not doing wonders so far. Is a late game scaling mage that will be able to bring back one person with pretty much full health. As Achu gets a little bit chunked out there, needs to go back.
And take a look at the score really quickly. It's 3-0 in terms of kills for Supermassive. 2 turrets to 1 as well. They're going to be able to pick up that mid lane turret shortly too, so increasing that advantage quite nicely for Supermassive. They're 3,000 gold ahead of Detonation Focus Me. That's without that mid turret falling too. So nice early lead for themselves. They're looking very strong here, the Turkish region, as Achu and Naru going to try and work on this turret in the mid lane as soon as possible. This should go down to the push.
Yeah, it certainly will. So Seros loses out on his mid lane turret at only 14 minutes into the game. That is now 4,500 gold. The lead for the TCL lineup, of course. They just look so comfortable in their current picks, and I have to go back to the draft and just question giving Naru his Azir. It's something that we've seen pretty much religiously banned away from him, and he's coming up pretty big in this game.
Certainly has. 20 CS ahead of Seros right now. That mid lane taken down. Poked him out of lane so many times. Naru looking dominant. We have to see if he keeps up that performance. Dragon's going to respawn in about 30 seconds here. You would have to think that Supermassive would like to contest for this objective, possibly set up for it. And I feel like Detonation Focus Me, they almost have to give it up here. It would be difficult for them to contest for this one.
Yeah, I certainly think so. especially with that gold lead right now. Naru flies in, trying to look for a play.
Pillar's
Scoop
gonna
someone
come out.
back.
Nidalee looking for the flank, but wasn't quite able to get it. So Sun Turret will eventually fall down. 5 seconds till that dragon does respawn. Is Lucian going to be pushing out the bottom lane slow and steady? Nobody there to contest, and the rest of Detonation Focus Me, they're stuck in the mid lane, dealing with the push coming out from Supermassive. That leaves Dumbledoge and Stormage to take down this dragon.
Yeah, well, it wasn't going to be a realistic contest anyway. You have a look at the completed items right now, and it's just much higher for the Supermassive lineup. Naru will be able to pick up his blue buff briefly. And once again, we have one of these mini respites, whilst I'm sure we wait for Dumbledoge's flash to become available one more time so we can flash kill another member of Detonation Focus Me.
And that was a dragon pickup with Stormage having his jungle item completed, so going to be stacking that one up slowly here. He's got his Boots of Swiftness, looking for the Hex Drinker next as well, it seems, with that Null Magic Mantle, and lots of long swords to go around on this Kindred, slowly stacking up nicely.
I don't know if he's slowly stacking up. I think he's done a pretty good job of accelerating the pace of which he's farming out this game. I mean, so far they've got 2 Scuttle Crabs, a Dragon, as well as a Rift Herald since he's been able to pick this one up. He's going to be able to go into another one here. So nicely played by Stormage, honestly.
Be keeping up nicely with Catch as well. He's only about 10 CS ahead. Normally we see Nidalee's, jump ahead very far in the early game in terms of minion score and use that gold lead for himself to get ahead. Dumbledore's just going to put up the shield. He's able to stop Utapor from body slamming into his face. That's Supermassive slowly taking control. Death Focus Beast. Catch going to get slammed against wall. Dumbledore. That's not exactly where you want to be pouncing over towards Catch. As Stormage just going to aggressively jump forward. Even gets the proc and the mark onto Kindred to pick up that kill.
Yeah, so well played there out of Dumbledore, but Catch, don't know really what the idea was there, but regardless, the execution was pretty shocking because you hopped over a wall into 2 members of Supermassive that you pretty much knew were there. They're going to be able to pick themselves up another Rift Herald for their troubles.
You know what? I wanted to talk about Supermassive picking up the objectives here because I thought there was no way that Catch was going to jump over for that, but just like that, Stormage now has 28 stacks on his State to Devour, so you're absolutely right, Spotty's really quick with picking this one up.
Yeah, 100%. He's going to be done by about 18 minutes into this game. That's a very fast clip to be able to get that one done.
So you have to think, Detonation Focus Me now. We talked about this before. A lot of pressure on them in this
They're on the
tournament.
ropes. They're 5,500 gold down at 17 minutes into the game. This is an absolute disaster of an early game for Detonation Focus Me. So we'll see whether they're able to claw it back. They do have a good scaling composition. We already mentioned it in the Zillion Kindred. Callista, being able to keep Callista nice and safe to go huge in the latter stages of the game, but against Azir, against Lucian, Kindred, Maokai, even Dumbledore, honestly, is just going to get bigger and bigger.
This might be one step forward for 4 Detonation Focus Mids. They try to jump onto Fabulous. They burn a lot of summoner spells there. 2 flashes trying to chase down this tree. They don't even get a pick down on the bottom lane. Not going well for Det Focus.
That's the other story of today. Chasing Maokai's to no avail.
Not good.
Yeah. He seems to have their measure in the foot race right now, Maokai.
The tree is pretty fast.
Yeah, surprisingly so.
And Stormage, he was able to pick up his Seder Devourer earlier off of the Krugs that he took down before heading back to base. Picked up the Hex Trigger for himself. The Seder Dirk even picked up for a little bit of extra armor penetration. Most likely going to be the more Malmortius picked up from him later on.
Yeah, certainly will be. And we've seen that this build can be incredibly successful, especially if you pair it with something. Oh, a little bit caught here.
He's going to get caught out. Nearly going to jump onto him after landing that spear, but teleport's actually be coming out. The ultimate being put down by Catch, actually keeping Stormage alive for a little bit longer as the rest of Supermassive now going to collapse onto Destination's Focus Me. They're going to jump onto Catch first. He takes a lot of damage. Dumbledore going to come in as well, but Fabulous picks up that kill for himself. Utapon, though, in the backlines, is able to obliterate Lucian. That's still a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Det Focus.
Yeah, so good work there for Det Focus, but Naru...
He's going to get taken down. The Sun Turret gets destroyed to block that kill coming out from Naru as he picks it up onto Zeros, turning it 2 for 2, and Supermassive able to trade it nicely.
Yeah, Zeros just not respecting the fact that Naru can transverse 2 walls on this Azir pickup. Zeros didn't really see it coming either, otherwise I'm sure he would have had... Whoop.
Det Focus still want to fight here. Good ultimate for Dumbledore, knocks the Fat Man away. Seros and Eternal still chasing down on the rest of this team.
Yeah, certainly are. There's a little bit low mana on both Naru and Fab, so they'll be able to chase them off that objective there. But in the end, it is a 2-for-2 trade. Looked like right then that Detonation Focus Me were maybe going to start clawing their way back into the game, but that window, once again, firmly shut by Naru.
They still have a nice 5,000 gold lead on side. Supermassive. Speaking of Naru, he's picked up his Rylos Crystal Scepter already, and he still has
He's gigantic.
a 40 CS advantage over Seros. He is massive right now, fitting to the name.
Farming on the clock. Has got 2 completed items. You can see just a book now picked up for Seros for a little bit of cooldown reduction. Expect that to go towards a Nomicon or maybe even an Athene's Unholy Grail.
And the 80k for Dead FM. So Ross, he's picked up Runon's Hurricane as his first item on Kalista.
That's pretty standard right now to go Runon's Hurricane first. You need to be able to match the wave clear of both the Lucian as well as the Sivir in these matchups. So I like the pickup.
Lucian on the flip side, looking to complete his Zeal item to get that extra cooldown reduction that the Essence Reaver provides him eventually. But once again, we're going into a period of game where Supermassive very content with where they're at right now, just trying to take it slow and steady, clear out the objectives wherever they can, matching the aggression of Detonation. Focus me. Dragon comes up in about 25 seconds. It should be another contention coming out from Supermassive though.
Yeah, it has to be. And Seros one more time. Gets chunked out.
The Soldier's putting on a lot of work today for Azir in the mid lane. Naru doing a decent job here. Stormage gets some damage down onto this turret. A couple more auto attacks would take it down, but Dragon going to be back up in 10 seconds. Zeros is in no position to get down here. Saving grace maybe for Death Focus is there's no teleport on the Malco, but it seems like they're just going to give up Dragon number 3.
Yeah, looks like that. So Dragon number 3 will fall over for Stormage. It's not a huge deal. I mean, it's still a very fed Supermassive lineup that you're walking into. And you do need to allow yourself to get 2 major items on both the Zillion as well as the Kalista before you look for the next team fight. Catch also needs to go back and grab himself that Rod of Ages eventually. So you understand that they want to keep scaling, and Supermassive, they trust in their team composition as well, so they're not really all that deterred. In fact, they've put a 12-minute timer on this game if they keep track of the Dragon the way they have so far.
They certainly have, and with the way they've been going, 12 minutes is not too bad for them. They can keep taking away objectives from Det FM, stop them from farming up and getting back into this game. That 12-minute mark will be difficult for Det Focus to fight the Supermassive team composition that they've lined up here today. As we see Stormage roaming through the jungle on the red side of the map for Det Focus. Naru gonna get jumped on here by Zeros and Catch. Puts down the Sun Turret, immediately able to trade some damage back to a double doge. He wants a piece of this needly. Ultimate being popped by Zillion to try and keep him alive. Doesn't get used. And suddenly, Supermassive, they have a chance to push for this middle lane in the turret.
Yeah, certainly doing. Unipod now caught out a little bit by Stormage.
Double Doge able to knock the AD carry out of this fight. Turret will eventually fall down. The stun does come out nicely from Seros here as Double Doge going to take a little bit of damage. That Focus looking for a fight here, but Supermassive just going to, casually waddle away from this as the Sun Turret keeps them safe.
Yeah, Naru's already rotated into the bottom lane. Wants absolutely nothing to do with that. He's all about the objectives right now. 224 CS, still farming on the clock. Able to chunk out Udapon as well.
Udapon goes down to lane. Wants to pick up farm, meets a bird. Doesn't like his choices anymore. As we see Lucian now move up towards the top lane. Supermassive, like you mentioned, they just looking to farm wherever they possibly can. They're about 7,000 gold ahead of Det FM. And looking to just slowly increase this lead. You'd have to think that eventually they want to pull the trigger, but Stormage, he popped his ultimate there.
Little bit of a misclick.
Not good.
Oh, it's not horrible. Like, they can fight without one ultimate. What are they, 7,000 gold in the lead? I think they're all right. And, you said slowly increasing their gold lead. It's only 23 minutes and they're 7,000 gold up. I don't know how much quicker you want them to play the map right now, but they have rapidly accelerated the pace of this game, taking down 4 turrets to just the 1. And honestly, their CS margins are absolutely massive. 40 in the mid lane, 50 for AD carry.
Naru looking for this. He was creeping slowly towards Italy, who's able to pounce away, get back to base. But you're definitely right. 23 minutes into the game with this massive gold lead, Supermassive looking good so far.
Yeah, and they can start up Dragon whenever they want. They're going to go back and another shop in for their Azir. Azir does so much damage to Baron. Dragon going to be back available soon as well. We mentioned it. Fabulous needs to go for a QSS. Picks one up. So thumbs up to Fab.
He's got a Spirit Visage and the Balmy Cinder as well, opting not to complete the Sunfire Cape like his counterpart Utapon has. But certainly ahead in terms of items. He's got 3 components so far, whereas Utapon has got that 1 completed item and only 1 component here. So big difference up in the top lane despite, relatively even scores. A killer piece, 2 assists extra going into Fab with a little bit of a CS advantage.
That's what happens when you get 3 extra turrets and you're in range for majority of the gold. Just able to get yourself that much further ahead. So a little bit more of his team doing the right thing and Fabulous being, I guess, the main benefactor of that. As Eternal might look to face check here into Stormage.
And that's really the story of this game so far as well. Locket of the Ancillary picked up for Dumbledore. Only Aegis on the side of Eternal there. Zeros looking to complete his play of the Rune King. 2 full items on Achu right now with a BF sword to boot. So Supermassive looking to abuse their item advantage for now. But Dragon number 4 should be coming up in about 3
This
minutes
is
here.
risky out of Stormage. He probably should have got out of that one a little bit earlier because 80 carry is in the top lane. Of course, no teleport going to be available for that person. As we just take a look at Fabulous farming in the bottom lane.
And Lucian farming up in the top lane. Supermassive content with where they are. Lucian going to get some small damage onto this turret, but Seros will move up into the top lane eventually on that Zillion. He's got 219 CS here, still behind Naru in terms of farm. Picked up the Morello Nomicon and the Iron Boots of Lucidity as well, so got a little bit of cooldown reduction in there, and has 10 stacks of that Rod of Ages for now.
Yeah, Morello Nomicon a little bit cheaper than Athene's Unholy Grail, of course, and has comparable stats, so understanding going for a cheaper build when you are behind. 8,000 gold pretty much is the lead right now, as wow, Naru does so much damage.
Chunks out catch there, forces the heal, and even with the heal coming out from the Lily, still at about half health here. So looking to try and siege this turret. Culling being popped very early to try and get some damage into Seros. He's able to sidestep that one, but this turret, it's going to fall down. Supermassive, they're 5 turrets to 1. Increasing their gold even further. They're about 8,000 gold ahead dead FM.
They are absolutely decimating Detonation Focus Me right now, and they're just doing it through surgical play. You know, moving around from objective to objective, taking absolutely everything. Dumbledore is pretty tanky, and he's got himself a Hex Drinker.
Whew, he's looking for blood.
He's a battle poppy right now.
Well, he's been fighting Eternal all game. I don't blame him, to be honest.
Hex Drinker's not going to do much against Eternal.
That's okay. Still can fight him, you know. Extra 80. Just smack him a bit. He doesn't want the shield. It's just the damage, mate.
Then go a better damage item, Fish. Get a serrated Dirk for yourself.
Nah, BF sword. That's where it's really at. Poppies with BF swords running around the rift. Not for now.
You're a madman.
For now, he just has that Hex Stringer. Lock of the answer. Going to be able to negate a lot of magic damage. This dragon is going to respawn in about 10 seconds here. Supermassive should be able to take it down with ease, with that advantage that they have for now.
For now, their advantage is huge. Like, unless this game goes to 40, 45 minutes, it's going to be so hard for Detonation Focus Me to get a look in. And we already mentioned it, but Dragon being taken on cooldown means that this is a complete shutout objective-wise. I mean, they've picked up 1 turret, but that's it. Everything else has been on Supermassive's lineup, and this is what we expected coming out of the squad. You know, INTZ, they get upset by the Chiefs, they come out, absolutely smash their next opponents. Have to say the same thing about Supermassive right now. They come out a little bit of a disappointed showing in the first game of today, then they're able to completely come back against this Japanese lineup. So respect the heart that this experienced lineup has.
And they're going to continue doing that by taking down another inner turret down in the bottom lane with that
Pretty much
4th dragon.
10,000 gold.
With that 4th dragon as well, that's a 6-minute timer on this game. Dead Focus, they haven't been able to do too much in this game so far. Or in fact, almost nothing at all coming out from this team. They need to do something soon and fast, because this is slowly, or actually no, not slowly. I've been saying that too much. You've been calling me out on it. This is out of control.
Yeah, this game has quickly gone from bad to worse to absolutely horrible right now for Detonation Focus Me. So you're right, it's a big hole that they have to try and dig themselves out of, and maybe look for some catches here with the Zillion pickup, but it's not bearing much fruit right now. Maybe potentially get the Gragas in position for a flank, but honestly, I don't know really all that much that they can hope for.
Dead Focus.
Teleport coming out.
Gonna get teleported upon. Dead Focus all grouped up here. Poppy gonna try and channel the ultimate. Does get cancelled by the pillar, but Seros already taken out so low. Zeros also in the middle of it as well. Fabulous picks up the first kill. Seros comes back to life after the Zillion ultimate. It's not gonna matter. They take him down. Chasing on Utapon as well as a double kill comes out for the tree. Lucian picks up a kill as well. That was a clinical execution from Supermassive.
Yeah, it certainly was. Naru goes deep. He doesn't yet have his Onya's Hourglass, so he dies. That's where the good news stops, however, for this lineup, because the rest of Supermassive clean up the back end of that team fight, and they're onto Baron.
They certainly are. We're 5 members strong. Dead FM, they do have the smite available, but I don't think they have the tools to get in there. Double Doge, the support is able to keep the jungler occupied. Misses
he
the
missed.
ultimate. Spear's going to come in, but Catch, he's been locked up against the wall. Fabulous gets in there as well with a twisted advance. Ultimate comes out from Kindred. Eternal runs out of the pit. That might have been a mistake as Lucian looking for a final tick of damage. He's going to get the last auto attack, and they get the ace as well as the Baron for Supermassive.
Yeah, so Supermassive now, 4 members with the Baron. Pretty much unofficial ace coming out there as well. 13,000 gold the lead at only 30 minutes into the game. Let's have a look at what shop comes out of the AD carry. It is an Infinity Edge as well as upgraded boots. And wow, this game is just... It's going to be nigh on possible for Detonation Focus Me to come back.
13,000 gold, items to boot, Supermassive with the Baron buff. All the inner turrets are gone. The base is all that is left for Supermassive to take down. They picked up the red buffs. Storm Edge is going to try and pick up one for himself as well. This could signal the push coming out from Supermassive. They might pull the trigger here against Dead FM.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. 14,000 gold. They can certainly afford to push as far as they want. Naru has the Zhonya's now, so he won't die next time he goes for one of those risky engages. Dumble Doge, of course.
He's looking like a top laner. You know what? He's listening to you, Spawn. He's got that Serrated Dirk here. He's looking to do some damage now. He's a character, Dumble Doge, with this puppy.
I love him. I think he's great. Mutapon burns the ultimate there. Not really much happening.
Saros going to get chunked out a little bit here from Naru here. Lucian able to take down the mid lane inhibitor turret all by himself. The Baron up minions doing some work there. Rest of Supermassive content with just trying to siege up this mid lane. Here's the Tree and Lucian. They're going to be able to take down the inhibitor turret. No response from Dead FM. They're probably going to lose the bot lane inhibitor turret for this as well. They're going to put down the pillar. Look for the engagement of Storm Edge. But a nice shield comes off Double Doge. Stops the engagers coming in. Immediately they take down Gragas. He's not going to be able to respond here as the rest of the is chasing on Saros. He didn't even use his ultimate. Double Doge goes in. They take down 3. This should be game for Supermassive. They're looking towards the Nexus.
Supermassive in 31 minutes. A complete shutout against Detonation Focus Me. You know, almost a perfect game there as they swoop in, pick up catch as well. Naru is a golden chicken. And order restored somewhat into the IWCI tournament.
The blue buff side buff has been cancelled here as red side picks up a game. Supermassive. I think the best way to describe that game was clinical. They played that solid from start to finish.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think that, you know, you just gave too many power picks across the lineup. And we said that Dumbledore was trying to make Poppy the ban that you throw against him, not the Bard. I think that game will further the cause a little bit more because he had a fantastic performance actually going towards more of Malmortius at the end. But there's a couple of areas in there, like never, ever give Naru a Zir. We just saw how good he is on it. You know, they lost touch with how fast that game was going, and Kindred was able to just absolutely explode. 17 minutes later, Devourer. There are just so many little mistakes that Detonation Focus Me will look back upon and be like, wow, that game got away from us a little bit longer than we thought.
And you know what, Supermassive, they never fumbled that. They had a couple of mistakes here and there, but it always looked good from them. And you know, every single lane looked dominant, like you mentioned. Dead FM, they never really tried to do anything. They tried to gank up in the top lane and nearly fumbled the execution a little bit, and right after that, it just looked like things started going south. And they threw out the Hail Mary, the teleports came in, just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, and you know, it's not really all that much of the fault of the Japanese lineup. I think that, once again, we just saw that Japan kind of looks like they have similar players, but that the experience factor and a little bit more class comes through from the Turkish lineup. And, you know, Utapon tried to hold his weight versus Fabulous. Fabulous comes out in ahead in the end. You know, the duo lane looks like they're doing well against Lucian, Poppy. All of a sudden, first shop comes in. It's an BF sort. Lucian turns on the pressure. Flash dive out of Dumbledore. They're able to pick up a kill there. Mid lane deteriorates rapidly because Naru's just able to continually push him out. That means Catch has nowhere to gank. So if all 3 lanes lose simultaneously, it's almost never your jungler's fault that they lose out on the matchup.
So let's talk about the side of Supermassive here. And I want to start with Fabulous up in the top lane because we thought, you know, it could be Thraldrin being thrown into this mix, but they stuck with him for this game against Detonation FM. What do we think of his performance coming to this match?
Yeah, I thought his performance was much improved. Honestly, I think that his engages especially were very, very good. Once again, it wasn't a hard matchup to look good in because of how well the overall lineup did play for Supermassive. But between Thraldrin and Fabulous, like Fabulous played the finals. He was the one that got them here. They're both very good top laners. Can't overstate that enough. And they bring different things to this lineup.
And let's go into the middle lane for a quick while here, because you touched on this briefly. They gave over the power picks to the side of Supermassive. They allowed Zillion to go into that FM, but it seems like Naru's pick a lot more superior here coming into this matchup. He was able to use it so well against that FM.
Yeah, I don't even know if it was a pick. I just think that, once again, like, the lane is, the whole map is collapsing around Seros. Like, Naru is performing fantastically as well. So all of a sudden, there's all this added pressure. And, you know, bottom lane turret goes down. All of a sudden, the Azir gets a little bit more gold. You're starting to worry about these little things. So, yes, definitely Seros was a little bit outdone. I don't think it was necessarily champions. I think that has a lot to do with players as well. I think Naru is a very good mid laner. Seros is in his own right, but just not on the same level as Naru. So, it's something that, you know, both teams got their picks, and at the end of the day, Supermassive came out the better lineup.
And congratulations to Supermassive. They played really well in that matchup. Unfortunately, Destination FM have not been able to pick up a win here in IWCI so far. But for now, let's take a look at the results for day 2. It's going to start off the day with a massive blue side victory, all 6 games long. Chiefs Esports picked up the win against INTZ. Saigon Jokers, hard-rated, and INTZ were able to pull one back later. Lion Gaming took down Detonation Focus Me. Isurus Gaming picked up a surprise win against the Saigon Jokers after a grueling slugfest between the two teams. And finally, to end off the day, Supermassive Esports were able to take the game off of Death Focus.
They had my back. The blue side win streak is snapped, thank goodness. And yeah, what a performance out of Supermassive to round out that day.
They played solid. But let's take a look at the standings for now for IWCI so far after day 2 has been completed. Hard Random, like we mentioned, they're 3-0. Top of the table so far with 3 points. Not a single loss to the name just yet. Whereas Saigon Jokers, they dropped their game today going to 2-1, as well as Supermassive Esports after their loss to the Saigon Jokers previously. ITZ and Isurus Gaming sitting at 2-2 on the 4th and 5th spots, fighting for that playoff contention later on in the week. As Chiefs Esports up, Destination Focus Me and Lion Gaming are currently at 1-3, and only Chiefs Esports Club are ahead of them at 1-2 today.
Yeah, so right now, like, if you froze it right there, I think a lot of people would be quite happy, because that's kind of how we thought it would go. But the CIS region still to drop a game fish, looking phenomenal there. Chiefs fans out there still hope for the home squad, because they will be able to build their way back up. 1 and 2, not where they wanted to be, but a good win today versus the Brazilian lineup at least gives the region hope. But Brazil and Turkey starting to make that pushback we knew they would.
And it's still one game between most of the teams here, from the top side to the middle to the bottom of the pack. But for now, let's take a look at the next games that are going to be following for tomorrow. As we take a look at day 3 of IWCI, it's going to be Supermassive taking on Hard Random to start off the day.
What a game one.
It's going to be a massive game, in fact, as Hard Random is still undefeated, but this is going to be the team trying to take them on. Saigon Jokers take on the Chiefs Esports Club. ITZ try to take on Detonation's Focus Me. Hard Random have their second game against Isurus, have a resurging form after their game against Saigon Jokers today. Chiefs Esports Club will have their second game against Lion Gaming. Isurus Gaming play Supermassive after, and Lion Gaming play against the Saigon Jokers. So a lot of very even games coming into day 3 here.
There certainly are, and that game 1 and game 2 stick out like sore thumbs for games to be able to tune into. Supermassive versus Hard Random now will probably, in my eyes, determine like who is, as well as Brazil, the best in this composition. Hard Random looks so good so far. Kira in the mid lane is on an absolute tear. But also have a look between the Southeast Asia, the GPL, OPL rivalry that has been around for the last couple of tournaments, and whether the Chiefs can peg one back against the GPL squad.
And it's going to be a very important match for the Chiefs, because they are still a game behind most of the teams to play. So if they pick up that win, they're 2-2. They could potentially go 3-2 at the end of the day and close themselves back towards that playoff contention and back towards the top spot of the ladder. But like we mentioned, a lot of very important games here in day number 3, and it's still anyone's game leading into playoffs.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think that's the exciting thing, right? Only 2 teams currently on 1 and 3, so, you know, if you're Detonation Focus Me or Lion Gaming, back against the wall, but you're still not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. And the rest of the team, fighting chance. Like, it's game on right now at IWCI. Anyone can make playoffs, and it makes it a super exciting tournament.
And there's still one team that is undefeated right now, which is Hard Random. They're 3-0 at the moment. Do you think we're going to see that continual dominant performance going into tomorrow's matches?
No, I don't think you go through a group that is 8 teams strong undefeated. I think that is a very difficult task. However, Hard Random seem so far to be the pick of the litter. So if anyone could do it in this tournament, probably would be them, because they're the only undefeated team left. So it has to be them if anyone goes and do it. But yeah, I think that they'll eventually will drop a game. And you know what? That doesn't mean they'll lose a tournament. It's just so hard to go through, like, what, a 5-6 day tournament undefeated.
Well, we'll have to see if they do drop that game. But that's all from us for now at IWCI. On behalf of myself, Spawn, all the other Play-by-Play casters, and our entire production crew, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for more exciting matches.